This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Dream of being a salted fish. Pay back. Pay back. Pay back. The sound of paying back came from all directions. Sure, you wanted to run with his shriveled wallet. Just as he turned his head, a big head came up and said viciously, "Little bastard. Why don't you pay back the money?" Sure, you suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with a carp. She sat on the hard bedboard, panting heavily. When she saw that the surroundings were still the poor little shabby house, she fell back and lay flat. Fuck. It was so scary. It turned out to be a dream. Sure, you wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It's true that people can't owe money. Otherwise, it's really terrible to suffer the condemnation of conscience every day. After wiping the sweat, her thoughts scattered. 10 years ago, she traveled from the end of the world to the interstellar space. She became a child whose parents died and was beaten half to death by other children for food. She was picked up by a stingy uncle who passed by and saved her life. She owed a huge medical debt. In these years, she and the stingy uncle, one of whom was a minor and the other was physically disabled, received relief from the Federation together. The two did not pursue the quality of life, but lived quite freely. One was more salty than the other. However, her monthly relief money was deducted by the stingy uncle, and she could only live on dry nutrient solution. This made her indignant for a long time. But her life was saved by others, and she was ruthlessly suppressed every time she resisted. A month ago, the stingy uncle said he would go back to his hometown to visit his relatives, and he has not come back yet. Sure, you raised her wrist, thinking about whether to send a message to the stingy uncle to test when he would come back. The smart brain on her wrist is distributed to federal citizens at birth. It is a common model, and can only communicate on the planet where it is located. Where did the stingy uncle go? It seems to be the capital star. Alas, there is no way to contact. Sure, you collapsed on the bed for a while, and heard the sound of the intelligent brain. And a gentle female voice sounded, "Dear dreaming salted fish, your relief money of 1,500 federal coins has been received. Please check. In addition, please go to the relief station to collect your relief goods within 3 days. Yes, the Federation will not only distribute relief money every month, but also relief goods, with excellent benefits, which is also her capital for salted fish. I have checked." Sure, you said. The gentle female voice sounded again. The voice print recognition is correct, and the relief money of dreaming salted fish has been checked. The Relief Bureau wishes you to graduate smoothly from Volker Middle School, get into a good university, find a good job, and realize the value of life. The latter sentence has been heard every time Sure you received relief money, since she was forced to enter school for compulsory education. The difference in the past 10 years is just the name of the school. She got up from the bed, washed up, and went to collect relief goods. Walking on the wide road, Sure you put her hands in her pockets and watched a few children passing by her on the hoverboard. In the interstellar era, the hoverboard is a means of transportation for people to move short distances. The hoverboard can be used for both long and short distances, but it is a bit wasteful for short distances. Sure you has been in the interstellar for so long, but she has never played with the hoverboard. She is not envious. After all, she is a salted fish. Suddenly, a hovering sports car stopped from the airway and landed in front of Shiryu. She looked at the exaggerated and gorgeous fiery red hovering sports car and took a step back. The car door opened. The boy shook his non-mainstream red hair and got out of the car. You actually went out?" The boy leaned against the car door and looked up and down at Shiryu, his expression slightly surprised. Gu Qianqian is Shiryu classmate, a famous playboy on the Blue Sea Star. Rich. Very rich. After the two entered school, they almost had a fight over which table was more comfortable to sleep on. Later, they each took a step back and became deskmates. During class, they often drooped their heads and competed to see who could sleep the longest. They became inexplicably close friends. "What do you call me?" Sure you catchphrase is to be a salted fish. After Gu Qianqian got to know her, he teased her and called her a fish. Gu Qianqian saw her continue to walk forward, took a look, and immediately slapped her head and said, "I was wondering why you went out today. It turns out that it's the day to collect relief supplies. Let's go. I give you a ride. I can't afford your luxury car, Mr. Gu." Sure you immediately took a step back. This guy drove a suspended sports car to take her, and drove fast all the way. but his driving skills were so bad that he almost sent her away on the spot. Gu Qianqian didn't care about her. He grabbed her wrist and stuffed her into the suspended car, and said, "I'm telling you, I'm going to a fun place later. You go with me." "No." Decisive refusal. "It won't disturb your sleep. And there's also your favorite pudding." Gu Qianqian words hit the nail on the head. Sure, you, who couldn't eat salt or oil, couldn't eat pudding. She raised her eyelids reluctantly and said, "Where are we going?" "I take you to broaden your horizons." Gu Qianqian smiled mysteriously. Sure, you looked at him suspiciously, but didn't pursue the matter for the sake of little pudding. After 2 or 3 words, the two arrived at the door of the relief station. There was already a short queue here, and the 2 people who got off the hovercraft were undoubtedly very eye-catching. Gu Qianqian's face was a little hot. He had never lacked money since he was a child, and he had never been to a relief station. But when he saw her, he went to line up without changing his expression. He didn't know where he got a sense of pride in his heart, and lined up behind her. Of course, there were more and more stairs. It was Yu's turn. She showed her poverty certificate. The people at the relief station looked at Gu Qianqian, who was dyed a flashy red hair beside her, and hesitated to hand her the relief. After Yu got the relief, she couldn't wait to take out a tube of nutrient solution, held it in her mouth, and drank it all in one gulp. She was obviously the same person, but Yu seemed radiant after drinking the nutrient solution. Gu Qianqian glanced at the box of relief supplies she was holding, thinking that the nutrient solution inside was good stuff. So he took a tube and put it in his mouth without hesitation. The ordinary taste made him frown. Why is it so unpalatable? After he finished speaking, everyone around him turned around and looked at him with sharp eyes. Gu Qianqian smiled awkwardly and immediately pulled Yu away. Yu closed the box tightly while running, still feeling resentful that Gu Qianqian took her nutrient solution. "Hurry up and drink your nutrient solution that costs tens of thousands of yuan per tube. Don't steal my things here." Gu Qianqian spread his hands. "If I can't humiliate you with money, I will send you a box right away." "Sure, you, eh?" When the 2 of them were fighting for the table, Gu Qianqian carried out the word tycoon to the end, and said that as long as Yu gave him the table, he would give her 100,000 federal coins. "Sure, Yu replied with great backbone. "Don't humiliate me with money. The table is mine." Seeing Yu's face full of resentment, Gu Qianqian laughed and pulled her onto the hovercraft. "Come on. I take you to broaden your horizons." Yu had no interest in broadening her horizons. She was only thinking about the little pudding he had just mentioned. The hovercraft sped along and soon arrived at an area where it was obvious that the consumption was expensive. Gu Qianqian waved his hand. "We're here. Get off the bus." Yu got off the bus, holding a cup of sweet and sour drink she had found from the relief supplies. Seeing the fancy virtual screen at the door, she frowned and asked, "Exhibition? Where's the little pudding?" Gu Qianqian grabbed her shoulders, took her inside, and said, "I tell you in secret, today's exhibition is not an ordinary exhibition. It is said that someone has found a new species, which is incredibly beautiful." After saying this, Gu Qianqian smiled mysteriously at Yu, who said indifferently, not at all eager, "She only loves little pudding." Chapter 2. Yu followed Gu Qianqian into the exhibition hall with a drink in hand. This was the gathering place for people with nothing to do. Of course, in addition to being idle, they also had money. Yu washed-out clothes undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. She seemed not to realize that she was out of place. Instead, she looked up and looked around. She found that there was no pudding in the exhibition hall except for the transparent glass cabinet. Yu took a sip of the drink and nudged Gu Qianqian's belly with her elbow. "Where is my pudding?" "Don't worry. I buy it for you later." "Sure, you? Question mark. Gu Qianqian wrote a blank check and said confidently, "You only eat all day long. Can you have some sentiments?" Seeing that Yu's eyes became dangerous, Gu Qianqian's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally said obediently, "Okay. Okay. I buy it for you after the exhibition. How about the latest pudding produced by Tianmei?" Tianmei is the most famous dessert company in the Federation and a well-known trademark in the universe. Yu immediately said bluntly, "I want 100. 100? Yu raised his eyebrows, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Gu Qianqian wanted to speak, but someone suddenly came over and patted his shoulder and said, "Why are you here?" Gu Qianqian wanted to see who patted his shoulder right away, turned around and took a step back. "Brother." The man was Gu Qianqian cousin, Gu Mingzhan, the richest man in Aquamarine, and one of the founders of Sweetberry Company. He was much more mature and stable than Gu Qianqian, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a small blue prism hanging under the right frame, adding a bit of, well, coquettish style to him. Do rich people have some strange habits? Gu Qianqian's showy red hair, Gu Mingzhan's weird glasses. Sure, he was muttering in his heart. And Gu Mingzhan had narrowed his eyes and repeated, "Why are you here?" As expected of a retired officer of the expeditionary force. A sense of oppression came over him every time he spoke. Gu Qianqian was quick-witted and said, "I heard that there are fun things here, so I brought my classmates here to play." The words were not very confident, as the friend in his words. Sure, you nodded to Gu Mingzhan naturally, his eyes shining a little. As the founder of the Sweetberry Group, he donates desserts to the Aquamarine Relief Station every month. The drink Ensure You hand is a product of the Sweetberry Group. Delicious. Good person. Gu Mingzhan was a little surprised by Sure Yu's attitude, but when he saw her slightly shining eyes, he frowned again and turned to Gu Qianqian and said, "Come with me." Gu Qianqian glanced at Sure Yu, and Sure Yu shook the drink bottle in her hand, meaning that you can do whatever you want as long as you remember her pudding. Gu Qianqian's mouth twitched, and he left with Gu Mingzhan. Since he was here, Sure Yu simply held the drink and looked at it in the exhibition hall. She chose a corner with relatively few people, stood in front of the glass cabinet, and looked at the specimen inside. This is a gray-black butterfly, with white wavy patterns on its wings, and pale yellow rings of varying sizes scattered symmetrically. Its antennae are like two dry leaves, drooping like the ears of a lop-eared rabbit, completely covering the butterfly's face. The entire butterfly's wings are drooping, like a cloak wrapped around the body. Looking from the side, if you don't pay attention, you might think it's a thumb-sized person. Sure Yu took a sip of the drink and looked carefully at the butterfly's wings that seemed to be glowing with a layer of light green. It is undeniable that the butterfly specimen is very beautiful, but it also comes with a sense of weirdness. Sure Yu took another look, and the weird feeling just now seemed to disappear. And on the other side of the glass cabinet, a person stood there at some point. She subconsciously raised her head, and the light in the exhibition hall was dim behind the person, almost blinding her eyes. It was a young man, wearing a thin white shirt, with the top button of the shirt casually open, revealing his delicate and flawless collarbone. His skin was too white, as if a little force could leave a mark. And further up, there was a dark and sexy collarbone. Sure Yu bit the straw and continued to watch. His long silver hair draped down his shoulders, winding all the way to his waist. Sure Yu looked up and saw his thin lips slightly pursed, and his dark and deep pupils spread mysteriously. A bit beautiful. Sure Yu took another sip of the drink and said, "Hello. What's your name?" In addition to eating pudding, Sure Yu also likes to appreciate beautiful things. After all, life is so boring. Salted fish need to enjoy. The boy did not answer her, but stared at her for a long time before blinking and turning his head away. Coincidentally, at this time, a hurried sound of footsteps came. Sure Yu followed his line of sight and saw Gu Mingzhan and several men in formal attire and solemn expressions approaching. Seeing the young man, Gu Mingzhan took the lead and said, "Yu Yan, why don't you bring anyone with you when you go out?" "Yu Yan? Which Yu? Sure Yu? What a coincidence." Sure Yu thought, turned around and saw Gu Mingzhan holding his forehead and said, "Sorry, I was too anxious. I don't mean to blame you." The boy didn't show any emotion, but nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away slowly. Sure Yu looked at his slender and thin back, and was about to take a sip of the drink. But there was a slurp sound, and the drink bottle was empty. The sound was so loud and abrupt that it was hard for Gu Mingzhan not to frown at her. But he just glanced at her, said nothing, and left with a group of people. Gu Qianqian came out of nowhere and sighed, "Let's go." "You?" Sure Yu grabbed him. Who was that person just now? It wasn't that she was sensitive. She could feel that the other person looked at her very carefully, as if he was measuring something. And it didn't seem like he was looking at a stranger. She dared to guarantee that she had never seen that boy. After all, the other person was too handsome. As long as she was not blind and had no amnesia, she would have an impression of him. Gu Qianqian subconsciously asked back, "Which person? The one who left with your brother?" Sure Yu asked, trying to make her words sound without other purposes. Gu Qianqian looked over and said, "Oh, You mean that one? My brother's friend? From the Capital Star. Capital Star? The stingy uncle went to the Capital Star to visit his relatives. Yes, Gu Qianqian responded, and then whispered to Sure You ear. It is said that he is a big shot with a military background. After that, Gu Qianqian glanced around, grabbed Sure Yu's shoulders and led her out, muttering, Let's go. We can't see the new species. If I had known that I would meet my brother and pay 100 puddings when I came here, I would not have come at all. When Sure You heard the 100 puddings, she instantly forgot about the boy. The two left, and no one noticed that the butterfly specimen that Sure You had just seen shook its wings slightly, and transparent scales floated down. Chapter 3. Holding the 100 puddings she got from Gu Qianqian, Sure You hummed a little tune and went home. 3 small puddings a day. 100 small puddings are enough for her for a month. As soon as Sure You put the small puddings down, a message popped up on the smart brain. Highland Express, dear dreaming of salted fish. Highland Express reminds you that you have a courier arriving at Highland Station. Do you want to deliver it immediately? Courier? When did she buy something? Where did the courier come from? Who is the sender? Sure You asked. Highland Customer Service number 007. Highland Customer Service number 007 is at your service. The sender is being queried. Please wait. After waiting for less than 2 seconds, another message came. Highland Customer Service number 007. Dear dreaming of salted fish. Your courier is sent by Dr. Sure. Sure You sighed. The stingy uncle has always been so shameless. He can call himself a doctor just because he can mix some physiological culture fluid that can repair human damage and cultivate organs. He is not afraid of his tongue being blown away by the wind. Deliver it. Highland 007 Customer Service. Okay. Highland's deliverman will arrive at the delivery location in 10 minutes. I wish you a happy unboxing. After a while, the door of Sure Yu's small house was knocked. Outside the door was a white spherical robot with a pair of ring-shaped retractable hands flying in the air. Seeing Sure You, the robot held up the box and said happily, Please show your ID to sign for the express delivery. Sure You flipped out the ID from the smart brain. After the robot scanned and checked, it said happily, The identity verification is correct. Please take your express delivery. I wish you a happy unboxing. Goodbye. After the little robot finished speaking, it flew back to the transport truck of Highland Express. The transport truck entered the airway and merged into the traffic and disappeared. Sure You returned to the house with the light box. She was a little surprised what the stingy uncle sent her. After opening it, she found that it was just a ring. Before she could be surprised, the ring lit up, and after scanning her face, it issued a stiff mechanical voice. The identification is correct. Please wear the mecha ring. Fuck. Mecha. Sure You grabbed the ring. But as soon as she bit her fingers, the ring slipped into her right index finger and could not be pulled off. The mechanical voice sounded again. The mecha ring is successfully worn. The owner is Sure You. The mecha binding system is turned on, and the physical fitness test begins. Sure You knew soon after she came here that mechas were the weapons of war in this era. Occasionally, when she passed by a store, she would curiously look at the beautiful mechas in the window. But she never wanted to own one. After all, her goal was to be a salted fish. What did she need a mecha for? She was not going to the battlefield. While she was distracted, the mechanical voice sounded again. Failed the physical fitness test. Not qualified to drive a mecha. Failed to bind the system. Sure You, What are you doing to her? After all this time, the binding still failed? What's the difference between this and telling her that she won a 100 million lottery, but then telling her that the wrong person was notified when she redeemed the prize? Sure You bit his fingers and flicked the ring, thinking of the basic requirements for driving a mecha. In the Interstellar era, only those who meet the physical and mental standards can drive a mecha. Otherwise, the human body will not be able to bear the burden brought by the mecha. Either the body collapses and dies, or the mental strength collapses and becomes a fool. The minimum standard for driving a mecha is to have B-level physical fitness and mental strength. Of course, this is the requirement for driving an ordinary mecha. If you want to drive a combat mecha, the requirements for physical fitness and mental strength must reach A level. Otherwise, the high-intensity confrontation in battle will damage the human body and cause irreversible damage. In the Federation, everyone's mental strength will be tested at birth and then written into the birth certificate. Sure You birth certificate says an ordinary B level. Physical fitness level will improve with a change of human physical quality, and will not be restricted by age. It is more difficult to improve mental power level. From birth to the age of 18, mental power can be improved. The range of improvement is very wide. Therefore, all citizens of the Federation will undergo a second mental power assessment at the age of 18. After the age of 18, the mental power level almost becomes a fixed value, and the probability of improvement is very low. Sure, you changed her mind and lived a very lazy life in the past 10 years. She estimated that her mental power level was just like that. She was not yet 18 years old and did not undergo a second assessment. She lowered her head and glanced at the ring that had no movement after the system binding failed. She really couldn't figure out what the stingy uncle meant. The stingy uncle would know that she couldn't drive a mecha, so it was a bit strange to send a mecha ring. The most important thing was, did the stingy uncle have so much money to buy a mecha? Mecha is not only a weapon of war, but also a high-end luxury product. There is a saying on the Star Network that describes mecha very well. Weapons of the army, toys of the rich. Sure, you touched her chin and looked at the silver ring, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. If she hadn't just heard the mechanical sound, she really wouldn't have been able to tell that this tattered ring was a mecha ring. Now the system binding failed. She couldn't even see what the mecha looked like. By the way, does a normal mecha system need to be bound? Sure, you thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So she simply gave up, ate another small pudding, and continued to lie on the bed. She didn't know that after she lay down, the mecha ring that had originally returned to peace lit up a blue light again, and the mechanical voice sounded again. SSS, plus, level gene lock Lancer detected. Try to activate. Night fell, and darkness quickly enveloped the earth. A hover car drove into the consumption area that sure you had visited during the day. On the route where a group of luxury hover sports cars were running. This hover car was inconspicuous. What time is it? A rough voice asked. The charming woman beside him immediately replied, 20 minutes left. Spider, how are you? The man asked again, touching the headset. Everything is ready. A hoarse voice that could not be distinguished from the age responded. Okay. Start in 10 minutes. After speaking, the hover car returned to silence. A minute later, the thin man sitting in the front row of the hovercraft couldn't help but say, Brother, it's just a specimen. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? The man looked up and glanced at him. Do you think Gu Mingzhan is a vegetarian? He is a retired officer of the Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Force is the army of the Federation responsible for guarding the border and foreign wars. The thin man smiled awkwardly. Brother, I don't mean that. I'm just curious about what happened over there for a small specimen. Do you remember what I said? Don't be curious about things you shouldn't be curious about. The thin man was interrupted by the man before he finished speaking. The man stopped talking to him after he finished speaking. But the woman next to him couldn't help but say something extra. New species represent new genes. Once. Excessive talk. The man scolded. And the woman instantly stopped talking. The thin man rolled his eyes and dared not speak anymore. The hover car returned to silence again. When 10 minutes were up, the woman got out of the car with the man, leaning on him like a water snake and laughing from time to time. The man hugged her waist, revealing an obsessed look, and the thin man drove the hover car into the parking lot. Arriving at the hotel room, the man and the woman quickly changed their clothes, and with the help of the terrain and the night, they climbed easily between the vertical buildings like nimble monkeys, and landed silently on the wall of the building where the exhibition hall was located. After a few seconds of waiting, a hover car lost control, rushed out of the airway, and hit the first floor of the exhibition hall. And suddenly a fire broke out. The man and the woman looked at each other, and the virtual tentacles came out of the man's brain and gently covered the window on the 8th floor of the exhibition hall. With a click, the window opened. The hoarse voice came from the two people's headsets. Everything is ready. You only have 10 minutes. Remember to use the mimic exoskeleton I gave you to break in. Otherwise you will be treated as invaders. After the words fell, the man and the woman immediately crossed into the 8th floor of the exhibition hall. At the same time, a layer of liquid metal covered the two people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, they became two metal people, one black and one red. They were not surprised, and the touch of their toes on the ground was as fast as lightning. But in the time of a breath, they rushed to the room at the end of the corridor, before the two bodyguards guarding outside could react. The black and red willow leaf broken blades cut their throats. At the same time, the two arrived at the door and stood in place of the two bodyguards. Almost in the next second, a layer of yellow light, that was so light that it was almost unnoticeable, swept across from a distance. The moment the light yellow light approached the two people's bodies, they swallowed their saliva at the same time. When the light yellow light disappeared, the two people quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The man turned around first and put his palm on the virtual screen that popped up from the door. The faint blue light swept across his body from bottom to top, and a sweet voice sounded, "The identification is correct. Mr. Gu Mingzhan, please come in." The door slowly opened, and there was only a glass exhibition stand in the room. And inside the glass exhibition stand was the gray-black butterfly specimen. Under the soft light, the butterfly specimen was still as beautiful as in the daytime. But I don't know if it was due to the change in light. The faint green light on its wings was heavier, and when people looked carefully, nothing changed. "You go and get it. I'd be on guard," the man said in a deep voice. The woman nodded, walked lightly to the side of the butterfly specimen, and pressed her index finger lightly next to the glass exhibition stand. And the virtual screen popped up. Her nimble fingers climbed up the virtual screen, and after entering a string of numbers, an inconspicuous crack appeared on the glass of the exhibition stand, and it split symmetrically to the side. The woman took out the transparent box from the space bag, and when she looked at the gray-black butterfly specimen again, she found that its antennae, which were drooping like dead leaves, had stood up at some point. She was stunned for a moment, thinking she had seen it wrong, and blinked her eyes quickly, only to find that not only the antennae, but also the wings of the butterfly began to glow with a faint green light. She was startled and said quickly, "Brother, this thing seems to be alive." She had only said half of her words when the gray-black dead leaves swirled around, cutting through the red liquid metal covering the surface of her body, slashing her throat, and then slashing through the space around her, tearing a black circular hole. The woman subconsciously covered her throat, and the warm liquid that gushed out and the pain that spread from her throat made her open her eyes wide. The gray-black butterfly in the glass booth shook its wings at some point, revealing a thumb-sized little man wrapped under its wings. The man turned his head when he heard her voice, and before he could react, he felt a stinging pain in his throat, and in his sight, a dead leaf fell, also tearing a circular black hole. He fell to the ground with a thud, watching the circular black hole around him grow, and when the hole grew to a diameter of about 1 meter wide, the growth rate slowed down. The wet tentacles stretched out from inside. Chapter 4. Sure, you woke up to a piercing alarm. Except for the annual morning day of the Battle of Livia. She had never heard such an alarm at other times. Sure, you was confused for a while, thinking that the morning day of the Battle of Livia had just passed a month ago. Then, her brain forced a message to pop up, and a serious male voice sounded. "Please pay attention to all residents of the Blue Sea Planet. Please pay attention to all residents of the Blue Sea Planet. The Blue Sea Planet has been invaded by unknown species. All residents should immediately go to the nearest shelter according to the evacuation guide issued by the government." Repeat. Sure, you instantly became alert. She took a look at the evacuation guide that popped up on the brain. She immediately opened the window. Sure enough, the low-altitude airway was prohibited from entering. The high-altitude airway was full of hovercrafts. The mechas were above the hovercrafts and rushed to the direction of the incident at a faster speed. Sure, you suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. She had only had this premonition twice. Once before the end of the world, and once before she was secretly plotted and crossed over. She immediately stuffed all the food at home into her space bag. This has become her instinct when she encounters danger. After packing up the necessary items, she went to the nutrient solution vending machine in the resettlement area as quickly as possible, and spent all the federal coins while others were panicking. Sure, you looked at the vending machine with 80% of the stock with regret, and followed the government-issued evacuation guide with her fully stocked space bag to the nearest shelter. For such a large-scale evacuation, it seems that there are many invading species, and it is not easy to deal with them. Sure, you thought of the scene of dealing with zombies before crossing, and her heart sank. However, the technology in the interstellar era is far more advanced than the era she lived in before, and zombies can be easily dealt with. She felt that her happy salted fish life was very likely to end here, and she was not feeling well. But now it is more important to escape. The resettlement area where she was located was quite far from the nearest shelter, and the people living in the resettlement area did not have hovercrafts. The few hoverboards had been snatched away long ago, and the remaining people could only run out in a panic, fearing that they would lose their lives if they fell behind. Shiryu also ran with the crowd. Not long after she ran out, she suddenly felt a huge impact coming from the building on the side. Almost in the blink of an eye, the building was smashed to pieces by the mecha, and countless rubble splashed down from the sky. Shiryu happened to stand in the middle of the dense rubble, and a thick steel bar was almost sweeping towards her. The people who ran away with her screamed shrilly at the same time, and most of them stood there in fear, not knowing what to do. Shiryu took a step back and lowered her head to hide the golden light that flashed in her pupils. At the same time, the steel bar twisted its direction with incredible force and swept away all the rubble that was flying over. At this time, no one noticed why they were not crushed to death. The people who escaped death let out more terrifying screams after the rubble fell to the ground. Shiryu covered her ears and continued to run with the crowd. When she crossed over, she brought the gold-related superpowers that could control all metals with her. Otherwise she would have been dead on the spot. She didn't know why. She could feel the surging superpowers in her body, but she felt imprisoned when using them. It's not that she didn't want to break through this layer of confinement, but unfortunately, she had no clue. Shiryu was holding her chin and thinking about it, and the more terrifying screams almost pierced her eardrums. The light and small mecha that just hit the building was not an accident. After him, a green mantis that was no less than 10 meters tall swung its scorpion tail and rushed over with 2 swords. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Shiryu pupils dilated, and her legs had rushed out before her brain could react. This feels much more difficult than zombies. Seeing the mecha climb up, it fought with the green mantis again. Shiryu resisted the collapse in her heart and quickened her pace. But she ran only a few steps, and a wet tentacle rose up in front of her, and the black monster like a leech opened its black mouth full of fine teeth. Whoosh! The building collapsed, and most of the people running in front fell into its black mouth. The fine and dense fangs closed, and the strip-shaped monster chewed, and the bright red blood came out of its sharp white teeth. It had been a long time since I saw such a bloody scene. Shiryu resisted the retching in her stomach, turned on the distress signal of the intelligent brain, and ran back like crazy. The monster seemed to have no attention on her, and chased another group of people with its wet tentacles. At this time, Shiryu intelligent brain received another map, sent by the government of Aquamarine. It was a topographic map of Aquamarine, and many places on it were marked in red, which were places invaded by unknown species. The resettlement area where Shiryu was located happened to be one of the red zones. There were 4 red zones near the shelter she was going to, and the red zones were still expanding. Her chances of getting through were almost 0. Without hesitation, she set her sights on another shelter farther away. There was only a red area marked nearby, and the area was very small, and there was no trend of expansion at present. After making a decision, Shiryu ran along the shortest route calculated by the intelligent brain. It had been a long time since she had run so badly, as if she had returned to the end of the world when she was exhausted. This feeling was terrible. Shiryu did not realize that although she had been running wildly, her physical fatigue was increasing at a very slow rate, which was completely inconsistent with normal exercise. If she had a physical fitness test immediately, she would find that all the indicators of her body were changing wildly. Soon, she ran out of the resettlement area, but this did not mean safety. She wanted to see if the map had been updated, but found a red triangle exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the intelligent brain, which was a sign of unavailable communication. All communications on the Blue Sea Star are controlled by the ring satellite outside the planet. Unless the satellite is damaged or the satellite signal is blocked, there will never be a situation where communication is unavailable. Either of these 2 situations will make things worse for the current Blue Sea Star. Shiryu didn't have time to think too much, so she could only rely on the map she had just drawn. It was still accurate for a short time. The streets outside the resettlement area were also badly damaged, with potholes everywhere. Behind the collapsed building was a body that looked like a spider, but was wet all over. It was split in half, and disgusting green liquid was flowing all over the ground. She didn't foolishly go over to look. After observing the ground, she continued to run in the direction of the shelter. In this era when hover cars can reach speeds of 10,000 kilometers per hour, the distance between cities is nothing at all. But once you lose your means of transportation and rely only on your legs, the distance becomes a terrifying constraint. Shiryu didn't walk far until night fell, but she was so tired that she was panting. She felt better after gulping down a bottle of nutrient solution. It was not suitable to travel at night. After weighing it, She planned to go into a nearby building to rest for a night. There happened to be a shopping mall next to it. Perhaps the experience of the end of the world left an indelible impression on her, and she subconsciously wanted to search for supplies in the mall. But as soon as she stepped into the mall, an energy gun was pointed at her temple. Shiryu raised his hands without thinking. I am a compatriot. Brother, don't shoot. She looked at the person with her peripheral vision. But before she could see what the other person looked like, a slightly cold voice sounded in front of her. Don't do it. The cold and desolate tone was like the pine snow on the top of the mountain. Clear and compelling. But the tone carried an unquestionable command. Shiryu immediately looked over, and when she saw the long silver hair, she clapped her hands on the side of her head and exclaimed, what a coincidence. Yu Yin. The exaggerated voice made the boy look sideways, and Shiryu narrowed his eyes with a smile. It's an acquaintance. How about moving the gun away? Chapter 5. Shiryu squatted in the corner, eating a small pudding while watching the boy who had the leisure to set up a table and watch the intelligent computer leisurely even when he was running for his life. It was really beautiful, because they were afraid that the lights would attract monsters. The mall was now dim. The moonlight was like a pillar, shining in from the glass window, half of which fell on the boy. His long silver hair was as beautiful as jade under the moonlight, and the hair on his shoulders slid down as he tapped the virtual keyboard. Shiryu felt a little itchy on her fingers, and wanted to help him lift it up and tie it behind his head. Well, a high ponytail will definitely make him look more heroic. Shiryu took a bite of pudding absent-mindedly, and suddenly found that someone was standing in front of her, blocking her sight. She raised her head, and saw the brows of the man who had just pointed a gun at her were almost piled up into a small mountain. She blinked her eyes, and said obediently, Is there anything wrong? The man replied coldly that it was nothing, but stood in front of her motionless. Shiryu thought he might have a problem, so she moved aside, intending to continue admiring the boy not far away. But the man followed her. Good guy. If Shiryu didn't know why the man stood in front of her, she would have grown a brain in vain, because of the energy gun that could easily blow her head off. Shiryu withdrew her gaze and turned on her brain. She just wanted to admire the beautiful boy and relieve the pressure brought by the day. She really had no ill intentions. Forget it. Let's think about how to run tomorrow. Shiryu brain was the cheapest one, and it was distributed by the federal government when she was born. It was a model that had been eliminated long ago. She received a look of contempt from the man as soon as she turned on her brain. As a salted fish, Shiryu didn't have a strong desire to win or lose, and could treat the man contempt calmly. Mortals can't reach the realm of salted fish. Shiryu ate the rest of the pudding in one bite, threw the cup to the ground, didn't even look at the man, and rolled her 5 fingers on the virtual screen. The lower right corner still has a red triangle exclamation. When running away before, Shiryu didn't have time to see the distance from here to the shelter. Now she almost vomited the pudding she had just eaten. More than 900 kilometers. Is he trying to make her run for her life? This distance is nothing for a hovercraft. But she doesn't have one. Shiryu turned off her smart brain and glanced at the man who stopped staring at her after she lowered her head. She stood up slowly and whispered, Brother, do you have a hovercraft? The man frowned. What are you going to do? Shiryu immediately cleared her throat and said, Isn't the shelter a bit far from here? I just want to take a ride. So, is there one? She blinked as she spoke. The man said without hesitation, No. Shiryu didn't quite believe it. Really? The man sneered, If there was, do you think we could still stay here? What he said seemed to make sense. Looking at the appearance of these suspected bodyguards, it was clear that the identity of the beautiful boy must be extraordinary. If he had a chance to run, why would he stay here? Shiryu's eyes turned and looked at the fair and slender 5 fingers of the beautiful boy not far away. Actually, it's not that there is no way. The man immediately narrowed his eyes. Do you have a way? Shiryu smiled with white teeth. But when she wanted to speak, a dark object fell on the glass window, and the hairy spider legs made people's scalps tremble. Shiryu turned around and retreated without hesitation. Everyone in the mall except her surrounded the boy. Shiryu subconsciously moved her peripheral vision to him, but found that he was not nervous at all. When the people around him whispered to remind him, he slowly turned off the smart brain and stood up. It's the same spider as before, but smaller in size. I don't know how many there are, the man said vigilantly. But before he finished speaking, palm-sized black spiders hit the window like hail. At first glance, they were so dense that it was impossible to count them. Soon, The lower abdomen of the spider that fell on the glass window suddenly cracked, and the densely distributed circular sharp teeth bit the glass with a click. Shiryu said without hesitation, "Do you have an extra gun? Lend me one." The man didn't know whether to give it or not. Qianqian stood in the crowd, glanced at Shiryu indifferently, and said the second sentence of the night, "Give it to her." These two short words were without any emotion. But the man reached under his coat without any hesitation, pulled out an energy gun from his waist, and threw it to Shiryu. Shiryu turned her head and blinked at the beautiful boy, holding the warm energy gun while retreating and asking, "How do I use this thing?" She had touched a pistol in the end times, but she had never used an energy gun. The man almost blacked out because of her words, but he could only grit his teeth and say, "Pull out the safety pin and pull the trigger." At this time, one more person resisting means more safety, and they must hold on until rescue arrives no matter what. Shiryu said obediently. It turns out that no matter how the times change, guns are fired in the same way. If you don't know how to use it, just stay still. If you cause trouble for me, I will kill you with one shot first, the man warned. Shiryu immediately patted his chest. "Don't worry. I only care about myself." The man, he didn't have time to get angry. The window had begun to crack under the sharp teeth of those spiders. But in the blink of an eye, the glass window was completely cracked with a clatter, and the spiders crawling on it fell in with the glass fragments. The white teeth, which were completely opposite to the black of the spiders themselves, made a clicking sound, and several people pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shiryu continued to retreat secretly with the energy gun. There were too many spiders. Even if the frequency of shooting was high and the probability of hitting was high, they still couldn't stop them from rolling in like snowballs. And such small spiders couldn't even be solved by mecha. The man cursed and put the energy gun into the space bag. At the same time, a ring with a flower-shaped pattern on his right little finger flashed with golden light. Then, the golden liquid metal instantly expanded from his ring and wrapped him up, and two scimitars appeared in his hands. Shiryu said in his heart, and opened his eyes to see the man who turned into a metal man holding a scimitar and killing the dense group of spiders directly. In an instant, the spider corpses fell to the ground. Shiryu opened his mouth into an O shape. At the same time, two more metal men came out from Qianqian, also holding scimitars, and killed into the spider group at an incredible speed. Shiryu showed an unsophisticated look, and then looked at the energy gun in his hand. And suddenly it was not so good. She only knew that mechas were weapons of war in this era, but she didn't know what the situation was with the few people. Ultraman transformed? Shiryu was thinking about it in a mess, and the spiders cut in half by the scimitar fell down. But the spiders seemed to be getting more and more. Suddenly, the man growled, "Be careful not to get touched by their feet. The sticky liquid is corrosive." Just as he warned, several spiders shook their sharp teeth and pounced on his face. The man reacted very quickly. But even so, there was still a fish eye that escaped the scimitar in his hand and was about to pounce on his face. Just at this critical moment, an energy bomb shot from behind him. With a snap, the spider was shot down. The man thought it was his companion who was supporting him, so he took a breath and moved faster. But when he turned around, he saw Shiryu, who was grinning and covering his shoulder, as if he couldn't stand the recoil of the energy gun. Meeting his gaze, Shiryu smiled with white teeth, rubbed his shoulders, and fired a few more shots, each of which hit the target. And some shots even shot down several spiders in a row. Chapter 6. Shiryu obviously could not be the key factor in turning the battle around. She just had a higher hit rate than the people around Qianqian. Under the pressure of so many spiders, her advantage played a negligible role. The energy in the energy gun dropped by half. Shiryu didn't know when she was close to Qianqian. She said without looking back, "Are you still not leaving? If you continue to stay here, you will only be gnawed to pieces." The reason why she didn't run away by herself was because the chance of survival was greater with these people. Shiryu still had some self-knowledge. She was a lazy person and didn't have a means of transportation. She didn't know how long it would take to get to the shelter. If the government of the Blue Star arranged an evacuation and she couldn't catch up, it would be a big loss. As soon as she finished speaking, the floor suddenly shook violently. At the same time, the window that originally had moonlight coming in was pitch black. Shiryu subconsciously looked up when he saw the furry and webbed black spider legs lifted high in the air. He said in his heart, "Hack it." The dead spider she encountered before was nothing compared to this one. That one was about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. And this one's legs looked longer than that. The middle-aged man who had always been following Qianqian closely finally changed his expression and whispered, Master. Master. We must leave here immediately. The situation is almost beyond our ability to handle. Qianqian did not reply. Sure, you fired several shots in a row. Stopped to rub his shoulders and look back at him. He happened to see him raise his hand and gently touch the red earring under his hair. The virtual screen suddenly popped out and covered his right eye. She heard Qianqian's cold voice. Lester and the others are here to resist the small spiders. You and Kyle will attack the big spider outside. Its most vulnerable part is its abdomen. I will be responsible for sniping. Master. As soon as Qianqian finished speaking, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shout, obviously disagreeing with what he said, and glanced at Shiryu in a self-proclaimed obscure way. Qianqian's face was dark and indifferent, and he said coldly, This is an order. Shiryu fired while eavesdropping. The beautiful boy had set everyone around him out. His safety was not absolutely guaranteed. How could the old hen next to him agree? But he had to agree. Shiryu fired another spider string, and turned around to see 3 metal men breaking out of the window. And 3 mechas suddenly appeared in the air. Almost at the same time, the wet legs of the black spider slammed down on the mall where the few people were. From a distance, the hairy spider legs were covered with fluff. But when the spider legs fell, it was like cutting steel bars like tofu. Shiryu saw clearly that they were sharp bristles. The rubble fell down, and Shiryu grabbed Qianqian's hand and stepped back several steps in a hurry, so that he was not smashed into a meat paste on the spot. Your bodyguards are so powerful. Why are you so slow to react? Don't stand there stupidly. Get out of the way when you see danger. Shiryu fired 2 more shots, and the energy gun had only 1/3 of its energy left. Qianqian didn't say anything. He looked at Shiryu with a sidelong glance, listening to her mumbling, It's over. It's over. It's over. But her hands moved quickly and neatly. After a moment, he looked down at the wrist that Shiryu was holding, pursed his lips, and before he could say anything, Shiryu grabbed him and ran out. We can't stay here. Let's go to an open place outside first. The 3 people who drove the mecha had already fought with the big spider outside. The floor was shaking, and the mall could collapse at any time. Shiryu looked back at Lester and the others who were guarding the front firmly, and said seriously while running, After all, I just saved your life. Shouldn't you take out the mecha and take me with you to escape? Said that there was no hovercraft. Shiryu was skeptical. But if you say that this handsome boy doesn't have a mecha, Shiryu doesn't believe it. Qianqian was grabbed by her and ran out, not panicking at all, and asked back, Don't you have a mecha too? He noticed the silver ring on her right index finger. Yesterday, she didn't have this ring on her index finger. In the Interstellar era, people like to make the mecha space hub look like a ring. Shiryu's face fell instantly. If I could use it, I would have taken it out to escape long ago. The problem is that my physical fitness level does not meet the mecha driving standards, so I can't use it at all. She turned her head and said seriously, I'm a rookie. She was not afraid of leaking her information at all. After she finished speaking, she urged, Hurry up. Hurry up. While your bodyguard is stalling for time, I will take you to escape first. When we get to the shelter, we will be safe for the time being. Your bodyguard is so powerful. It will definitely not be a problem to catch up. Shiryu's face was full of hope, but she heard the handsome boy say in his overly pleasant voice, I don't meet the driving standards either. Shiryu's feet slipped, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the handsome boy pulled her from behind, which saved her from falling face first and being disfigured on the spot. She stood up, and the boy reminded her in time, There is a spider on your upper right. The next second, Shiryu didn't even raise his eyelids and used the energy gun to knock down the small black spider. Qianqian's eyes flashed with surprise. And then he heard Shiryu hurriedly said, Don't mess with me. Is it the time to talk nonsense now? The handsome boy was still calm. If I can drive a mecha, will I stay here? That's hard to say. Shiryu replied casually. Knocked down another spider, and the 2 had already run out of the mall. Qianqian looked at her back and didn't say anything. But Shiryu took advantage of the fact that the small black spiders hadn't surrounded him yet, and stuck his head in front of him, blinked his eyes and asked, Are you planning to fish in troubled waters? For example, take something? There are 6 awesome bodyguards around, but they are still staying in such a dangerous place a day after the alarm was issued. Shiryu doesn't believe that there is no other purpose. In the boy's slightly cold gaze, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Why not count me in? I don't want others. Just take me to the shelter after you get the things." The pretty boy didn't move, his obsidian eyes staring at Shiryu quietly. Shiryu chuckled twice. "Don't look at me like that. It seems that only Lester listens to you among your bodyguards. Look at me. My shooting skills are more accurate than Lester's. My brain is smarter than Lester. And more importantly, I think you are very beautiful." The pretty boy still looked at her and argued with his nice voice. "But you are a rookie." "Shiryu, That's not the point." The pretty boy continued to look at her. But he didn't argue this time, as if he was waiting for her to get to the point. Shiryu smiled awkwardly and tried to put her arm on his shoulder. But because of the lack of height, she could only withdraw her hand awkwardly. She coughed lightly and said, "The point is that we are not familiar with each other. What you take has nothing to do with me. Do you think I am particularly reliable when you think about it this way?" She blinked cutely, but her eyes circled around the handsome boy face. Under the dark night, the boy's silver hair was lifted by the wind, revealing the ruby earrings on his earlobes. His eyelashes, as fine and dense as crow feathers, trembled slightly, covering his pupils, and also covering his eyes, that passed over Shiryu's right index finger. "I'm going to the headquarters of Hylian Express." Chapter 7. Headquarters of Hylian Express? Shiryu repeated unexpectedly. No wonder she was surprised. She could guess that Qianqian and his group had other purposes for staying here, but she couldn't guess what they wanted to do. The words she just said were just a test because she saw that Qianqian and the people around him were not in harmony. "Do you want to go with me?" Qianqian's tone was calm, as if he was inviting others to visit scenic spots. Shiryu glanced at the three people who were fighting with giant spiders in the distance and had destroyed countless buildings. "Can the two of us leave?" She had just made a lot of excuses when she wanted to kidnap someone to escape. But when she really wanted to leave, she was worried. "I can't leave," Qianqian answered honestly. "Shiryu, But there is a place where you can." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the building next to the mall. Shiryu was thinking about relying on him to escape, so he followed immediately. The giant spider came from this direction. Its sharp bristles cut the street into a mess, and there were many large holes on the ground. Qianqian walked forward without hesitation. When he walked behind a building, he stopped and turned around to hold Shiryu's wrist. The boy's hand was icy and cold. In this slightly hot summer night, it was undoubtedly very comfortable to touch. But before she had time to enjoy this comfort for a while, Qianqian suddenly pulled her to run. And Shiryu noticed that the virtual screen in front of his right eye popped up again. After the virtual screen popped up, Shiryu noticed a layer of red light sweeping over her and Qianqian. She was curious about the use of this layer of red light. There was another rumble not far away. I don't know which building collapsed again. Shiryu had to take back his drifting thoughts. Qianqian ran fast, but Shiryu could feel the emptiness in his steps. Obviously, compared with the several bodyguards fighting with the monster spider, the beautiful boy was a weak chicken with no fighting power at all. The two ran to the side of a big hole. Shiryu was about to ask what they were doing here, but Qianqian said, "Go down." After he said that, he went down first, not afraid of spiders coming out of it. Shiryu subconsciously looked at the virtual screen in front of him, and always felt that it was an incredible good thing. At the same time, the face of the middle-aged man who was fighting with the giant spider suddenly changed, and he was kicked by the giant spider and smashed hard on a building. In the heat source detection of his mecha radar, Qianqian and Shiryu suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man did not hesitate at all, and immediately connected the communication and said, "Kyle, the Major General is missing. You dragged this monster. I go see what happened." Kyle and I were shocked at the same time. And Kyle immediately said, "How come the Major General was just here and suddenly disappeared? Is it that girl?" The middle-aged man did not respond, and the mecha he was driving withdrew from the battle. Seeing this, Kyle and I knew that even if they asked again, the middle-aged man would not answer. So they had to grit their teeth and drag the giant spider. Lester and his three companions who were fighting the small spiders over there also found something wrong. But the spiders were endless, and they couldn't kill them all. So they had no way to get out. "What is this?" Shiryu looked at the wide underground passage and took a breath in surprise. Qianqian looked sideways slightly. There is a magnetic energy road built underground on the aquamarine. All the goods are transported on the underground magnetic energy road. Shiryu immediately showed an expression of inexperience. "What is a magnetic energy road?" As soon as she asked the question, She felt that the boy hand holding her wrist tightened a little. Probably because he couldn't stand her being so ignorant. Qianqian didn't explain, but just pulled her to the edge of the platform and rented 2 hoverboards. Shiryu immediately said, I know this. The hoverboard. In the Interstellar era, the hoverboard is one of the short-distance transportation tools, and is the most popular among people. Qianqian looked at her, and stepped on the floating pedal. Shiryu followed suit, and tried the feel of the pedal. As a result, he accidentally stepped on the start switch, and the whole person tilted, and almost fell flat on his face. It was the handsome boy who held her back again. You don't know how to use it? Qianqian frowned, looking at Shiryu as if he was looking at a primitive man who ran out of some corner. Shiryu smiled and said, I'm poor and I haven't learned it. But I'm smart. I'll learn it soon. She patted her chest, and tried to step on the floating pedal switch again. Oh my god. This time she really fell flat on her face. Qianqian was very submissive, and followed the force of her fall forward. Stepped on the floating pedal, and pulled her wrist to watch her fall. No heart. Shiryu rubbed his sore shoulder, and said that he could definitely do it again. Qianqian tightened her wrist and said, Come up. Shiryu was stunned for a second, followed his gaze, and confirmed that it was what he understood. Then he chuckled twice. That's so embarrassing. She said sorry, but her body stood behind Qianqian honestly, without any sense of being a burden. When she got closer, Shiryu found that Qianqian smelled sweet, very light, a bit like the fragrance of flowers. A fragrance she had never smelled before. Hold on tight. Shiryu responded absent-mindedly, and just as she was about to raise her hand, she found that Qianqian was still holding her wrist. Feeling the floating pedal start to move, Shiryu quickly stood firm, and used her other hand to hold the boy's wrist. Obviously, the hand was a little stiff. Soon, the stiffness disappeared, and Shiryu looked forward from the side, and saw Qianqian stepping on the floating pedal to continue accelerating, while turning on the smart brain, with his 5 fingers jumping quickly. But after a while, Shiryu found that the underground passage was changing. After the 2 people's floating pedals passed an intersection, the machinery behind them began to change, and the road they came from disappeared. This happened after passing several intersections in a row, and Shiryu looked around. Pretty boy. Could it be that he controls the central system of the entire underground passage? Shiryu thought belatedly, but found that the floating pedal under her feet had reached a speed so fast that she couldn't see what the passage looked like, and there was no wind blowing around her. Shiryu once again showed an unworldly look, and after she pondered for a long time, she couldn't figure out why the 2 of them were moving forward on such a fast floating pedal without wind blowing around them. And the floating pedal began to slow down again. In just a few minutes, Shiryu heard the word down after the word up. She hurriedly said oh, and jumped off the floating pedal. The 2 arrived at an extremely open platform, where all the things placed here had the logo of Heist Express. The robots responsible for delivering express delivery stopped in place for some reason. As if they had crashed. So easy to get to the headquarters of Heist Express? Shiryu was thinking dizzily, but heard Qianqian say, Go up. But it's not safe up there. This is for you. The boy had a few red crystal bars in his hand, which were energy bars. The power of the energy gun, and a bit like a magazine. Shiryu's eyes lit up, and he took it immediately. But she quickly realized that the not safe the boy said was most likely referring to the monsters that suddenly invaded Heist Star. She turned her hand to take the energy bar, and grabbed the boy's sleeve. Just the 2 of us? Is it too late to regret now? The pretty boy nodded. Shiryu said quickly, I'm just a rookie. That's not the point. Shiryu, Qianqian didn't seem to care about her thoughts, and walked past her to the elevator. Chapter 8. What are you doing here? Shiryu followed Qianqian, while holding an energy gun, and being alert to the surroundings. Checking something. Qianqian responded directly. Shiryu said obediently, and did not ask any more questions. It's enough to know almost everything. The deeper the things are, the more you know, the more miserable you will die. Heist Express has a high floor, and occupies a large area. It seems that it has not been invaded by unknown species. It is quiet all around. All the robots responsible for receiving and delivering express delivery are in a state of being suddenly interrupted. It is unknown whether the Heist Express Center has been shut down. Qianqian seems to know this place very well. He walked through one passage after another without any hesitation. But Shiryu could feel that his physical strength was declining, and his steps became heavier. Soon, the 2 arrived outside an extremely wide corridor. The reason why it is wide is that the corridor is dozens of meters high, and the width and height are almost the same. It is unknown what this place is used for. Sure, you followed Qianqian to the door at the end of the corridor and watched him unfold the smart virtual screen. Then a virtual tentacle came out of his brain and gently stuck to the wall. After a while, a virtual screen was also unfolded on the wall. Qianqian white and slender 5 fingers jumped on the virtual screen. In less than a minute, the closed door suddenly opened. Sure, you stood in front of the door. The moment the door opened, the breath flowed, and the corners of her clothes rustled. Qianqian put away the brain and walked in front. The inside was more open than the outside. Like a huge square, countless virtual screens floated in the air, and the data displayed on them were all still. Sure, you was shocked by the scene in front of him. But Qianqian had already walked to the most central control console. The virtual screen in front of his right eye unfolded again, and the virtual tentacles on the brain were connected to the central control console. His 10 fingers jumped quickly, and data was constantly read into his brain. And some data was tampered with and disappeared. Sure, you was just a code 5 before, and he didn't even know C++ clearly. Seeing people who can play with data, he never hesitated to envy them. She couldn't understand what Qianqian was doing, so she simply walked to the steps of the central control console and sat down, took out a small pudding, and ate it happily. But she had only eaten half of the pudding when she suddenly heard a small crackling sound, which was undoubtedly very abrupt in the quiet space, and gradually overlapped with the sound of the spider biting the glass before. Sure, you quickly swallowed the pudding, stood up hurriedly, and asked, "Are you done? I wonder if those monsters are chasing us." Qianqian frowned slightly, and the speed of his 10 fingers increased, not much. After he finished speaking, he quickly pushed a virtual screen in front of Shiryu, the same spider as before. "You try to delay for 5 minutes, and we will leave immediately after 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Do you think too highly of me?" Shiryu looked at the dense spiders on the virtual screen, and his scalp tingled. Just now, with Qianqian bodyguards, they ran so easily. Now there are only 2 of them, and it is impossible to stop these spiders. Qianqian seemed very confident in her ability, and did not respond at all. Shiryu gritted her teeth and looked at the virtual screen for another 2 seconds. A circle of densely packed sharp teeth suddenly approached, and with a click, the virtual screen blurred for a moment and disappeared. Then, more and more virtual screens on the central control console that monitored the entire Hylian Express building disappeared. Shiryu listened to the direction of the sound, holding the energy gun in her hand, and her mind became tense. She did not regret following Qianqian here, because she knew that if she did not come here to find a chance to escape, the old hen beside him would not let her go. Shiryu was a person who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She was so sensitive to the murderous aura of others that she could almost instinctively detect it. She accidentally ran into several people who stayed in the city for ulterior motives. Their motives were hidden, and she had no chance of saving her life. Shiryu listened to the increasingly clear clicks, and patiently urged, "Hurry up, or I run away alone." Almost the moment she finished speaking, a crack appeared on the originally smooth and seamless wall, and then the cracks covered the entire wall like a spider web. The tall wall collapsed with a bang, and Shiryu swallowed her saliva. The broken building materials fell down and almost hit her. At the same time, one black spider after another crawled out of the collapsed wall, with a circle of sharp teeth on their abdomens, and their hairy spider claws waving, as if shouting and provoking. Energy bombs kept firing from the muzzle, but Shiryu's shooting frequency was far less than the number of spiders, even though her hit rate was very high, and sometimes she shot down several spiders at a time. She still couldn't stop the spiders from approaching. If this goes on, both she and Qianqian will be eaten by spiders as food. She shot and retreated at the same time. Finally, Qianqian stopped what he was doing and whispered, "Go!" Shiryu pulled his wrist and ran out without hesitation. Qianqian was a real weakling and obviously couldn't keep up with her speed. However, after running a short distance, a layer of white appeared on his lips. He endured the discomfort and controlled the intelligent brain while running. At the same time, the door in front of the 2 began to close. Shiryu instantly understood his intention. In just a short while, all the spiders had rushed in. According to the current speed of the 2, they would be eaten clean by spiders before going out. Shiryu pursed her lips and pulled Qianqian forward. "You go out first." She did not have the dedication to sacrifice herself for others. She wanted to run, and she had to run without leaving any trouble. Now was the best opportunity. Qianqian knew that he was a burden, so he ran forward with her strength. But in such a short time, his lips turned 2 points paler. Sure, you shot while retreating. With her blocking, the spider forward speed was obviously slower, but only a little slower. Qianqian ran to the front of the gate and looked back at the girl behind him. He found that she didn't follow him at all, and the direction of movement was completely on the other side of the gate. He frowned. The gate was already 2/3 closed. He stopped, but heard Shiryu say disdainfully, "Get out quickly. Don't get in the way here." This disdain was too real. Qianqian's face darkened, and the pace that had stopped originally accelerated, and he walked out of the central control room in a few steps. Shiryu saw from the corner of his eye that the gate was about to close, so he exerted force on his feet and ran to the other side of the central control room. Qianqian turned around and saw her jumping lightly and killing several spiders with one shot. She even had time to turn sideways and wink at him, and mouthed, "Goodbye. Pretty." Qianqian narrowed his eyes after reading her mouth, and the cold air on his body gurgled out. But the door of the central control room slammed shut, completely isolating him from the outside. Chapter 9. The black palm-sized spiders swarmed in, their densely packed sharp teeth constantly making a snapping and biting sound, and they were about to swallow Shiryu in the blink of an eye. Shiryu turned around and threw the energy gun on the ground. If there were outsiders standing here at this time, they would find that her eyes were filled with a layer of golden light. At the same time, all the rubble related to metal on the ground was shaking. Shiryu has a gold-related ability, and is very sensitive to metal. When the spiders were gnawing at the walls of the building just now, she noticed that the building materials of the building were mixed with a lot of alloys. However, in the blink of an eye, Shiryu pupils completely turned golden, and those alloys turned into small scimitars at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, all the scimitars pierced into the spiders' bodies with extreme speed and sharpness, and green liquid splashed out with a puff, which was dirty and disgusting. Shiryu dodges with a grin. But the scimitars are like the toys of the god of death in hell, rolling up beautiful and gorgeous knife flowers, and snapping to solve another group of spiders. The little spiders that pounced on Shiryu seemed to be aware of the danger, and all of them curled up their legs and retreated. Shiryu was imposing but did not want to fight. Seeing that the spider group retreated like shrinking water, she quickly used her gold power to open a big hole in the ground and quickly left on the metal steps. After she left, the messy central control room made a sharp sound of metal and metal friction, and then sparks flew onto the spider corpses, just like the wind blowing weeds to grow. Sparks kept surging, and the unmanned metal scimitars all fell to the ground and were engulfed by the scorching heat. After going down several floors in a row, Shiryu stopped in front of the huge French window in the corridor and rubbed her head. She hadn't used her power on such a large scale for a long time, and her body was obviously a little bit unbearable. Now she had to find a safe place to rest for a while. As for Qianqian, Shiryu didn't think that the old hen dared to let him stay alone with her, because she thought she was not a threat. He wouldn't die here, and he might have been able to get away easily without her just now. Shiryu walked along the corridor, holding on to the French window. When she came here, she had observed the terrain here. Almost every floor had the same layout. She only needed to walk along this corridor to the elevator in front, and she would be able to leave here soon. Thinking of this, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief and looked out of the French window. Dawn was approaching, and a hint of red appeared on the horizon, as if the cold darkness had passed and the aquamarine would usher in a new life. Shiryu moved her eyes back. Suddenly, a cold chill ran up from her tailbone. Shiryu subconsciously turned sideways, and the energy bullet shot past her face. Her body tensed, and the next second the energy gun was pressed against her head. Shiryu surrendered without hesitation. She was familiar with this action. The middle-aged man held the trigger with his index finger, his face almost frozen. He obviously did not intend to get rid of Shiryu immediately, but asked in a calm voice, "Where is the young master?" "He and I ran separately," Shiryu said simply. But just as she finished speaking, the energy gun poked her temple. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, "Where is the person?" "Hey, don't get excited. Don't get excited." On the 28th floor, in the central control room, Shiryu still answered very straightforwardly. Seeing the middle-aged man staring at her, she had to quickly add, "It's true. We met a spider there. I saw him running for breath after 2 steps. And then," as she spoke, Her eyes were erratic, and she looked like a bastard who had abandoned her companions to escape for her own life. The middle-aged man didn't seem to think she had any noble sentiments. He narrowed his eyes and slightly loosened his index finger on the trigger, but tightened it in an instant. With a bang, the energy bullet rushed out of the muzzle, and the girl who was supposed to be shot in the head by the energy bullet dodged it at an incredible speed. I don't know when her knees covered with a layer of metal bent and hit the middle-aged man's abdomen heavily. The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect her to have such a quick response ability. He was kicked by her unexpectedly, and the intense stinging made him groan. But in a flash, the middle-aged man's arm was covered with liquid metal and hit Shiryu fiercely. Shiryu had seen the power of the mimic exoskeleton before. Even if she had been prepared, she couldn't face this attack head-on, and the huge impact also made her fly backwards. Relying on physical strength alone, there is no way to fight against people wearing mimic exoskeletons. Shiryu had overused her superpowers not long ago, and her body was weak and tired. She fell to the ground fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a wow. And there was also intense pain on the right side of her waist that was hit. Shiryu knew that her ribs might be broken. It was a pity that there was no one moved to send her to the west. Shiryu barely raised the corner of his mouth. If she had known that she would meet the old hen by chance, she would not abandon Qianqian and run away by herself. With Qianqian around, the old hen might not dare to do this to her. While Shiryu was thinking dizzily, the middle-aged man had already picked up the energy gun and was firing intensively at her. The energy gun was extremely powerful, and Shiryu would die on the spot if she was hit by one. She gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain on her body, and grinned. Almost at the same time, several metal scimitars flew out of her pocket and cut all the energy bombs that were shot at her. The gorgeous scimitars rolled up in scrupulous arcs. After cutting the energy bombs, they did not stop, but stabbed the middle-aged man at an incredible speed. The middle-aged man was stunned when the scimitars appeared. When the scimitars cut the energy bombs, he shouted out of control, "Mental power materializes." Shiryu did not understand what he meant. Taking advantage of his brief loss of consciousness, all the scimitars went forward together and stabbed the middle-aged man fatal parts. The middle-aged man was not careful, and a bloody mark was cut on his neck by the scimitar. Blood flowed down, and the pain made him come back to his senses instantly. He ignored his bleeding wound and put on the mimic exoskeleton without hesitation. Mimic exoskeleton is a combat weapon developed by humans when they cannot use mechas to fight. It greatly improves the combat effectiveness of the human body. The middle-aged man was originally a ruthless man who fought on the battlefield. He put on the mimic exoskeleton and turned his hand to hold a metal scimitar. He wanted to bend the knife, but the scimitar changed its shape and went straight out of his palm. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that the metal scimitar could be deformed. He immediately picked up the energy gun and shot Shiryu again while dodging the scimitar. Shiryu dodged in a panic. The bloody smell in her mouth and nose became stronger and stronger, and her consciousness began to blur. A few dodging movements made her gasp for air. However, the floor-to-ceiling window was hit by energy bullets because of her dodging movements. The originally thick glass gradually showed a crack. Shiryu did not notice the change in the glass. She shook her head, and the golden light in her eyes was bright. The palm-sized scimitars all turned into fine and dense needles, leaving no gap for the middle-aged man to dodge. With a wow, Shiryu spat out another mouthful of blood. This time it was really fatal. Overwhelmed, Shiryu felt the index finger of her right hand was hot, but she was now fuzzy, and could not tell whether it was her illusion or her finger accidentally touched the energy bomb. She covered her right waist, and tried to run in embarrassment. But she had only run a few steps, when a huge momentum came from behind. The golden scimitar smashed the glass beside her, and the horizontal impact carried Shiryu directly out. Shiryu fell out of the window, and the whistling wind blew past her ears. Fuck. I'm going to die. This is more than 20 floors. Shiryu lay down peacefully, wondering if she could travel through time again? Forget it. The chance of traveling through time again is too low. The golden light condensed from Shiryu's eyes again. And at this moment, the temperature of the mecha ring on her index finger rose, and the sound of mechanical stiffness sounded. Lancer has been successfully activated. Physical fitness test passed. Mental strength test passed. Meets driving standards. System has been bound. Driver Shiryu, God of War, is ready. Chapter 10. When the first rays of morning light shone on the earth, Qianqian saw the most beautiful scene in his life. The 100-meter-high mecha was full of silver texture, and the fluid blue fluctuated like water light. Under the illumination of the early sun, it was like a distant mountain, cold and unattainable. The perfect streamlined design reflected the sparkling light, and the shocking beauty at that moment was more dazzling than the early sun on the top of the mountain. Lanzel. Qianqian uttered 4 words slowly, and the virtual screen of his right eye ejected and locked onto the mecha not far away. And a series of data analysis immediately appeared in front of him. In the cockpit of the mecha, the light blue light scanned Shiryu from head to toe. And then a dense virtual screen appeared in front of her. Data kept surging, and the sound of the machine sounded again. Driver data scan successful. Mecha mode adjusted. Downgrade adjustment. Adjustment successful. Driving strength A level. Shiryu didn't quite understand what the mechanical voice meant, and she had never systematically learned how to drive a mecha before. Now looking at the cockpit, there was only confusion on her face. Shiryu tried, "Can I use voice?" The answer to her was silence. Shiryu tried again, "Shall AI? Siri? No way. No way. With such advanced technology, mecha can't be controlled by voice?" After another silence, the mechanical voice sounded again. "Do you want to turn on the beginner mode?" Shiryu didn't know why, but she heard a sense of sarcasm in the mechanical voice. This can't be blamed on her. She is just a salted fish. It's normal that she doesn't know how to do it. So she said happily, "Turn it on. Turn it on." The middle-aged man looked at the mecha that appeared outside the French window, and was so shocked that he forgot to move, and subconsciously murmured, "Impossible." Soon, he came to his senses, opened a smart brain without hesitation and dialed a terminal number. But the call was rejected. The triangular exclamation mark on the lower right of the smart brain told him that he had no way to communicate with others now. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, weighed the pros and cons, and immediately made a decision. Took out the mecha and jumped out of the French window. The fiery red mecha descended on the earth like a flame. Because it was a heavy mecha, it looked bulky, and the huge muzzle was black on its shoulders, which was extremely threatening. The middle-aged man knew very well that he and his group came to the Blue Sea Star for something that disappeared 10 years ago, the night before yesterday. They found clues, and could have immediately found the object. However, the aquamarine planet was suddenly invaded by an unknown species, and their plan was interrupted. They had to stay in the dangerous area and wait until they found the object. They thought it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but they didn't expect that the person wearing the object had already come to the door. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and blamed himself for being too careless. He knew its power very well, so he immediately aimed the gun at the silver-blue mecha after entering the cockpit. He wanted to strike first, but the silver-blue mecha moved. The middle-aged man held his breath, but saw it frantically taking out a cylindrical object and shaking it in his hand. The middle-aged man was stunned and didn't understand what it meant, but out of fear of it, he subconsciously took a step back, alert to the possible danger. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. More than 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened, and the silver-blue mecha was still shaking the cylindrical object. The middle-aged man suddenly realized that he might have been fooled. He was immediately angry and pulled out the big knife on his back, charging his strength to chop at Shiryu. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the cylindrical object that had no reaction suddenly ejected a beam of light, and the silver-blue mecha disappeared instantly. However, in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man felt a heavy weight behind him. A fierce kick made him stagger forward, and he fell to the ground with a bang, crushing a building. The speed that was difficult for the radar to capture made the middle-aged man shudder. He was a soldier who was truly honed on the battlefield. His physical fitness had reached the SS level. Whether it was reaction or observation, it was not comparable to ordinary people of the same level. But even so, he, driving an S-level mecha, could not capture the movement trajectory of the silver-blue mecha at all. The middle-aged man made a judgment instantly. All the gun barrels stood upright, and fired indiscriminately at the surroundings. His mecha had already completed the simulation modeling of the surrounding environment, and presented it on the virtual screen in front of him. The middle-aged man only saw a silver-blue figure flash by, followed by a rumbling explosion. At that moment, his pupils dilated, and he saw that all the shells fired were cut by the beam sword in an instant, and exploded in the air before they hit the ground. Unprecedented oppression and fear instantly occupied the middle-aged man's heart. He never thought that he would be so vulnerable in front of Lancer. Yes, Lanzer. Lanzer means the god of war in the old language of the Federation. No! No way. The novice invincible mode is only 1 minute. Sure, you tried to bargain with the mechanical voice, but the other party stopped talking. Sure, you had no choice but to resign himself to controlling the mecha. And the originally smooth movements became awkward again. The middle-aged man, whose heart was half broken, suddenly felt a sense of ridiculousness in his heart. Was that little girl deliberately provoking him? If she didn't kill him immediately, but was still hesitating, what else could it be if not a provocation? A surge of anger surged in his heart, and the originally collapsed fighting spirit was rekindled. Soldiers can be defeated and die in battle, but they will never allow others to humiliate them. The middle-aged man put aside the disturbed emotions in his heart and fought with the fastest speed. God of War. Pull the distance, establish his advantage, and set up the gun barrel again. He is a heavy artillery mecha, and long-range attack is the most suitable fighting method for him. But just as he tried to fire the cannonball, the silver-blue mecha suddenly spread its virtual particle wings behind it. The mimic wings vibrated slightly, and it disappeared again. The scattered particle sniper rifle parts installed on various parts of the mecha instantly merged. The bullet shot from the overwhelming sniper method from high altitude shattered the head of the red mecha, and then countless arcs crawled all over the red mecha. The middle-aged man pupil swayed, his whole body twitched, and the last sight of his life was the silver-blue mecha fluttering like a butterfly in the sky. The rumbling sound of explosions continued, and the red mecha appeared and disappeared in no more than 5 minutes. How badly Shiryu was beaten before. How happy she was now. She was planning to fly back and forth in the air and try the accuracy of the sniper rifle by the way. When the mechanical sound rang out, the driver's body is overloaded. It is recommended to leave the mecha immediately for treatment. Warning! Forced to leave the cockpit after 3 seconds. Shiryu? ? This is still in the danger zone. Can we wait until she reaches the shelter before leaving? Shiryu had no time to bargain with the mechanical voice. The negative state that had just disappeared from her body invaded her nerves. The piercing ribs and dizzy head made her want to scream. A flash of blue light flashed across the ring on her index finger, and the mecha disappeared. Shiryu fell to the ground. She endured the pain in her body, and took out a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it. The nutrient solution could not bring any help to her injuries, but could only barely cheer her up a little. Shiryu supported the tiles on the ground. Li was about to stand up when a pair of shoes suddenly appeared in front of her. Shiryu raised her head and saw the boy half crouching down, his soft and beautiful silver hair fluttering in the breeze of the early morning. Some strands fell and stuck to Shiryu's face, making her want to reach out and brush them away. Shiryu, who had just wanted to run away and plotted against someone, smiled awkwardly. Little pretty girl, you can't take advantage of my illness to kill me. Before she could say the word life, Shiryu felt a pain in the back of her neck. In her peripheral vision, the boy pierced her skin with a syringe. Shiryu closed her eyes and passed out. Chapter 11. When Shiryu woke up, she felt pain all over her body, as if she had been thrown under a tractor and repeatedly crushed. And then she was blown up with an air pump when she couldn't be flatter. She frowned and opened her eyes, and suddenly saw a magnified face. She blinked, and then blinked again. The other person also blinked, and then blinked again. The two of them looked at each other inexplicably for a full minute before the person in front of her straightened up, turned on the smart brain, and said slowly, "The body is in good condition, and the broken ribs will take 2 days to fully recover." Shiryu listened to him mumbling, and then she noticed that the other person was wearing a white coat, and she seemed to be lying in a hospital. Shiryu supported herself with her hands and sat up, with only a slight pain in her waist. The medical technology in the Interstellar era is so strong that it can recover her injuries in just 2 or 3 days. After listening to the boy mumbling, Shiryu asked suspiciously, "Are you a doctor?" The boy looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, and his cute baby face could completely suppress his age. But he was tall and slender, and at a glance, he was at least 1.8 meters tall. The boy raised his eyelids and glanced at Shiryu, saying, "Just a volunteer." A question mark instantly appeared on Shiryu's forehead. The boy guessed that she didn't know her situation very well, so he had to explain. 3 days ago, the aquamarine planet was suddenly invaded by an unknown species, and people kept getting injured. Our shelter temporarily organized volunteers, and I was one of them. You were sent here yesterday. When Shiryu heard him say this, she immediately recalled what happened before. She subconsciously looked down at her right index finger and found that the mecha ring was still there, and immediately asked, "Where is the person who sent me here?" It seems that Qianqian still has martial ethics and did not take her life while she was sick. When we found you, you were lying outside the shelter. Did someone send you here? After the boy asked, he said, "Your mental power was consumed a lot, and your body was also hurt. Fortunately, you were injected with advanced repair medicine in time, so there was no damage. Pay attention next time, and repair your body well. If there is a problem with your mental power, even gods can't save you," he instructed. Shiryu was stunned and subconsciously reached out to touch the back of his neck. Is the injection that Qianqian gave her an advanced repair medicine? The boy didn't notice her expression, took out a syringe from the medicine box, and said, "Stretch out your hand. This is the last injection of physiological repair fluid. After the injection, rest for a day, and you can move freely tomorrow." Maybe Qianqian injection left her with sequelae. Shiryu saw the cold light on the tip of the needle, and held his hand suspiciously and said, "Aren't you a volunteer? Can you give injections?" The boy was not angry when she questioned him, and opened the smart brain to put a certificate in front of her. Good guy. Senior Medical Practitioner Qualification Certificate. Shiryu obediently stretched out her hand in front of the boy and turned away her eyes. A slight tingling sensation spread through her nerves, and she stretched out her other hand to touch the back of her neck, thinking that the little doctor was much gentler than Qianqian. "Okay. Lie down." The boy put away the syringe and fiddled with the smart brain to make a record, watching the little doctor go out. Shiryu obediently lay down. Just at this moment, an email popped up on her smart brain, and the sender was Dr. Shir. The red triangle exclamation mark on the lower right corner of the smart brain had disappeared. Shiryu opened the email, which was sent yesterday morning, about the time when she was driving the mecha. Shiryu clicked into the email with doubts, and found that there was only a short paragraph in it. "Little bastard. It seems that you have obtained the God of War, and activated the gene lock in your body. Remember, don't let anyone know that you are the driver of the God of War. Don't trust anyone, and don't go to the capital star." Shiryu looked at this paragraph, and strangely felt that she was reading a routine novel by Long Outyin. "I sent an email, but I didn't explain the matter clearly, and asked her not to do this or that. It's obvious that I want her to do this or that." Shiryu touched her chin and was about to reply an email through the terminal number, but found that after exiting the email disappeared from her mailbox. Well, there was no sign or trace. Shiryu felt that she might have accidentally stepped on the fate of the protagonist. Her eyes lit up for a second, and soon calmed down. Forget it. She should just be a salted fish. Shiryu continued to lie down, but another message came from the smart brain. The sender was a string of asterisks. Shiryu opened the email and raised his eyebrows when he saw the content of the email. The mecha was put away. The short 4 words had no beginning or end, which really fits someone's character. Shiryu looked at the receiving time, which was only a few minutes later than the previous email. It seems that both emails were received now, because the smart brain had no signal before. Shiryu flexed her 10 fingers and was about to send a message to Qianqian to ask him if he could explain clearly what was going on with this mecha. But the email disappeared after she exited. Did the two of them make an appointment? Shiryu had to log out of her mailbox. She saw her space bag next to her. Her stomach was rumbling. She immediately picked up the space bag, took out a small pudding, and ate it happily. "What are you eating?" The sudden voice made Shiryu pause. She then realized that there was a person lying on the bed next to her. He was also a boy of 16 or 17 years old. His hands were bandaged and fixed, different from the baby-faced boy just now. He looked more stern and calm. Shiryu felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. While eating the small pudding, she answered, "I'm eating pudding." She didn't mean to share. The boy seemed embarrassed to keep staring at the pudding in her hand, so he had to look away. But his stomach was rude. Shiryu raised her eyebrows. Was she hungry? She still didn't mean to share. The boy was a little shy. He touched his belly with his uninjured hand and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Shiryu, can you give me one of your pudding? I can pay for it." Hearing the other party call out his name accurately, Shiryu raised his eyebrows. "Do you know me?" The boy was even more surprised than her. "You don't know me? I'm Lu Dongan." Lu Dongan? Shiryu carefully recalled the information about this name, and found that he really knew him. If Shiryu and Qianqian were the two big bores of Oak Middle School, Then Lu Dongan was the pride of Vogue Middle School. When he enrolled, he was tested to be SSS level in both physical and mental strength. As soon as he entered the school, he received admission invitations from several major military academies in the Federation, saying that he could be transferred to the affiliated middle schools of several major military academies as an exception, and go directly to college after graduating from middle school. For some unknown reason, Lu Dongan rejected the invitations of several major military academies and studied honestly in Vogue Middle School. He always took the first place in the grade in every exam. What a coincidence. Two big borers and a big pride are in the same class. Sure, you thought? Took out a small pudding, opened the terminal number page of the intelligent brain, and then pushed the virtual screen over 100 federal coins. Thank you for your patronage. Lu Dongan, Don't think he doesn't know the price of this pudding of the Sweetberry Group. Sure, your price has increased tenfold. You don't kill pigs like this. Sure, you looked at his expression and immediately took out another nutrient solution. You can also want nutrient solution. 10 federal coins per bottle. Thanks. Lu Dongan, This is the most common nutrient solution. 1 federal coin per bottle in the roadside vending machine. Lu Dongan tried to see a flower on Shiryu face, but the other party was concentrating on eating pudding, as if he didn't notice his sight. So he had to take the nutrient solution with frustration, and then gave Shiryu 10 federal coins. Chapter 12. Shiryu was full of energy the next day. During this period, she earned another 20 federal coins from Lu Dongan. The money came too fast. She also learned something from the little doctor. The invasion of unknown species was very sudden. At present, it is still unknown how they invaded, but it is certain that they definitely have a stable channel to reach the aquamarine star. However, in just 2 or 3 days, the scope of the invasion of the aquamarine star expanded rapidly. The aquamarine star garrison, which was originally able to deal with huge monsters with ease, was gradually forced to stay in the shelter. The ground of the aquamarine star could not contact the space station outside the planet at all, and it was impossible to determine whether other planets in the deep blue galaxy were in the same situation, let alone how the outside world planned to implement rescue. The intelligent brain had a signal because the shelter had built a temporary communication device. But once out of the shelter, the intelligent brain would lose the signal again, and each shelter became an isolated island. The situation was terrible. I give you the last check. Feng Xiao took the small helmet. Sure, you put it on obediently, and soon felt a ray of red light coming out of the helmet, and then scanned her whole body. And then a virtual screen popped up above her head, showing various data of her body. Feng Xiao was making a record on the intelligent brain, and just halfway through the record, the shelter suddenly shook violently. Shiryu was too sensitive to this kind of shaking, and climbed out of the bed without caring whether Feng Xiao had made a record. Lu Dongan, who was lying on the bed next to him, was also alert. What happened? He just asked the question, and another more violent vibration came, and at the same time, a fierce alarm sounded. Feng Xiao immediately reacted, "Oh no! It is very likely that unknown species have begun to attack the shelter." These days, the range of activities of the aquamarine star garrison has been shrinking. At first, they could go outside to search for survivors. But in the past 1 or 2 days, as long as they go out, they will be targeted by those huge monsters, and then attack crazily. And many people were even dragged out of the cockpit and eaten by them. Shiryu was thinking hack it? And loudspeakers in various places in the shelter suddenly sounded, "Please pay attention to all refugees in the shelter. The shelter is being invaded by unknown species. Those who have mechas and can operate mechas to fight, please rush to shelter number 23. Before the voice on the radio finished speaking, a scream was heard, followed by the creepy chewing sound. Shiryu immediately reacted, "I'm afraid we can't defend this place." The person who spoke on the radio was undoubtedly someone from the military or government of the aquamarine star. The current situation was obvious. He might have fallen into the monster's stomach. Shiryu had seen with his own eyes the strip-shaped monster with disgusting tentacles eating people with its sharp teeth. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan also realized that the situation was bad. At this time, the vibration from the shelter became more and more intense, and there were faint screams. The 3 people who were still in the room took a breath at the same time. Feng Xiao made a prompt decision. "Let's go. You follow me." With someone familiar with the shelter, Shiryu and Lu Dongan, 2 headless flies, found some direction. But when they walked out of the room, they saw many people fleeing in panic. This place is the rescue area. In addition to doctors and nurses, the wounded stayed here. The wounded didn't care about their injuries, and were stimulated by the broadcast. They all ran out. Some fell to the ground and were stepped on by the people who fled in panic, which made their injuries worse. Even though Shiryu had experienced the cruel end of the world, he felt really bad. Feng Xiao looked at the person who was stepped on and ran over to help her up. But at this moment, a tentacle smashed down from the top of the shelter and dragged it away. The shelter that could withstand the latest R2 missile air strikes was smashed like a cone skin, and the rubble fell down. Shiryu didn't care about other people and dodged everywhere. She looked out from the place where she was smashed open and happened to see a mecha being thrown away by disgusting tentacles and smashed hard in the distance. Screams came one after another in her ears, and the shelter was still under attack. Shiryu frowned, and a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Energy power crystal detected. It is recommended to seize it. Driver Shiryu, God of War, is ready. Shiryu's mind was confused, and before she understood what the energy power crystal was, the silver ring on her index finger began to heat up. She didn't have time to think about it. She knew that it was more likely to save her life if she stayed in the mecha at this time. So she took out the God of War directly from the mecha ring. The silver-blue mecha descended again, and the originally gray sky seemed to have swept away the original haze because of its appearance. The bright luster flowed through the surface of the mecha, dazzling people. At the same time, the outer ring orbit satellite of the aquamarine captured a very subtle signal fluctuation. A palm-sized diamond-shaped crystal appeared on the virtual screen in front of Shiryu. At the same time, a virtual image of a bar-shaped monster with its tentacles dancing wildly was outlined. The diamond-shaped crystal was on the bar-shaped monster's head covered with sharp teeth. Is this the energy power crystal? Just when Shiryu was stunned, the strip-shaped monster waved its disgusting tentacles and immediately entangled the God of War. Its sharp teeth, still stained with blood, pointed to the sky, making a harsh and unpleasant biting sound. Shiryu, who covered the control core of the God of War with her mental power, immediately felt the suffocation of being tied up. She came back to her senses in an instant and controlled the God of War to adjust the combat mode as the mecha system showed her after turning on the novice mode. Many people who were operating mechas outside were dazzled by the appearance of the silver-blue mecha. They turned around and saw her being entangled by the monster. Before they could come back to their senses, they saw the silver-blue mecha release 3 floaters from each of the legs that were not tied. The silver beam was released from the floater, like an indestructible sharp blade. With a tear, the tentacles that bound the silver-blue mecha were cut off. The strip-shaped monster roared, and green liquid continued to fall from its severed tentacles. At the same time, the other 5 floaters also released silver beams. Everyone's eyelids couldn't help but jump when they heard the loud tearing sounds. When they looked over again, the strip-shaped monster that the Sea Blue Star garrison couldn't do anything to broke into several pieces and fell to the ground before it could even let out its last roar. Green liquid flowed out, smelly and fishy, disgusting to the point of making people want to vomit. Shiryu never expected that the floater would be so powerful. She was still thinking about controlling the floater to show its power, and another warning sign popped up in front of her. Warning! The mecha's energy is less than 30%. It was hard for Shiryu not to swear. Fuck. No wonder it's so useful. It turns out that it consumes so much energy. She just saw that it was still 70%. Shiryu reluctantly took back all the floaters, took out the beam sword storage, and shook it hard. After the beam sword was thrown out, he drove the mecha forward to fight the monster. Shiryu had never learned how to drive a mecha. The battle was completely based on the instincts and an inexplicable premonition from the life and death struggle in the zombie group in his previous life. At first, she couldn't control the mecha well, and it was quite strenuous, but her body adjusted very quickly. However, after a few movements, she got used to the pressure and discomfort brought by driving the mecha. In the cockpit, virtual screens appeared and disappeared one after another, and huge amounts of data flowed by, concentrating on the battle. Shiryu did not notice that the detection data called Gene Lock on a virtual screen at the top of the cockpit was jumping wildly and constantly calibrated. In close combat, Shiryu showed off his beam sword all over the scene, and many people looked at the silver-blue mecha like a ray of light that cut through the sky, swept away the haze, and brought down the light. In addition to her, another black mecha and a white mecha appeared. The black mecha carried a sniper rifle to support Shiryu all the way, and the white mecha kept firing shells. each shot hitting the monster's weakness. Accurate and sharp. In this way, Shiryu pressure was greatly reduced, and the beam sword was like a death sickle, madly harvesting the lives of the strip-shaped monsters. The one-sided battle began to change. The Sea Blue Star garrison, which was quickly defeated due to lack of preparedness, immediately regrouped. The monsters seemed to realize that they were at a disadvantage and fled with their tentacles. The battle paused. Shiryu looked at the mecha with only 20% of its energy left and gasped for air. She was indeed a weakling. Her body seemed to be unable to bear the battle after only 10 minutes. Shiryu wiped the sweat from her forehead, shook her head, collected the energy crystals one by one, and then went back to eat pudding. Suddenly, a communication popped up in front of her. Captain Lin Xia of the Sea Blue Star Garrison requested to communicate with you. Chapter 13. The silver blue mecha swept across the battlefield with the force of thunder. The short video of just a few seconds was frozen at the moment when the mecha put away the beam sword. In the highest combat command room of the Aquamarine space station, officers in blue and white uniforms sat on both sides of the long table. After the video ended, the adjutant sitting next to the major general officer at the end of the long table stood up and said, "This is the current situation of Aquamarine, just captured from the Ring satellite. Since the sudden outbreak of unknown species invasion on Aquamarine a few days ago, the space station received the rescue communication from Aquamarine and sent a part of the advance team to the surface. All communications of the Ring satellite were interfered. The space station tried to contact the surface of Aquamarine many times, but to no avail. A few hours after the outbreak of unknown species invasion on Aquamarine, the other 6 planets in the deep blue galaxy also broke out unknown species invasion. All space stations lost contact with the surface. This was the first time that the Ring satellite captured the surface signal in so many days." There was a fragmented discussion on the long table. After a while, Feng Zhui bent his 5 fingers and tapped the table, and the discussion stopped immediately. Feng Zhui glanced at everyone in the conference room and said, "Aquamarine was the first planet to be invaded by unknown species. From this short video, the situation of the invasion of unknown species is more serious than we thought. But the surface did not fall so quickly. The primary problem now is that our rescue cannot break through the atmosphere and enter the surface." After losing contact with the surface, Feng Zhui tried to send troops to Aquamarine, but the sky above Aquamarine was also blocked by monsters. He suffered heavy losses from forced entry and finally had to withdraw and ask for support from the capital planet. The Deep Blue Galaxy is a well-known commercial galaxy with developed trade and tourism, but no resources. The Garrison Legion can only be regarded as a second tier among the many legions of the Federation. Therefore, this time the invasion of unknown species broke out. Both the surface garrison and the legion stationed in the space station could not cope with it. The officers below were silent, and everyone knew what Feng Zhui said. Not only Aquamarine could not be penetrated, but other planets in the Deep Blue Galaxy were also the same. They had been using many means these days, but the inability to enter Aquamarine blocked all their rescue plans. The conference room fell silent, and Feng Zhui felt a headache again. Coincidentally, at this moment, a virtual screen popped up in front of him, and the person in charge of the Aquamarine space station port called in directly from the emergency channel, "General, Major General Xie Jiangsa of the Judgment Corps is here." As soon as the 7 words of Xie Jiangsa of the Judgment Corps came out, everyone in the conference room stood up. The silver-red aircraft shot from a distance, like a beam of light, and stopped outside the Aquamarine defense line. After the system authority recognition, the aircraft crossed the defense line and gradually slowed down and stopped at the Aquamarine space station port. At the same time, the aircraft designed as a fighter plane transformed into a mecha. Everyone in the port stopped what they were doing and looked at the mecha slowly entering the port in surprise and astonishment. "It's Xuefeng. It's Major General Xie Jiangsa," someone shouted loudly. The silence was broken, and the port suddenly became noisy. When the mecha was parked, everyone saw a person wearing a silver-red mimic exoskeleton coming down from the cockpit. He landed on the ground and removed the mimicry exoskeleton. The first thing that was exposed to everyone was a neat black hair. As his face gradually revealed itself to the public, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, "Xie Jiangsa, Major General, Deputy Commander of the Judgment Corps and Adjutant of the Chief Commander, has participated in 58 battles of all sizes, and has made countless military achievements." Some people were counting his resume of more than 10 years in the army in their hearts. It was Major General Xie Jiangsa. Does his coming mean that Commander Xia also? Some people held their breath and followed him. The mimicry exoskeleton was completely removed, and the dark red military uniform wrapped the man's slender and powerful body. The red teardrop mole under his right eye swayed with his smile. Xie Jiangsa waved to everyone who looked over, and his smile became more and more. Hello everyone. The people who were already extremely excited instantly responded enthusiastically. Major General Xie Jiangsa. Feng Shui hurried over and saw this scene. The influence of the Judgment Corps. He frowned but quickly concealed it. Walked up to Xie Jiangsa and saluted him. The talents in the port were in awe and saluted him as well, although both of them held the rank of Major General. Xie Jiangsa belonged to the most special Judgment Corps of the Expeditionary Army, and his power and merits were much greater than Feng Shui's. Xie Jiangsa saluted in return and said, supplied to Juifeng immediately. What is the current situation of Heilangsing? Feng Shui immediately asked his adjutant to arrange the supplies, and then talked about the situation of Heilangsing. After speaking, Feng Shui asked again, Major General Xie, why are you here? Hasn't Marshal Feng already sent someone? Xie Jiangsa glanced at him, then looked at the officers behind him who pricked up their ears, and smiled and dropped a bomb. Major General Xie Yuyan, the chief commander and commander of the Judgment Corps, is stranded on Heilangsing. Feng Shui was just thinking whether the first marshal was going to interfere again, but he was blown to pieces by his bomb and said in a lost voice, what did you say? He was so out of control that he had to use honorifics. TSK. Xie Jiangsa did not answer him, but glanced at Juifeng who was already doing the supply operation behind him, and asked, how long will it take to complete the supply? It will take about 10 minutes. You are? Feng Shui wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked tentatively. Marshal Feng's support is too slow, and it will probably take another day to arrive. Marshal Xie is worried about Corps Commander Xie, so he sent me here. I will enter the Aquamarine Star first. Does Major General Feng have any objection? Xie Jiangsa asked with a raised eyebrow. Feng Shui wiped his sweat again and immediately said, no. No. It's just that the atmosphere of the Aquamarine Star is difficult to break through. You don't have to worry about this. Feng Shui had to shut up after hearing what he said. The Judgment Corps is small in number, but each of them is a mecha vanguard capable of fighting 10,000 enemies at once. It is no exaggeration to say that Xie Jiangsa can tear through the defense line of the Aquamarine planet by driving the chasing wind alone. And it is not his turn to worry whether he can break through the atmosphere of the Aquamarine planet. Both sides were silent for a while. The supply operation of the chasing wind was completed. Xie Jiangsa put on the mimic exoskeleton and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and said, what happened to Commander Xie on the Aquamarine planet is a federal secret. Please don't spread it out. Feng Shui's forehead was covered with another layer of cold sweat. Federal secrets were actually said in this place. Was it because it was not spread fast enough? Xie Jiangsa looked at Feng Shui's distorted face, smiled and jumped into the mecha. Before leaving, he threw another bomb to Feng Shui, who was constantly wiping his cold sweat. Marshal Feng's only son seems to be on the Aquamarine planet as well. After throwing the bomb, he didn't care about Feng Shui's reaction and drove the mecha into a stream of light and disappeared. Sure, he was sitting on the bed eating a small pudding. Lu Dongan, who was sitting on the bed next to her, seemed to have a more serious injury on his hand. The young Dr. Feng Xiao was examining them. As for Captain Lin Xie communication, Sure, you hung up without hesitation. Fortunately, she found that Ares had the function of particle virtualization and performed the mecha disappearance on the spot. Otherwise he would definitely not be able to escape. She just wanted to be a salted fish and didn't want to know other things. Coincidentally, the other two mechas, one black and one white, who appeared with her also performed the mecha disappearance together. You are fine. Just over-exercise. And the rib injury probably needs an injection of physiological repair fluid. Feng Xiao said to Yu, and then walked to Lu Dongan. Your arm is a bit serious. Pay attention to maintenance in the next few days. Don't let it be injured 3 times. Otherwise you may have to change a hand. What's the situation outside? Lu Dongan frowned and pinched the fixator that was fixed back to his arm. Seeing that he still cared about the outside world, Feng Xiao was speechless and had to say, the highest commander of the shelter has died. Feng Xiao paused, and they both knew that the person he was talking about was the person on the radio just now. And they were silent at the same time. The shelter is now under the full control of Captain Lin Xie. I don't know the specific situation, but there are many injured this time. You two are not in serious condition. Just come here every day to get physiological repair fluid. You can register with the garrison later, and we will arrange new accommodation for you. Shiryu nodded obediently. After eating the pudding, he was about to slip away alone. But Lu Dongan followed him. Shiryu threw a question mark in his face. Lu Dongan covered his mouth uncomfortably and coughed twice, saying awkwardly, "Do you still have nutrient solution?" Chapter 14. Su Jianqing is a journalist and a war correspondent. He just came back from the front line and had a 3-month vacation. He heard that the Deep Blue Galaxy not only has a developed business, but also has a tourism industry that is the best in the entire alliance. So he signed up for a tour group. Su Jianqing had been playing on the main star of the Deep Blue Galaxy, the Blue Sea Star, for less than a day when an unknown species invaded the Blue Sea Star. He escaped with his observation and adaptability from long-term survival on the battlefield and came to the shelter. Su Jianqing is a volunteer. Yesterday, an unknown species suddenly attacked the shelter. He happened to be helping in the rescue area, but was hit by rubble. He was so painful that he couldn't concentrate on taking out the mecha. He thought he was really going to see the god of death this time. But a silver-blue mecha appeared and killed the monsters that were rampant in the rescue area in just a few seconds. Su Jianqing touched his hand with a fixator, took a nutrient solution, and turned on the smart brain. The smart brain turned on the private mode. Except for him. No one could see what he did with the smart brain. Su Jianqing clumsily used his left hand to control the intelligent brain to open a video. No matter how many times he watched the silver light that was as bright as the first sun scattered on the earth, he could not suppress the shock and excitement in his heart. Yes, due to his instinct of being active on the battlefield for many years, Su Jianqing did not think about how to save his life after being injured, but immediately recorded what he thought was valuable. In the video, the silver-blue mecha easily solved one monster after another like cutting cabbage with a knife. From the angle at that time, Su Jianqing could only shoot part of the battle situation. The video of several minutes was played quickly, and Su Jianqing was a little regretful that he could not witness this battle from the best angle. Su Jianqing watched it again carefully, to obtain valuable news on the battlefield. It is useless to just record videos, but also to save lives and have good eyesight. Su Jianqing is the driver of S-Class mecha, and he has also studied the mecha models released by various countries. But he can't tell which level the silver-blue mecha belongs to, and he can't even equate it with the known mecha types. Su Jianqing bit the nutrient solution, wondering if it was a new type of mecha developed by the Federation, when he suddenly heard a female voice beside him. "Don't follow me." "Okay. College bully? I said I won't go. So I won't go." Judging from the tone of her voice, it was a young girl. Su Jianqing turned around and saw the girl with a high ponytail with her hands crossed in front of her, showing a rejection. "The shelter is recruiting people. We can." "It's not us. It's you. I'm just a salted fish." "Salted fish?" The boy looked puzzled. The girl's exaggerated voice sounded, "No way. No way. You don't even know what a salted fish is? Are you Village Netcom? 2G network?" The boy looked puzzled again. The girl seemed a little overwhelmed, bit her index finger and tapped her forehead, then spread her hands. "It means I'm busy and I can't accompany you." The girl sat down at the table next to Su Jianqing, took out a small pudding and ate it with relish. The boy seemed unwilling to give up, and sat next to the girl. "Really not going? There are merits and subsidies. You only have one life." Shiryu quickly interrupted Lu Dongan. She knew her own weight very well. Although she killed several monsters while driving the God of War, it was all due to the awesome performance of the God of War. Now the energy of the God of War is only 20%. And going outside is like delivering food. Shiryu is a person who came out of the apocalypse. She has seen countless lives and deaths, and the evil of human nature. It is really difficult for her to sacrifice herself for others. If you say that she is cold-hearted, she will definitely dare to agree loudly with her chest held high. There are also the first batch of places to leave the Blue Sea Star. Lu Dongan finished what he had not finished. An exclamation mark instantly appeared on Shiryu's forehead. "Really? You don't know? It's all written in the notice sent this morning." Shiryu didn't want to eat pudding, so she flipped through the notice that she had read through, and actually saw the quota for leaving Aquamarine. The notice clearly stated that once the refuge and the space station established a rescue channel, the refugees would be sent out of Aquamarine one after another. The number of people sent each time was limited, and the way to get the quota was to gain merits. At that time, The order of refugees leaving Aquamarine would be arranged according to the merits. Sure, you had to say that the current leader of the refuge was a bit awesome. No one wanted to go out to die, but everyone wanted to be the first to leave Aquamarine. With this condition in place, there was no need to force it, and capable people would definitely take the initiative to jump out on their own. Lu Dongan twisted his right hand, which had been unfastened, and said, "Since you are not interested, I have to go alone. I hope to see you somewhere other than Aquamarine." "Sure you, This is revenge. Naked revenge. Revenge for her ignoring him and speaking coldly to him just now. Sure, Qianqian has always been flexible." He swallowed the little pudding in one gulp and stood up and said, "We don't have to wait that long. We can leave Aquamarine together." This was the first time that Lu Dongan had managed to win back a game in so many days. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, but he quickly covered it up and cleared his throat and said, "Before that, can you sell me another bottle of nutrient solution?" "Sure you, She didn't understand. The shelter also sold nutrient solution at normal prices. So why did this guy just stare at her space bag? If he continued to eat like this, he would eat up all the gold and silver mountains. Sure, you opened his mouth and said, "The price has increased. 20 federal coins per bottle." Lu Dongan was shocked by her shamelessness and decisively went to buy the nutrient solution from the vending machine in the shelter. Su Jianqing smiled and shook his head as he watched the two people go away, and sighed softly. It's great to be young. He received the intelligent brain and planned to sign up. The silver-red light flashed by, and the sharp blade cut through the green mantis's double blades in the blink of an eye. The mantis's huge scorpion tail swung up, but was cut off by the spinning scimitar. In just a few minutes, a pile of green mantises fell to the ground, chasing the wind, retracted the silver-red double blades, and slowly landed in front of a building not far away. Qianqian came down from the cockpit wearing a mimic exoskeleton. When he saw the silver-haired boy standing outside the hut, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he removed the mimic exoskeleton. "Are you okay?" Qianqian went up and stroked the boy's silver hair, and then withdrew his hand in the other's cold eyes. Qianqian did not reply, but turned to look at the hut behind him, which could be considered dilapidated in the Interstellar era. If Shiryu was here, she would definitely recognize that this was the small shabby house she had lived in for 10 years. "Let's go!" Qianqian's cold tone was blown away by the breeze. Chapter 15. What a coincidence. Shiryu waved his paw. Feng Xiao took off his white coat at this moment. He didn't know what he had done just now. His slightly long bangs were messy, and his baby face was still so beautiful. However, his lips were tight, which made him look mature. Feng Xiao glanced at Shiryu and nodded in response. What a coincidence. Shiryu's impression of the young doctor was probably that he didn't talk much, but he was very good at arguing with people. She smiled obediently with a mouthful of white teeth and started to register. Minor? The registrar looked up when he saw Shiryu information. Is it not possible? The federal government has very good welfare for minors, and there are various legal provisions to protect them. Take the current rules and regulations of the shelter as an example. Minors can enjoy a 50% discount on the purchase of nutrient solution and other food. Of course, everyone has a daily purchase limit. It's not impossible. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary policies. Have you ever driven a mecha? The registration officer looked suspicious. Don't mess around if you haven't driven one. Of course I have. The man next to me and I have been trained by school teachers. We will apply for military academies after graduation. Shiryu began to lie with her eyes open. Lu Dongan was held on the shoulder by her claws. After listening to her nonsense, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue after thinking about it, and nodded in the questioning eyes of the registration officer. Feng Xiao, on the other hand, looked at the two of them with a little more scrutiny. What are your physical and mental strength levels? My physical and mental strength levels are both A level. Sure, you made up a lie. The reason why she said A level was entirely because when she was driving the God of War, she clearly heard the sentence adjust the mecha mode. Downgrade adjustment. Adjustment successful. Driving strength A level. Shiryu was upset for a long time because of the sentence downgrade adjustment. Who are you looking down on? The registrar looked at her clear eyes and thought she was well behaved. He continued to register and asked, Do you have a mecha? Then she definitely didn't. Shiryu shook his head decisively, seeing the registrar's eyes fall on her index finger. Shiryu remained calm. This is my heirloom. The wedding ring of my grandfather's grandfather when he got married. feeling that the three people's eyes on him became weird. Shiryu continued to hold his chest and said, I am an orphan. I live on welfare every month and can't afford a mecha. A touch of sympathy flashed across the registrar's eyes, but he quickly restrained it. He registered her as having no mecha and then gave her a number Y1121. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao also went forward to register. When they were asked about their physical and mental strength levels, they said a level in unison. When they were asked if they had a mecha, they said that the ring on their finger was the wedding ring left by their grandfather's grandfather's grandfather when he got married. Good guy. Shiryu was stunned on the spot. The registration staff said speechlessly, Are you two orphans too? That's not the case. I ran away from home and sold my mecha a month ago when I was penniless. Feng Xiao said first. Lu Dongan eyelids twitched uncontrollably. And he also said seriously, My brother told me not to be too obsessed with mechas at such a young age. So I don't have any. The registration staff probably didn't bother to argue with them. So they filled in their information that they didn't have any mechas, and then gave the numbers. You can go to the logistics department to get your mechas with your numbers. The people there will tell you what to do next. Before leaving the shelter, you need to return the mechas to the logistics department. The three people nodded obediently, waved to the registration lady, and lined up obediently to leave. There are not a few people who come to get mechas, but not many either. The shelter promised that all losses suffered by volunteers will be borne by the shelter, and normal people will choose to drive the mechas they are familiar with. The mechas distributed by the shelter are all military mechas. Although their performance is impeccable, they have high requirements for the operators themselves, and it is not as easy to adapt as ordinary mechas. Since you choose to go out to earn merits, you must take saving your life as the most important premise no matter what. Giving up driving the mecha you are familiar with and choosing a military mecha is not very rational and does not save money. The three of them came to the logistics department with their own thoughts. Seeing that many people were busy repairing the tall mechas, they obediently asked the staff where to get the mechas. You three, are you not yet adults? The person in charge of distributing the mechas was a tall young man. He stared at the three little bean sprouts with a frown. Shiryu blinked and said obediently, Brother soldier, in times of emergency, whether adults or minors, we should contribute to the safety of the aquamarine planet. Don't look at the three of us as minors. We are the focus of our teachers' training in school. We have systematically learned how to drive mechas. After graduating from high school, we will apply for military academies. I hope to fight with you in the future. Seeing Shiryu lie without blinking once again, Lu Dongan was already immune to it, and nodded obediently without her urging. Unknown species may invade again at any time, and now is not the time to think so much. The young man felt comfortable with the admiration and yearning in Shiryu's bright eyes. He handed them the mecha ring and said, You have never used a military mecha, right? Go to the training ground at the back to get familiar with the mecha. After you have mastered the basic operation, you can report to the team responsible for the shelter security. For now, as long as the unknown species do not attack the shelter, the safety of the team responsible for the shelter security is basically guaranteed. After the three little bean sprouts put on the mecha ring, they followed the young man's instructions and walked to the training ground. Shiryu nudged the doctor's arm with his elbow. Can you drive a mecha? She just said it for him. If she can't drive a mecha, it will be difficult for her to do it. Feng Xiao frowned and whispered, A little bit. Shiryu thought he didn't like her touching him, so he took his hand back and put it away. Then you, with a rumble. Before Shiryu finished speaking, the ground began to shake again. A shrill alarm sounded throughout the training ground. An unknown species has invaded again. Please go outside the shelter to resist the unknown species. Shiryu blinked. Do you have to come so quickly? Why are you three still standing there? Come here quickly according to the instructions. A serious voice sounded, and the three of them didn't care about being stunned, and took out the mechas one after another. But in just a moment, the top of the training room was cut open, revealing the emerald green and extremely sharp mantis blade. Shiryu entered the cockpit and found that the driving mode of the military mecha was completely different from that of the god of war. Shiryu was stunned on the spot. She instinctively covered the control core with her mental power, and when the feeling that her body seemed to be wearing an extra layer of clothes appeared, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. But when she tried to lift her feet, the heavy feeling almost made her fall back. But at this moment, the green mantis outside had already swung its scorpion tail towards her. According to Shiryu's current condition, she could not avoid the attack of the green mantis. She gritted her teeth and the golden light gathered in her eyes. However, a blue and white mecha next to her drew out a big knife first, and cut off the scorpion tail of the green mantis. The golden light in Shiryu's eyes faded, and a virtual screen popped up in front of her, revealing the face of the young man, who had just roared at them with a sullen face. If you don't want to die, don't stand there. Chapter 16. To be honest, Shiryu didn't want to stand there, but the gap between mechas was too big. She was like a fish in water when using the Ares, and her body had no burden at all. When driving a military mecha, it was like carrying a piece of iron on her back, heavy and oppressive. This feeling was like she only had B-level physical and mental strength, but was driving an A-level mecha. Shiryu suddenly felt guilty. She hadn't measured her physical and mental strength. What if she was really at B-level? Wouldn't she have killed herself now? Fuck. A garbage mecha killed people. But now was obviously not the time to find out whether it was a garbage military mecha or a garbage Ares. The scorpion tail of the green mantis was cut off, and the severe pain made it open its mouth parts covered with fine and dense sharp teeth and let out a crazy roar. The fishy smell raised a sour wind, and if it wasn't in the mecha, it would probably make people faint. After the green mantis roared, it rushed toward Shiryu and the young man who cut off the scorpion's tail with its two swords like crazy. Not far behind it, there was a black strip monster waving its huge tentacles waiting for an opportunity to attack. Shiryu immediately turned on the thrusters to evade, and then familiarized herself with the performance of the military mecha as quickly as possible. I guess the mechas are similar to each other, and Shiryu had no problem with the basic operation. But she found that the weapons carried on the military mecha were pitifully few. Not to mention the floater. There was not even a beam sword. Except for the big sword carried behind her, there were only some shells left on her body. However, because of this, the mecha looked slender and light in weight. It was obvious that the one she was holding was a melee mecha. After Shiryu understood the weapons on the mecha had automatically completed the virtual modeling, and the surrounding situation was all presented on the virtual sand table. Shiryu saw the two mechas in front of her like fish in water at a glance. One of them picked up a sniper rifle from nowhere, and it seemed that he didn't even need to aim, and the bullet flew out of the muzzle, covering the blue and white mecha fighting with the mantis in front. Even so, he was able to support the mecha next to him with ease. The other one also picked up a cannon barrel at some point, found a relatively safe place, and used cannonballs to play whack-a-mole from a distance. If any monster dared to open its mouth, he would fire a cannonball at it. When the cannonball entered the mouth, there was a booming explosion, and the monster was instantly blown into a pile of mud. Are these two so awesome? Shiryu wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, looked at the most familiar operation of the two, and raised his eyebrows. The blue and white mecha that just helped her to block the scorpion tail was also very handsome. He carried a big knife and fought the monster in close combat. The huge mantis wielded two knives and couldn't do anything to him for a while. Shiryu silently muttered that he was not the worst, then smiled with white teeth, took out the big knife on the back of the mecha, turned on the thrusters and entered the battle. The performance gap between mechas of different levels was infinitely magnified at this time. God of War. The mecha was tied up by the strip-shaped monster with great force without any damage on the surface, while the military mecha that Shiryu was driving was only whipped by it a few times, and the surface of the mecha immediately sank, and some parts also malfunctioned. With her mental power connected to the control core, Shiryu finally knew why she couldn't drive a mecha of a higher level. She clearly felt that as long as the mecha was damaged, her mental power would be consumed and her physical strength would slowly decrease. Without God of War, she was under the attack of the monster. Shiryu immediately began to dodge. She concentrated on operating the mecha and didn't notice that the performance of the A-level mecha was brought to the extreme by her. Qianqian stared in amazement at the military mecha in the distance that was smashed to pieces, but carried a big knife like the god of death to harvest the lives of monsters. How could it be so fast? The tattered mech seemed to have no idea what driving fatigue was. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, it not only did not show any signs of decline, but became more and more severe as time went by, and the potholes on its body continued to increase. Qianqian was glad that he had turned on the full mimicry mode. From the moment he drove the mech, the surrounding battle situation was recorded by his mech and transmitted to his intelligent brain. This was a habit he brought up on the battlefield. Shiryu became more and more excited as she fought. She cut a strip of monster in two. The gushing green liquid made her feel sick, but her physical fatigue slowly disappeared as she fought. as if she was not driving a mech, but happily eating a small pudding. The people in the battle did not know that a strange missile was launched from the space station. After entering the atmosphere, it passed through the defense line of an unknown species flying in the sky at an extremely terrifying acceleration. And then the shell disintegrated and fell off. When it descended to 15 kilometers from the surface, the missile exploded without warning. At the same time, all the shelters covered by the missile explosion range discovered at the same time that the intelligent computers that were originally unable to enter the star network had restored their signals. In the space station, Feng Shuo looked at the rescue signals from the ringed satellite with surprise, and immediately gave an order, "Quick! Send out all the remaining signal missiles immediately." The reason why the surface could not communicate with the Air Force station before was that the unknown species occupying the air would secrete an extremely fine powder, which floated in the air and interfered with the transmission and reception of signals. After the researchers in the space station discovered the problem, they studied the powder day and night, and finally figured out the composition of the powder the day before yesterday, and spent almost a day to make missiles. It was at this time that the staff who monitored the feedback of the ringed satellite looked at the scene captured by one of the ringed satellites in shock. It was a mecha that could be called a tattered one, and even the left hand had been beaten to pieces and broken in half. But the big knife in her right hand was like the sickle of death, constantly harvesting the lives of monsters, and many people who fought with her were dumbfounded on the spot, as if they were shocked by her madness and fighting power. The most shabby mecha, the most ordinary big knife, cut out a beautiful landscape. The monsters of various colors that were cut into pieces by it were all spread out on the ground. Looking down from the sky, they looked funny like random street art. The monsters that invaded the shelter seemed to realize the failure of this attack and wanted to retreat. But the broken mecha carrying the big knife stepped on the corpse of a green mantis with its lame leg, waving the big knife and opening the public channel. "Hey, Brother Ming, don't leave. Let's fight for a while. Just a while." All the shocked people came back to their senses in an instant, and said something in their hearts at the same time. "Fuck. She is so arrogant." Chapter 17. Sure, you couldn't explain why she was so excited. She just felt that the more she fought, the more relaxed her body became. The fatigue that oppressed her mental strength gradually disappeared. It seemed that she was born to like fighting, and had a natural instinct to fight. But soon, she found that the so-called ease was all her illusion. When she got off the mecha, she felt top-heavy, and almost fell to the ground. Sure, you rubbed her temples, and was about to run away when someone pulled her clothes at the back of her neck. She looked back and saw that the young man who had just roared at the three of them was standing behind her. And it was him who was pulling her collar. Sure, you gave a perfunctory smile. "Brother soldier, why are you holding me?" Feng Xiao happened to put away the mecha and walked over. When he heard the word brother soldier, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said seriously, "Captain Lin Xie, what do you want?" Sure, you was immediately refreshed. Is this young man in front of her, who looks only in his 20s, the Captain Lin Xie, who is currently coordinating all the affairs of the shelter? She stood up and called Captain Lin Xie obediently. Lin Xie loosened her collar and said, "You three come with me." A huge exclamation mark immediately appeared on Shi Yu's forehead. And then she realized what she had just done. Fuck. Isn't Lin Xie going to catch her to be a thug? She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. She refuses. Before she could say the 3 consecutive rejections, Shi Yu was dragged by Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao on the left and right to follow. The group came to the temporary meeting room of the shelter one after another. Shi Yu took a bottle of nutrient solution in her hand and sipped it from time to time. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao simply couldn't bear to look at her. Shi Yu didn't care what they were thinking. After drinking the nutrient solution, she felt that the feeling of being top-heavy and light-footed was better. Lin Xie didn't seem to hear the strange sound she made. She sat down at the long table and pointed to the seat next to them. As soon as the 3 sat down, Lin Xie asked, "What is your physical and mental level? Have you received professional mecha training before?" Lin Xie is an S-class mecha driver. When he was fighting just now, he noticed that these 3 overly young guys had extraordinary judgment and combat power that was basically not in line with their age. To be frank, the Sea Blue Star garrison was not good enough in their eyes. The 3 of them looked at each other quietly and said in unison with their own little thoughts, "Both physical and mental strength are A-level, and they have received systematic training." Lin Xie laughed after hearing what they said, and bent his fingers and tapped on the table. "Do you think I'm blind? 3 people, eh?" The The leader who doesn't play by the rules. Is that what he said? Sure, you was the first to clear his throat. Report to the captain. No. Lin Xie, Lu Dongan, and Feng Xiao quietly gave Sure Yu a thumbs up under the table. It's hard to say whether she has received professional mecha training. But she must have received professional training in arguing. Forget it. I'm too lazy to investigate who you are. Since you are on the Blue Sea Star and in this shelter, everyone is on the same boat. From now on, you are officially conscripted by the Blue Sea Star garrison. Before external rescue arrives, you have the responsibility and obligation to protect the safety of the shelter. Conscript? Sure, you stuttered and repeated. Fuck. She is really going to be a thug. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. She refuses. She is just a salted fish. Lin Xie nodded as a matter of course. Sure, you explained in an instant, Captain. The three of us are minors. Do you want to reconsider it? The federal law on the protection of minors prohibits minors from serving in the military. Lin Xie stood up and walked behind Sure Yu, patted her shoulder and said earnestly, with great ability comes great responsibility, regardless of age. Okay. Go back and rest now. When you are well rested, report to the training ground. I will call the roll. Sure Yu, Sure Yu was dragged out of the meeting room by Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao again. Lin Xie looked at the three people and smiled. Three little brats. You dared to ignore me last time. Let me see how I will deal with you. After laughing, the smile on his face was completely restrained. And he whispered, Old Sure, something happened to you. Due to the launch of the new signal missile, all planets in the Deep Blue Galaxy resumed communication. But even though the Thorn Legion sent by Marshal Feng had arrived at the Deep Blue Galaxy Garrison General Space Station, there was still no way to rescue the surface immediately. The combat effectiveness of the unknown species occupying the high altitude is much higher than that on the surface, and the shuttle has no way to resist their attacks. In this case, only the mecha can break in alone. But only the SSS-class mecha has the ability to shuttle through the atmosphere alone. The Thorn Legion is not the Judgment Legion where all its members are SSS level. The number of SSS level mecha pilots is only 1/10 of that of the Core Legion. And a Core Legion has a strength of 10,000 people. This means that the Thorn Legion only has 1,000 SSS level mecha pilots, scattered across 7 planets, with less than 150 pilots on each planet. In addition to these 1,000 people, the others must take the shuttle into the atmosphere. Before, Feng Shui tried to let the shuttle carry the mecha into the atmosphere. But after entering the atmosphere, the shuttle was attacked fiercely by unknown species, and the first batch of shuttles basically did not return. In desperation, Feng Shui had to order all the shuttles that had not yet entered the atmosphere to return. The commander of the Thorn Legion is a woman with neat short hair and a vigorous style. After establishing contact with the surface, she learned about the surface situation as quickly as possible, and also calculated that more than 70% of the surface has been occupied by unknown species. The situation is terrible, and now the eyes of the entire Federation are focused on the Deep Blue Galaxy. If there is no way to complete the rescue of the Deep Blue Galaxy as soon as possible, it will affect the prestige of the head and Marshal Feng. And Feng Shui also handed her an extremely difficult news. The commander of the Judgment Legion, Xie Yuyan, is on the Aquamarine Star, and Xie Jiangsa has also entered the Aquamarine Star not long ago. The first Marshal has always been at odds with Marshal Feng. Now that his 2 sons are on the Aquamarine Star, he can find an excuse to intervene in the affairs here. Hai Jingji looked at the simulated sand tables sent from the various shelters in front of him, tapping his 5 fingers lightly on the conference table, and had a draft in mind. At this time, the door of the conference room was knocked. Hai Jingji opened the authority, and Feng Shui hurried in from outside. Captain of the Navy, Commander Xie said he wants to communicate with you. Feng Shui had just finished speaking when the communication channel in the conference room was connected, and then a virtual 3D figure was projected into the conference room. The 3D projection that was almost exactly the same as the real person made Feng Shui subconsciously respectful, and he saluted the boy who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Hai Jingji did the same. Xie Yuyan returned the military salute and said, Captain of the Navy, Commander Feng, I am currently on the Blue Sea planet, and I am familiar with the situation on the Blue Sea planet. I will be in charge of all the manpower on the surface of the Blue Sea planet. Do you have any objections? Although he was asking for opinions, Xie Yuyan's attitude was cold, and there was a sense of oppression that he was asking out of politeness. And it doesn't matter if you disagree. Hai Jingji thought to himself. As expected. But the current situation does not allow her to refuse. Xie Yuyan ability is known to everyone in the Federation. Since he spoke, he must have a plan in mind. And saving people is like putting out a fire. So let's put the factional disputes aside for the time being. Hai Jingji made up his mind in an instant and said quickly, "That's fine. Thank you, Commander Xie." The young man nodded slightly. And when he was about to end the call, Hai Jingji suddenly said, "Commander Xie, please wait a moment." Xie Yuyan looked up at her. And Hai Jingji immediately called up a video from the brain. It was a few seconds of footage captured by the Sun Ring satellite that day. The silver blue mecha, and it was beautiful and handsome. Does Commander Xie know the origin of this mecha? Hai Jingji asked with narrowed eyes. Just because Feng Zhuo couldn't see it didn't mean she couldn't see it. Among the mechas that the Federation has developed, there is no such model of mecha. Even if the Federation has not released the mecha data to the public, there is no data about this mecha at all. In simple terms, if this mecha was developed by the Federation, according to C. Thorne's authority, he could not access its confidentiality level. If it was not developed by the Federation, there seemed to be wind on the boy's side, and his long silver hair fluttered slightly. His voice was still as cold as usual. "It's my judgment." Everyone in the expeditionary army knew that the mecha of Xie Yuyan, the chief commander of the Judgment Corps, was called Judgment. But no one had ever really seen the appearance of Judgment, because all the wars that Xie Yuyan had participated in were settled before Judgment was used. C. Thorne showed a look of realization, and then heard Xie Yuyan say seriously, "Judgment is a federal secret and has never been used on the battlefield. This time it was used out of necessity. I hope the captain of the Navy can delete all this video to prevent it from falling into the hands of other countries and being studied and targeted." Chapter 18. It's a good thing that C. Thorne believed your lies. Xie Jiang saw a bit of candy and smiled. But then again, your judgment is indeed modeled after Lancer. If I hadn't practiced with your judgment, I really couldn't tell the difference between the two mechas for a while. Xie Yuyan glanced at him indifferently. Xie Jiang saw that he was serious again, and pouted his lips in boredom. "Do you really want to wade into this muddy water? Aquamarine is under the jurisdiction of the 6th Marshal Feng Xian. As the confidant and son of the 1st Marshal Xie Liqin, Xie Yuyan intervened in the affairs of Aquamarine at this time. It is hard not to speculate that he has the 1st Marshal's hand behind him. Father didn't let me come here to play." Xie Yuyan looked at the virtual screen and quickly used his authority to enter the central system of the Aquamarine space station and saw the video of a few seconds. His 5 white and slender fingers danced lightly on the virtual keyboard. In just a few seconds, the intelligent computers controlled by the central system of the Aquamarine space station automatically deleted the video. Although Xie Jiangsa couldn't see what he was doing, he could probably guess. He looked at Xie Yuyan's quiet profile, looked far away, and asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" His voice was very soft. So soft that it was almost inaudible. Xie Yuyan's hand on the virtual keyboard paused for a moment, and his voice was as usual, "I never forced you." Xie Jiangsa lowered his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face again. Regardless of Xie Yuyan's reaction, he stroked his silver hair and put his hand on his shoulder in his warning eyes. Okay. Who made me your brother? Have you done it? If you are done, go to the Aquamarine commander and take over this troublesome burden. It's not a troublesome burden, Xie Yuyan stated, seeing that he was still like a Buddha who was not easily influenced by anything. Xie Jiangsa had no choice but to accept his fate and said, Okay. I know that Commander Xie cares about the people of Dawn. We can't stay here for long. Get it done quickly." At the same time, Hai Jingji looked at the news that popped up in the brain and was so angry that he slammed a glass of water on the table. "Judgment Corps Xie Yuyan, I have deleted the video in the space station. I hope the captain of the Navy can also delete the video in his brain. Thank you for your cooperation." Sure you sat in her tent, holding a crystal clear diamond crystal in her hand. It was the energy power crystal she took out from the unknown species that day. Before, she left all the energy power crystals in the mecha ring of the God of War. Just now, the God of War reminded her that the energy was sufficient, and then spit out a few energy power crystals. Yes, spit it out. It was the first time that Shiryu saw a mecha ring that could be automatically opened without the owner's mental power connection. Shiryu touched her chin and looked at the energy crystal. She felt that this crystal was a bit similar to the crystal she took out from the zombie's head at the end of the world. But the energy fluctuations inside were different. Hearing the name again, She knew that it was probably an energy crystal. Since this thing can charge the god of war, she must collect more in the future. The god of war is her life-saving weapon now. Unfortunately, she was so distracted yesterday that she completely forgot about collecting energy crystals. She didn't know if Lincia had anyone collect these crystals. But even if there was, she couldn't ask for it. Otherwise she would be the driver of the god of war. Shiryu sighed. In the end, she still had to be self-sufficient. She put the energy crystal into the space bag. Just as she was about to pull up the quilt and lie down, someone patted the tent a few times. Shiryu unzipped her zipper to reveal a head. Seeing Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao standing outside, she retracted her head without hesitation. Just as she was about to zip up, a hand got stuck in. Shiryu pouted speechlessly and had to unzip his zipper and show his head again. What do you two want to do? The captain said that our mecha has been repaired and asked us to pick it up as soon as possible and then go on a mission. Lu Dongan said. Shiryu shook the 2 hairs that fell from her forehead. He didn't tell me. Trying to pretend she didn't know. But as soon as she finished speaking, Feng Xiao put the task that Captain Lincia said to him on the smart brain in front of Shiryu. Shiryu immediately rolled his eyes and climbed out of the tent reluctantly. Why do we have 4 little bastards whose hair hasn't grown fully in our team? The big man yelled, very dissatisfied with the grouping. The strange and cold little brother, one of the 4 little bastards, glanced at the big man with a very cold expression. Shiryu yawned and said directly, Big brother, why don't you go and tell the captain not to let us join in the fun, so as not to delay your work? Going out to collect supplies is a relatively safe task, because if you encounter a monster, you can just take out the mecha and run away. So many people are vying to take the task of collecting supplies. However, no matter how safe it is, there is still a high risk. People who want to complete the task and gain merit want to be assigned to powerful teammates. Getting points is one thing, but the main thing is to have your life guaranteed. The strong man looked at the 4 overly young faces, and was already dissatisfied. When he heard what Shiryu said, he was immediately angry. What do you mean? Oh! Everyone, stop talking. The grouping is random. Since it has been arranged, there is no point in saying these things. Let's set off quickly and return early. Su Jianqing immediately stood up to be a peacemaker. He was the driver of an S-class mecha, which was considered a considerable force, and was naturally assigned to the task. Although the grouping was random, everyone could bind with the people they wanted to be in the same team. So Shiryu and the other 2 could be assigned to one. Lu Dongan didn't want to quarrel with others at this time, so he quietly pulled Shiryu. Someone came out to be a peacemaker, so of course the matter didn't get out of hand. But the remaining 4 people in the 10-person group undoubtedly had the same idea as the strong man, and didn't want to be in the same team with him, and they all spontaneously stayed away from them. Shiryu had seen many self-righteous people. She took out the mecha and prepared to go to the location marked on the mission map. After the communication of Aquamarine was restored, the ring satellite was able to monitor the surface situation. The mission location that the few people were heading to was confirmed by the space station to have no traces of unknown species activities for the time being. Captain, this is exploiting miners. Shiryu stuffed all the nutrient solution she found in the mall into the space bag, one box after another, and she kept muttering while stuffing. Feng Xiao glanced at her speechlessly. How many times have you muttered this sentence today? His ears were almost callous from hearing it. Instead of muttering, you might as well speed up and go back to lie down earlier. After spending so many days with Shiryu, Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao have completely seen her salted fish attributes. If she can lie in the tent, she will never crawl out. If she can slack off for a minute, she will never force herself to train for an extra minute. What do you mean by lying down? Salted fish only lie flat. Shiryu's space bag was almost full. She looked around while muttering, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Woohoo! Little pudding? Her favorite. She immediately opened her space bag, grabbed the little pudding and stuffed it into the bag. After putting a few in, a fat big hand reached out from the side and swept all the little puddings in front of her into her space bag. Shiryu's eyes widened, and she turned around and saw that it was the burly man who swept all her little puddings away. Seeing Shiryu looking over, the burly man snorted from his nose and continued to take the snacks on the counter. Just at this moment, a small click sounded. Shiryu was too familiar with this sound. She immediately became alert and wanted to speak, but a black spider fell from the ceiling. Chapter 19. Shiryu retreated without hesitation, took out his energy gun and shouted, leave here quickly. These spiders appear in groups. And we can't kill them all. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao subconsciously put away their space bags and took out their energy guns to be on guard. The cold-blooded brothers Luo Xiaozi and Su Jianqing were a little slower. As for the others, they were all skeptical. But they were also alert. The strongman, who was still holding a few small puddings in his hand, sneered. You really haven't seen the world. You are so scared by just a small spider? You are so afraid of death. And you still come out to collect supplies? You might as well go home and drink milk. The strongman's words were full of insults. Several people couldn't help frowning after hearing them. After he finished speaking, he didn't care and reached out to pick up the spider that seemed to be dead and lying on the counter with 8 legs facing up. He pinched a spider leg, shook it left and right, and said contemptuously, "See? It's just a dead spider. And you can't kill it all? If you want to die, no one can stop you." Sure, you glanced at the sturdy man's space bag, gritted his teeth, and immediately retreated. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao followed immediately. Su Jianqing hesitated and said with good intentions, "Be more cautious outside. Since sure you reminded us, we should leave here quickly. It just so happens that we have almost collected the supplies." The sturdy man snorted coldly and was about to throw away the black spider. The black spider, which had been motionless, suddenly cracked its abdomen, and the circular ring-shaped sharp teeth opened and bit down. A pig-killing howl sounded, and the sturdy man took 2 steps back holding his bloody hand. Sure, you turned around and saw that only the root of his index finger was left, and blood was dripping. The black little spider's sharp teeth kept biting and chewing, making a crunching sound, and everyone in the mall suddenly felt numb. Sure, you was quick and shot the spider dead before it opened its fine fangs again. Warning, go! As soon as she finished speaking, a creepy clicking sound came from the back of the mall. At this time, everyone knew that Shiryu had not lied, and they ran out in panic. Su Jianqing also dragged the still howling man and ran out with difficulty. Just at this moment, the ground shook and the rumble of the building collapsed. In another mall not far away, a girl was broadcasting live. Today, the task my team received was to go out and collect supplies. Everyone knows that the Sea Blue Star has been invaded by unknown species, and the survivors are pouring into the shelter. The girl put the nutrient solution into the space bag and turned the live camera to the outside to introduce the current situation of the Sea Blue Star. After filling the space bag, she glanced at the screen and quickly said, "Thank you for your blessings. The Sea Blue Star will definitely get through this difficult time." Now, the girl wanted to speak, but the shaking ground suddenly shook. "Let's go! An unknown species has appeared outside." The team's alert person shouted outside. The girl panicked and ran out with the team without even turning off the live broadcast. When they ran to the entrance of the mall, they found that a giant spider had appeared nearby at some point, and there were countless strip-shaped monsters behind it. Oh no! How could so many unknown species suddenly appear here? Lu Dongan's face was not looking good. "Let's go first," Feng Xiao said. Everyone took out the mecha, and the strong man was still howling. Su Jianqing obviously couldn't do anything to him. Shiryu paused in taking out the mecha and turned to stare at the space bag on the strong man's waist. Shiryu grinned and walked to the strong man in Feng Xiao's surprised eyes. She took the knife that appeared in her hand and made a knife flower. In the blink of an eye, she cut the bag of the space bag and stepped hard on the strong man's instep before everyone could react. "Brother, don't you want to live? Killing pigs at this time? If you don't want to die, take out the mecha and return to the shelter." Shiryu finished speaking, and calmly tied the broken strap of the space bag and hung it on herself. Afterwards, she took out the mecha in the dazed eyes of Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao. It was Feng Xiao who reacted first and pulled Lu Dongan, and then the two took out the mecha. The strong man didn't realize that the space bag had been taken away by Shiryu. The pain on the instep and the pain of losing the index finger finally made him a little sober. In the cockpit, Shiryu touched the space bag happily and was thinking about driving the mecha to run away, when an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. And then the voice of the mecha system sounded. "Distress signal found. Signal identification in progress. Signal identification successful. The person seeking help is Gu Qianqian. And the distress message: I am the son of the president of the Capital Star Gu Group. Save me to the shelter, and give you 1 billion federal coins." The mechanical voice of the system said this distress message, which was funny in a different way. "Sure you, Fuck. This guy is still as rich as ever. Sure, you immediately located the distress signal and sent a message to Feng Xiao and the others. Dream of being a salted fish. You go first. I go save someone. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao were stunned for a moment. And then, they saw Shiryu driving the mecha towards the direction of the giant spider. Of course, the two of them couldn't just leave Shiryu and run away. After sending a message to the other people in the team, they immediately chased after Shiryu. Shiryu locked the distress signal and quickly scanned Gu Qianqian's current situation. He was on a relatively narrow road, carrying a person on his back, and there was blood reaction on his body. Injured. And behind him, several black-clad bodyguards were struggling to resist the chasing spiders. Not far away, the giant spider and several strip-shaped monsters surrounded them. Judging from the situation, the unknown species seemed to be heading for them. Shiryu immediately dialed Gu Qianqian's terminal number, and soon saw Gu Qianqian with blood on his face. Gu Qianqian was stunned when he saw her. Before he could react, Shiryu said, "Do you see the intersection ahead? Turn right now. There is a hoverboard rental station over there. Go there, and use the hoverboard to run northeast." After Shiryu finished speaking, he took out the big knife on the back of the mecha and chopped at the giant spider without waiting for Gu Qianqian's reaction. Shiryu had seen the fighting power of the giant spider with her own eyes. She was not arrogant. There was a golden light in her eyes. The blade of the big knife was reinforced. In an instant, she controlled the mecha to land in front of the giant spider like a beam of light and chopped it straight down. With a click, something broke. Shiryu dodged immediately after a successful move. At the same time, the giant spider bristly legs swept past her just now. At this time, the girl who had not left the mall not far away stared at the A-level mecha fighting with the giant spider. Excitement surged on her face, and she immediately turned the live camera over. She held her face and screamed, "Look everyone! This is the mecha numbered Y1121 that you have been asking about. She appears! She appears!" Chapter 20. Yesterday, after the communication was restored on the Aquamarine, many people went online. Some reported safety to their families, and some surfed the internet to relieve stress. The exaggerated video of Shiryu holding a knife and shouting "Brothers, don't go" was also recorded by Su Tian and uploaded to the internet. Her account attracted hundreds of thousands of fans overnight, and it is still rising. The people of the Federation knew that the deep blue galaxy was invaded by unknown species, and were anxiously waiting for news. Suddenly, they saw such a video, and everyone was excited. They were anxious and a little funny at the same time. They were curious to find out who was shouting "Brothers, don't go," but they couldn't find out the reason. After a whole day, the video was circulated more and more on the internet, and everyone was worried. Now someone live broadcasted the fight between Y1121 and the unknown species, and millions of people flooded into the live broadcast room in an instant. Shiryu didn't know that her glorious deeds had been circulated on the internet. She looked at the giant spider that seemed to be fine after being chopped by her, and her face was solemn. The giant spider reacted very quickly. If it missed the first attack, it would immediately raise its long legs covered with bristles, and the 6 legs on the ground would run wildly and rumble toward Shiryu. Shiryu thought of what Xiao Piaoyang and his bodyguard said, and his eyes fell on the abdomen of the giant spider. There was a not very obvious red mark there, which should be the giant spider weakness. But above the red mark were the ring-shaped sharp teeth. Shiryu had seen how terrifying the sharp teeth of the black spider were. If he wanted to attack the weakness of the giant spider abdomen, he might be bitten by its sharp teeth if he was not careful. Shiryu made a prompt decision, carrying a big knife and leaping into the air before the giant spider legs swept over. The giant spider obviously had not reacted yet. Shiryu seized the opportunity to swing the big knife from a high altitude and use gravity to drive the mecha to accelerate at the same time, and cut the big knife into the spider abdomen fiercely. But the big knife fell on the spider back and couldn't penetrate. If Shiryu hadn't used the gold power to reinforce the big knife, it would have broken when it hit the spider back. The spider had already reacted and began to shake its body wildly. Shiryu's eyes were full of golden light. The big knife, that was originally completely unable to do anything to the giant spider, suddenly seemed to have a defense-breaking buff. With a snap, it cut the giant spider's shell into pieces and stabbed it from top to bottom. The giant spider howled, and its sharp teeth kept biting. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao, who came from behind, watched in amazement as Shiryu pulled out the big knife in her hand and stabbed it hard. Back and forth, She didn't seem to be fighting a deadly battle with an unknown species, but was beating a mole that couldn't move. When the giant spider finally stopped howling and fell to the ground with a bang, several tentacles around Shiryu swept over at the same time. Lu Dongan pupils dilated, and he was about to raise his sniper rifle to support her, when he saw Shiryu driving the mecha and swaying around like he was drunk. But he avoided every tentacle with great precision. Then, she carried a big knife and killed into the group of stripped monsters. The sound of tearing and tearing continued to ring out. The ordinary big knife in her hand seemed to be the holy sickle given to her by the god of death, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the stripped monsters. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao were stunned. They finally reacted. One wanted to raise the sniper rifle, and the other wanted to carry the cannon. But before they could do anything, the stripped monsters dragged their long and disgusting tentacles and fled one after another. The battle lasted only a few minutes from the beginning to the end. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao, it's fucking outrageous. Sure, you saw the two people following him, collected all the energy crystals, carried the big knife on his shoulder, and flew in front of them with the broken mecha. Why did you follow? Feng Xiao was silent for 2 seconds, swallowed the 3 words come to support, and said in another sentence, come to watch the fun. Sure you? ? Lu Dongan nodded, and the mecha he was controlling also nodded. Sure you? ? Sure you said angrily. You two will be caught and put in a pig cage if you do this. She fought so hard. And the two of them were actually watching the fun on the side? Listen. Listen. Is this human language? The audience, who watched the entire battle through the live broadcast, have gone crazy. The audience of Su Tian's live broadcast room has soared to tens of millions. And they are crazy about it. Coming here because of its reputation. Fuck. Y1121 is so awesome. Let me take my time. Let me take my time. Just speechless. Those monsters were killed so easily. How come the Thorn Legion has made no progress after so long of rescue? Is this the strength of the Federation's frontline legion? It's too weak. Right? Oh my god, the speechless one in front has a cat cake. Right? Didn't you see the official data? The combat power of the monster named Black Leech just now is above a level and below S level. And ordinary A-level mechas can't deal with it at all. While the combat power of the octopus steel spider is between S level and SSS level. And it is so easy to be killed? It's not that he's easy to kill. It's that Y1121 is awesome. Understand? Go Deep Blue Galaxy. Can you argue about this? Shouldn't you just call him awesome? If you want to marry Y1121. Y1121 is awesome. Praise Y1121. The bullet comments flowed by like water. Su Tian's face flushed with excitement. She shouted Y1121 awesome along with the audience in the live broadcast room. And the people in her team also stared at the mecha that became tattered after a battle not far away. Everyone admires the strong, let alone the aquamarine planet that was invaded by unknown species. With such a person who cuts monsters like cutting vegetables, everyone's anxiety will be a little calmer. Sure, you didn't know the bloody storm on the Star Network. She rolled her eyes at the two of them, locked Gu Qianqian position and flew towards him. This kid is quite capable. Running well on the hoverboard. A minute later, the three caught up with Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian stopped after receiving Shiryu message, and bandaged the wound of the unconscious Gu Mingzhan with red eyes. Shiryu and the other two collected the mecha, and saw that Gu Mingzhan was covered in blood. Feng Xiao frowned first, and immediately took out the medical kit in the space bag to check his injuries. Shiryu pulled Gu Qianqian, who was in the way, aside and asked with a frown, what happened to your brother? Why are you still staying in such a dangerous place? The warning issued by the government of Hylan Star was quite timely. People with hovercrafts could reach the shelter under normal circumstances. Not to mention that Gu Qianqian family also raised a group of extremely powerful bodyguards. Why did he make such a mess? Gu Qianqian's eyes were red, and he whispered, remember the exhibition hall I took you to last time? That night, a hovercraft crashed into the first floor of the exhibition hall, and the incident became a big deal. My brother and I was nearby and happened to pass by. As a result, I saw the monster crawling out of the exhibition hall. It was a mess at the time. My brother insisted on entering the exhibition hall to get something. And then, he was injured. After we escaped, we found that there was no signal and monsters were rampant around. My brother was besieged by monsters to protect me. His mecha was destroyed and his injuries worsened. We hid for a few days. Not long after we escaped, Those monsters suddenly appeared and chased us like shadows. Shiryu frowned and was about to speak when the crackling sound rang again. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a palm-sized black spider following her not far away. It really was like a dogskin plaster. Chapter 21. Big spiders are easy to deal with, but small spiders are very troublesome. No matter how hard you try, you can't finish them. Shiryu didn't waste time here. She took out the mecha and took Gu Qianqian and others back to the shelter. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao were really relieved to see her do this. They were afraid that she would not stop until she drove away the unknown species. On the way back to the shelter, Shiryu turned on the automatic navigation mode for the mecha, transferred all the small puddings in the space bag just scraped from the strongman waste to her own space bag, and then took one out and ate it happily. The journey back was very smooth. Feng Xiao communicated with the rescuers in the shelter in advance. After Gu Mingzhan was helped off the mecha by Gu Qianqian, the rescuers came over with the stretcher. Shiryu looked at Gu Mingzhan, who was extremely pale, and silently prayed that good people would be rewarded. Then, he heard a pig-killing scream from the side. Everyone frowned and looked over, and saw the strong man holding his hand without an index finger, howling and gasping for air. The medical staff standing in front of him frowned, obviously a little bit fed up with his performance. Su Jinqing helped the medical staff hold his hand, and his expression was also stained with disgust. Soon Su Jinqing noticed Shiryu and others standing on the side. When he saw Shiryu, his eyes lit up, and he was about to say something. But Lu Dongan pulled Shiryu away first. Feng Xiao followed to the emergency room. Shiryu and Lu Dongan took his space bag to hand in the task. The space bags of several people were full. Captain Lin Xia happened to be at the material registration office. When he saw Shiryu and his group coming in, he smiled and said, "You are back. Did you encounter any danger on the way?" Shiryu thought about it, and felt that what he had just encountered was not too dangerous, and then shook his head. Lin Xia raised his eyebrows slightly, walked to her side, and patted her shoulder. "Very good. Keep up the good work for the next mission." "Shiryu, is it too late to say that you are in great danger and your life is almost gone now?" Lin Xia pretended not to see her eager expression trying to change her confession, and walked out with a smile. After he walked a few steps, the intelligent brain sent a message prompt. Others could not see what was on his intelligent brain. They only saw that the smile on his face turned serious. And then he hurried out. Several people watched him leave, looking at each other. It happened that it was their turn to register the materials, so they had to step forward and hand over their space bags to the registration staff. Shiryu turned around and saw Luo Xiaozi, a cold-blooded brother in the same team, staring at Lin Xia back thoughtfully. And he didn't know what he was thinking. The other party seemed to notice her sight, and suddenly looked over. After their eyes met, they looked at each other briefly for a few seconds. Luo Xiaozi nodded to her, and left the registration office first. After Lu Dongan handed over the space bag, he saw Shiryu staring at Luo Xiaozi back, and waved his hand in front of her. "What are you thinking about?" Shiryu was shaken back to her senses by him, and she calmly withdrew her gaze, and said with her chin in her hand, "My mecha seems to need repairs again." Lu Dongan paused when he withdrew his hand, thinking of Shiryu holding a knife to kill a group of monsters just now, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Just hand it over to the maintenance department." Shiryu said "Oh" and walked away. Lu Dongan was completely confused by her. He followed her all the way to the maintenance department and heard her asking the guy in the maintenance department, "Brother, how long do you think it will take to repair this mecha?" The guy exported her mecha data, calculated it carefully, and replied, "About 3 hours." Shiryu, shocked Shiryu, "So fast? I'm not in a hurry to use it. You can repair it in 3 days. Lu Dongan, He couldn't bear to listen anymore, and dragged Shiryu out in the doubtful eyes of the maintenance guy. Shiryu was dragged to the emergency room by him with a snort, seeing Gu Qianqian still standing outside the emergency room with blood on his face. He reluctantly took out a small pudding from his space bag and gave it to Gu Qianqian. "Didn't the doctor just say that? Your brother just lost too much blood and is not in serious condition. How long has he not eaten? Here you go." Gu Qianqian raised his head. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and his eye sockets were red. When he saw Shiryu, he suddenly felt a sense of grievance in his heart. He did not take the pudding, but burst into tears. Shiryu was shocked to see Taheo Qian like this for the first time. Hey, don't cry. I took out all the puddings for you." Gu Qianqian burst into laughter, grabbed her pudding and ate it in one bite. and then stretched out his hand and said, "Give me a few more." "How many?" Shiryu raised his voice, but honestly touched the pudding, muttering, "Eat sparingly. I only have a little. Otherwise I will give you nutrient solution." Although he said so, Shiryu still took out a few puddings and pushed them in front of Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian took them all without hesitation and ate them one by one. After he finished eating, the grievance in his heart inexplicably dissipated a lot. And then he asked, "When did you become so powerful? Didn't you say you would never drive a mecha in your life?" Lu Dongan, who was forced to be invisible, said, Shiryu had fooled him before, saying that he could drive a mecha. After Shiryu and Gu Qianqian became desk mates, he often took her around. Once, Gu Qianqian took her to a mecha exhibition and invited her to experience the feeling of driving a mecha. But Shiryu rejected her mercilessly and said that he would never drive a mecha in his life. Can such an old account be brought up? Shiryu thought that he couldn't play dumb, but he couldn't gossip about himself. The door of the emergency room suddenly opened, and Feng Xiao came out in a white coat. Gu Qianqian was not in the mood to care about other things and quickly stood up and said, "Doctor, how is my brother?" "Nothing serious. Just rest for a few days." Feng Xiao also felt a little strange. Gu Mingzhan recovered from his injuries a little quickly, as if he had been injected with physiological repair fluid in advance. However, after the examination, there was no sign of physiological repair fluid in his body. However, rich people more or less have some means of saving their lives. Feng Xiao did not think much about it, and handed the mecha ring and space bag in his hand to Gu Qianqian. "This is your brother's stuff. Keep it." Gu Qianqian hurriedly responded with a The man is fine. Seeing his miserable appearance, Shiryu wanted to take him to wash up. At this time, the broadcast of the shelter sounded. "Please pay attention to everyone in the shelter. Aquamarine Star has now been fully taken over by Commander Xie of the Judgment Legion. In 5 minutes, Commander Xie will give a speech. Please ensure that the local channel of Aquamarine Star is unobstructed." Repeat the notice. Before Shiryu could react to what the hell was going on, he heard the sound of hack coming from the corridor of the emergency room. "And the faint Commander Xie is here? Oh my god. Did I just hear it? This time we will definitely be able to leave Aquamarine Star. Unknown species are waiting to die." Words like these came into her ears. When she glanced at Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao, they actually had a little excitement in their eyes. Shiryu suddenly became curious about who this Commander Xie was. She asked out of curiosity, and received many strange looks at once. Feng Xiao looked at her with an indescribable look. Just as he was about to give her some scientific knowledge, a virtual screen popped up from their brains. In the virtual screen, the young man was wearing a dark red military uniform, with a high collar that bound his Adam's apple. He was cold and abstinent, and his originally thin body was full of reassuring power. His long silver hair was tied high behind his head. His originally cold eyebrows and eyes were a little sharper, but he was still as beautiful as a painting. His perfect jaw and his magical face made the people in front of the virtual screen scream. At the same time, the young man's cold voice came from the virtual screen. "I am Xie Yuyan of the Judgment Legion. From now on, I will be the one to reorganize the defense line of Aquamarine." His voice was cold and icy, without any long-winded elaboration, and he made his identity and purpose clear in one sentence. Shiryu touched his chin and smiled with narrowed eyes. Chapter 22. Shiryu clearly felt that the atmosphere in the shelter was different. Even though everyone had hoped before, the Thorn Legion could not enter the atmosphere of the Aquamarine Star for a long time, and the so-called rescue became a blank check. After occupying the city, the unknown species invaded the shelter on a large scale. After the communication of the Aquamarine Star was restored, according to incomplete statistics, more than 100 shelters on the entire Aquamarine Star had been destroyed, and the invasion of unknown species had been less than half a month. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the entire Aquamarine Star is occupied by unknown species. Xie Yuyan's speech of less than a minute was like a shot of adrenaline, injecting vitality into all the anxious people of the Aquamarine Star. Shiryu curiously poked Lu Dongan right waist with his elbow. "What is the Judgment Legion? Why do you all seem to be excited?" Shiryu didn't know that Lu Dongan had popularized the Thorn Legion before. The Expeditionary Army is the general name for the army garrisoned at the border or in foreign wars. The Sequence Army headed by the 7 Marshals is the backbone of the Expeditionary Army. They are stationed at the border for a long time, if they do not encounter a major event that threatens the safety of the entire Federation. They will not easily leave the border. The Thorn Army is one of the armies under the command of the 6th Marshal Feng Xian. Its strength is not one of the best in the Expeditionary Army, but it can definitely be called strong. Lu Dongan supported his forehead. Didn't I tell you about the Judgment Army last time? Sure, you nodded, his eyes buling and blinking. Feng Xiao, who was watching from the side, twitched his mouth and couldn't help but say, the Judgment Army is the most special army of the Expeditionary Army, independent of the 7 marshals and the head of state. Who does he listen to? Sure, you asked. Every move of the Judgment Corps must be jointly decided by the 7 marshals and the head of state. Only then did sure you know that the entire Judgment Corps had only 10,000 people, and the Corps organization had only 100 people. But it was these 100 people that frightened the countries that had invaded the Federation. 10 years ago, the first Marshal Xia Liqin established the Judgment Corps against all odds. His second son Xia Yuyan served as the chief commander and head of the Judgment Corps. 5 of the 7 marshals opposed it, and the head of state remained neutral. At that time, Xia Yuyan, who was only 16 years old, said nothing and directly led the Judgment Corps, which had only 100 people, to attack the Lilvaya fortress, which had been occupied by the Toes Republic for 90 years. In just 3 hours, the defense line arranged by the Toes Republic in the Lilvaya fortress completely collapsed, and the highest commander was captured alive. This battle shocked the entire universe, and the 4 words Judgment Corps were listed as the highest alert targets of the military of hundreds of countries. The Judgment Corps rose at lightning speed, and the other 5 marshals, who had originally had objections, quickly shut up. With the rise of the Judgment Corps, the name Xia Yuyan was also put on the table of major forces for targeted research. But everyone found that there was very little information about Xia Liqin's son. There was only a name and a few photos circulating outside. No one knew when he was born and where he grew up. In the next 10 years, the Judgment Corps cooperated with the Expeditionary Force to gradually recover the territories lost in the Battle of Lilvaya, and the Federation's voice in the universe gradually returned to its former status. To be frank, Xia Yuyan, who had recovered a large amount of territory, had become the spiritual leader of many citizens of the Federation. Sure, you opened her mouth for a long time before closing it. She had no idea about the structure of the Federation, but there was a reduced Federation map in the upper right corner of the intelligence brain of everyone in the Federation. She had studied it out of boredom, and was shocked by the mystery and vastness of the entire universe. She also enlarged this place from the Federation map because of the Lilvaya morning day. Is Xiao Puliang so powerful? Sure, you immediately remembered the way he was out of breath after running 2 steps before. And suddenly a strange disillusionment rose in his heart. Lu Dongan was still talking about Xia Yuyan's glorious deeds. Sure, you suddenly reacted and a huge exclamation mark appeared in front of her forehead. So he is 26 years old this year? This exclamation was really abrupt. Lu Dongan stopped and frowned at her. Is there anything wrong? Sure, you touched her chin and chuckled twice. He looks so young. He looks like 17 or 18 years old. Such a strange focus made Feng Xiao roll his eyes at her. After rolling, he suddenly realized what he had done. He couldn't help but support his forehead and warned himself to stay away from Shiryu in the future. Otherwise, rolling his eyes would be contagious. In the next few days, the General Command of Hylon Star issued one deployment after another to immediately integrate the shelter. The small-scale shelters were simply unable to withstand the attacks of unknown species. After the surface of Aquamarine Planet and the space station had complete communication, the General Command Office formulated an evacuation route, integrated the shelters into a whole, concentrated the forces, and organized a team to fight back against the invasion of unknown species, while resisting the invasion of unknown species. The unknown species was finally named Zerd by the Deep Blue Galaxy Research Institute. The shelter where Shiryu was located also received a notice to evacuate. The commotion caused by Shiryu's 2 previous actions was inexplicably linked to the Judgment Corps. A well-reasoned article appeared on the Star Network, and it was stated that Y1121 could be so arrogant because she had enough confidence. What is this confidence? Of course, it is her own strength and the backing of Commander Xia. There was a dispute in the comment area about whether she was from the Judgment Corps. A lot of people think that this article makes sense. Another group of people think that she is not. Everyone knows that every member of the Judgment Corps is a mecha pioneer, although they also drive SSS-level mechas. Their combat effectiveness is far superior to that of ordinary SSS-level pilots. Moreover, The mechas of every member of the Judgment Corps are specially customized. It doesn't make sense to leave the good SSS level mechas unused and drive a broken A level mecha. Shiryu brain was too rubbish. And every time she went online, it was always stuck. Over time, she was too lazy to check what news was on the internet. She only occasionally paid attention to major events in the Federation, and whether the Federation's subsidies and benefits were better. Therefore, she had no idea that the internet was discussing her enthusiastically. Tomorrow, they would leave this shelter, and everyone was packing up. Shiryu bit a tube of nutrient solution, and went to the repair station to pick up the mecha she had repaired for 3 days. When she came back, she heard someone arguing in a low voice. I really saw it just now. There is a butterfly here, which looks very beautiful. From a distance, it looks like a beautiful little man. Its wings are blue-green. When it flies, phosphorus powder slowly falls down and glows. It is really beautiful. 2 girls were lying on a window. One of them pointed at a blooming flower outside, and kept poking her head out, as if looking for the butterfly she mentioned. The other girl looked for a long time, but didn't see it. So she couldn't help but said, Are you dazzled? How can there be a butterfly here? No. I really saw it. It's very, very beautiful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come and see it. The girl seemed a little anxious because she didn't find the butterfly. But she still couldn't find it after looking for a long time. Forget it. We are leaving tomorrow. So we should go back and have a good rest. I'm really afraid that we will encounter Zerg when we evacuate tomorrow. People like me who can't drive mechas will definitely be cannon fodder at that time. The girl couldn't mention butterflies after hearing what she said. So she had to leave the window reluctantly. And the 2 of them went away. Shiryu finished drinking the nutrient solution and leaned over the window. He was just looking casually. But he didn't expect that a butterfly really flew outside the window. As the girl just said, its wings are blue-green. And it seems to be shining. There are black and white stripes on the tail of its wings. It looks very beautiful when it gently flaps its wings. Shiryu couldn't help but take a few more glances, and felt that she seemed to have seen such beautiful butterflies before. After thinking about it for a while, she remembered that there was also a very beautiful butterfly specimen in the exhibition hall that Gu Qianqian took her to. And she met Xiao Yang there. Shiryu, what are you doing lying there? Lu Dongan voice came from behind. And Shiryu immediately grinned and wrinkled his whole face, then turned his head obediently. Why are you here? It took half an hour to get the mecha. You are really efficient. The captain was assigning tasks to us. Seeing that you haven't come back for so long, he asked me to come out to find you. Shiryu swore that she really didn't mean to slack off this time. She followed Lu Dongan away, and the very beautiful butterfly outside disappeared at some point. Shiryu was led back to the team by Lu Dongan. And as expected, she enjoyed the attention of everyone. She shamelessly pretended not to see anything and stood in the team obediently. Gu Qianqian quietly poked her shoulder, raised his thumb, and whispered, You are awesome. Sure you didn't figure out where he got the word awesome from. Linxia coughed heavily, and the 2 stood up quickly. After Gu Qianqian knew that Shiryu was conscripted into the shelter, and Gu Mingzhan was out of danger, he volunteered to help and successfully joined the 3-person group to become a 4-person group. Linxia enthusiastically assigned tasks to everyone to ensure that tomorrow's evacuation could be carried out safely. Gu Qianqian rarely listened carefully, and suddenly saw a butterfly on Shiryu's shoulder. He was stunned for a moment, and wanted to reach out to help her pat it away. But a sharp steel knife suddenly appeared under the butterfly's wings, and rushed straight towards Gu Qianqian. Chapter 23. The blade passed by in the blink of an eye. Gu Qianqian covered his injured shoulder, and took 2 steps back. The steel knife, which was only the size of a baby's finger, turned around and brushed past his side, and a hole was cut in the space bag on his waist. Things happened too fast and too suddenly. Shiryu turned around without hesitation, pulled out the energy gun on his waist, and fired at the beautiful butterfly flapping its wings. The butterfly was hit by the energy gun, and its wings fluttered and fell straight down. The blade controlled by it suddenly turned into phosphorus powder and fell from the air. And where the phosphorus powder fell, the space began to distort, and a dark hole slowly tore open, and the butterfly fell into that hole. Gu Qianqian had seen such a hole in the exhibition hall, and the scene at that time made him shudder when he thought of it. His pupils dilated, and he shouted, "Quick! Go!" The Zerg crawled out of holes like this. "We can't stay here. We must evacuate the shelter immediately." Everything happened too fast. Lin Xie just reacted when he heard Gu Qianqian say this. But in a few seconds, the hole had opened, and a red tentacle covered with tumors stretched out a corner from it. Sure, you shot at the red tentacle without hesitation. And Lin Xie immediately made a decision, turning on the shelter's alarm through the intelligent brain, notifying all refugees to start evacuating. Others barely reacted and also learned from Shiryu to shoot at the hole. But it was obvious that the energy gun could not cause any damage to the tentacle. And the tumor on the tentacle was swollen after being shot by the energy gun, as if it was full. Lin Xie's pupils trembled, and he immediately said to the young man beside him, "Shenhan, you take some people and go first. Escort the people in the shelter to the designated location. I will stay behind to cover them. You will be fully responsible for the future arrangements and coordination. And make sure everyone leaves safely." Shenhan is Lin Xie's right-hand man, and the two of them are responsible for the overall coordination of the shelter during this period. Shenhan instantly understood Lin Xie's decision, and knew that there was no time to hesitate now. He gritted his teeth and immediately said to the part of the people who were not the garrison of the Blue Sea Star, "You follow me." Shiryu looked at the constantly wriggling tentacle and tightened the mecha rings on her 10 fingers. She knew very well that if Lin Xie and others stayed, the chance of survival would be very small. "What are you doing?" Lin Xie saw that Shiryu was still standing there, and couldn't help shouting, "I can do it!" Shiryu raised his head, his eyes firm. Although she didn't know the origin of Ares, she knew very well how deep the gap was between A-class mecha and Ares after so many days of contact with mecha. If she drove Ares to stay and resist the Zerg, get out of here. The Aquamarine garrison is not so incompetent that you, a minor, need to stay behind to cover the retreat. Lin Xie grabbed Shiryu's hand and pushed her to Fengxiao. "All of you go. No one is allowed to stay." Several people's eyes surged, and Lin Xie was about to get angry. But Luo Xiaozi on the side suddenly stood up and said, "This hole will probably be torn into a diameter of 1 meter within a minute, and a diameter of 10 meters within 5 minutes. A monster as big as a scorpion-tailed mantis can pass through the hole in an hour." At this time, no one noticed why he knew the rules of hole tearing. Lin Xie's anger subsided, nodded, patted his shoulder, and told him to go. Fengxiao and Lu Dongan gritted their teeth. One dragged Shiryu, and the other supported Gu Qianqian and left quickly. Lin Xie did not tell the people in the shelter that the Zerg had invaded the shelter, but issued a level 1 warning to notify everyone to leave. The shelter was in a mess, but it had not caused panic. Gu Qianqian came out and said, "I'm going to find my brother. You go first." Gu Mingzhan recovered well after the rescue, but he has not woken up for so many days, and is still in the rescue department. Luo Xiaozi happened to hear this and said, "The rescue department has arranged the evacuation, and is now rushing to the exit of the shelter. You will only be disappointed if you go there now." He seemed to know everything. Shiryu looked at him twice and asked directly, "What do you think?" The evacuation plan had been arranged long ago, and everyone in the shelter began to evacuate according to the original route under the coordination of Shenhan. Luo Xiaozi quickly said, "Since the Zerg sneaked into the shelter, is it possible that they will launch an attack on our way of retreat? What we need to do now is to ensure that the people in the shelter leave safely. If there are no casualties in the shelter, his brother will definitely be fine. The Zerg have failed to invade the shelter several times, and this time they directly used a big move to break through from the inside and continuously send reinforcements. If Lin Xie and others stay here to resist, then their combat power on the road will inevitably be weakened. Because the incident happened suddenly, and reinforcements from other shelters may not arrive in time." Several people looked at each other, and they all had ideas in their minds. The 5 of them quickly retreated, and the people in the shelter also gathered outside. Fengxiao helped Gu Qianqian bandage his wounds, and the team set off. Several people looked at the shelter behind them at the same time. Some people who didn't see Lin Xie in the queue seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help looking back. With the hovercraft, the speed of the journey was very fast, and the shelter was left behind. Shiryu and several people were scattered in various hovercrafts. Not long after the hovercraft drove away, she heard a vibration coming from far behind her. Shiryu closed her eyes, and the mecha ring on her index finger didn't know if it sensed her emotions, and a light blue light flashed across it. The speed of the hole expanding was faster than Luo Xiaozi had inferred, and the red tentacle that stretched out at the beginning retracted for some reason. When Lin Xie frowned, a Zerg like an earthworm suddenly drilled out of the hole. Its speed was too fast, and several mechas didn't react and were swept to the ground by it. The earthworm was wet all over, and there were all kinds of suction cups on the outside of its body. When the mecha clearly presented it in the cockpit, Linxia could even see the black liquid rolling on its surface. The earthworm wrapped around one of the mechas without hesitation. Its power was too great. The mecha just wrapped around it and broke into 2 sections with a click. The pilot in the cockpit was greatly traumatized and fainted with a scream. Linxia held the big knife in his hand and chopped at the earthworm without hesitation. The black liquid gushed out and the earthworm was broken into 2 sections. But it was not dead yet. It was crawling on the ground, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original earthworm suddenly became 2. At this time, other earthworms drilled out of the hole, and the pressure on everyone suddenly increased. But they still had to cut the earthworm into 2 sections and watch their wounds heal and become a complete earthworm. Linxia's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Most of the Aquamarine Star garrison were driving Class A mechas. These earthworms were not very powerful, but they were very strong. Once they were entangled, the mechas would be squeezed into 2 pieces by their huge strength. In order to avoid being entangled, the only way was to cut the earthworms into 2 pieces. But the more they cut, the more they appeared. The whole space was filled with disgusting earthworms. Soon, Linxia found that if the earthworms were cut short enough, they would not be able to wriggle, nor would they have any fighting power. They could only lie on the ground and disgust people. All the mechas carried big knives and cut the earthworms frantically, but the holes were constantly torn. In addition to these earthworms, other zergs crawled out of the holes. The black leech swung its disgusting tentacles, rolling with its sharp teeth, and did not care how disgusting the earthworms broken on the ground were. It ate them all in one bite, and its fine and dense sharp teeth made a bite. Disgusting black liquid flowed out from the white fangs. The impact of black and white almost made Linxia, who had seen a lot of the world, vomit. He did not dare to relax his vigilance and kept commanding the garrison to defend and cover. The biggest advantage of the Aquamarine garrison was that they were organized soldiers who knew how to cooperate with their comrades. Even if they were A-level mechas, they could exert super-level combat power under mutual cover. Mechas were constantly destroyed in the battle, and the shelter became a ruin, and the hole was still tearing. Linxia looked at the fleet of hovercrafts that had just run out of the simulated sand table. He gritted his teeth and roared, carrying a big knife and killing into the Black Leech group. He should be thankful that the combat power of the Zerg coming out of the hole did not exceed A level. Otherwise, even if he was here, he would definitely not be able to hold on for a few minutes. As time passed, Linxia felt that his mental power was constantly being consumed, and even his consciousness gradually became blurred. He only remembered to swing his knife to dodge, and he kept thinking about the screams of his comrades around him. When he saw the bristly leg coming out of the hole, Linxia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He didn't expect that he didn't die on the front line, but died in a pile of these disgusting monsters. Linxia shouted again, and the mecha control core began to rotate wildly. The mecha, which had already shown its decline, opened all the shells on its body and bombarded the 8-clawed steel spider that was about to come out of the hole. And because he was distracted, he was hit by the huge tentacles of the Black Leech and smashed hard on a building. In the cockpit, Linxia spit out a mouthful of blood. The severe pain all over his body and the tingling in his head, like fine needles, continued to weaken his will. He saw the 8-clawed steel spider crawling out of the hole. Each leg fell to the ground, and the Zerg on the ground were trampled out of holes one after another by it, screaming and twisting but unable to resist. He saw the 8-clawed steel spider coming in front of him and waving its terrifying forelimbs at the cockpit. But at this moment, a particle laser shot from a distance and hit the raised forelimb of the octopus spider, and this shot also broke one of its legs. Linxia widened his eyes and heard the arrogant voice of a girl on the public channel. "Ugly monster. Who allowed you to raise your feet? Get down." The silver-blue mecha fell from the sky, and the sniper rifle in her hand disintegrated and returned to the mecha. But she threw out the particle beam sword and killed it at lightning speed. Chapter 24. Driving the God of War. It is more comfortable than driving an A-class military mecha. Sure, your body and mental strength are not burdened, and the surface of the mecha will not be uneven after being hit by the Zerg twice. Moreover, the body is light and can complete several dodges in the blink of an eye. As long as Shiryu wants and is in combat status, he can completely avoid being hit by black leeches and earthworms. However, when Shiryu approached the octopus spider with a beam sword, She found that this octopus spider was more obviously different from the one she killed last time. This one is stronger than the other one in terms of defense and combat power. There are 2 red marks on the abdomen, and the sharp teeth above the abdomen are more dense. Shiryu broke one of its legs as soon as he came up, successfully raising the hatred value to the maximum. The octopus spider roared and rushed toward Shiryu. The huge spider legs knocked over countless buildings, and it also pierced the ground with big holes. The black leeches and earthworms that were trampled by it rolled over, but could not escape the fate of being crushed by it. Shiryu calmed down and appeared behind the 8-clawed spider with a light jump. The beam sword in her hand was not idle either, and she cut it hard at the 8-clawed spider. The 8-clawed spider was not a vegetarian. It was keenly aware of the danger and dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. But one of its legs was cut off by Shiryu, and the impact directly made the broken leg fly out. The 8-clawed spider roared, and the sharp teeth on its abdomen made a crackling sound. The pain of breaking 2 legs made it almost unable to stand. However, it was completely enraged. It didn't expect that the thing in front of it was different from the things that he had dealt with before, and it could cause it to suffer heavy damage. Its sharp teeth kept biting, as if conveying a message. After that, the circular hole that had originally returned to calm due to its appearance became unstable again, and another octopus spider rushed out from it. Good guy. There were 3 red marks on the abdomen of this octopus spider, and its body was even larger. The circular hole was not big enough. When the octopus spider rushed out from it, a lot of its steel hair was scraped off and fell to the ground one by one. The earthworms and black leeches at the bottom of the food chain were hit hard again, and they began to flee to one side. Shiryu Heart was alarmed, and she retreated without hesitation. Just as she retreated, the huge octopus spider rolled its 6 legs with a click, and in the blink of an eye it arrived at the place where she had stayed before, smashing a big black hole. This octopus spider was faster and more powerful. Shiryu felt a little numb on her scalp. She pursed her lips and concentrated more. At this time, the small octopus spider, which had been making a continuous clicking sound, dragged its remaining 6 legs and ran crookedly to the big octopus spider. Its sharp teeth were biting, and Shiryu inexplicably heard a sense of complaint from it. Shiryu didn't care whether the Zerg could understand her words or not, and directly mocked. Is this the old one coming out after beating the small one? Come on if you have the guts. I will beat you up. As soon as she finished speaking, she also swung out a beam sword in her other hand, and the virtual particle wings that she had used to deal with the old hen spread out behind the mecha. The virtual particle wings vibrated slightly, and the god of war disappeared on the spot. The 2 octopus spiders lost their target, and their sharp teeth that kept biting closed, and the head that could not be seen was turning left and right. At the same time, Shiryu fell from the sky, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The 2 octopus spiders instinctively predicted the danger, and the big octopus spider obviously reacted faster, rolling its 8 spider legs to avoid the fatal blow given by Shiryu. Seeing that the attack missed, Shiryu turned the wrist of the mecha with the idea that a thief never leaves empty-handed and rushed the beam sword towards the small octopus spider. The small octopus spider obviously did not react as quickly as the big one. It lost a leg, so its reaction speed slowed down, and it was a little unstable when walking. It felt the danger and wanted to run, but because it lost 2 legs, it stumbled when running, and the beam sword in Shiryu hand cut across its abdomen. With a violent roar, the small octopus spider that was cut by her struggled frantically, and the remaining 6 legs danced, causing the buildings on the ground that had been destroyed by the battle to suffer secondary damage and were broken beyond repair. No matter how much the small octopus spider struggled, it was useless. The power of the beam sword was too great. It avoided the carapace behind it and cut in from the side, and cut along the red mark on its abdomen. In this way, the small octopus spider was directly cut in half. Green liquid gushed out. Shiryu couldn't bear to let Ares get stained with such a disgusting thing, so she dodged it as quickly as possible, retracted the beam sword in her hand, and the green liquid on it also fell to the ground. Shiryu swung out the beam sword again, and it turned into a silver beam again, which made her feel much more comfortable. At this time, the big 8-clawed steel spider roared and attacked Shiryu. The sudden increase in speed made Shiryu unable to dodge. Its furry and dangerous forelimbs pierced Ares' waist and abdomen with a clang. God of War. The body surface was still intact, but Shiryu's mental power suffered a huge impact. A fine and dense pain like a needle prick surged up, Shiryu gritted his teeth and swept the spider legs away with the beam sword at the fastest speed, and kicked the spider head with his feet and jumped far away. In the cockpit, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Shiryu's mouth, and his head was in constant pain. The buzzing sound like bees collecting honey also came with it. Shiryu didn't expect that the big octopus spider attack power was so strong. After being resisted by the powerful defense of God of War, it also hurt her mental power. The octopus spider missed the first attack, and seeing that it couldn't take another round of attacks, it immediately retreated to the side of the small octopus spider, raised its furry forelimbs, and touched the small octopus spider that had been cut into two pieces by the beam sword and had no life. It kicked the small octopus spider twice, but the small octopus spider still didn't react. It realized something, let out an extremely angry roar, and rushed toward Shiryu. This roar pierced the sky, and Shiryu realized that she had angered the big octopus spider. If she didn't deal with it quickly, it would deal with her. She wiped the blood from her mouth and rushed forward with the beam sword. At the moment when the two were about to fight, the virtual particle wings behind the God of War shook slightly, and the God of War jumped up and stepped on the back of the octopus spider, causing it to stagger and reveal the red mark on its abdomen. At the same time, a bullet shot from a distance and hit the soft abdomen of the octopus spider directly. The bullet entered the body of the octopus spider. An arc of electricity was released, and a crackling sound was heard. The octopus spider was stiffened by the huge current. Shiryu smiled, and the two beam swords on the left and right slashed across the side of the octopus spider. She continued to talk on the microphone. Idiot. Who wants to fight you alone? I've brought people with me. I don't know if the octopus spider understood her words. It frantically danced its 8 legs, but it was useless. The beam sword cut into its waist and abdomen, and its huge body twitched. Green liquid splashed, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The two octopus spiders were dead. But the battle was not over yet. Shiryu threw out the beam sword, and the earthworms and black leeches that rushed over because of the death of the octopus spiders were immediately cut in half by this rotating death sickle, and they all ran away with their disgusting bodies. Shiryu controlled the mecha to frantically harvest the lives of the black leeches and earthworms that came out of the black holes. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao finally came over. They quickly detected the vital signs in the mecha. As long as there were still life reactions in the mecha, they picked up all of them and quickly flew to the place next to them that had not been occupied by the Zerg. After several rounds of this, more than a dozen survivors were taken out by them. When 2 people went out again, Shiryu recovered the beam sword, picked up the last mecha and left quickly. The 3 of them definitely couldn't take so many mechas away, so they had to force the cockpit open and take out the unconscious people inside. Shiryu and the other 2 put away their mechas, prepared to cover their vests and take out the A-class mechas brought from the shelter, and saw Linxia wake up at some point, coughing up blood with his mouth covered, looking at them solemnly, without saying a word. Shiryu and the other 2 felt guilty at the same time, and then pretended that nothing happened. Shiryu waved his paw at Linxia. Captain, long time no see. This was extremely perfunctory. The 2 were standing together in the shelter an hour ago. Linxia raised the corner of his mouth, endured the bloody smell spreading from his nose, and said in a hoarse voice, "You 3 little bastards are really disobedient. Do you know how dangerous it was just now?" Before Linxia finished speaking, Feng Xiao, who walked to his side, took out a syringe and stabbed him in the back of his neck. Linxia's pupils dilated, rolled his eyes and fainted. Shiryu, who had had the same experience before, had his eyelids twitched, and quietly stepped away from Feng Xiao. Why do these 2 like to prick people with needles? Can't they talk properly? Lu Dongan noticed her little action, glanced at her, and thought she was weird. Now there is no time to waste. The 3 of them took out the mechas one after another, took all the unconscious people, and quickly chased the suspension car team. Before the reinforcements came, Shiryu was the first to sneak away, but was blocked by Lu Dongan, Feng Xiao, and Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian was injured and was kicked back to the suspension car by the 3 of them. Shiryu War God was the fastest, and she left the 2 behind as she hurried on. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao were chasing after her. Feng Xiao was driving a heavy artillery mecha, which was not only heavy, but also slow to move. He was left behind by Lu Dongan. When he finally arrived, Shiryu had almost finished the battle. Lu Dongan at least fired a shot, but he was just a runner-up. The 3 drove the mecha back to the hovercraft formation. which soon attracted Shenhan's attention. He saw more than a dozen people who had fainted, and a grown man's eyes turned red in front of everyone. After finally recovering, Qianqian wanted to settle accounts with them and ask what happened. Sure, you noticed something was wrong and dragged Lu Dongan away before he could ask any questions. As for Feng Xiao, he carried a first aid kit to give first aid to several people. Qianqian didn't dare to interrupt him even if he wanted to ask him questions. He had to endure the doubts in his heart and wait for him to check the bodies of several people. The conditions of more than a dozen people were not very good, and the most serious one had already collapsed midly. The specific situation would have to wait until he woke up. Lin Xia's mental power was overconsumed. Although he was not seriously injured, he would have to rest for a long time after today. As for when he would wake up, it was hard to say. After Feng Xiao checked their injuries, he also slipped into the car behind the hovercraft, not giving Qianqian time to react. Gu Qianqian held his chin and looked at his wound depressedly. In fact, he was just cut and bled a little. It was not serious at all. Why did those three bastards press him in the hovercraft? Gu Qianqian frowned as he thought about it. But soon, someone sat down next to him. Gu Qianqian turned his head and saw Shiryu eating the pudding attentively. A huge exclamation mark appeared on his forehead. You are back so soon? Shiryu raised his eyelids and glanced at him. How long will it take otherwise? Gu Qianqian felt something was wrong. He hadn't seen Shiryu for only half a month. But he felt that this salted fish seemed to have suddenly become mysterious. And he felt that he could see but not touch. How is it? Did you bring the person back? He didn't say the name or who it was, for fear that others would think too much and spread it casually, causing a riot. Shiryu nodded, paused while eating the pudding, and said vaguely, it's a heavy loss. After she finished speaking, she lowered her eyes and ate the pudding again. Gu Qianqian had never seen her like this before, and he had some guesses about the words heavy loss she mentioned. He said, oh, and put his palm in front of Shiryu. Give me a pudding too. Shiryu instantly perked up and glared at him. Why do you pick my pudding all day long? You talk as if you haven't picked me before? Gu Qianqian stretched out his hand. Shiryu had no choice but to grin and take out a pudding for him. This gave her a hornet's nest. And Lu Dongan, who was sitting on the other side of her, also stretched out his hand and stared at her without blinking. I want one too. Shiryu, eh? Okay. Give it to me. Luo Xiaozi, who was sitting opposite the three people and fiddling with the intelligent computer, also raised his head. Why don't you give me one too? Shiryu, eh? How crazy is this? Shiryu gave it to him angrily. Gu Qianqian couldn't help laughing, and accidentally touched his wound, and immediately took a breath of cold air. He quickly stopped laughing and touched his arm. But when he shook, the crystal-like transparent box in the space bag on his waist that was scratched by the butterfly fell out and fell to the ground with a clang. Luo Xiaozi took the pudding and wanted to help Gu Qianqian pick up the things that fell. But when he looked down and saw the gray-black butterfly specimen in the crystal box, his pupils dilated and fear surged out. Chapter 25. Where did you get this thing from? Luo Xiaozi held the crystal box in his hand and deliberately lowered his voice. But his tone was not friendly. If he was not afraid of attracting the attention of the people around him, he would have questioned Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian was confused. He looked at the butterfly specimen inside, and then looked down at the space bag on his waist. He had two space bags on his waist. This one belonged to his brother Gu Mingzhan. Because Gu Mingzhan had not woken up, he carried his things with him. Sure, you had seen this gray-black butterfly. And when he thought of the strangely beautiful butterfly just now, he immediately had a bad guess in his heart. You mean this butterfly? That's right, Luo Xiaozi said firmly. His tone was so firm that Shiryu frowned and looked at him twice more, but did not question him. Where did you get it from? Luo Xiaozi's tone was already very angry. Gu Qianqian frowned and said, I don't know where it came from, but it's in my brother's space bag, so it should be my brother's. Luo Xiaozi's expression paused for a moment. He pinched the butterfly in the crystal box, turned on the private mode of the location of several people in the hovercraft, and said seriously, this thing can't be left here. You also saw the butterfly just now. This is obviously the same as that butterfly. As he said this, Shiryu inexplicably heard a sense of awkwardness. Luo Xiaozi's words before and after were too firm, as if he was completely sure that this butterfly was a zerg that could tear that kind of hole. Shiryu suddenly turned to Gu Qianqian and asked, I remember you said last time that the zerg crawled out of the exhibition hall in your house? Gu Qianqian nodded. Something flashed through his mind. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Could it be that the thing my brother wants to take in the exhibition hall is this butterfly?" His mind was in a mess. But his mouth continued unconsciously, "No wonder. No wonder the Zerg chased us all the way. We couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard we tried." After they escaped from the exhibition hall, there were no Zerg chasing them at all. But later, for some reason, waves of Zerg appeared on the way they escaped and kept entangled them. Qianqian initially thought that the Zerg just wanted to eat people, and didn't think deeply about it at all. "This thing can't stay here," Lu Dongan said without hesitation. "The butterfly is still in the specimen state, but there is no way to know when it will wake up and tear a hole, like just now, to let the Zerg come from another space. The most important thing is that everyone in the shelter is in a suspension car queue. If the Zerg chases them at this time, everyone will be finished." "Did you throw it away?" Lu Dongan asked with a frown. "You can't throw it away. If you give this thing to the research institute, it may solve the reason why the Zerg came to Aquamarine from other places, and close the channel. Otherwise, Aquamarine will be completely occupied by the Zerg. If the hole is not closed, there will be a steady stream of Zerg coming from another space. Now they are just wreaking havoc on the surface. And the Zerg has such a strong combat power that they may also have the ability to move and fight after entering space. Once this happens, the entire Federation, no, the entire universe will face a terrible crisis. But we can't take risks with so many people. The Zerg obviously knows where this thing is. Once they chase us, everyone will die." The four of them were silent. At this time, Shiryu intelligent brain heard a beeping sound. She looked down and saw that it was Feng Xiao. He had treated the injuries of Lin Xia and others and came back, but was now blocked outside. Shiryu gave Lu Dongan a look, and after Feng Xiao came in, he turned on the private mode again. Feng Xiao was stunned for a moment when he saw the solemn expressions of several people. "What happened?" Lu Dongan pointed to the crystal box in Lu Dongan's hand, and Feng Xiao was surprised. "Isn't this the butterfly specimen in the exhibition hall? How come it is in your hands?" Lu Dongan reminded him again that this butterfly is most likely the culprit of the Zerg invasion of Aquamarine Star. Feng Xiao was silent after hearing this. "This thing is simply a hot potato. If it is thrown away, then the secret of the channel constructed by the Zerg invasion of Aquamarine Star will definitely not be solved in a short time. But if it is held in the hand, it will be a human-shaped sucker, which is fatal." Lu Dongan suddenly looked up. "Do you have any way to contact Qianqian?" After he said it, he knew that he had said it in vain. How could a few people have a relationship with the commander of the Judgment Legion? Lu Dongan was about to go to Shenhan with the crystal box in his hand, but Feng Xiao suddenly grabbed his wrist. "You want to give this thing to Qianqian?" Lu Dongan nodded. "This butterfly can't stay in the hovercraft team. It must be sent out before the Zerg arrives. Qianqian's reputation is not exaggerated. He can definitely take this hot potato. He must know how to deal with this butterfly better than them. Whether to kill him directly or to study him, that was the decision he should make." Feng Xiao's face flashed with an unnatural expression. Then he turned on his brain and dialed a terminal number. The four of them blinked and saw Qianqian's face appear on the virtual screen. Good fellow. Feng Xiao is a hidden man. He knows Qianqian's terminal number. What's the matter? The person who had been lying dead for 10,000 years in the list suddenly resurrected. It was obvious that he was not bored and wanted to chat with him. Qianqian paused the meeting and answered his call. "Brother Yuyan, is there anyone around you? I have something very important to tell you." "Very important. Related to the origin of the disaster on the Aquamarine Star." Qianqian frowned immediately, whispered to the people around him that the meeting was suspended, then walked a few steps, and then said, "You can talk." Feng Xiao directly took the crystal box in Lu Dongan's hand and put it in front of the virtual screen to project it 3D on Qianqian's brain. Qianqian narrowed his eyes the moment he saw the butterfly specimen. Shiryu knew that he must have recognized this butterfly specimen as the one in the exhibition hall at that time. "Where did you get it from?" Qianqian asked. "There is no time to talk about this now. Brother Yuyan, which shelter are you in now? I will send this thing over immediately. The Zerg can lock its location. Our shelter has just been attacked by the Zerg and is now being evacuated. It can't withstand a second attack." Qianqian didn't ask more questions. He had an active mind and guessed the reason why Feng Xiao wanted to send the butterfly to him without thinking too much. He immediately reported the location of a shelter. He seemed to be worried and reminded him, Be careful on the road. After ending the communication, Qianqian looked at the lifelike butterfly specimen on the virtual screen, his 10 fingers jumping on the virtual screen. Soon he and Feng Xiao completed the positioning. He quickly worked out a road with the lowest risk and sent the map over. After doing all this, he connected to Xie Jiangsa's communication again. After Feng Xiao ended the call, he met 4 pairs of eyes. Sure, you touched his chin and said, "Brother Yuyan? You even have his terminal number. Didn't you see it?" The last few words were stretched out, as if he was deliberately making a joke. Gu Qianqian parroted, "I didn't see it. Lu Dongan didn't want to stand out from the crowd. I didn't see it." Luo Xiaozi refused to go along with them. Feng Xiao resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Is it time to focus on this now? I'm leaving." Sure, you stood up and hooked his neck. "Why are you leaving? Are you going to deliver your mecha that runs slower than a turtle to next year? Give me the things. I go." Feng Xiao, I'm afraid Shiryu is the only one in the world who said that the SSS level mecha runs slower than a turtle. No. You were just injured. Lu Dongan shut up immediately after he said that. Gu Qianqian raised his eyebrows immediately. "Are you injured?" Shiryu rolled his eyes. "What kind of injury?" "I was just hit by a little spider." "What kind of injury can it have?" Feng Xiao added faintly. "SSS level octopus spider. That's really small." Shiryu, Good guy. The little doctor has learned to be sarcastic. He used to only use his certificate to scold people. After arguing for 2 or 3 minutes, the 4 people unanimously decided to leave Gu Qianqian on the hovercraft. This decision was naturally strongly opposed by him. But it was useless. He was injured, and Gu Mingzhan had not woken up yet. If Gu Mingzhan woke up, he would need his brother to explain to his brother that the butterfly specimen was taken away by them. Gu Qianqian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what Gu Mingzhan's purpose was in taking away the butterfly specimen. But he didn't care about his life and death, and didn't throw it away. There must be a reason for him. Gu Qianqian could only watch the 4 people leave the hovercraft. And then he thought about it, and simply went to guard Gu Mingzhan. After they left the hovercraft formation, they sent a message to Shenhan, and told him that the 4 of them had received orders from Xiaoyan. Shenhan was skeptical about this, fearing that the little bastards would cause trouble. But now that they had run away, he couldn't drive the mecha to chase them. So he had to repeatedly remind them to be careful on the road. And then sent a message to the headquarters. He was relieved after receiving a definite reply. Lin Xia was still in a coma, and he was under a lot of pressure. He didn't want anyone here to get into trouble. The flying speed of the mecha was certainly not comparable to that of the hovercraft. But the relative target was also very large, and it was easy to attract the attention of the Zerg. Fortunately, the route set by Xiaoyan mostly avoided the Zerg, and the 4 of them walked smoothly for a while at first. But soon, the insect sucker played its role. When there were Zerg near the place where the few people passed by, they were inexplicably attracted. Like taking drugs, chasing after them non-stop. The feeling of running with a bunch of Zergs is really hard to describe. Sure, you felt a little funny despite being nervous. It felt a bit like the feeling of a bunch of zombies chasing her when she was escaping in the apocalypse. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. In the air, huge bees appeared one after another. They had thin waists and plump hips, and their wings vibrated and emitted dizzy sound waves. Compared with the Zergs such as the black leech spider, the bees flying in the air are undoubtedly beautiful. But these beautiful bees have a combat power range of between S and SSS in the Zerg Atlas that the Deep Blue Galaxy has recently researched and released. And in front of the 4 people, there are not 1 or 2, but a group. Chapter 26. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Looking at this situation, it is obvious that a fight is going to happen. The sound waves emitted by the wings of the bees blocking the road in front can obviously affect mental power. And the other 3 people except Shiryu also quickly sensed it. Luo Xiaozi connected the communication of the 3 people and reminded them, "You must be careful. This kind of sound wave will weaken mental power, and then weaken our combat effectiveness. It is best not to fight them head-on. But the current situation is obviously impossible. This matter has not been written in the Zerg Atlas." Shiryu and the other 2 were refreshed. They did feel that their ability to control the mecha weakened after the sound wave came. And it was not as easy to concentrate as before. These bees are already difficult to deal with. And they also have debuffs, leaving no way for people to survive. But based on the strategy of not moving if the enemy does not move, the 4 people did not move. And they were flying in the air. The Zerg on the ground could not do anything to them for a while, and could only watch helplessly, constantly swinging their tentacles, trying to knock them down from the air. Unfortunately, the tentacles were too short, and no matter how hard they swung, they just fluttered in the wind, which was very funny. The bee colony did not move, and it was not known whether it was waiting for the opportunity or weighing something. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell from the sky and hit one of the bees with a snap. It shook its wings, and the sound waves suddenly became stronger. The other bees were disturbed by it, and the short stalemate between the two sides was also broken. After the sound waves of the bee colony became fierce, Shiryu shouted without hesitation, "Run!" Before the few people came out, they had discussed that if they encountered a situation that they could not handle, they would run separately. The current situation is not something that can be dealt with in a few words. After Shiryu shouted, he did not care about the reactions of others, and spread the virtual particle wings of the God of War, and ran back without hesitation, while the others also fled in different directions in tacit understanding. But in just a few seconds, more and more raindrops fell from the sky, all crackling down, like hail, hitting the mecha with a crackling sound, which made people feel heavy. The rain came suddenly, and at the same time weakened the sound waves released by the bees. But their wings were like a sharp steel knife, not afraid of rain at all. After the four people fled in different directions, the leading bee vibrated its wings, and when the sound waves came back, it did not hesitate to lead the swarm to chase Shiryu. The butterfly specimen was on Shiryu. Before the few people came out, they argued about who to put the butterfly specimen on. In the end, Shiryu grabbed the specimen and took out the mecha. Even if the three wanted to take it back from her, they had no chance. So they had to follow her resignedly. Shiryu muttered all the way, promising that she might not be the best in fighting, but she must be the best in running away. She was so shameless. What else could others say? Of course, they shut up and beat her up when they got to the destination. Shiryu was not running away aimlessly, nor was she really running back. The route Qianqian had set for them was for safety reasons, not the shortest straight line. Shiryu had been studying the map Qianqian had given her along the way. Before running away, she turned the map over again and determined the direction of escape before she began to run for her life. The route she chose was the fastest way to reach the shelter where Qianqian was. As for whether she would encounter other Zerg on the road, Shiryu believed that even if she did encounter them, it would only be a group of pursuers. God of War. The virtual particle wings behind him were spread to the extreme, and the mecha was driven to the maximum. A huge amount of data flowed across the virtual screen in front of Shiryu. The detection data called the gene lock was also jumping wildly, constantly updating the calculated data. Shiryu only drove the mecha at such a high speed for less than a minute, and a warning sign popped up directly in front of her. Warning! The driver's physical fitness level cannot maintain the high-speed driving of the mecha. Please slow down immediately. Warning. The warning appeared 3 times in total. Shiryu gritted his teeth and endured the fatigue that climbed up his body, pretending not to see it. If she dared to stop now, she and Ares would become the delicious food of the Zerg. But Ares' built-in system didn't care whether she was in a desperate situation or not. After the warning was ineffective, another warning window popped up. Warning! The driver's body is overloaded, and the mecha will slow down in 3 seconds. It was difficult for Shiryu not to swear, but it would be useless at this time. She swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and continued to move forward. In the simulated sandbox in the cockpit, the bee swarm that she had pulled away from was slowly shortening the distance with her. According to calculations, it would only take 3 minutes for the bee swarm to catch up with her. Shiryu had already imagined what it would look like when she was caught up by the bee swarm and torn into pieces. She didn't want it. She didn't want it. She refused. At this time, the rain in the sky was getting heavier. Lightning flashed from time to time in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Everything was indicating the coming storm. Shiryu knew that she couldn't run away, and she didn't run after seeing a building towering into the sky. She squinted her eyes and looked at the lightning rod at the highest point of the building, and suddenly grinned. She flew over in the God of War, and at this time, there was lightning in the sky, and the lightning rod took over the lightning and conducted the current into the ground. Shiryu's eyes lit up with golden light, and the already tall lightning rod immediately rose again. And then she drove the God of War to stay next to the building. When the swarm of bees rushed over, the compound eyes showed the appearance of a silver-blue mecha. They sensed the dense pheromones emitted from the cockpit of the God of War, and all the bees couldn't help but vibrate their wings and emit buzzing sound waves. They looked a little excited and stared at Shiryu closely. This time, they did not choose to confront Shiryu, but spread out the entire swarm and gradually surrounded Shiryu. The bees in the swarm also had red marks on their abdomens, some with only one, some with two, but only the leader had three. Shiryu had made some judgments about their level, and she was not panicked when she saw them surrounding her. With golden light flashing in her eyes, she let the rain from the sky wash the surface of the mecha, and she could even feel her mental strength becoming heavy. If an outsider saw her current situation at this moment, they would definitely think that she was exactly the same as the Lion King who patiently lurked on the grassland waiting for the best time to catch prey. She was an excellent hunter. These bees were not like other Zergs, who would only act recklessly. Shiryu continued to wait for them to get closer, and even because the distance was too close, the mecha system began to frantically record the data of these bees for analysis and judgment, and make the best targeting. The bees came closer, and the leader also forced over. It stared closely at the silver-blue mecha that was completely motionless in the air, and greed flashed in its compound eyes. Closer. All the bees rushed toward Shiryu at the same time. The perfect timing and distance made Shiryu smile a little, and her pupils turned completely golden, adding a layer of mystery and solemnity to her face. At the same time, a thick lightning bolt hit straight down. At the same time, the 6 floaters on the legs of the god of war were removed by Shiryu, and the surging floaters shot out silver beams. The mimic particle wings behind the god of war shook slightly, and the silver-blue mecha disappeared on the spot. The metal that suddenly flew up began to rub against the lightning rod, and the current that was supposed to be directed to the ground was all leaked out. Only the harsh friction between metal and metal sounded, and the lasers continuously released from the floaters swept the bee colony fiercely, and the current leaked and sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of tearing and tearing continued. The sparks spread among the bee colony, and the current kept running. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the bees, it was enough to paralyze them for a short time. Shiryu was even more unceremoniously firing at a distance. The bullets fired by the particle sniper rifle were all concentrated energy. Once they hit the target, they would explode quickly and kill the target in the shortest time. At this moment, Shiryu fully demonstrated her accuracy when shooting, and each shot hit the most vulnerable abdomen of the bees. After Feng Xiao and the other two found that the bees were not chasing them at all, they knew that they were heading for Shiryu. Without thinking, they turned back and chased after them again. They all drove their mechas desperately to rush over, but they really didn't have the speed of the god of war. The 3 of them met up, and Lu Dongan and Luo Xiaozi even pulled his mecha to chase. But after catching up, their jaws almost dropped. They thought that Shiryu, who was chasing the bees and running around with her head in her arms, was driving her beautiful mecha leisurely in the air, holding a particle sniper rifle in her hand, and she would shoot any bee that wanted to break free from the paralysis of the electric current without hesitation. Hundreds of bees were burned by the flames and suppressed by the electric current. The inexplicable smell of barbecue made the 3 people subconsciously shrug their noses. When they reacted, they all said in their hearts, "Fuck. Too arrogant. Too arrogant." It's even more arrogant than the phrase brotherly cute. The 3 people realized sadly that they didn't need to worry about Shiryu at all. They rushed here in a hurry, not to support, but to watch the fun. To see how Shiryu, a guy who didn't play by the rules, would press the Zerg to the ground. Lu Dongan pulled himself out of his sad mood, took out the small pudding he had asked for from Shiryu not long ago, took a bite, and the soft and sweet feeling made him squint his eyes. He finally knew why Shiryu liked to eat pudding so much. He decided to include small pudding in his list of favorite snacks in the future. As for Feng Xiao, he wiped the sweat that had just come out of his hurry, turned on the full mimicry mode of the mecha, and recorded the scene not far away. This scene should be able to gain a lot of fans if it is posted on Starnet. Right? As for Luo Xiaozi, the young man has not seen much of the world, and he is already confused. Shiryu sensed the arrival of the 3 people, and after firing another shot, he was too lazy to connect with them one by one, and directly opened the public channel. "You are finally here? Can you be slower?" 3 people, good guy. It is hard not to hit her after arriving at the destination. Chapter 27. No matter how Feng Xiao and the others wanted to beat her, they had to admit that Shiryu operation was simply awesome. Those bees that they could only turn around and run away now became roasted bees one by one, and the crackling sound caused great comfort. S-level and SS-level bees can be killed by Yu particle sniper rifle. But the leading SSS-level bee was hit by a bullet from the particle sniper rifle and gained a little freedom. It shook its wings behind it vigorously, and the rain on its body was shaken off. A small vacuum zone was even formed around it, making it impossible for the heavy rain to get close to it. Without rain as a medium, it would be much more difficult for the arc to paralyze it. And this little time was enough for it to completely get rid of the control of the arc and flame. Lu Dongan, who had been paying attention to the bee colony, swallowed the pudding in his mouth and set up the sniper rifle on the spot. Feng Xiao fired without hesitation, and Luo Xiaozi had completed the data collection of the bees. The floater released by Yu was still strangling other bees. Seeing this SSS level bee break free, she disassembled the particle sniper rifle and threw out the beam sword. But in just a few short movements, the bee had flashed over. It seemed to be in a state of frenzy. The speed it had just rushed on was completely incomparable to the current speed. Moreover, the red mark on its abdomen became darker and darker. The originally black mouthparts began to change, cracking a row of densely packed sharp teeth. The beautiful bee suddenly became creepy. Its wings also expanded and grew larger, and suddenly grew sharp and dense steel stingers. It waved its huge steel wings and cut directly at Yu. Yu held the beam sword and barely blocked its attack, but was blown away by the huge force of the bee. The bee flapped its wings without any hesitation to launch a new round of attack. Feng Xiao shells arrived in the blink of an eye, all hitting the red mark on its abdomen. But such a direct and powerful bombardment did not hurt the bee at all, but only slowed down its speed slightly. Lu Dongan carried a sniper rifle and fired at it continuously. This time, the bee did not resist, but dodged to the left and right to avoid the bullets from Lu Dongan's sniper rifle. Obviously, it felt that the shells just now were not a threat to it, but the bullets fired by the sniper rifle could hurt it. Luo Xiaozi concentrated on looking at the bee model he simulated. He gritted his teeth. His mind turned quickly, and his index finger on the virtual keyboard danced wildly. He kept calculating and rejecting data, and finally his eyes lit up. Find a way to break its tail sting. Luo Xiaozi sent a communication to several people. In the previous battle, Yu beam sword brushed past the bee's tail sting and did not cause any damage at all. But the bee subconsciously withdrew its tail sting. This was like an instinct. An instinct to subconsciously want to protect its weaknesses when encountering danger. The red mark on his abdomen was also a weakness. But as it became violent, Feng Xiao artillery bombardment could not do anything to it. Obviously, it would be much more difficult to start from here. Yu was thrown out by the huge force of the bee. The god of war swayed in the air. She squinted her eyes immediately after hearing Luo Xiaozi's voice, and also noticed the stinger under the bee's round tail that was so small that it seemed insignificant compared to its body size. From ancient times to the present, bees have a characteristic that once the stinger of a bee is broken, it will die soon. Yu believed Luo Xiaozi's judgment and shouted, "Cover me!" Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan said okay at the same time, and the bullets from the sniper rifle mixed with the shells bombarded the bees. The bees were too fast. Feng Xiao fired a tracking shell this time. The shells he fired covered the front, and the bullets from Lu Dongan's sniper rifle followed closely. Yu smiled and flashed forward with a beam sword. At the same time, all the floaters that originally surrounded the bee's swarm were recovered. There was a rumbling explosion, and the bee's huge wings cut through the shells one by one. It was not hurt at all, but a hidden sniper bullet quietly passed through the constantly exploding shells and shot straight into the bee's bulging abdomen. This, unlike the last time when the octopus steel spider was used, the bullet could not break through its abdominal defense and shoot into its body. It only made a small groove on the red mark on the bee's abdomen, and the bee did not even feel the pain. The sharp teeth growing from its mouthparts bit and snapped, as if mocking something. But at this moment, countless sniper bullets came through the smoke from the explosion of the shells, and each bullet hit the groove with incomparable accuracy, with more force than the last, until the innermost bullet was lightly nailed into the bee's body, releasing an arc again. The bee's sharp teeth biting action paused, and then it roared violently. Its huge wings vibrated, and strong sound waves were released from it, and all the bullets shot at it were shaken off and fell to the ground. It roared in exasperation, as if it couldn't believe that such a fragile thing could cause it harm. But before it could finish its anger, Yu flashed over with her beam sword. The two beam swords on the left and right pressed towards the bee together. Although the bee had never directly witnessed the power of this weapon, it instinctively felt the threat of the particle weapon to itself. But it did not allow itself to retreat at this time. It flapped its strongest wings in an attempt to confront Shiryu head-on. Shiryu knew it would do so, and smiled with white teeth. With a clang, the beam soared and the bee's wings collided. The bee's compound eyes began to turn red, and its tail stinger rose up, trying to do something. But at this moment, the floater that Shiryu had pulled away shone brightly, releasing a particle beam directly from a distance. With a tearing sound, something was cut open, and then a roar that could shake the sky came out of the bee's mouth. Its sharp teeth kept biting, and the cut tail stinger had fallen straight to the ground. The bee knew that death was waiting for it. It was furious. All the stingers on its wings stood up and grew thicker and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. And its body also deflated at the same time. Luo Shiatsi noticed the strong fluctuations in the bee's body data, and shouted without hesitation, "Get away from it. It wants to die with you." Shiryu also wanted to stay away from it. But the battle happened in the blink of an eye. She wanted to retreat, but the bee wouldn't let her. The densely packed sharp teeth on its mouth parts opened to the maximum, and with the huge wings, it wanted to pierce Shiryu's cockpit. The data on the virtual screen in front of Shiryu kept surging. She knew that even if the bee's attack could not pierce the cockpit, it would definitely bring an irreversible impact on her mental power. It was inevitable that she would be injured. Heh, little bee. Don't be so arrogant. Okay? Shiryu's eyes were shining with gold. At the critical moment, a silver-red scimitar shot out from a distance. With a click, the bee's huge wings were directly smashed by the scimitar, and its open mouth parts were also cut off by the scimitar at the same time. Almost at the same time, another scimitar also swung back and cut across the bee's waist and abdomen. In just a blink of an eye, the bee was broken into pieces and fell to the ground. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, and a mecha in the simulated sandbox approached at an incredible speed. Shiryu only raised his head, and the silver-red mecha stopped in the air. It opened its virtual particle wings, like the god of war behind it, and the swirling scimitar turned in the air and finally embedded in its wrist. Xie Jiangsa looked at the bee colony that was almost solved, raised his eyebrows, and opened the public channel. "You guys are pretty good. There is a future for you." The inexplicable tail tone made the handsomeness of the silver-red mecha disappear completely. Shiryu inexplicably wanted to laugh, and his mind relaxed. When his consciousness was empty, he fainted. The silver-blue mecha suddenly turned off and fell down. Feng Xiao and others were shocked. Xie Jiangsa caught Shiryu in a flash. He looked at the 3D model of the god of war constructed on the virtual screen in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and a very interested light appeared in his eyes. Before, Xie Yuyan deleted all the videos in the space station. He asked him where Lanzer was now. Xie Yuyan never answered him directly. Unexpectedly, Lanzer was actually in the hands of a little guy. But now it seems that she did not seem to have exerted the full power of Lanzer. Otherwise such a group of little bees would not have fought so fiercely. When Shiryu woke up, she felt a headache. A very painful one. As if someone was stabbing her head with a needle. But it was not from the outside to the inside, but from the inside to the outside. She was in so much pain that her whole face wrinkled, and she even wanted to punch herself on the head to make herself faint again. "Are you awake? If you are awake, drink this potion quickly. You have overused your mental power. Does your head hurt now?" Feng Shibing's cold voice sounded, and Shiryu opened her eyes without focus like she was dying, making such a painful and uncool sound, and then said pitifully, "Can't you just pass it over?" One of the 3 people leaned against the door and hugged his chest. His eyes were empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking. One was sitting on a chair holding a nutrient solution in his hand and eating it with relish, and the remaining one stood by the bed and looked down at her. My goodness, she is in so much pain. Are these 3 people heartless? Don't they know how to be gentle with women? If the 3 knew what she was thinking now, they would spit on her face. Which fragrance and which jade would fight more fiercely than them? They are simply human combat weapons. Feng Xiao thought that he still had some conscience, so he leaned over to help Shiryu up, and gave her the medicine to drink. After drinking the potion for only a few seconds, Shiryu felt that the pain in her head was relieved a lot. The effect was so fast that she quickly drank the rest of the potion and asked again, "Are there any more?" "One more. It tastes much sweeter than the nutrient solution." Feng Xiao pushed her back to the bed with one hand. "Do you want to become a fool? Can you drink more potions at will?" This kind of special potion for treating mental power has always been in high demand. Feng Xiao naturally doesn't have it. Otherwise, he would have given it to Lin Xia and others before. This potion was sent by Qianqian. Feng Xiao guessed that he took out his own potion. Shiryu was inexplicably scolded. So she had to lie back on the bed obediently. She didn't know if the little doctor liked to scold her for a few days every month without any reason. Shiryu, who felt a little more comfortable, said that she was a big man and didn't care about the little man mistakes. So she laid down on the bed obediently. After she lay down, she suddenly remembered that the place where she was lying seemed to be wrong. This was a separate room. Unlike the shelter before, where everyone lived in an empty room and the only private space was a tent. Have we arrived at the headquarters? Shiryu asked belatedly. We brought you here after you fainted. Feng Xiao replied to her. Then took out the equipment for physical examination from the space bag. And said, raise your head. Take this. I will see how your mental strength is. Shiryu fell asleep just now. And everything was not easy to measure. Now that she woke up, she could conduct a more detailed examination. Measure your mental strength and physical strength level? Feng Xiao said, while operating the instrument on the intelligent brain. Shiryu also wanted to know what her current mental strength and physical strength level was. So she nodded. Soon, she felt a cold object sticking to her temple, and then moved from her left temple to her right temple, and then began to make a dripping sound. Lu Dongan was also a little curious about Shiryu's mental power level. She had been bragging about her A level before, and Lu Dongan really believed it at first. It was not until he saw Shiryu's incredibly beautiful silver-blue mecha that he realized that he had been deceived by Shiryu, a guy who was full of nonsense. Lu Dongan himself had an SSS-level mecha, and he had seen many SSS-level mechas. Of course, he could see that Shiryu's silver-blue mecha was not lower than SSS level. He even had a hunch that the level of this mecha was even higher than SSS level. Lu Dongan was not sure, and was frightened by his own guess. As we all know, there are not many SSS plus level materials in the entire universe. So far, the Federation has only known SSS plus level mechas of the 7 marshals and Qianqian mecha judgment. And other countries are also very few. To put it more intuitively, there are definitely no more than 100 SSS plus level mechas in the entire universe. And this is definitely not a conservative number. Lu Dongan looked at Shiryu, who kept looking up at the measuring instrument curiously. And he really couldn't figure out her origin. But this didn't seem to be important. He drank up the nutrient solution and walked to Shiryu to look at the data measured by the instrument. 3 minutes later, Lu Dongan frowned and pointed at the virtual screen that popped up on the instrument. Turned his head and asked, what does this mean? Normally, the data will stabilize in less than a minute when measuring mental power and level. Shiryu measured for 3 minutes and the data was still jumping. Feng Xiao also frowned. Shiryu blinked curiously, not knowing what happened, and saw Feng Xiao reach out to fix the instrument on her head again. 3 minutes later, Luo Xiaozi, who was leaning against the door in a daze, also came over, took a look at the virtual screen and said directly, is your instrument broken? It is well known that people's mental power is constantly changing before the age of 18. Normally, it develops in the direction of growth. Only a small number of people show negative growth due to genes or external influences. Of course, Shiryu could not have negative growth, but her mental power and physical fitness levels jumped up and down from time to time. Sometimes jumping to S level, sometimes dropping to A level, and even more exaggeratedly dropping to B level, but then quickly rebounding to SS level. You can't even ride a roller coaster like this. Feng Xiao subconsciously retorted, how could it be broken? I haven't used it many times, and I bought it 2 months ago. Then how do you explain her mental power level jumping so much? Luo Xiaozi touched his chin, and the data on the virtual screen was still jumping. Feng Xiao also saw this situation for the first time. He scratched his head for a while, and barely came up with an explanation. Maybe her mental power was damaged in the previous battle, and she just took the mental power repair potion. So it jumped like this. Feng Xiao said this very unconfidently, but he didn't know how to explain the condition of the instrument. Are there any other instruments to check? If this one doesn't work, why not change it? Lu Dongan suggested while touching his chin. No, I bought the most accurate one. It's unlikely that I bought a broken one. Right? Feng Xiao also began to question whether the instrument was intact. Shiryu blinked her big, bulging eyes and hesitated in a low voice. What's going on? Can you stop playing dumb in front of me? It was probably because the mental repair potion took effect. Her head didn't hurt as much as when she just woke up. There was a cool feeling spreading, and the pain was gradually easing. Do you want to take it off and put it on my head to try? Luo Xiaozi gave a suggestion to test whether the instrument was intact. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up and thought it was feasible. He quickly took off the instrument on Shiryu's head and put it on Luo Xiaozi's head. Lu Dongan took the opportunity to move the chair he had just made over and let Luo Xiaozi sit down. Shiryu, who was completely ignored by the three, blinked again, trying to draw their attention, and said, "Can you pay attention to me? Tell me what's wrong with my mental power." "What's wrong?" Luo Xiaozi raised his eyes and asked. Lu Dongan said, "It should be broken." Feng Xiao nodded with difficulty, a little reluctant that everything he bought was broken. The one he bought was the most limited and expensive one. When it was advertised, he was told that it had an absolute shelf life of 20 years. What a rubbish merchant. How dare they cheat him out of money? After Feng Xiao was angry, a surprised voice came from behind him. "A level? Luo, your mental power level is the same as mine." It turned out that Shiryu saw that the three of them ignored her completely. So she got up and got ready to see what was going on, and happened to see the test results on the virtual screen. Luo Xiaozi heard it and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "That's right. What's wrong?" Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan, shocked. "Your mental power level is A level?" Lu Dongan's voice was obviously a little unbelievable. Luo Xiaozi gave Feng Xiao a look to signal him to take down the instrument, and said, "Yes. My physical and mental levels are both A level. Is there anything strange? Better than ordinary people, but not strong combat power." Lu Dongan was really surprised. He thought Feng Xiao was just a doctor before, but he took out an SSS level mecha. As we all know, if the mental level is not SSS level, you can't drive an SSS level mecha. All countries in the universe have such regulations to prevent some people from being greedy and reckless, driving mechas that exceed their ability level, causing irreparable damage to their bodies and mental power. Besides, Shiryu, this bastard never tells the truth. What A-level mental power and physical fitness? Only he was too naive before, and was deceived. After seeing Luo Xiaozi, the mecha he took out was not simple either. It was very light, and its speed was even faster than Shiryu's silver blue mecha. Lu Dongan did not see too many performances of that mecha, so he naturally classified it as an SSS class mecha. Feng Xiao obviously thought so too. Now when he heard Luo Xiaozi say that his mental power and physical fitness were only A class, he did not believe it. However, the instrument would not lie. Luo Xiaozi said so himself, so it must not be false. Lu Dongan said honestly, "After seeing your mecha, I thought your mental power was SSS class." Luo Xiaozi's eyes flashed with helplessness. "I modified it myself. It is fast but has no attack power. It runs away very quickly. If it is stopped by someone, it will only die." Good guy. It turns out that the only specialty is seen by everyone. Shiryu saw that they were talking to themselves and did not intend to pay attention to her. She got angry and lay back on the bed with a thump, lying flat with her eyes closed, refusing to communicate with others. As for the mental and physical strength levels, if you don't know, then don't know? Humph. Anyway, she can drive the awesome Aries. The three noticed the movement behind them, looked at each other, and laughed silently. Who let this bastard act on his own again and again? He didn't say a word when he turned around to save Lin Xie. When they delivered the butterfly specimen to the headquarters together, he snatched the specimen and ran away without discussing with them. Do they look so unreliable? Lie down. You won't be so troublesome if you lie down. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, Shiryu lifted one eyelid. He just wanted to take a sneak peek and quickly closed his eyes. As a result, the room was empty. None of the three people were there. Shiryu was immediately angry and snorted heavily and closed his eyes. Three bastards. You have already lost this lovely little salted fish of mine. Shiryu's mental strength and physical fitness level were not able to be measured until her injuries were almost healed. Feng Xiao not only tried Luo Xiaozi, but also tried himself and Lu Dongan. They all confirmed that the instrument was not damaged. However, once the instrument was placed on Shiryu's head, it started to malfunction. Later, Feng Xiao was too lazy to help her measure. On this day, after Feng Xiao announced that Shiryu's body had fully recovered, she sat on the bed and ate a small pudding, and then continued to lie flat. Lu Dongan opened the door and came in just in time to see her lying down. And a row of black lines slid down his forehead. Don't lie down. Commander Xie wants to see us. Shiryu immediately closed her eyes when she heard the 3 words don't lie down. And then heard the 3 words Commander Xie. And seriously reflected who this person was. And then sat up with a bang. Is it the Commander Xie I think of? If the Commander Xie you think of is Major General Xie Yuyan, then that is it. Lu Dongan saw her react so quickly for the first time. And raised his eyebrows. Shiryu said oh, and started to get out of bed and put on shoes. She hasn't seen Qianqian for almost a month. I wonder if he has become more beautiful. Shiryu chuckled twice. Which made Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan shudder. Feng Xiao was about to ask her why she laughed so obscenely. But Shiryu straightened her back and said, let's go. We can't keep Commander Xie waiting for a long time. Good guy. Every time Lin Xie came to her, she would urge her. Shiryu would definitely not arrive in front of Lin Xie a second earlier if she could have a minute more. Shiryu walked to the door and realized that she didn't know where to go. She turned around and asked, who will lead the way? Lu Dongan walked in front of her resignedly. When the two of them went out, they saw Luo Xiaozi leaning against the door, turning on the smart brain and not knowing what to do. She felt that someone came out, glanced at them, and put away the smart brain, and then said in surprise, you shouted so quickly? Shiryu, I was implied. Luo Xiaozi was shocked by Shiryu fighting ability before, thinking that she was a powerful master who must be very diligent in training. As a result, she was directly disillusioned after arriving at the headquarters. It is hard to say whether Shiryu had ever trained very hard, but she is really diligent and lazy now. Shiryu snorted to express her dissatisfaction and dragged Lu Dongan forward. Feng Xiao followed him out of the room and said after the two walked out, wrong direction. Go this way. Shiryu pulled Lu Dongan back again with frustration. A few minutes later, 4 people were sitting in the conference room. Shiryu took out her pudding and was about to eat it when a hand reached out. It was Lu Dongan. Soon the second hand and the third hand. Shiryu, she promised. She would never eat pudding in front of these people in the future. Her pudding was almost finished. When Xie Yuyan came in, he saw 4 people eating pudding at the conference table. The scene was too appetizing, causing him to glance at the space bag on Shiryu's waist. Shiryu has been eating snacks since the first meeting. When Xie Yuyan came in, Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan immediately put down the pudding in their hands and stood up, saluting obediently. Luo Xiaozi was a little slower, but not much slower. Only Shiryu stood up unsteadily while biting the pudding cup, and then saluted in a not-so-standard way. She didn't mean it. She had never been a soldier. Xie Yuyan nodded to several people, returned a military salute, and then walked to the seat opposite them and sat down, but didn't take the main seat. Shiryu was about to sit down while biting the pudding cup, but he saw the 3 people next to him were still standing, so he stood up again. Xie Yuyan had just sat down when he heard a tentative sentence from the front. Little. No. Commander Xie. Can we sit down? Xie Yuyan heard what she wanted to say after the word she didn't finish. His eyelids trembled, and he said lightly, sit down. Shiryu sat down with peace of mind, and the 3 people next to him couldn't help but want to hold their foreheads. But they didn't have Shiryu dog courage, so they could only sit down with a feeling of embarrassment. How have you adapted these days? Have you recovered from your injuries? Xie Yuyan asked. Shiryu put the empty pudding cup on the table and said happily, I've adapted very well, and my injuries have all healed, she said with a smile, her eyes passing over Xiao Piaoyang's slightly sharp eyebrows. Xiao Piaoyang is different in military uniform. The cold temperament is still there, and it looks even better with more majesty and depth. Xie Yuyan glanced at her. Since you have adapted and recovered from your injuries, I will arrange for you to join the army later. Are you okay? Shiryu had a question mark on her forehead, and she wanted to go back 10 seconds ago and answer it again. She tried to bargain, but Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan had already responded in a sonorous and powerful voice. No problem. Luo Xiaozi also nodded. Shiryu, if her teammates were smarter, they would not sell themselves out and help others count money. Feeling Xiao Piaoyang's eyes on her, Shiryu nodded agreeably. Xie Yuyan nodded and said, I hope you can keep the butterfly specimen secret. That's no problem. Xie Yuyan is not someone who can talk to others. After a short conversation, he stood up and said, I have something else to do later, so I leave first. Someone will take you to register later. Xie Yuyan was about to leave. Shiryu stood up and said, Wait a minute. Her voice was urgent and fast. And several people turned to look at her at the same time. Sure, you realized that she had just lost her composure. And coughed lightly and said, I have something to ask you. Can you please stay for a while? Then she gave Feng Xiao and the other two a look that said, you guys leave quickly. And her intentions were obvious. Xia Yuyan guessed what she wanted to ask. And nodded in response. Feng Xiao and the other two had no choice but to stand up and line up to leave the meeting room. Sure, Yu and Xia Yuyan were the only ones left in the quiet meeting room. Sure, Yu looked Xiao Piaoliang up and down. And then he saw him clearly. The tail of his silver hair was as long as his waist. Now he was sideways. And the white belt of his military uniform bound his waist. From Sure Yu's perspective, he looked slender and straight. And the feeling of weakness, when he was only wearing a thin shirt, when they first met disappeared completely. What are you looking at? Sure Yu was watching with great interest when she heard this. She didn't feel like she was being caught. And smiled with her big white teeth. Look at you. You're beautiful. Xia Yuyan glanced at her coldly, wondering if he was still thinking about the little pretty girl she mentioned at that time. Xia Yuyan didn't sit down either. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have something else to do. The little pretty girl now is not as cute as before. Sure Yu puffed up her cheeks. Walked to the little pretty girl and asked, you sent me that email, right? Do you know the origin of my mecha? She asked directly. And at present, she could only get the answer from Xia Yuyan. Xia Yuyan lowered his eyes and glanced at Sure Yu's index finger. Did I tell you to keep the mecha? She was the one asking the question. Why was Xiao Piaoliang asking so much? But she still said honestly, my life is gone. How can I care about whether to keep the mecha or not? Tell me honestly. What's wrong with this mecha? The more he saw the terrifying performance of the God of War, the more uneasy Sure Yu felt. After living with the stingy uncle for 10 years, Sure Yu always thought he was an ordinary person who just liked to tinker with some messy potions and occasionally caught her for experiments. Although she was tortured every time, it didn't have any effect in the end. So Sure Yu didn't take it seriously. But the appearance of this mecha made her realize that the stingy uncle might have a big secret. And this time he left the aquamarine star for the capital star. Sure Yu didn't want to think about it. Xia Yuyan looked at Sure Yu and didn't say anything. Sure Yu continued to ask, what on earth are you doing at the headquarters of Heilangxing Express? Although I don't understand the data you process. It's a coincidence that Heilangxing Express sent me this mecha ring the day before. You say, is there any connection here? She accidentally met Xiao Piaoliang and her group. Old Mother Chicken and his group had other purposes. From the moment she entered the mall, Old Mother Chicken had the intention to kill her. This killing intention was not particularly targeted. But no matter who entered the mall, he would definitely take action. But because of Xiao Piaoliang, Old Mother Chicken could not take action at the first time. Also, although Old Mother Chicken was Xiao Piaoliang's subordinate, it was obvious that they had different opinions. Old Mother Chicken did not absolutely obey Xiao Piaoliang. It would be interesting to guess more deeply. Old Mother Chicken and Xiao Piaoliang were indeed in the same group. The two came to Heilangxing for the same purpose. But they each had their own plans. Afterwards, they were attacked by spiders. Sure Yu thought that Xiao Piaoliang brought her along because he was out of breath after running a few steps and had little fighting power. If he encountered the Zerg, he would die. He could only bring her as a thug. But later, she knew that he was the chief commander of the Judgment Corps. And her idea was completely overturned. Anyone who encountered the Zerg would die. Except Xiao Piaoliang. Could the powerful chief commander of the Judgment Corps easily put himself in danger without any chance of recovery? The answer is undoubtedly no. Then why did he bring her? A burden with no ability? Sure Yu thought about it, and then connected it with the email. And guessed an answer. That is, when Xiao Piaoliang saw the mecha ring on her hand again, he had a plan in his mind. He might even know the stingy uncle. This inference made Sure Yu feel anxious for a long time. But she couldn't rush to Xiao Piaoliang to question him. Until now. Xia Yuyan listened to her logical reasoning and blinked. It's just a coincidence. Where is the evidence? Xia Yuyan was never afraid of being questioned by others. Even Xia Liqin couldn't make him speak when he didn't want to answer the questions. Xia Yuyan simply sat down and turned his chair to face Sure Yu. Seeing that she was choked by his words and couldn't speak, he put his elbow on the armrest of the chair and leaned his face with the back of his hand. He simply opened the topic and said, since you can guess so much, you should also know that this mecha brings you trouble instead of luck. I have someone give you the mecha again later. Remember, don't take it out unless you have to. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Sure, you heard the pause in his words, and clearly felt that he wanted to talk about a person. Sure, you didn't like this. She felt that she was forced into a quagmire. But she didn't know how deep the quagmire was, and how to use force to get out of it. Sure, you touched the mecha ring on her index finger. Xiaoyan noticed her thoughts and said, "It's useless to give me the mecha ring. It should be bound to you. Right? After binding, no one can drive this mecha except you. In other words, if other people take it, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Sure you, eh? Is Xiao Piaoyang a worm in her stomach? No. Is this mecha so bad?" Sure, you narrowed her eyes, and swept across Xiaoyan's pretty face. She couldn't stay out of it now. In this case, sure, you grabbed the armrest of Xiaoyan's chair, and pushed the back of the chair against the table. Then he leaned over with his palm on the table. In this case, shouldn't you tell me more? You can't drag me on your pirate ship, and I don't know anything. Right? Sure, you leaned over. And the two were almost face to face. Such a close distance allowed her to see every inch of Xiao Piaoyang's face. After watching for 2 seconds, she said in her heart, "Fuck. How did this man maintain such good skin?" Xiaoyan didn't know what she was thinking. He had never been in such a weak position. He felt strange and awkward in his heart. And he was never a person who compromised. Xiaoyan's lips were tight. But sure, you continued to lean down. And the tips of their noses were almost touching. "Little pretty. There are only 2 of us in this conference room now. If you don't say anything, I will have no choice but to do something to you. You look so beautiful." Ding. The door of the conference room suddenly opened. And Xie Jiangsa walked in while looking at the intelligent brain, Yu Yin. Over there in the space station. Fuck. Xie Jiangsa was blind. Chapter 28. Xie Jiangsa came and left suddenly. Sure, you reacted and wanted to speak. But it was too late. She straightened up and touched her nose awkwardly. And said guiltily, "He seems to have misunderstood something?" She just said it casually just now, to scare Xiao Piaoyang and let him say something. But now the situation has become like this. She is too embarrassed to continue asking. Xie Yuyan gathered the collar of his military uniform and glanced at Shu Yu indifferently. "Now you just need to remember my words. When you can fully drive Lancer, I can tell you anything you want to know." Xie Yuyan left after he finished speaking, and his hand was on his collar all the time. Sure, you looked at his little movements and felt a little sour in his teeth. She really didn't mean it just now. She just wanted to scare him and take revenge for the last shot. Who knew Xie Jiangsa would suddenly come in? Well, is Xiao Piaoyang Majesty in front of his subordinates now greatly discounted because of her? After all, he is the passive one. But why is Xiao Piaoyang wearing a military uniform and the black collar she wore when she first met him? It's quite strange. Sure, you wanted to ask. But it was obviously not appropriate for her to say this now. Sure, you pretended to be deep and coughed twice, knowing that no matter how much she asked, Xiao Piaoyang would not tell her if she didn't want to. Watching the people leave, Sure, you put her hands behind her head and looked at the ceiling. She was so attentive to come here. If she had known that she couldn't get anything out of her today, she might as well lie dead in the room. At least she could have a little more time. Sure, you walked out of the meeting room slowly. And when she passed a crossroads in the corridor, she was pulled over by Lu Dongan in hand. The 3 teenagers blocked her in the corner and asked her with narrowed eyes, "What did you do with Commander Xie just now?" After the 3 of them left the meeting room, they waited here. Not long after, they saw Xie Jiangsa coming over. They wanted to call him, but he walked too fast and entered the meeting room at once. In less than 5 seconds, he staggered out, and then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The 3 people were so curious, but they didn't dare to ask, so they had to wait here. After a while, Xie Yuyan came out holding his collar, with a strange expression. The 3 people didn't dare to ask, so they had to continue to wait here. Then Shu Yu came out. She was the most relaxed among the 3 people who came out of the conference room, thinking of her usual style of doing things. The gossip fire in the hearts of the 3 people burned fiercely. Shu Yu pushed Lu Dongan's face away. "Why do you care so much about a child? Let's go and get the mecha." It was the first time that Shu Yu said she was going to get the mecha. The 3 looked at each other and felt that she was greatly stimulated or got a great benefit. They all narrowed their eyes for a while. Shu Yu didn't care what the 3 of them were up to. He went to the registration office and took his number to get a mecha. This time he got an S-class mecha. Shu Yu was a little surprised. After asking the staff, He just said that it was arranged by Major General Xie Jiangsa. Sure, you said obediently and put on the mecha ring. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongan didn't get another mecha. Although they could use unfamiliar mechas, they were not comfortable with them. They didn't want to use them before, but they had some little thoughts in their hearts. But now they are at the headquarters. The Zerg of Hylan Star are increasing in number, and their combat power is getting stronger and stronger. They are not sure you, who can show off to the Zerg by driving an A-class mecha. As for Luo Xiaozi, he has little combat power, and he doesn't think he needs other mechas. His advantage is to collect information, process information, and make the best judgment. If you have to say it, it is probably equivalent to an auxiliary existence. If you say it in a higher level, it is probably like Xiaoyan. Even if he had never driven a mecha to participate in a battle, he could still become the core of the Judgment Corps. Luo Xiaozi's goal was to become a commander. This shelter was the largest shelter in the entire Blue Sea Star. Almost all the core figures of Blue Sea Star gathered here. After Xiaoyan took over the shelter, he directly promulgated a series of management regulations. Everyone was no longer like a headless fly as before. Everyone had their own division of labor and responsibilities. After Shiryu took the mecha, the four of them were assigned to the team responsible for the battle. It was at this time that Shiryu realized that this shelter was the safest and also the most dangerous. Because the shelter was large, it was also a large target. In just 1 month, this shelter was attacked 13 times, an average of 1 attack every 2 days. However, the Zerg's attacks were not regular. It was possible that they had just retreated and launched an attack again an hour later, or they might not come to harass for 4 or 5 days. Shiryu was more worried about whether the worm sucker would cause more Zerg to attack the shelter. However, since Xiao Piaoliang dared to leave the worm sucker behind, he would definitely not joke with his own life and the lives of everyone in the shelter. Shiryu thought about it and put this worry behind her. She began to adapt to the new mecha. As for the original A-class mecha, she returned it to the shelter after receiving the S-class mecha. Perhaps because of the previous experience, Shiryu only took a few minutes to adapt to this mecha. To be honest, the performance of the S-class mecha is really not comparable to that of the A-class mecha. Speaking of weapons, the previous A-class mecha only had a pitiful broadsword and some useless shells. In addition to the standard broadsword and shells, the S-class mecha that Shiryu received now also has a shield. This shield is very light, and it is unknown what material it is made of. According to the detailed explanation of the weapon, it can resist the attack of the SS-class mecha. Shiryu is not used to using a shield. Her attacks have always been fierce, and she has always liked to use attacks to resolve attacks. Using a shield is too restrictive for her. After using it, she found that it was not convenient. So she planned to take the mecha to ask the maintenance personnel to replace the shield with a knife or sword. Shiryu still had a subtle feeling that she seemed to be born with the ability to drive a mecha. She could judge how to maximize the power of the mecha without thinking carefully. This feeling was so subtle that it could not be described in words. Even when Lu Dongan and the other two gave her a look that said you are a humanoid combat weapon, she could only scratch her head and inexplicably attributed it to talent. After she adapted to the mecha, she was about to slip back to lie down while the people in the training ground were not paying attention. Before she reached the door, she saw a woman in military uniform and short hair standing by the door. She was holding a whip in her hand, which was faintly intimidating. Shiryu had a hunch that if she dared to sneak away, she would definitely whip her without hesitation. She had to pretend that she had not thought about anything just now, and moved her feet back obediently before the other party's eyes swept over. Lu Dongan and the others had been with her for a long time, so how could they not know what he was thinking? Seeing her move like this, they all covered their mouths to hold back their laughter. Shiryu was no longer a salted fish. She was soon educated by Luo Xiaozi, who got the news from nowhere. The rules of the shelter are very strict. They stipulate what time the combatants have to get up every morning, how much training they have to complete, which combat unit will go out to perform the mission today, and which combat unit will be responsible for patrol and alert. After civilians with combat capabilities join the combat team, they are not given special care. Everything is managed in a unified manner. Feng Xiao obviously knew that after Luo Xiaozi educated Shiryu, he began to straighten his back and say that such control and execution are not something that ordinary people can do, and then praised Xiaoyan in disguise. Lu Dongan nodded and agreed on the side. Luo Xiaozi was thoughtful every time he heard it. Shiryu directly labeled him as a brainless fan of Xiao Piaoliang. In the morning, Shiryu got up with difficulty. Today, they went out to complete the mission, which was to pick up airdrops. Yes, pick up airdrops. Aquamarine is now unable to produce at all. Most of the surface is occupied by Zerg, and resources are consumed every day. If they are not replenished, the surface defense line will be finished sooner or later. The space station discovered that the Zerg were not very sensitive to things like missiles where there were no living creatures. The space station tried repeatedly on this discovery, and finally determined that it was impossible to send people in large quantities. But it could deliver supplies. The high altitude is now occupied by the Zerg, and the space station has no way to accurately deliver supplies to every shelter. It can only choose places where the Zerg defense is relatively lax to carry resources into the Blue Sea Star through fake missiles. And then the shelter will send people to retrieve the supplies. This is very dangerous, but it is the only feasible way. The leader of the team today is the female major holding a whip yesterday. She is in a blue and white military uniform, and she looks heroic from a distance. She is the driver of an SS-class mecha and her weapon is a long whip. Shiryu was stared at by her several times when he was slacking off while training yesterday. He felt a little guilty when he saw her, and always quietly reduced his presence. Each combat unit is composed of 10 people. Those who have been on missions before and have tacit cooperation can form a team by themselves, and the rest will be randomly assigned. Shiryu was bored waiting for the group assignment. When she saw the people, she felt that the 6 people looked at her unkindly, and a huge question mark appeared in front of her head. But soon, she found that the 6 people looked unkindly not only at her, but also at Lu Dongan. Shiryu quietly poked Lu Dongan's waist with her elbow and asked in a low voice, "What did you do? Why did they look at you like this?" Lu Dongan looked at Shiryu, who excluded him speechlessly, and his understanding of her turning a deaf ear to the outside world and sleeping on salted fish became deeper. "Don't you know? They are students of Nord Middle School. Nord Middle School is the mortal enemy of Vogue Middle School. It is not appropriate to say that the 2 middle schools are mortal enemies and compete for the enrollment rate every year. However, Nord Middle School is an aristocratic middle school and has always only recruited some rich people. Vogue Middle School has no threshold. Anyone who meets the score line can go in, and will also accept some poor students arranged by the government. Such assure you. Nord Middle School has always looked down on Vogue Middle School, and most of Vogue Middle School students don't like Nord Middle School students. Whenever there is a unified exam, the 2 schools will definitely compete. Both schools have their wins and losses in the exams, but in the admission rate of major military academies, Nord Middle School undoubtedly crushes Vogue Middle School. However, this year, there was a Lu Dongan with SSS level physical and mental strength, and Nord Middle School only had 2 SS level physical and mental students. As a result, Nord Middle School certainly felt aggrieved. More importantly, Lu Dongan refused the invitations from major schools and wanted to continue studying at Vogue Middle School. There is nothing more aggrieved than having something you have always dreamed of being discarded by others. Vogue Middle School was therefore proud of Nord Middle School. Lu Dongan knew about this to some extent, but he didn't take it seriously. He was not interested in these things. If he had time, he might as well go to training. Shiryu was either sleeping or sleeping in the classroom, and it was even more impossible for him to spend time to inquire about these things. And of course, he didn't know about the competition between the 2 schools. Now, after hearing Lu Dongan popular science, Shiryu felt a sense of enlightenment. When she was in high school, her own school and another school also fought fiercely for the admission rate. Although they didn't bring it up openly, they were competing like this in secret. Whichever school has a higher admission rate this year and more students admitted to good universities, the banner must be fully hung. The 2 people were mumbling here, and the sound was not small, and it was completely heard by the other 6 people. Feng Xiao and Luo Xiaozi looked at the 6 people's extremely dark faces, and then looked at Shiryu and Lu Dongan, who were talking quietly as if nothing had happened, wiped their faces, and turned around to pretend that they didn't hear anything and knew nothing. However, the mission must be carried out. No matter how much they were enemies before, they must now contribute to the shelter and to the Blue Sea Star. After listening to Lu Dongan popular science, Shiryu clapped his hands and approached the 6 people. The team needs a captain. Who wants to be the captain? They didn't expect Shiryu to come over on his own initiative. This notorious lazy person from Vogue Middle School looked a little unintelligent. The 6 people from Nord Middle School looked strange. But soon someone stood up and said, "Don't you want to be the captain?" Although Li Wensheng was influenced by the school atmosphere and always regarded the students of Oak Middle School as imaginary enemies, he was not so confused at the critical moment. But this was just a polite remark. He didn't wait for the few people to answer and immediately said, "Since none of you want to be the captain, I will do it. I hope you can obey orders later and don't mess around." He used to be a class monitor and helped the teacher plan many activities. His future goal is to become a commander. So, after the Zerg invasion broke out, he immediately stood up to help. Before Shiryu and others arrived, the 6 of them had been on at least 5 missions, and each time, they completed the mission very well. They also encountered dangers, but they were always able to rely on their judgment and command ability to deal with the attacking Zerg, and then return to the shelter safely with the main force. Li Wensheng was naturally a little proud in his heart. He was even confident that he could successfully enter several major military academies with his glorious resume here after leaving Aquamarine. Since he volunteered, Shiryu certainly had no objection. She glanced at the 3 people behind her, and the others had no objection either. So Shiryu slapped Li Wensheng's shoulder heavily. "Then it will all depend on you later, brother." Somehow, Li Wensheng felt inexplicably proud in his heart. Just when he wanted to pretend to say a few words, the whistle for assembly sounded in front of him. There was no time to chat. After simply resolving the conflict between the 2 schools, the 10 members of the team completed the assembly as quickly as possible. There was no extra words, and what should be said had been said long ago. After counting the number of people, everyone drove the mecha out of the shelter. They had to reach the place where the supplies were delivered as quickly as possible, and take as many of them back to the shelter as possible before the Zerg could destroy them. The route had been planned long ago, and they tried to avoid places where the Zerg were rampant. But now there were Zergs in most places on the surface, and it was basically impossible to avoid them completely. It was not accidental that they encountered the swarm before. Now there are many flying Zergs active, but their number is less than that of Zergs living on the ground. And now, in front of them, was a group of Zergs similar to the beetles. They were bright red, with huge round black spots on their backs. The number of round black spots on the back of each beetle was different. The transparent, but rigid wings were vibrating in the air. It was only a light flap, but it could roll up a strong wind. With this group of beetles, fighting was inevitable. The female major was named Wenruoyan. She immediately issued an order to resist this group of beetles, and different combat units dealt with different numbers of beetles. Shiryu team also took action quickly. Li Wensheng quickly distributed the illustrations of this beetle to everyone. This is a 5-star beetle. The level can be judged by the black dots on their backs. A 5-star beetle with only 1 dot is equivalent to a B-level combat. 2 dots are A-level combat. And so on. There are about 100 5-star beetles in this group, and 3 of them have 5 dots. In the entire team, only Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao are driving SSS-level mechas. Unfortunately, neither of them is a melee mecha, and they will most likely be at a disadvantage in a fight with a 5-star beetle. When Ruoyan knew that they existed and that their mechas were SSS level, but she did not pull them out. They were all underage brats, and it was too dangerous to come out to line up against an SSS level 5-star ladybug. She is as steady as a mountain. When the quality is not enough, she can often overwhelm with quantity. Although she is driving an SS level mecha, she has rich combat experience. She flicked a whip and directly restrained one of the SSS level 5-star beetles. 2 teams composed entirely of the garrison troops of the Aquamarine also stepped out to suppress the remaining 2 SSS class mechs. After a brief reminder, Li Wensheng said, "You 4 newcomers, stay alert on the side and watch how we kill the Zerg. You can join the battle. Understand?" Li Wensheng has led newcomers more than once. After each battle, he can get the newcomers' amazed and admiring eyes, which fully satisfies his vanity despite his young age. Shiryu was about to draw the big knife on the back of the mech, and when he heard what he said, he was stunned for a moment. Li Wensheng had already arranged his 5 teammates to go up. They really had a tacit understanding. After the battle began, Shiryu quickly saw that one of the 5 of them was driving an SS-class mech, and the other 4 were driving S-class mechs. As for Li Wensheng, who had not yet taken action, it was temporarily impossible to see his mech level. The 5 of them cooperated tacitly. First, they restrained the 1 to 5-star beetles, and then 2 of them completed the resistance against the remaining 5-star beetle. Li Wensheng then cooperated with the remaining 2 to kill the 5-star beetle. 2 were dealt with in a row, and the effect was very good. Shiryu touched his chin and was about to pick up the big knife to fight. But Li Wenxing's fancy teaching came again. Remember not to be greedy and reckless. The method of dealing with the Zerg one by one is the safest. Shiryu nodded seriously and responded, okay. After that, she directly carried her 2 big knives and killed into the beetle group. Li Wenxing was stunned on the spot and immediately reacted and said, did you hear what I said just now? I asked you to deal with them one by one. Not to ask you to go over and fight 10. Come out quickly and don't disrupt our battle rhythm. Otherwise the situation will be out of control. And we... Halfway through the words, Li Wenxing got stuck. He looked at the scene in front of him, and his pupil shook. The mecha that killed more than a dozen 5-star beetles held a big knife in one hand. And each time it chopped the 5-star beetle's most vulnerable part. The 5-star beetle's hardest forelimb was cut off from the body by her like cutting vegetables. The transparent wings of the 5-star beetle vibrated, trying to roll up a whirlwind. But it was hit by a sniper bullet. The arc of electricity raged, and the 5-star beetle was briefly paralyzed. Then, a cannonball from nowhere hit the 5-star beetle directly, and it was blown into pieces. It turned out that Lu Dongan had already found a sniper position in the distance without making a sound, and Feng Xiao had already carried the giant cannon to support it. The 3 of them complemented each other. Luo Xiaozi calculated the weakness of the 5-star beetle at the fastest speed, and Shiryu took the big knife and attacked directly. Li Wenxing was completely speechless. But in a few short minutes, the Zerg that his team was responsible for killing were beaten to pieces by Shiryu and his men like cutting melons and vegetables. The scene was simply too tragic. Li Wenxing stood there stupidly, not noticing a 5-star beetle approaching him. Shiryu looked back and saw it. She threw the big knife in her hand over. After shooting down the 5-star beetle, she directly opened the microphone. Brother, what are you doing on the battlefield? She opened the public channel, and this sentence spread from her mecha to the whole sky. Good guy. The people in the battle were stunned when they heard her words, and the Zerg seized the opportunity. Some were accidentally injured, and some suddenly came to their senses and realized what they had just done, and immediately beat the Zerg with red faces. The long whip in Wen Ruoyan's hand was very powerful. Even if she fought against the Zerg at a higher level, she did not fall into the disadvantage with her rich combat power. With the help of the long whip of the mecha, she suppressed the SSS level 5-star beetle. When she found an opportunity, she directly solved the 5-star beetle at the SSS level. She heard Shiryu words just after the battle, and then someone followed up with the microphone. Is it Y1121? The man's voice was a little excited. When Shiryu number was called out, she thought that the leader felt that her words had affected the battle. So she immediately shut up and turned off the microphone. After the man asked, there was no response. So he turned on the microphone and asked again, is it Y1121? Still no response. Shiryu picked up the big knife with a guilty conscience, trying to kill more Zerg to redeem the mistake he had just made. The man didn't get a response, and sighed in disappointment, but soon found a mecha with a very Y1121 combat style in the battle. After he carefully identified the number of the mecha, his whole body trembled with excitement. He turned on the full mimicry mode of the mecha without hesitation and broadcast live directly in the battle. This did not hinder his battle, and he could directly record the entire process of the battle and broadcast it perfectly. Recently, a group of strange people have emerged on the Star Network. They call themselves Y-fans and try to pay attention to everyone on the Aquamarine. In the Star chat of Y1121 on the Star Network, a fan with the nickname Qianqian checked in today and browsed the things posted by everyone in the Star chat. He didn't see what he wanted, so he sighed in disappointment and prepared to log off. Coincidentally, at this time, a fan with the nickname Y1121 Yobi shouted in the Star chat, "Quick! Brothers and sisters! Why God is sending out food. Room number ZY92770. It has started." The Star chat was in chaos, and everyone rushed to the live broadcast room ZY92770 with a loud roar. When they saw the scene where the mecha numbered Y1121 chopped the Zerg with a big knife and killed it in a few strokes, the barrage flowed by. I am Juju. I am the best. It is really why God. This familiar operation. I can recognize it with my eyes closed. Why God is awesome. I heard that Y1121 is awesome. Didn't they say that she was driving an A-class mecha last time? How come it is S-class now? The child is starving to death. I heard that the one in front. Stop right there. Any normal person can see that why God's mental strength and physical fitness level are not just A-class. Okay. It is normal to drive an S-Class mecha now. Lalala alala alala alala. Didn't someone brag that she is from the Judgment Legion? It must be SSS class at least. Right? High launching. Come on. Come on. No way. No way. Does anyone really think she is from the Judgment Corps? You can find out which big boss in the Judgment Corps matches her? Sword points to something. She is really not from the Judgment Corps. Tonight, someone is always YYGQ. Boss Jian is here. Boss Jian is in the same shelter with Y1121. So he must know who she is. Su Jianqing looked at the S-Class mecha in the live broadcast room that made the Zerg scalp numb, and called up the battle scene of Y1121 that he had filmed before, as well as other battle videos collected from the Star Network. After guessing that sure you might be Y1121, he watched these videos countless times, and he could definitely guarantee that Shiryu was not from the Judgment Corps. As everyone knows, Xie Yuyan, the youngest core member of the Judgment Corps, is now 26 years old, and even those who joined later are all adults. Su Jianqing admired the Judgment Corps, and was even an open fan of the Judgment Corps. However, when he saw Y1121 being labeled as a member of the Judgment Corps, he felt a sense of frustration. Why did such a powerful person have to be associated with the Judgment Corps, or a powerful figure from any other legion? Couldn't she be a pearl polished from the plain sand in the clamshell? With this feeling of frustration, Su Jianqing watched the live battle, opened his smart brain, and wrote an article. Ever since the Zerg invaded Aquamarine, he wrote about the current situation of Aquamarine every day. After Aquamarine resumed communication, he published all those articles on the Star Network. He was a professionally certified war correspondent with many fans. These articles allowed people outside to fully understand the current situation of Aquamarine, and his fans increased a lot. He accidentally revealed in the article where he was taking shelter, and he didn't know which talented star friend found him, and Y1121 in the same shelter. After this news spread, a bunch of Y fans came to ask him what kind of person Y1121 was, and how she was doing now. Su Jianqing responded seriously one by one, but did not reveal any information about Shiryu. He used his few rest time to seriously write this article called Sand Grain. Shiryu didn't know that he was on the Star Network again. This group of 5-star beetles was solved by all teams within 20 minutes. After a short reorganization, everyone immediately went to the airdrop site. As expected, the space station had begun to launch supplies. If they didn't arrive quickly, the supplies might be damaged by the Zerg. After Shiryu put away the big knife, she quietly hid the number on her mecha. She still remembered that the person just called out Y1121 accurately, and she couldn't let others know that she was Y1121. It was clearly an act of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. But Shiryu did it in a way that was bothering her. Lu Dongan and the other two turned a blind eye, and they were a little reluctant to tell her that all the information she had entered could be retrieved at the shelter, and anyone with a little authority could easily find out that she was Y1121. But seeing that she was enjoying it, the three chose to keep quiet. Shiryu followed the team forward, but suddenly found that Li Wusheng came to her side. This time, she obediently did not open the microphone, but connected to the other party's communication channel, and then typed a question mark. The other party soon typed a question mark, and Shiryu typed a question mark again. Li Wusheng, are you Y1121? Just these two words made Shiryu a little alert, and the other party's tentative tone made Shiryu instinctively feel that if he admitted that he was Y1121, there would be endless troubles later. Shiryu's face changed color and typed two words. Dream of being a salted fish. No. Li Wusheng, question mark. Li Wusheng, how could it not be? I just heard someone calling you. Shiryu typed calmly. Dream of being a salted fish. Really not. She even added a period very seriously. Dream of being a salted fish. Why are you asking Y1121? She was trying to spy on military intelligence. Li Wusheng's cheeks turned red when he saw the words she sent him. He was excited. All middle school boys always have no resistance to people who are too pretentious. Y1121's brotherly cute has attracted many middle school boys' fans. Li Wusheng is one of them. On the Aquamarine Star, he can even experience the pleasure of beating the Zerg all over the ground. Li Wusheng patted his hot cheeks. The little awkwardness in his heart made him not want to tell others that he was a fan of Y1121. He pretended to be calm and sent a message to Shiryu. Li Wusheng, nothing. Just a person who has been very popular on StarNet recently. Shiryu said. Oh! It seems that this Y1121 is really not her. Her broken brain can't even access StarNet, let alone become popular on StarNet. That is the treatment that only stars should have. And it has nothing to do with her. Dream of being a salted fish. That's really not me. Li Wusheng found this sentence a bit strange, as if sure he was Y1121 originally. But now suddenly he is not. But soon, the next sentence said by sure you diverted his attention. Dream of being a salted fish, brother. I just saved your life. Do you have any sweets like pudding? I've been suffering recently and need to add some sugar. Li Wusheng blinked, replied with a thank you, and then pulled out his space bag to take a look. Li Wusheng, I bought a box of lollipops for my sister before. Do you want them? Dream of being a salted fish. Of course. Good brother. I will get them from you when we get back. After getting a box of lollipops, sure you happily took out a small pudding and ate it. It was great that Lu Dongan 3 pudding-eating monsters were not in front of her. She could eat alone. The rest of the journey was smooth. Y1121 did not cause any disturbances. The main reason was that no one responded. Most of the people who knew Y1121 were young people who liked to surf the Star Network. After the man spoke just now, he was quickly scolded. No one dared to make a move at this time to prove anything. The group arrived at the destination. The supplies of the space station were still being projected. There were still 5 minutes to reach the surface. The radar on shore mecha swept around and found that there were many Zerg corpses lying on the ground. They should have been dead for more than an hour. It was obvious that they were all killed by the mecha. But the people who killed them were no longer there. Sure you touched his chin and wondered if someone from the shelter had passed by here before. The waiting time is always extraordinarily long. Sure you was bored and simply counted the number of palm-sized spider projections on the simulated sand table. 1, 2, 3. She almost fell asleep. Sure you propped up her eyelids with her fingers, trying to make herself more alert. Suddenly, she saw something, and her eyes widened without the help of her fingers. The palm-sized spiders projected on the simulated sand table seemed to be carrying something on their backs. Sure you took a closer look and took out a piece of energy power crystal from the space bag. After comparing, they were exactly the same. Not all palm-sized spiders carried energy power crystals. Only a few of them in a group carried them. Sure you enlarged the place where they had passed before on the simulated sand table, which was exactly the dead black leeches. Sure you turned on the radar detection function. But the S-class mecha she was driving now obviously could not detect what was going on inside the black leech. And she couldn't take out the god of war now. Sure you thought about it, and magnified the black leech's body. She saw a big hole on its head full of sharp teeth that was eaten by the spider. She suppressed her nausea and magnified it again. But she didn't see the energy crystal inside. She checked the bodies of several black leeches in a row. Their heads were hollowed out, and the energy crystal inside was gone. Sure you held his chin, a little curious about where the spiders took the energy crystals. Energy crystals can charge the god of war. And the Zerg also have energy crystals in their bodies, which should be the source of their powerful combat power. Sure you thought about it, and connected Feng Shao communication. Dream of being a salted fish, little doctor. Do you have a tracking missile? A very small one, and the kind that must be hidden and not discovered. Feng Shao was also quite bored, and suddenly saw Sure You communication and raised his eyebrows. Feng Shao, yes. What are you going to do? Sure You simply told Feng Shao about his discovery, and then asked him to launch a small tracking shell to track those spiders. Feng Shao was quick-witted and also found it strange. While everyone was not paying attention, he relied on the high performance of his mecha and quietly launched a tracking missile to hit the group of small spiders. The material in the missile was dispersed and attached to many small spiders. The little spiders seemed to be disturbed and began to be alert. The sharp teeth on their abdomens also made a clacking sound. After a while of silence, they relaxed again and continued to carry the few energy power crystals forward. Sure You saw this and gave Feng Shao a thumbs up. In Feng Shao cockpit, many red dots immediately appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. These dots represented the little spiders marked by his tracking missiles. After the dots were enlarged, the appearance of each spider was clearly visible. As long as these little spiders were within the range of the aquamarine star and did not go to a place where the signal was blocked, he could grasp the movements of these little spiders. Soon, the supplies projected from the space station entered the surface. The Zerg in the sky were disturbed by the missiles, and many followed the missiles down. The whole team turned on the highest level of vigilance. At Wen Ruan's order, each team immediately went to collect supplies. All actions were completed within 3 minutes. When the 3 minutes were up, when Ruoyan directly ordered a retreat regardless of whether all the supplies had been collected. Sure, you only felt that the sky was dark. And something was overwhelming. At this time, when Ruoyan directly turned on the highest level of alarm and shouted to go. A huge zerg that covered the sky, and the sun swooped down from the sky. It looked like an insect or an eagle, with a bulging abdomen and insect characteristics. And the wings behind it had dense feathers. When the wings flapped, the whirring sound could roll up a strong wind. It had 6 legs, and the 2 legs at the bottom were fierce and sharp. When it grabbed it hard, the head of a mecha was directly torn by it. Such a terrifying combat power made everyone who paid attention to this point couldn't help but suffocate. Everyone knows that no matter how the combat level is divided, the combat power of the same level is also divided into high and low. The SSS level 5-star beetle they encountered before can't compare with the SSS level zerg in front of him. When Ruoyan knew the situation was bad when she saw this zerg. This zerg was named Claw Eagle, and it was the most powerful zerg discovered so far. The rescue sent by the Aquamarine Space Station was completely disintegrated by the Claw Eagle group, leaving no one alive. The zerg invasion had been going on for a month, and there had never been a Claw Eagle that left the sky and came to the ground. This time, when Ruoyan didn't even dare to guarantee that she could escape alone, the boundless fear oppressed her, and several more mechas were crushed by the Claw Eagle. Shiryu Heart was also shrouded in heavy pressure. She even had a premonition that even if she drove the God of War, she might not be able to beat this Claw Eagle. When Ruoyan made a prompt decision, you go now. Go as far as you can. And be sure to bring the supplies back to the shelter. They were not the only team that came out to pick up the airdrops today. But according to the prediction, their team was the least dangerous. Now the situation is completely reversed from what was expected. This terrifyingly large Claw Eagle can wipe them out. When Ruoyan swung her long whip and prepared to meet it. But at this moment, one heat source after another in her radar detector fell from the sky at a terrifying speed. Chapter 29. When Ruoyan looked at the red dots on the simulated sand table that were approaching rapidly, and her heart was sinking. At this time, only the zerg would approach from above. And now a Claw Eagle could wipe them out. If other zerg joined the battle, they would definitely not be able to run far. Go! When Ruoyan shouted, and the people who had already started to move because of her previous order gritted their teeth and drove the mecha to the maximum. Even if they couldn't run away, they had to run. Everyone who ran away was a good one. The Claw Eagle was watching. How could it let the food in its mouth escape? Its long and sharp mouthparts made a piercing sound, and its huge wings flapped. The sharp feathers of the Claw Eagle shot out from its body under the hurricane, like a black steel knife rushing straight at all the mechas in the air. However, in the blink of an eye, several mechas were hit by the Claw Eagle's feathers. Some were pierced through the cockpit, and the pilots inside were killed on the spot. Some were pierced through the fuselage, and the pilots kept wailing and fell to the ground like dumplings. Shiryu eyebrows were solemn. She tried hard to cut the Claw Eagle's feathers, but the big knife in her left hand was not cut by the Claw Eagle's feathers at first sight. What sharp feathers! Shiryu reacted in time, and golden light flashed in her eyes. No one noticed that the 2 big knives in her hands were reinforced by an inexplicable force. When resisting the Claw Eagle's feathers, not only was it not as hard as before, but it could even cut off the Claw Eagle's feathers. The scene was in chaos, and no one noticed Shiryu at all. When Ruoyan confronted the Claw Eagle head-on, the long whip in her hand was tied to the Claw Eagle's claws. But she did not control the Claw Eagle, but was restrained by the Claw Eagle instead. The Claw Eagle was extremely powerful. When Ruoyan was dragged by the Claw Eagle and swayed left and right, and the dizziness became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a creepy killing intent rushed towards her. It turned out that the Claw Eagle aimed its huge mouthparts at her cockpit. When Ruoyan knew that if her cockpit was attacked by the Claw Eagle, she would be dead, she let go without hesitation and controlled the mecha that was originally dragged by the Claw Eagle to fall backwards. She had experienced several life and death battles on the battlefield, which also honed her very experienced escape ability, and knew to seize every opportunity to escape. She quickly stabilized the mecha in the air, and she was also thrown far away by the Claw Eagle's huge force. As long as she wanted to run, she had a 60% chance of escaping. But all the people she brought would be buried here. When Ruoyan immediately put aside her hesitation for a moment, took out the energy gun mounted on the right leg of the mecha, and fired all the shells loaded on the mecha at the same time. But neither the energy nor the shells could cause any substantial damage to the Claw Eagle. Such an attack was no different from tickling the Claw Eagle. Sure, you narrowly blocked a feather that was about to pierce Feng Xiao. He clenched the mecha ring on his right index finger, and was about to leave the cockpit, when a particle beam fell from the sky and hit the Claw Eagle's head directly. In the Zerg illustration, it was specially mentioned that the Claw Eagle's head was its hardest part. After hitting the Claw Eagle's head, this particle beam went straight through its head, making a creepy click. The Claw Eagle's head was broken just like that. The sudden change shocked everyone who was diverted to the attack. When Ruoyan looked up at the sky in disbelief, I only saw a huge scimitar falling from the sky, easily chopping the sharp wings of the Claw Eagle into pieces. When the scimitar spun, the sharp corner gently brushed along the fat belly of the Claw Eagle. And then the belly of the Claw Eagle was like a funnel, and all the strange and disgusting substances inside fell down. Sure, you almost vomited. But before she vomited, 3 mechas had approached from the sky at high speed and landed in front of everyone. The mechas were dark red, and each mecha had 2 scimitars on its wrist. One of them carried a sniper rifle, another carried a heavy artillery, and another was light and slender. It can be seen that the configuration of these 3 mechas is almost the same as that of Shiryu and the other 2. Moreover, they are all SSS-level invincible mechas with both close combat and long-range attack. There is a silver totem on their shoulder blades, which looks like a flower. Unfortunately, Shiryu's knowledge is too shallow, and she doesn't recognize it. But she has seen this totem before, on the dark red military uniform of Qianqian. She glanced at it at the time, and didn't pay much attention. Later she realized that it was the totem of the Judgment Legion, symbolizing strength and protection. Could these 3 mechas be the mechas driven by the Judgment Legion? Shiryu narrowed her eyes slightly. Before, she fought against the bee swarm, and at the end, Xie Jiangsa appeared and killed the SSS level bee with a scimitar. The appearance of these 3 mechas in front of her was carried out by at most 2 people. The Zerg with the highest combat power known so far was easily solved by them, like cutting melons and vegetables. This kind of strength is really terrifying. No wonder it makes the people of the Federation so fanatical. Shiryu quietly retracted his hand. Although Xiaopiaoliang did not tell her why she could not expose the god of war, he had repeatedly emphasized that she should not use it now, so as not to cause any trouble. Soon, one of the 3 mechas came forward and took out the energy crystal from the head of the Claw Eagle in full view of everyone. The head of the Claw Eagle was broken into pieces, but the energy crystal was not damaged at all. Is it so hard? Or did they avoid it on purpose? If this is true, then the strength of the Judgment Legion is too terrifying. At such a long distance, even with target calibration, it is not easy to hit the head of the Claw Eagle, and it is also necessary to avoid the energy crystal inside. Such accuracy is terrifying. Shiryu did not deny his guess, but continued to look at these mechas. To be honest, she always felt that the design of these mechas was a little bit similar to that of Ares. The streamlined design was exactly the same as that of Ares. However, if you put them together with Ares, you will find that these dark red mechas have a funny fake style. Thinking of this, Shiryu's eyelids jumped, and he coughed awkwardly. It's better not to have a good self-esteem. How can the mechas of the Judgment Legion be associated with fakes? It must be that the Ares is too beautiful. Shiryu came back to his senses from his messy thoughts, and saw 3 mechas approaching Monruoyan. They seemed to have talked about something, and soon drove away again. All the pilots in the team were completely boiling after they left. Many of them shouted at the Judgment Legion, until their voices were hoarse. Shiryu could understand this excitement to some extent, but she didn't have the energy to join in the fun. She put away her 2 swords, connected the team communication, and said, "Are you all right? Is anyone injured?" Everyone in the team was together. When attacked by the Claw Eagle feathers, Shiryu blocked most of the feathers, and the others only dealt with some of the sporadic ones. Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao mechas had good performance and high combat literacy, so they were not damaged. Luo Shiatsi relied on the fast speed of the mecha to dodge the attacks of a few sporadic feathers very flexibly, and he was also fine. Li Wusheng and his companions looked a little embarrassed, except that they consumed a lot of mental energy, but they were not injured. The team completed the rescue at the fastest speed and evacuated immediately. Nothing happened on the way back, which was safe. Shiryu found that all the Zergs that had a little combat power and could threaten them along the way were now corpses lying on the ground. The wounds on their bodies were very similar to the damage caused to the Claw Eagle by the 3 mechas when they landed from high altitude just now. And these corpses, without exception, had no energy power crystals. It seems that the 3 people from the Judgment Corps are walking in front of the team, dealing with all the difficult guys on the road. Shiryu touched his chin and felt that the pretty subordinate was really good. Others in the team obviously realized this, and they all wanted to return to the shelter immediately to brag to familiar people about today's exciting experience. And by the way, praise the Commander Xie and the Judgment Corps. The group quickly returned to the shelter. Shiryu had just collected the mecha and was about to hand it over to the maintenance department when he saw many people gathered in groups of 3 or 5. And from time to time, excited and heated discussions were heard. It's the Judgment Legion. They're here. Now we're saved. With them here, I don't have to worry about the Zerg taking over the shelter every day. That's not true. The Judgment Legion is so powerful that killing Zerg is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. It's done in a few moves. I just saw them go to find Commander Xie. I've studied Commander Xie fighting style. In any battle he participates in, even if he's at a disadvantage, he can quickly turn the tables and suppress the enemy. With him here and the Judgment Legion, the Zerg are doomed this time. This kind of discussion was repeated along the way. What Shiryu heard the most was that Qianqian would definitely fight back and beat the Zerg to a pulp. Such remarks made her frown subconsciously. The Judgment Legion was very powerful, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. She didn't know how many Judgment Legions had come, but the Zerg on the entire Aquamarine Star were simply endless. Qianqian was given such high hopes. If he failed to drive the Zerg out of the Aquamarine and return to their original world, then his prestige. This is simply a hot potato. Xie Yuyan's cold eyebrows flashed in Shiryu's mind. She suddenly couldn't see what the other party was thinking. Or maybe she had never seen it clearly. Forget it. Shiryu stretched lazily. She couldn't protect herself now. So how could she have the mood to consider others? Qianqian is so smart. Could she not think of this? Maybe they have already planned how to counterattack. Why should she worry about it? Thinking of this, Shiryu suddenly remembered something. She turned a corner in the surprised eyes of Lu Dongan and others, and then slapped Li Wensheng on the shoulder and said carelessly, "Brother, where is your lollipop?" Lu Dongan and Feng Xiao and Luo Xiaozi, why don't you come back with Jiang Sa? Who told you to interfere in the affairs of Aquamarine? Xie Yuyan stood straight in the lounge, with a 3D projection in front of him. The man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and was dressed in a straight and majestic black military uniform. On the chest of his military uniform were all kinds of medals, which were the symbol of his glory. In the Interstellar era, the average life expectancy of humans was as long as 300 years, and the first Marshal Xie Liqin was more than 200 years old. He looked like he was only 40 or 50 years old in the ancient era. Xie Liqin's voice was questioning, and it was obvious that he was not satisfied with what Xie Yuyan did on Aquamarine. Xie Yuyan's mood did not fluctuate because of his anger. He said calmly, "Father, this is an opportunity." He said opportunity, but he didn't say what opportunity. Xie Liqin understood, but he was still furious. "So you also called the other people of the Judgment to Heilong Star? Do you know that once the problem of Heilong Star cannot be solved, you, the Commander Xie who is admired by everyone, will fall from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. All the efforts I have spent on the Judgment for so many years will be in vain. Father, do you think I can't solve it?" Xie Yuyan looked at Xie Liqin with a heavy gaze, without any guilt or timidity, but with a firmness and confidence that was astonishing. Xie Liqin was stunned by his question, but he quickly reacted. His heavy eyes implied a warning: "You'd better solve it. Otherwise I don't mind changing someone to take your seat." If there were others here, they would definitely be shocked that the first marshal actually talked to his own son like this. And the glamorous Commander Xie was so indifferent to his biological father. Xie Yuyan didn't seem to be threatened. He nodded and said, "I know my limits." Before he finished speaking, the communication was hung up. There was no longer the voice of a man suppressing his anger in the room. Xie Yuyan stood there for a long time. He suddenly reached out and touched his collar, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Who could have imagined that when the Federation was gradually returning to its former glory, the most powerful marshals in the Federation were busy fighting for power? If the marshals had taken the Zerg invasion seriously and sent heavy troops to suppress it when it just broke out, things would not have evolved to this point. But what's the point of saying this now? Xie Yuyan frowned and returned to the cold and distant Commander Xie before. Just at this moment, the door of his lounge clicked, and Xie Jiangsa hurried in from outside. Seeing his appearance, he knew that he had talked to Xie Liqing. Xie Jiangsa frowned and walked over. Did your father scold you again? Xie Yuyan shook his head. And Xie Jiangsa sneered. What's the use of shaking your head? When you do something, he always scolds you. Obviously, Xie Yuyan came to Hailan Star to go with him. But his father insisted that he go on another mission and replace the people around Xie Yuyan with his own. As if he was guarding against thieves. I don't know what he was thinking. Xie Jiangsa was a little angry as he thought about it. But he didn't want to bring up this boring topic anymore. So he simply said, ignore him. The people you arranged have arrived. What are you going to do with the specimen? Xie Yuyan looked up at him and whispered, you have to do me a favor. Xie Jiangsa raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was rare to hear him say such a word as help. But he didn't agree immediately. But sat on Xie Yuyan's bed, hugged his chest and said, what help? Every time this kid asked him for help. None of the favors were easy to help. Xie Yuyan whispered something. And Xie Jiangsa retorted without thinking, no. Anyone can do it. But you can't. Do you know what your physical condition is like? Xie Yuyan just looked at him without saying a word. Xie Jiangsa's scalp was numb from being stared at by him. But he still didn't give in. Unless you let me. No. Xie Yuyan refused without thinking. Xie Jiangsa, Okay. Forget about it. Don't mention it. Chapter 30. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Feng Xiao shamelessly extended his hand. Lu Dongan was not willing to lag behind. Luo Xiaozi decided to go with the flow. Sure, you looked at the palm-sized box of lollipops. And could already foresee that only one or two of them belonged to her. She fed each of these lollipop-eating beasts a lollipop with great pain. Li Wuxing seemed to be suddenly interested in the lollipops. And leaned his head over and said, why don't you give me one too? He said it as if the candy was not originally his. Sure, you reluctantly gave another one. And then said to the few people who were looking behind Li Wuxing, do you want one too? It turns out that humans are herd creatures. In the end, there was only one lollipop left in Shiryu claws. She put the lollipop box into the space bag with great pain. As soon as she put away the lollipop, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Shiryu instinctively wanted to throw her over his shoulder. But Gu Qianqian was already screaming, you guys ate lollipops without me? Shiryu paused when she grabbed his wrist. Turned around and saw that it was really Gu Qianqian. She was surprised and asked, why are you here? Gu Qianqian put his hand in front of her and said, my brother woke up. And I contacted Commander Xie. And Commander Xie sent someone to bring my brother. Shiryu looked behind him, and saw the pale Gu Mingzhan supported by the bodyguard. She gave a friendly smile to the good man. Not noticing that Gu Qianqian lowered his head, and bit the lollipop she had just opened. And then dragged it away. The lollipop in Shiryu's hand was taken away. She turned around immediately. Her eyes widened into copper bells. And she said angrily, Gu Qianqian, you actually stole my lollipop. Ah! I will kill you. Shiryu strangled Gu Qianqian's neck and shook him madly. Gu Qianqian had no choice but to spit out the lollipop. And then handed the lollipop with his saliva to Shiryu. Here you go. Shiryu, Shiryu turned around angrily. She wanted to stay away from these people. Gu Qianqian showed a triumphant smile. Stuffed the lollipop into his mouth again. And chased after Shiryu. Fish! Don't be angry. I brought pudding. Do you want it? If you don't want it, I won't. If you don't want it, I share it with the university bully. Shiryu of course liked pudding more than lollipops. She immediately stopped and turned around. And dragged Gu Qianqian away while others were not paying attention. Completely preventing others from having such a crazy behavior of everyone who sees it will have a share. Gu Mingzhan watched the two people walk away. Hesitated for a moment. And decided to go to Xie Yuyan first. The news that some soldiers of the Judgment Corps arrived at the Aquamarine Star was soon spread on the Star Network. However, except for Xie Yuyan and Xie Jiangsa, the core members of the Judgment Corps are still stationed in the Lilvaya Fortress. The ones who came this time were only the members who were later incorporated into the Judgment Corps. Everyone knows that there is disappointment. But the Lilvaya Fortress is too important to the Federation. Without the joint decision of the 7 marshals and the head of state, the core members of the Judgment Corps cannot leave the Lilvaya Fortress together. People who pay attention to Y1121 on the Star Network are more and more curious about who she is. And the controversy about whether she is a member of the Judgment Corps is getting bigger and bigger. But no official has come out to clarify. Until an article called Sand appeared. Su Jianqing wrote about Y1121's situation on the battlefield very carefully, and analyzed clearly that Y1121 could not be a member of the Judgment Corps. He did not mention any information about Shiryu, and did not even mention that Y1121 was still a minor. Su Jianqing believed that her information should not be disclosed on the Star Network without her knowledge. He knew too well what some keyboard warriors would do, and some curiosity seekers would track Y1121 through this information. If it caused unnecessary trouble to Y1121, it would be completely contrary to his idea. Su Jianqing put all he wanted to say into the article. He was not surprised that some people agreed with his article. Some refuted it, and some criticized him. He just said everything he should say. It didn't matter to him whether others believed it or not. In the days to come, he will continue to pay attention to the rising star of the Federation. Su Jianqing had a hunch that as long as Y1121 could grow up smoothly, she would definitely be the backbone of the Federation in the future. In addition to some people who linked Y1121 to the Judgment Corps, others began to speculate whether she was from the 7 military schools of the Federation. After all, she sounded young. So most people focused their attention on the students of the 7 military schools of the Federation. But none of the famous female students of the 7 military schools had the same sassy operation and arrogant style of play as Y1121. But there are always people who are blind and have to press the head of the person they like, and inexplicably put the hat of Y1121 on the head of a female student from the 1st military school of the Federation. The female student did not respond, and the matter was argued over and over. But in the end, no result was reached. As the founder of Y1121 Star Talk, Y1121's number 1 fan Qianqian clearly stated that she refused to identify herself with the number. Before Y1121 came out with her number in mecha, no one was Y1121. The Star Network was getting lively, but Shiryu and his friends were training in mechas. Since the last time, they suffered heavy losses when they went to pick up airdrops. Shiryu and other people who had not received systematic training were all caught and trained crazily. During this period, the shelter was attacked by Zerg twice, but with the people of the Judgment Legion. Everyone in the shelter was injured but no one died. This was the first time in a Zerg attack, and everyone's confidence increased greatly. Other people from the Judgment Legion, who arrived at the Aquamarine Star, were also scattered in various shelters. Now, the Zerg invasion of the shelter not only brought no good results, but also heavy losses. Gradually, the number of Zerg invasions of the shelter decreased. But in contrast, as long as a team left the shelter, it would be attacked fiercely by the Zerg. After when Ruan came back last time, she reviewed herself deeply in front of Qianqian. Shiryu and other miners, and some people without combat experience did not need to go out to take tasks for the time being, and they were mainly responsible for guarding the shelter and training. Shiryu's lazy life completely disappeared. But she was a lazy fish, and it was impossible to expect her to be diligent. Whenever she found an opportunity, she would definitely be lazy. However, if you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. Shiryu was caught by Ruan several times for slacking off and sleeping. The first time was just a reminder. The second time when Ruan had an impression of her. And the third time was so impressive that she directly called her out for one-on-one training. Now it is the 6th time. The whip came hard, and it was not polite at all. Shiryu dodged in a panic and screamed loudly. The whole training ground was filled with her exaggerated shouts. The first time, everyone couldn't help but look over, wondering how cruel the major was to force a girl to this extent. Before, everyone secretly sympathized with Shiryu and thought about whether to go to the major to plead for her. As a result, when they watched her being trained secretly, they saw that she screamed loudly, but her body speed was not slow at all. She easily avoided the whip swung by the major, and then began to moan. Good guy. Why don't the major use more strength? Can the speed be faster? Or 2 whips at the same time? When Ruan did not disappoint everyone. Seeing that Shiryu could dodge her whip while screaming exaggeratedly, the whip she swung out immediately turned and hit her ankle fiercely. Then she pulled hard, and Shiryu fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of dong, everyone laughed comfortably, and then pretended to be calm and trained separately. After waiting for another training to end, Shiryu half hung on Gu Qianqian's arm. Oops. 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 Feng Xiao pierced her arm with a needle and pushed the physiological repair fluid in. After the needle was inserted, Shiryu hummed softly, Can you not be so rude? The needle is very painful. I heard that experienced doctors don't feel pain when giving needles to patients. Feng Xiao glanced at her speechlessly and said coldly, "I'm sorry. I'm not a doctor. And I haven't given needles to people many times. Otherwise, don't do it next time." Sure you, I'm wrong. Admit your mistake. The little doctor has a bad temper. She was just complaining casually. Why did she say such a heartbreaking thing? Although she was trained to death every day. After taking the physiological repair fluid and sleeping, she could be full of energy the next day. Every time at this time. Sure you had to sigh at the development of medical technology in the interstellar era. Seeing her back down, Feng Xiao raised his lips, showing a little pride, but soon calmed down again as if afraid of being discovered. Several people were chattering, and at this moment, a man with ordinary appearance and average figure came towards them, and he quickly passed by them. Sure you paused, subconsciously looked back, and looked at the man for a few times, and turned his head again in Gu Qianqian questioning eyes. She seemed to smell a cold fragrance on the man just now, which seemed to be the same as the one on Xiao Piaoliang. But the man had no similarities with Xiao Piaoliang from head to toe. After Sure Yu was slightly puzzled. The pain in his body made him not think so much. It was just a faint floral fragrance. If Xiao Piaoliang had it, could others not have it? The group quickly returned to their lounge, and Sure Yu fell asleep. And the others were not much better. Feng Xiao washed his face and came out, only to see that several people were already sleeping like dead pigs. He sat on his bed speechlessly, and planned to sleep as well. But he suddenly thought of something. So he simply opened his smart brain and scrolled his fingers on the virtual keyboard. Soon he saw the current situation of the group of spiders that the tracking missiles he had sent out were tracking. He had completely forgotten about it these past few days. And Sure you hadn't mentioned it to him. So naturally he didn't think of checking where the spiders were. They seemed to be divided into two groups, one of which stayed in one place, and the other was moving. Feng Xiao located the two groups of spiders, and the group that was still seemed to be the headquarters of Hylon Express. Feng Xiao had no way of finding out what they were doing, so he had to turn around and check the other group of spiders that were moving. This location? Feng Xiao frowned, and just as he saw the direction the spiders were heading, the alarm of the shelter sounded. It was this shelter. The people who were sleeping on the bed sat up with a fish-like jump, and Lu Dongan immediately put on his shoes and asked, "Is the Zerg invading again?" The alarm was ringing but no notification was issued. This situation made the few people a little confused, but they ran out as fast as possible. Sure Yu, who was in the lounge next door, rushed out after hearing the alarm. The few people looked at each other and were about to go out when a person rushed out from the end of the corridor. He reacted very quickly and moved swiftly. He was covered in a black mimetic exoskeleton and rushed out in a hurry. Behind him, a man wearing a silver-red mimetic exoskeleton also rushed out. He roared, "Get out of the way!" It was Xie Jiangsa's voice. Sure Yu and his companions retreated without thinking. But someone's reaction speed was not as fast as theirs. The man wearing the mimetic exoskeleton grabbed the man who stuck his head out of the lounge and carried him behind him, as if he was a shield. Xie Jiangsa moved the scimitar in his hand and put it back. In this case, if he took action, the man wearing the black mimetic exoskeleton might not be in trouble, but the person he caught would definitely die. Seeing him running farther and farther, Xie Jiangsa's anger surged in his heart. It happened that at this time, a leg stretched out, and the man wearing the mimetic exoskeleton didn't check for a while and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, a short metal blade was placed on his neck. He let go of the person he was holding without hesitation, and wanted to make a move, but 4 people sat on him. 2 of them sat on his hands, and 2 of them sat on his legs. He also heard the girl's careless voice in his ears. "I advise you not to move. Otherwise, even if you are wearing a mimic exoskeleton, I can cut your neck directly." "I'm not kidding." Sure Yu squatted leisurely in front of the man, and the other short blade in his left hand made a knife flower, and the cold light was sharp for a while. Xie Jiangsa didn't expect that things could be reversed like this. He was stunned for a second and almost stopped in front of several people. Feng Xiao also took out a needle and said to Sure Yu, "Cut him here. I give him an injection." Sure Yu looked at the needle spitting out medicine, shrank slightly, and obediently scratched the back of the neck of the person wearing a black mimic exoskeleton with the tip of the knife. His mimic exoskeleton was easily cut, but Sure Yu controlled the force very well and didn't hurt anyone. Feng Xiao quickly inserted the needle and injected the liquid into the man's neck. In just a few seconds, The man found that his strength was gradually draining away, and his mental strength began to weaken. He couldn't even maintain the form of the mimic exoskeleton and revealed his original appearance. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw him, Wang Zhe. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, and she also recognized this person. Feng Xiao frowned and asked, "Do you know him?" "My brother's bodyguard." "How could I not know him? He has been with my brother for 2 years. One of the people who escaped with us last time. Don't you remember him?" Feng Xiao thought about it, and really found such a person in his memory. But Wang Zhe was not injured at the time, so he didn't have direct contact with him. Wang Zhe looked ordinary, the kind that would be forgotten after just one look. So he didn't care much, seeing that several people were sitting on Wang Zhe to discuss. Xie Jiangsa removed his mimicking exoskeleton, held his forehead and said, "Young men, you are almost sitting on him to death." The discussion stopped abruptly, and several people looked up embarrassedly. Shiryu also obediently put his hands behind his back and put away the 2 metal short blades. Xie Jiangsa pulled the limp Wang Zhe on the ground and was about to leave. Shiryu quietly approached him and said, "What happened? Why is there such a big noise?" She didn't feel familiar at all. Xie Jiangsa glanced at her, and then glanced at the curious people who poked their heads out from the lounges, and patted her head with his free hand. "Little kids, go back to sleep. Don't worry about it." After that, Xie Jiangsa carried Wang Zhe away. Everyone felt like a cat was in their hearts, scratching up and down. But they didn't dare to go forward to inquire. The man who had just been rescued excitedly said thank you to them. Shiryu yawned, waved at him, said you're welcome, then said he was so sleepy, and turned back to the lounge. The 4 people still standing in the corridor looked at each other, not believing that Shiryu was so easily dismissed by Xie Jiangsa's words. But they still went back to the lounge honestly. Seeing this, the others also went back to the lounge. 10 minutes later, Shiryu washed her face and came out of the lounge to meet 4 pairs of eyes. "Shiryu, good guy. You are all waiting here. What are you doing here?" As Shiryu was about to close the door of the lounge, Gu Qianqian pulled her out with force. Feng Xiao smiled and said, "You just finished training. Why are you out here instead of sleeping?" Lu Dongan followed closely. "Most likely you want to leave us to do something shameful." Luo Xiaozi also analyzed calmly and objectively. "You must be going to find Major General Xie." Gu Qianqian added later, "In fact, we wanted to leave you alone." Shiryu, except for Gu Qianqian. The few people didn't spend much time with Shiryu, and they knew her a lot. Shiryu is a lazy person. She will never ask more questions about things she is not interested in. If she asks but gets no results, she will probably just stand there and ask more questions. If she really can't get any answers, she will just accept her fate and lie down. Before Shiryu swore to guarantee that she would never leave the 4 of them behind. She was picked up by Gu Qianqian and Lu Dongan on the left and right, and hurried forward. Shiryu, she didn't think she was curious about what happened just now, but that these 4 people were too curious and didn't dare to go, so they had to drag her to take the blame. Right? But they didn't find Xie Jiangsa after a round of searching, and no one knew where Xie Jiangsa was after asking. When they turned around, they heard people talking about Commander Xie being attacked in the lounge and now injured and unconscious. Chapter 31. The news that Xie Yuyan was injured and unconscious was like a tornado sweeping through the shelter. Fortunately, Xie Jiangsa ordered everyone not to spread the news in time. Shiryu was very surprised at first. How could the news of Xie Yuyan's injury and coma spread so easily? Later, he found out that when Xie Yuyan was attacked in the lounge, many people saw it. He was shot and bled directly. The bodyguard beside Gu Mingzhan shot Xie Yuyan. After he injured someone, he immediately put on the mimic exoskeleton and ran away. Xie Jiangsa chased him out, and then Shiryu and the other 5 helped to catch him. Several people subconsciously went to see Gu Qianqian, and then heard people talking about Gu Mingzhan being detained, and no one could see him except Xie Jiangsa. Gu Qianqian was worried to death and wanted to see Gu Mingzhan, but he received his communication first, saying that he was just routinely investigated and nothing happened. Gu Qianqian had to put his heart back in his stomach. If Gu Mingzhan was really suspected, he would not be able to walk around outside now, and would be arrested together. Soon, Xie Jiangsa spread the news that Xie Yuyan was fine, asking everyone not to panic and restraining everyone not to spread rumors. But even so, the news of Xie Yuyan's injury still spread to other shelters. In the evening, Xie Yuyan participated in the meetings held by various shelters as usual. Except for his pale face. He was indeed fine. All the people participating in the meeting in the shelters were relieved to see him. Hai Jingjia in the space station also heard about it, and specially communicated with Xie Yuyan in person, but was beaten back by him with 2 cold words. He didn't find out what was going on, and was angry for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and swore that he was a pig for actively communicating with Xie Yuyan. Sure, you glanced at Xie Yuyan from a distance, always feeling that there was something strange, but he couldn't tell. At night, when Sure Yu and his companions finished patrolling around the shelter and were waiting for their shift change, Feng Xiao suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Oh no!" Sure Yu and his companions were attracted by him and saw him take out his smart computer, and his 10 fingers quickly jumped on the virtual keyboard. Soon, Feng Xiao pushed the virtual screen in front of Sure Yu. "Do you remember the group of spiders you asked me to track last time?" Sure Yu nodded, and then his eyes lit up. "Are they moving? I suddenly remembered it today. And then I checked and found that they were divided into 2 groups. One stayed at the headquarters of Hylon Express, and the other group came to our shelter. I wanted to tell you about this, but when the alarm sounded during the day and the incident of Commander Xie being ambushed appeared, I forgot about it." Feng Xiao pointed to 2 relatively dense red dots on the virtual screen. "This group is still wandering around the headquarters of Hylon Star Express. I guess they may still be collecting crystals in the bodies of Zerg. This group is very close to our shelter. According to their speed, it will take less than half a day to get there. Why do you think they come to our shelter? Several people know about butterfly specimens. Apart from butterfly specimens, Feng Xiao can't think of anything that would attract these spiders. And he has no way to detect whether other Zergs have come together. Logically speaking, if there are a large number of Zerg movements, the space station's orbital satellite will definitely notice it and provide intelligence warnings to the shelter on the surface in time. But up to now, the shelter has not issued any warning messages. However, the situation on the aquamarine is complicated now. Even if the orbital satellite can work normally, it cannot monitor all the situations on the surface. What Feng Xiao is afraid of now is that the orbital satellite will miss something and cannot provide accurate intelligence. Previously, the Zerg's attack was blocked by several people from the Judgment Legion. Everyone in the shelter was full of confidence. At this time, everyone felt that the Zerg could not do anything to the shelter. But if the Zerg attacked at all costs, no matter how powerful the people in the Judgment Legion were, they were only a few and would be exhausted and die. Thinking of this, the faces of several people were not very good. Feng Xiao immediately pulled back the virtual screen and whispered, "No matter what their purpose is, tell Commander Xie about this immediately. The sooner we take precautions, the better." Feng Xiao was about to connect Xie and Yin, but the intelligent brain waited for half a minute and didn't get a response from the other party. He frowned. Sure Yu simply grabbed his arm and said, "The person who replaced the shift is here. Since the intelligent brain can't get through, let's go find someone directly. It shouldn't be so early to sleep." "Right. But he was attacked and injured today, so it's possible to sleep early." When Ruan came with the person who replaced the shift and saw 5 people standing together and whispering, she raised her eyebrows and was about to speak. But Sure Yu immediately smiled and waved to her, "Major One, you are here. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face." When Ruan was embarrassed to scold him for slacking off, she softened her expression a little and said solemnly, "Patrol seriously. You guys should pay attention next time." Sure Yu nodded obediently, then pulled Feng Xiao up. "Major One, we have something important to do, so we leave first. Thank you for your hard work on patrol." Others followed Sure Yu and said nice things. When Ruan laughed and scolded him, "Little bastard," and then led people to start a new round of patrol. She had seen it for so many days. Sure Yu looked unreliable. She just wanted to be lazy all day. But she would definitely do what she should do clearly before she started to be lazy. Sure Yu didn't go to find Xie Yuyan. He was wrapped in a crowd of people during the meeting just now. And there was a sneak attack today. If she just dragged Feng Xiao over, she might be arrested. She dragged Feng Xiao to find Xie Jiangsa. Xie Jiangsa would train at the training ground every night. Since Sure Yu came to the shelter, she found that this was his unshakable habit. But it was hard to say whether he was there today. So she went to find him first. Before they arrived at the training ground, they ran into Xie Jiangsa on the road. Sure Yu's eyes lit up, and several people blocked him. Sure Yu stretched out his claws and waved. "What a coincidence. Major General Xie. He was so confident in blocking people and dared to say it was a coincidence. Xie Jiangsa turned off the smart brain, crossed his arms, and leaned against the wall. Why are you looking for me? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Block the road first, so that these little bastards won't ask about this and that. Sure, you felt ashamed of herself for her indifference. She smiled with her white teeth and said obediently, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We found something, and we can't go to Commander Xie, so we have to come to you. Xie Jiangsa raised his eyebrows. And sure, you said, can we find a quiet place with no one? Xie Jiangsa's eyes swept across the faces of the 5 people one by one, making sure that they were not joking or making excuses. And then he stood up and said across them, Follow me. Soon, the 5 people followed Xie Jiangsa into the meeting room where Xie Yuyan met with them last time. Tell me, what's the matter? Xie Jiangsa leaned on the conference table, his movements unrestrained. Feng Xiao immediately brought up the virtual screen, and then told Xie Jiangsa what they had found. The relaxed expression on Xie Jiangsa's face disappeared, and he turned on his brain and said to Feng Xiao, Send me all your tracking information, including how to track them. Feng Xiao quickly passed the information over, and the others saw Xie Jiangsa's slender fingers jumping quickly on the virtual keyboard. And then several virtual screens popped out from his brain, which were real-time monitoring of these locations by the Ring satellite. Sure, you leaned her head over, and soon saw a group of palm-sized spiders digging out energy power crystals from the bodies of dead Zergs. The scene was extremely disgusting and caused strong discomfort. She glanced at the location of this place, and found that it was near the headquarters of Hylon Express. She looked at another group of spiders. The spiders' 8 legs rolled wildly, and moved forward at a very fast speed. From the brain screen, it seemed that they were indeed heading to the shelter. The scenes presented on the other virtual screens were traces of Zerg activities around the shelter, and they had no intention of heading to the shelter. What did the spiders want to do? Sure, you held his chin up and was a little confused. But at this moment, the spiders that were running continuously suddenly stopped. They raised their forelimbs, and the sharp teeth on their abdomens kept biting. The sound of their sharp teeth biting could not be heard from the virtual screen, but sure, you could almost recall the snapping sound that once made her scalp numb. What's going on? Why did they suddenly stop? Gu Qianqian couldn't help but ask. After asking, he knew that it was useless. No one in the conference room knew what the Zerg was thinking. So how could they know the reason why they suddenly stopped? It was just a sentence or two, and the spiders put their forelimbs on the ground again, closed their abdomens, and then turned their heads and went in another direction. Did we think wrong? Aren't they coming for the shelter? Lu Dongan couldn't help but speak out. Sure, you touched her chin and looked at the red dot on the virtual screen that changed direction. She stretched out her hand, measured on the virtual screen, and suddenly asked, Where is this direction going? Everyone looked in the direction of her finger. Xie Jiangsa was about to enlarge the virtual screen to check the location, and Gu Qianqian had already said, if they keep walking here, they should pass by my exhibition hall. As soon as he said this, Xie Jiangsa's face suddenly changed. His abnormality was too obvious, and several people noticed it without paying special attention. No one spoke at this time. Xie Jiangsa supported one hand on the table and was silent for a long time before suddenly raising his head and said, You go out first. Sure, you stay. At this time, no one cared about his expression of I want to tell others a little secret, and you are not allowed to listen. The 4 of them left the meeting room obediently, and they also had their own thoughts in their hearts. Sure, you was suddenly left behind, and a huge question mark suddenly appeared in front of his forehead. But Xie Jiangsa suddenly laughed. Can you do me a favor? Just now, he had a strange look on his face, but now he could laugh. Sure, you quickly waved his hand. I still have to train. The next thing will be more thrilling than training. I think you should be very interested. Sure, you heart was alarmed. I'm not interested. Can she say that she regrets coming here? Hearing Xie Jiangsa's words, you know that the next thing will be difficult to deal with. Really not interested? Xie Jiangsa narrowed his eyes, and soon crossed his chest and said, Yu Yin is not in the shelter now. Guess where he went? Sure, Yu eyes widened and said, Fuck. Don't you want to fool me? He was still at the meeting half an hour ago. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Piaoliang was out of breath after walking a few steps. How could he leave when Xie Jiangsa was still here? Sure, Yu was thinking halfway when a flash of light flashed through her mind. She remembered that someone walked past her at the end of the daytime training today, and that person had the same smell as Xiao Piaoliang. Xie Jiangsa looked at her expression and narrowed his eyes dangerously. You know? He even told you such a thing. Xie Jiangsa was furious. No. He? What do you mean he? If you don't go, I will strangle you to death now. Xie Jiangsa suddenly went berserk. Sure, you was caught off guard. She opened her mouth and tried to explain. No. It was me. Okay. You've admitted it now. You still dare not go? Do you think the men of my Xie family can be flirted with at will? I turned a blind eye to the last incident. You took advantage of him. And now you want to abandon him. I tell you, if you don't go, I will clean up the mess for him now. No. Sure, you argued weakly. And finally closed her eyes in the angry eyes of Xie Jiangsa. Resigned to her fate, I? Go. Xie Jiangsa's face immediately turned from stormy to sunny. He laughed, then added, sure, you terminal number. And said in a disdainful way, your intelligent brain is so broken. After disdain? He said seriously, since he believes in you, then I believe in you too. If I can't leave the shelter, I won't bother you. You'd better catch up with him as soon as possible. I really don't trust him alone. If you encounter danger, you come back immediately. If he doesn't listen to you, knock him out and bring him back. Xie Jiangsa looked serious. And sure, you realized that he was just pretending just now. And rolled his eyes immediately. Xie Jiangsa ignored her rolling eyes and continued, you can't let others find you when you leave here. I know that your Lancer has a particle virtualization function. Turn it on and enter the stealth mode. The speed of the mecha will be twice the usual speed. It's not the first time that sure you heard the 4 words Lancer. Both Xiao Pioliang and Xie Jiangsa called him the god of war. But now, she obviously didn't have time to worry about why Xiao Pioliang and Xie Jiangsa called the god of war Lancer. After listening to his explanation, sure, you suddenly frowned. Why don't you let the people of the Judgment Corps go? In terms of combat effectiveness, even if she drove the god of war, she would only be delivering food to the people of the Judgment Corps. Letting her go. Is it really reliable? Xie Jiangsa looked at her meaningfully. Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Today, the sneak attack on Yin was not directed and acted by us. There are many people who want his life. This is almost a confession. Sure, you pursed his lips, thinking of the last time Xiao Pioliang took her away alone. And suddenly a guess arose in his heart. Xiao Pioliang may not only not want those people to take her life, but more likely want to avoid them, and go to the headquarters of Hailan Express by herself. Sure, you muttered, what he did as Commander Xie is really boring. There is not even a trusted person around him. And even his subordinates have to doubt whether they have ulterior motives. Something flashed across Xie Jiangsa's eyes. But before sure you could catch it, he suddenly stuffed something into her hand. This is a mimic exoskeleton. You can use it after binding. I will issue an emergency task later. You will set off with the team, and then leave quietly without letting others know. Sure, you nodded while pinching the ring of the mimic exoskeleton. She was not surprised that such a good thing as a mimic exoskeleton was in her hands. Before leaving, sure, you put away all the strangeness on her face, and stuffed the mimic exoskeleton into the space bag. Feng Xiao and others came around and said nothing. Everyone went back to the lounge together. Sure, you just sat on the bed and received a communication bombardment from several people. Feng Xiao was the first to bombard. What did Major General Xie tell you? Lu Dongan followed closely. What happened? Gu Qianqian was now anxious. Tell me quickly. Luo Xiaozi also followed up. I also want to know a little bit. Sure, you was overwhelmed by them and pretended to be mysterious. You will know later. After that, she turned off the communication, fell on the bed, and took out the mimic exoskeleton ring that Xie Jiangsa had just given her. In the conference room, Xie Jiangsa sat on the chair with a cold face. He opened the communication interface of Xie Yuyan and sent all the findings of the few people just now, and then typed out a line of words. Brother Xie, it's too dangerous. You might as well come back first and take a long-term view of this matter. He waited for 5 minutes without any response. His fingers were tapping intensively on the table. After about 6 minutes, there was finally movement in the communication window. Xie Yuyan, it will be fine. Xie Jiangsa saw his 5 dry words and immediately stood up from the chair. He wanted to drag himself out and beat him up for agreeing with his decision before. Xie Jiangsa supported his forehead and said a sentence angrily. Brother Xie, do you think you are the savior? It took a long time for the other side to respond. And it was 3 words that made Xie Jiangsa even more angry. Xie Yuyan, I'm sorry. Xie Jiangsa kicked the corner of the table, when he lost control of his emotions and said something else. Brother Xie, you agreed to keep track of me at all times. You better not fool me. Otherwise I'll make you suffer when I come back. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. Something is going on here. You should pay attention to yourself. Xie Jiangsa turned off the communication in anger. But when he turned around, he found that the location information between him and Xie Yuyan had ended at some point. He almost fainted. Good guy. He just reminded him to turn off the location. Right? Xie Jiangsa snorted heavily. Xie Yuyan had never listened to him before. So don't blame him for cutting off the firewood. Otherwise, he really thought he was awesome and nothing would happen. Sure, you and others received the task of going to other shelters for reinforcement. This was not the first time such a task was carried out at night. And almost no one noticed anything wrong. Feng Xiao and the others thought of sure you words you will know in a while. And immediately linked the two things together, trying to catch her to explain it clearly. But sure you disappeared just after getting on the mecha and turning around. The few people who were left behind once again cursed at the same time. And then received a communication from Sure You, dear friends. Help me cover it up. Don't let the major find out. Coincidentally, at this time, Feng Xiao received another communication from Li Wensheng. Feng Xiao. Where is Sure You? Feng Xiao gritted his teeth and lied with his eyes open. She seems to have practiced too much today. You know that girls always feel uncomfortable for a few days. I have asked the major for leave before the mission. Don't tell others. She loves face. Li Wensheng immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. And then patted his chest to assure, don't worry. We won't tell others. It turns out that even as awesome as Sure You, his combat effectiveness will drop sharply when he is not feeling well. Feng Xiao looked at Li Wensheng's expression of understanding. And after ending the communication with him, he couldn't help but close his eyes. He swore that when Sure You came back, he would smash her dog head. Sure You sneezed heavily, silently saying a lot of sorry in her heart. When the mecha flew far away, she changed to the god of war. According to Xie Jiangsa's instructions, she turned on the mecha particle virtualization function and entered the stealth mode. The speed of the mecha really became extremely fast, and her body could bear it. It turned out that there was such a good skill. The god of war. It's really unreliable. And there is no novice guide or anything. She received the news that Xie Jiangsa said angrily that Xie Yuyan positioning was turned off. And she felt an inexplicable understanding in her heart. While driving the mecha forward quickly, she argued with Xie Jiangsa, saying that she wanted at least 200 small puddings after she came back. And how Xie Jiangsa got the small puddings was not within her consideration. Xie Jiangsa immediately sent her a row of dots. The sky was pitch black, but the space station was always bright. Aquamarine had no natural satellites, so the space station could more or less play the role of the moon. Xie Yuyan glanced at the sky, got off the hovercraft, and stood on the dilapidated high-rise building. He was thin and skinny, and the evening breeze blew, lifting the corners of his dark red military uniform and stroking his long silver hair. The uniform rustled and his long hair fluttered. If there were outsiders here, they would think he was a god favored by heaven. The virtual screen at Xie Yuyan's right eye popped up, and quickly locked onto the building in the distance that was only a point of tilt but not collapsed to the naked eye, and then infinitely enlarged. And the scene in front of him became clear. Behind the building, the black hole was torn very large, completely covering the building. In the dark night, it almost merged with the night. But there was a steady stream of Zerg coming out of it. The ring satellite can take pictures of the surface, but it cannot capture the holes torn by the Zerg. Before the beautiful butterfly invaded the shelter where Sure You was, the space station didn't even know that the Zerg reached the deep blue galaxy through the hole torn by the beautiful butterfly. As expected, Xie Yuyan lowered his eyes. He touched the base of his right index finger, where the originally naked skin suddenly glowed, followed by a silver ring. And after a layer of silver light, the silver blue mecha appeared under the moonlight. If Sure You was here, she would be amazed that the mecha in front of her was almost exactly the same as her god of war. It was the judgment. A judgment that had never appeared before, which frightened countless countries that invaded the Federation. Chapter 32. Xie Yuyan did not enter the mecha. He just put his hand in the air and gently wiped it. Many virtual screens popped up from the ring on his right index finger. Surrounding him, Xie Yuyan looked up at the judgment in front of him, and touched the ring on his right index finger again. The ring flashed a faint light, and a double-winged floater appeared next to the judgment, and began to merge with the judgment. When the floater was fully loaded on the Judgment, a huge airflow spread around. Qianqian military uniform was blown, and the high ponytail tied behind his head also fluttered in the wind. The surrounding building debris rolled, and the continuous sound was particularly clear in the dark night. Qianqian did not move from beginning to end. He looked at the Judgment quietly for 3 seconds, and the Judgment also stayed quietly in front of him, as if waiting for his god to issue a decree. Qianqian moved. A virtual keyboard popped up in front of him. His slender white fingers jumped on the virtual keyboard, and then the virtual screen in front of him began to scroll wildly, with data constantly flowing through. The originally motionless Judgment opened his eyes. He disappeared in front of Qianqian like a beam of light, and the black and gold double-winged floater on his back began to flow through a low-key and obscure luster. The simulation sand table was established, and everything around Judgment was presented in front of Qianqian. He did not seem to use his mental power, nor did he consume physical energy. The only thing that could be seen was his 10 fingers dancing on the virtual keyboard. Judgment, who had arrived at the destination, aroused the vigilance of all the Zerg outside the hole. He was cold and solemn, and threw out beamed swords with both hands at the same time. He was like a winding starlight under the night sky, and wherever he passed, there were corpses of insects everywhere. At the same time, the double-winged floater named Naka began to accumulate energy. In just 3 minutes, almost all the Zerg outside the hole were killed or injured. Judgment, standing in the sky, he retracted the beamed swords in his hands, and Naka completed the energy accumulation. Judgment raised his hands high, and Naka also went up. Judgment suddenly waved his hands, and silver-white particle rays burst out from Naka. The particle rays connected with the edge of the hole, and the hole that had already stabilized began to gradually crack. At this time, the Zerg coming out of it did not even have time to roar before they were all torn apart by the cracked hole. At the same time, Qianqian, who was standing on the high building, had a blush on his cold white face. He took a step back from standing upright. The mental power covering the mecha ring was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He grasped the collar, shook his 5 fingers gently, and took it down, pushed the virtual keyboard away, and pulled over several virtual screens. No one knows what level of mental power and physical fitness the commander of the Judgment Corps, has. Some people speculate that he is SSS level, and some speculate that he is SSS plus. But speculation is speculation, and no one has ever come out to confirm it. Qianqian has been investigated and explored by countless people, but in the past 10 years, no one has ever seen him take action. The more so, the more people associate him with being powerful and unbeatable. But who knows that Qianqian is not unwilling to move? Nor is he pretending to be profound. But he originally only has B-level mental power and physical fitness. And even driving ordinary mechas for operations is very difficult. Judgment is a mecha that Qianqian tried every means to create in order to adapt to his body. After several years of transformation and calculation, it finally imitated Lanzer's downgraded driving mode, and forcibly stripped out the core that needs to be controlled by mental power, restoring the hand-operated mecha hundreds of years ago, allowing him to control Judgment from the outside. Similarly, the power of Judgment has also been weakened. He cannot reproduce Lanzer's terrifying combat power. His greatest role is not offense, but defense. If Lanzer, who has unlocked the SSS level driving mode, is here, he doesn't need to carry an external Naka floater at all. He can completely tear the hole and make it collapse and disappear with his own floater. Qianqian coughed lightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it was too forced. He pushed away several virtual screens and just wanted to pull the virtual keyboard back. He suddenly squinted his eyes, and a light green light lit up around him. The energy bomb that came silently was like hitting an invisible barrier, and then it was covered and wrapped by the crackling electric current, dissolving and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the energy bomb disappeared, the light green light brightened slightly and dimmed. Qianqian turned around and saw a dark shadow standing under the dilapidated building wall. He slowly walked out of the darkness, wearing a black mimic exoskeleton, almost blending into the night. He put the energy gun on his waist with a gun flower, then raised his hands and clapped them lightly. And then Qianqian heard his mechanical voice. As expected of Commander Xia of the Judgment Corps, his body protection can't even be penetrated by my specially modified energy gun. The mechanical voice was stiff and unpleasant. And Qianqian just looked at him coldly without saying a word. The other party didn't care. A virtual screen popped up at his right eye and began to calibrate the judgment in the distance. And his mouth kept chattering in an unpleasant mechanical voice. I didn't expect to see judgment here. It's really a great blessing in life. But Commander Xia's way of controlling judgment is really eye-opening. He doesn't even need to sit in the cockpit? If this is on the battlefield, how terrifying would it be? As we all know, after thousands of years of development, the hand-operated mecha at the beginning has long been eliminated in the long river of time. The mecha reform has undergone 3 times in total. AI and human cooperative driving were eliminated in the third mecha reform 300 years ago. The idea of human mental power controlling the core of the mecha proposed in the third mecha reform finally laid the foundation for the status of modern human mental power controlling mecha. And the practical application of this theory also fully proves that the mecha core controlled by human mental power can exert the maximum power of the mecha. He clapped his hands while speaking. And sighed. Commander Xia is not only good-looking, but his mecha is also so good-looking. He turned around and looked at Qianqian with a smile. And said, but why are you so careless and alone outside? Who are you? Qianqian's voice was cold and without any emotion. The man in the black mimic exoskeleton saw that he was so calm until now. So he took out the energy gun from his waist, and walked to Qianqian, and turned around. He stretched out his hand, and tried to touch Qianqian. The light green light that had just disappeared appeared again, firmly blocking him outside, and releasing dangerous green arcs. The other party's series of actions did not cause any fluctuations in Qianqian emotions. After the green arc disappeared, the other party exclaimed, is this the gray light shield outside the Lilvia fortress? It is really hard to imagine that the gray light shield that protects the fortress is made so small to protect you. It seems that your importance is no less than that of the Lilvia fortress. He laughed as he spoke, and pulled the trigger of the energy gun with a click. I am really a little curious. What kind of energy do you carry to support the operation of the gray light shield? This thing is a giant energy-swallowing beast. After speaking, the other party fired a few shots, and all the energy bullets shot out of the energy gun were disintegrated by the gray light shield, leaving no trace. Qianqian was standing in the gray light shield and was well protected, as if everything in the outside world had no effect on him. After firing a few shots, nothing happened. The man in the black mimic exoskeleton began to get impatient. This thing is as difficult as the rumors say, since the energy gun can't consume its energy. I'm sorry. He was halfway through his words. His thumb brushed the mecha ring on his index finger, and a black mecha appeared out of thin air. Then he jumped into the cockpit and opened the public channel again. Commander Xia, do you want to call your judgment to play with it? It should be quite interesting. After judgment in the distance solved a hole, the double-wing float behind it began to accumulate energy again. It was obvious that the other party deliberately took advantage of the opportunity when judgment was unable to move, and he didn't really want to compete with judgment by saying this, but it was just a provocation. Qianqian's eyes moved slightly, and he gently touched the virtual keyboard, as if thinking about something. The man who had taken out the black mecha didn't give him a chance to think, and continued to open the public channel and said arrogantly, it seems that you are very confident in the gray light shield. Then I will try whether your shield can directly resist the threat of the mecha. After he finished speaking, he immediately pulled out the particle energy gun between his legs and fired a shot at Qianqian on the roof. The huge energy beam hit the light green light shield, and it shone brightly. The light, which was originally only light green, gradually deepened under the stimulation of the energy beam, and finally turned into dark green. Even so, the gray light shield still showed no signs of disintegration. Qianqian still stood motionless in the gray light shield, but the building under his feet began to disintegrate and shatter under the huge energy brought by the energy beam. Judgment, the second energy storage, has been completed. Qianqian's fingers lightly covered the virtual keyboard. Just as he was about to move, the building supporting him on the ground collapsed with a bang under the energy threat of the energy beam. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Qianqian fall straight down, and his hand on the virtual keyboard also fell off. He couldn't stabilize his body for a while, and at this time, he spit out blood in his throat again, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. The gray light shield can only protect Qianqian from external attacks, but it can't block gravity. He fell from a tall building, which was a real fall. Gravity would make him fall on the gray light shield, causing no less damage than falling directly to the ground. Just at this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly appeared, Little pretty. Open your turtle shell. Xie Yuyan's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw a figure in the night stepping on the broken building rubble and jumping towards him. She was light and graceful, like a gust of wind. The girl tied a high ponytail like him. Maybe because she was still young. There was still a little immaturity between her eyebrows. But her eyebrows were clear, and the dark pupils seemed to reflect thousands of stars. And those phoenix eyes were heroic and valiant when she smiled. There was an improper smile on her lips. And the gray light shield, which was famous in the universe, became a turtle shell in her mouth. Chapter 33. You are so light. Sure, you held Xie Yuyan's waist with one hand and placed the other hand on his knee, and gave him a short princess hug with his girlfriend's strength. Xie Yuyan's face darkened. This posture was not easy for him to accept. But now, it was a critical moment. He didn't even have the opportunity to object. He could only be forced to lean on Shiryu shyly. At this time, the black mecha had noticed Shiryu's sudden appearance. It locked the two people at the fastest speed and pulled the trigger of the energy gun without hesitation, wanting to shoot them to death. Shiryu felt the danger not far away, stepped on the fallen rubble calmly, and took Xie Yuyan up in a few jumps. At the same time, the god of war appeared in the air. She kicked her right leg to avoid the energy beam shot by the black mecha, and took Xie Yuyan into the cockpit of the god of war. The cockpit of the god of war was very spacious. After Shiryu entered the cockpit, he put Xie Yuyan down and waved his hand at him in disdain. Go wherever you want to stay. When you fight later, open your turtle shell. It's best to stay in place. Don't fall down from the building after firing a shot like you did just now. It's useless. After Shiryu finished speaking, he turned around in the god of war without caring whether Xie Yuyan had time to react or whether he would be angry because of his words. The people in the cockpit of the black mecha looked at the god of war, which was almost exactly the same as the judgment. In surprise, they opened the public channel in disbelief. Who are you? How could there be two judgments? It's your mother. Shiryu replied arrogantly, threw out two beam swords, and killed the black mecha directly. You've really made your mother proud by bullying a powerless little Pyongyang. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Fighting should be fair and square. What's the point of attacking from behind? Also, can't you face people? Do you need to wear a mimic exoskeleton? At first, Shiryu couldn't actually determine where Xiao Piaoyang was. But the noise of the hull being destroyed was so loud that she could feel the energy fluctuations from a long distance. She almost instantly guessed that Xiao Piaoyang was very likely nearby. So she sneaked over to collect the mecha. She originally wanted to find out why Xiao Piaoyang came here alone. But when she looked up, she saw someone wearing a black mimic exoskeleton shooting at Xiao Piaoyang. She almost broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, the powerful shot was blocked by the turtle shell. Otherwise she was afraid that if she brought Xiao Piaoyang remains back, Xie Jiangsa would not only not give her Xiao pudding but also strangle her to death on the spot. Shiryu thought that Xiao Piaoyang would be fine for a while, so he simply hid and thought about how to get people over. But the man wearing the mimic exoskeleton went crazy when he saw that the energy gun could not deal with Xiao Piaoyang, and even took out the mecha to deal with him. She felt that something was wrong and jumped out quickly, which led to the scene just now. Shiryu's words were full of provocation, which directly made people angry. The black mecha put away the energy gun, threw out a beam sword, and rushed over angrily. His speed was very fast, and Shiryu snorted and laughed, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Ares spread out virtual particle wings behind him, disappeared in the blink of an eye, turned around, and slashed at the black mecha from top to bottom. The black mecha was obviously not a vegetarian, and responded to Shiryu's attack at a very fast speed. He had one beam sword against two beam swords, so of course he suffered a loss. And Ares had great strength, so he didn't give the black mecha a chance to escape. Shiryu showed a shameless smile, and then two small gun muzzles popped out from the side of Ares, and shot two particle beams at the cockpit of the black mecha. The black mecha did not expect her to be so insidious, and was hit directly. Two black circles were burned on the surface of the cockpit, and the two small gun muzzles continued to accumulate energy, and they were about to shoot particle beams again. The man driving the black mecha burst into a spit, and was about to stretch his legs to kick Ares away. But Ares seemed to have noticed his thoughts in advance, and bent his knees, and kicked the kneecap of the black mecha first. He took a breath, and Shiryu's voice came again. What is this for? What is this for? You still want to play a sneak attack? Do you think I am a vegetarian? Who is playing a sneak attack? The man driving the black mecha was so angry that he couldn't speak. But the god of war knelt down again with great force and ferocity. If he continued like this, he would not only be beaten, but also smashed. The driver of the black mecha bit his tongue hard. The bloody taste made him sober up. He no longer tried to resist, but immediately turned on the thrusters in front of the mecha and fell down at a fast speed. Before Shiryu could react, he fell heavily to the ground and rolled over to escape from the god of war's control. Not bad. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Why don't you guess what I eat? You can win if you guess it right, Shiryu said as he rushed over with the beamed sword. In the cockpit, the virtual screen monitoring Shiryu body data began to scroll wildly, and all A-level data were replaced by S-level data. Shiryu felt that this time, controlling the Ares to fight was much easier than the last time he fought bees. Both the reaction speed and the power of the beamed sword were greatly enhanced. Could it be that she really has the physique of Qianqian? She upgraded while fighting? A strange thought flashed through Shiryu's head. The black mecha had already adjusted and rushed over. The black mecha that had recovered was obviously not easy to deal with. The two of them fought back and forth, and they couldn't do anything to each other for a while. Shiryu continued to speak. Have you guessed it? If you don't guess it, I will end the battle. The driver of the black mecha had no idea that Shiryu was so difficult to deal with, and she kept buzzing in his ear on the public channel, annoying like a fly but unable to get rid of it. He couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "Who cares what you eat? Die now." While speaking, the black mecha accumulated power, and its speed suddenly increased. Shiryu couldn't react in time, and was kicked on the shoulder armor by him. She exaggeratingly screamed, and then said, "Look behind you. My support is coming." With the simulated sand table, the surrounding environment was all under detection. The person driving the black mecha sneered, "You still want to fool me?" After he finished speaking, he saw Shiryu no longer rushing up with the beamed sword, but following the force of his kick. She directly vibrated the virtual particle wings and flew far back. At the same time, the hairs on the body of the man driving the black mecha stood up. He didn't even have time to turn around. A terrifying beam of light shot out from behind him, piercing through the cockpit of his mecha in an instant and taking his life. Immediately, Judgment waved his arm. The beam went up, and the black mecha instantly broke into two halves, fell to the ground with a bang, and smashed two big holes. Shiryu, who had retreated far away, whispered "fuck," and then glanced at Qianqian, who was in the tortoise shell and fiddling with the virtual keyboard very calmly. Soon she withdrew her sight in a calm manner, and then whispered, "I reminded you not to listen. Look, now you're dead," Shiryu muttered while locking onto the mecha that was cut in half by the particle beam, and confirmed that there was no breath of life, and couldn't help but sigh again. No wonder Qianqian dared to run out alone with such a powerful weapon. Who can be his opponent? And the turtle shell just now can even resist energy beams. Good stuff. Good stuff. Qianqian is full of good stuff. Who knows who will get it in the future? Why are you here? Qianqian controlled judgment and turned back to solve the remaining hole, and asked in a low voice. Shiryu drove the Ares and stopped on the ground. Then he took out a tube of nutrient solution and bit it. Then he said, "Your brother forced me to come here. He said he would strangle me to death if I didn't come." As he said that, Shiryu trembled vividly, and then raised two fingers. "I'm telling you, this time you have to compensate me with 200 small puddings as my mental damages." There were several pudding-eating monsters around her. Her small puddings were almost empty. If she didn't replenish them, she could only live on dry nutrient solution. Wouldn't she live worse than when she was living on relief supplies? Qianqian paused on the virtual screen, thinking of Shiryu grunting and eating small puddings, and whispered a yes. Shiryu heard his promise and stopped biting the nutrient solution. He hurriedly said, "It's a deal. Whoever is a slacker is a puppy." Qianqian said yes again. His voice was cold and quiet. If Shiryu hadn't kept his ears perked up, he wouldn't have heard what he said. In the distance, Judgment controlled the knockoff floater to cut another hole into pieces. After seeing the two holes fall apart and disappear completely, Qianqian controlled Judgment to come back. Shiryu glanced at him, then looked at the Judgment 3D projection presented on the simulated sand table in front of him, and suddenly asked curiously, "Your mecha is similar to my mecha." She was very careful not to use the same one. After all, her god of war did not have the powerful knockoff floater behind Judgment. Qianqian didn't know if he had opened his mind today. and answered her question obediently. Judgment was originally made in imitation of Lancer. Of course, it is very similar. He was also careful not to use the same one. After all, Judgment has been constantly debugged over the years, and its performance has been completely different from when it was first manufactured. Sure, you said, drank up the nutrient solution, and asked again, why do you all call God of War Lancer? She finally had the chance to ask this question. Sure, you thought Xiao Piaoyang would answer, but he didn't hear his voice for a long time. He turned his head and saw that he had disarmed his turtle shell at some point and knelt in the cockpit, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Sure, you hurriedly supported him. Sure, you then realized that his face was extremely pale, and the bright red at the corner of his mouth looked particularly abrupt at this moment. He raised his hand to wipe the blood and whispered, let's leave here quickly. Maybe he will have companions. Sure, you put one hand through his armpit to help him up, and Xie Yuyan grabbed her wrist and said, the target is too big. Put away Lancer, and we will leave here in a hovercraft. Sure, you saw that he still had the mind to worry about so much at this time. Rolled his eyes, put away the God of War, and saw him put away the Judgment. Then he unfolded the virtual keyboard, operated a few times casually, and a hovercraft drove in front of the two of them. Sure, you eyes widened. You lied to me last time when you said there was no hovercraft. Xie Yuyan closed his eyes slightly, as if he didn't intend to answer her, but his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he didn't know if he was guilty. Sure, you snorted at him heavily and helped him onto the hovercraft. The hovercraft started, and Sure, you asked casually, are we going back to the shelter now? Xie Yuyan leaned on the seat of the hovercraft and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, to another place. Sure, you continued to stare at him. Where are you going now that you are like this? Xie Yuyan opened his eyes tiredly. Sure, you met his dark pupils, which contained emotions that she couldn't understand. Xie Yuyan quickly lowered his eyes, took out a tube of medicine and a syringe from the space bag, put them in front of Sure Yu, and then rolled up his sleeves with effort. His arms were very white, and they looked even whiter against the dark red military uniform. But this whiteness inexplicably revealed a sense of weakness. Sure, you thought of the first time she saw him in the exhibition hall. At that time, he was only wearing a thin shirt. It felt like the wind could blow him away. I don't know how he supported a legion and became the faith of the people of the Federation. Give me an injection. Xie Yuyan's voice was so low that it was almost gone. Sure, you picked up the medicine and syringe. When she saw the cold needle tip, the sequelae of the needle came back. She pinched the packaging bag and wanted to stay away from the needle tip. She was not sure. What is this? Hurry up. Xie Yuyan urged weakly. Xiao Piaoyang would definitely not hurt herself. Sure, you stopped asking questions and clumsily drew the medicine into the syringe, facing Xie Yuyan's white wrist. He didn't know how to start. Xie Yuyan pressed his eyelids, probably because he couldn't stand her procrastination. He took the syringe from her hand, squeezed out the bubbles, and directly inserted it into the inner arm to slowly push the medicine in. Sure, you watched the medicine disappear bit by bit, and saw him pull out the syringe, and whispered to her, keep it. Sure, you obediently helped him put the syringe away, muttering in her heart, worthy of being a commander. Cautious. Xie Yuyan saw that she was talking nonsense but didn't say anything. So she said, I sleep for a while. Wake me up when we reach the destination. Sure, you didn't have time to ask where the destination was, and saw him close his eyes and breathe slowly. And he didn't know if he fell asleep. Sure, you sighed. Really felt that she was worried like an old mother. The person was caught. Could he really take him back to the shelter when he wasn't paying attention? She was afraid that Xiao Piaoyang would stab her to death after waking up. This didn't seem to be the point. The point was, she couldn't control the hovercraft. Sure, you hesitated, and still sent a message to Xie Jiangsa that the person had been found, and then said that he couldn't come back for the time being. Xie Jiangsa didn't know what he was doing, and didn't reply to her message. Sure, you waited for 2 or 3 minutes without a response, then turned off the smart computer. She accidentally saw the blood on the back of Xiao Piaoyang's hand. She thought about it, took out a pack of paper and a bottle of water from her space bag, wet the paper, and wiped all the blood off Xiao Piaoyang's hand. Some of the blood also stuck to his cuffs, but it was dry and difficult to wipe. So Sure, you simply pretended not to see it. Sure, you dared to guarantee that she was not so gentle when washing her face. If she was not afraid of being woken up by her, she could pour a bottle of water directly into Xiao Piaoyang's hand. Forget it. In an emergency, This bottle of water is very precious. Sure you thought of Xiao Pianyang instructions just now. And took out a small box to collect all the bloody tissues and put them back into the space bag. She lowered her head to pack up her things. And did not notice that Xie Yuyan eyelashes trembled slightly. Not long after the hover car drove out, 3 people wearing black mimic exoskeletons suddenly jumped out from the wreckage of the mecha that was cut in half by judgment. They looked at each other. And one of them half knelt down, unfolded his intelligent brain, and scanned the surrounding area. Then he said in a mechanical and unpleasant voice, "There is no sign of life. He must be dead. Cut in half from the cockpit. Even if the gods come again, they won't survive." Another person beside him kicked the wreckage of the mecha and whispered, "Waste. Who told him to do it himself? Now is not the time to pursue this. Judging from the situation, the person should have left not long ago. It's still not too late to chase him now. How can we chase him when we don't even know where he went?" This person seemed extremely irritable. Since he came here, he must go to the next place. We can just go there and wait for him. Xie Jiangsa covered his bleeding arm. His face was so gloomy that ink could almost drip out. Beside him, Xie Yuyan looked at the 2 bodies on the ground and frowned and said, "It seems that we can't hide it anymore. If Gu Qianqian and others were here, they would definitely be able to tell that the voice was Gu Mingzhan's." Xie Jiangsa quickly injected himself with a potion, and the bleeding stopped quickly. He suppressed his anger and said, "No matter what, we must hold on until he comes back. What about those 3 people?" Gu Mingzhan subconsciously wanted to push his glasses, but immediately restrained himself from doing so. "The ones in the shelter are fakes. You let him deal with those 3 people alone?" Gu Mingzhan raised his voice. "You know what his temper is like. He doesn't have time to argue with you now. I don't know who wants to attack him this time. He is so impatient. It seems that he is right," Xie Jiangsa said in the space station. "Major General Xie Yuyan, the chief commander and commander of the Judgment Corps, is stranded on the Aquamarine Star. Of course, he said it on purpose. He originally wanted to lure someone into a trap, but he didn't expect the development of the matter to be completely out of their control." Gu Mingzhan lowered his eyebrows and didn't respond to his words. "This support is too easy, isn't it? We just arrived, and the matter is almost resolved." Li Wensheng and several people in the team were communicating and talking boringly. Feng Xiao raised his eyelids and hummed casually. Lu Dongan was also absent-mindedly carrying a sniper rifle. Gu Qianqian bit a tube of nutrient solution in his mouth and learned all of Shiryu bad habits. Luo Xiaozi simply did not open the communication. The few people were so disrespectful. Li Wensheng's mouth twitched. Just when he wanted to say a few words to liven up the atmosphere, the communications of the 3 people went black at the same time. A row of question marks appeared in front of Li Wensheng's forehead. Just when he wanted to reconnect with the few people, Feng Xiao threw a message on his brain. "Feng Xiao, a few of us have something to retreat to the shelter in advance. Please help us cover up with the major. Thank you very much." "No." Before Li Wensheng could reply, Feng Xiao turned off the communication. It was clearly a notification, not a discussion with him. As the captain of the team, Li Wensheng felt a lot of pressure. But a few people disappeared. He couldn't chase them out and bring them back. He had to bite the bullet and report that everyone was present during the roll call. "Good brother. Don't cheat him. Have you found her location?" Gu Qianqian asked impatiently. Luo Xiaozi nodded and passed the location to several people. "She should be approaching the shelter we came from before." But from another direction, Feng Xiaoduo looked at him twice. He really didn't expect Luo Xiaozi to have a way to hack into the communication satellite, and then lock her intelligent brain through Shiryu terminal number, and find out her location. What is she doing there? Lu Dongan frowned and said. The answer he got was a row of neatly arranged "I don't know." Since I don't know, I have to chase after her and take a look. The speed of the hovercraft was very fast. It arrived at the destination in just 20 minutes. Shiryu was hesitating whether to wake up Xiao Pianyang. And then he saw him open his eyes. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" His face still looked very pale, and there was fatigue between his eyebrows. But he seemed to be much better than when he got on the hovercraft. Xie Yuyan shook his head and got off the hovercraft. Shiryu had no choice but to follow him. He saw a virtual screen pop up at his right eye, locking onto the hole in the shelter in front that almost merged into the night. This hole was obviously not as big as the two just now, but many Zergs crawled out of it. Fortunately, the distance between the two was far enough. Otherwise, they would have been eaten alive by the Zergs. Yu had just seen the scene of judgment destroying the whole. And she guessed what Qianqian was going to do next without even thinking about it. She grabbed his wrist and said, "Can you use the mecha in this situation?" Being chased and vomiting blood. Yu was afraid that he would faint without taking out the mecha. Qianqian turned his head and looked at her. There was still something in his eyes that Yu could not understand. But she could see that his eyes were clear and his gaze was firm. Yu didn't know why she let go of her hand. When she reacted, Qianqian had already taken out judgment. Yu stood behind Qianqian and watched him control the judgment to fly to the hole in the distance. Then raised the Naka floater high. And the huge hole fell apart under the particle beam. The huge movement caused the ground to shake. And a stream of air shook off from a distance, blowing the clothes of the two people. Yu looked at Qianqian's profile and found that his face was a little paler. He pursed his lips and seemed to swallow the blood that overflowed from his mouth with difficulty. At that moment, Yu seemed to understand something. She suddenly knew why Qianqian would become the commander admired by everyone and the faith of the people of the Federation. He had countless merits. But how many silent scars were buried under countless dark nights like this one? Everyone knew that the Judgment Legion was powerful. But who knew that Qianqian only had a broken body? I don't know if Xiaopiaoyang noticed her gaze. He turned his head. At that moment, the cool breeze blew his hair, and the ruby earrings that had been hidden flashed for a moment. Like the brightest morning star in the night sky. The sky turned white, and it was the dawn that broke the night. Yu supported his body that was falling backwards and cursed in a low voice. Idiot. Chapter 34. Watching Xiaopiaoyang put away the judgment, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yu pursed her lips and handed him a tissue. Can we go back now? The two known holes have been disintegrated and disappeared by the judgment. Even if there are more, there is no need to rush. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether all the holes will disappear. Xiaopiaoyang will definitely be the first to die here. Qianqian took the tissue from her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And nodded silently. At this moment, Yu grabbed his wrist and threw him to the side. Then hid under a dilapidated high wall. And cursed again? As soon as she finished speaking, two energy guns stretched out from behind the two people, respectively against their temples. Yu dragged Qianqian together to surrender, and said confidently, "We surrender? Don't fight." Qianqian coughed lightly, and slowly wiped the blood on his lips with a tissue, and then slowly raised his hand. With the two of them working together, it was difficult for the person wearing the mimic exoskeleton to fight. Yu smiled with white teeth, and just as she was about to speak, she was handcuffed. And then she found that her mental power could not connect to the mecha ring. Qianqian suffered the same treatment. Another person wearing a black mimic exoskeleton came over, and Yu found that their mimic exoskeletons had numbers. The one who came over was 770. The one who handcuffed her was 880. And the one who handcuffed Xiaopiaoyang was 520. This number is quite interesting. 770 came over and saw Yu, and said in a mechanical voice full of disgust, "Why is there an extra one? Just get rid of it." He raised the energy gun, and Yu immediately waved his hand. Brother, don't be like this. I'm here to arrest him too. I'm not in the same group with him. You can't do anything to me." 770 paused when he raised the gun, looked up and down at Yu, and sneered, "You?" Yu smiled and puffed out his chest. "Don't you want to know who I am?" She was not panicked at all. The energy gun was pointed at her temple, and she squinted her eyes and said, "Do you know what my boss's number is?" Yu pointed his index finger at the number on their mimic exoskeleton. 880 pushed 770's energy gun away and asked calmly, "How much?" Yu cleared his throat. "Listen carefully. His number is 1314. Yu said loudly, looking at them with a look that said, "You'd better not offend me," which was very coercive. 770. 880 and 520 looked at each other, and then heard Yu say, "If my boss hadn't been entangled by Qianqian, would it be your turn to catch him?" She snorted with her nose turned up to the sky. Qianqian kept his eyebrows down, but his eyelashes trembled slightly. And I don't know what he was thinking. 770 glanced at 880. "What should we do with her now? Take her over and see. If she lies, it will be too late to deal with her then." 880 said safely. 880 grabbed Yu collar and lifted her up, while 520 gestured to Qianqian. Yu raised her eyebrows instantly. "Why are you so rude to me and so polite to him?" Do you look at the face? Shut up. 770 pointed the energy gun in her head. Shiryu was disappointed and hung her head. How come people look at the face everywhere these days? Am I ugly? The boss clearly said that I look good. Shiryu muttered to himself, and then something covered his head. She was not discouraged and continued to grumble. How did you come so quickly? I finally got a chance to make a contribution. Now, if the boss knew that I lost both my wife and my army, and asked him to redeem me, he would definitely beat me to death when he returns. Can you take off this hood? We are family members after all. It's not good for family members to treat each other like this. 770? 880? 520. Brother? Why don't you make a sound? With a swish, the hood was pulled open, and a fruit was stuffed into Shiryu's mouth, and the hood was covered again. With a snap, Shiryu took a bite of the fruit in his mouth and chewed it slowly. Click, 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 click. A crazy clicking sound was heard in the suspension car. After about 10 minutes, the clicking sound stopped, and the annoying beeping sound sounded again. Thank you, brother. What kind of fruit is this? It's sweet and delicious. How about another one? 770's forehead veins bulged. He took out the energy gun from his waist and pointed it at Shiryu's head. But 880 grabbed his wrist and shook his head at him silently. 770 had to take back the energy gun angrily. And 880's mechanical voice sounded, Can you be quiet for a while? Get off the car and give you another one. Okay, brother. No problem, brother. Shiryu responded cheerfully, and it was quiet. 770 didn't expect to get rid of this noisy fly so easily, and rolled his eyes in anger. She changed her location. Luo Shiatsi sent Shiryu location to several people again. What on earth does she want to do? The intelligent brain also shows that it cannot communicate. Phone Shao call was rejected. Lu Dongan frowned and looked at the map, and finally zoomed in on Shiryu location. Did she go to the headquarters of Hailan Express? Several people looked at the range he drew, and Gu Qianqian had a doubt. What exactly does Major General Xia want her to do? It can't be to wipe out those little spiders, right? Feng Shao also frowned. Lu Dongan continued. Could it be that they are going to investigate what those little spiders are trying to do? Then there is no need to let her go. The shelter has so many people. Even if they really want to investigate, how could they let Shiryu go alone? And make it so mysterious? The Ring satellite cannot monitor the situation of the Hailan Express headquarters. But before that, the Hailan Express headquarters had been destroyed by the Zerg. And now we don't know what the situation is. Luo Shiatsi called up the images monitored by the space station. But they were all shadows, as if they were blocked. This is not a rare thing. Although the Ring satellite has restored the communication detection function, the situation is complicated after all. And the Zerg has been releasing interference substances, and many places on the surface cannot be monitored. Feng Shao simply said, we might as well go over and take a look instead of guessing here. The hovercraft sped along and suddenly stopped after about 20 minutes. Shiryu was dragged off the hovercraft. As soon as she got off the car, she couldn't wait to say, brother, you can't default on the fruit you promised. 770 took out a fruit from the space bag and stuffed it into Shiryu's mouth. Soon, a crackling sound was heard. After being pushed for a few steps, Shiryu paused. Her subtle movements were noticed by the people around her. The three looked at each other and heard Shiryu's vague voice, brother, do you have any paper? The juice is about to flow out. 770-Tate-0520, Let her die. No one paid attention to her, and Shiryu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She stopped because she noticed something strange. Shiryu was covered with a hood and couldn't see what was outside. But she was sure that she had been here, because she had used her superpowers here before, and there were remnants of her superpowers not far away. The reason why she could detect the remnants of her superpowers was that as long as her superpowers were used on a large scale, the metal controlled by her would change its internal structure in a short period of time. As for when the changed structure would change back without the influence of external forces, Shiryu himself could not tell. While eating the fruit, Shiryu recalled the number of times he used his superpowers and the amount of release, and finally deduced a location. Hailan Express headquarters. The little doctor said that some of the spiders he was tracking were hovering nearby. So these three people brought him and Xiao Piaoyang here. What did they want to do? Shiryu bit off the last bite of fruit and soon felt like she was in an elevator. Judging from the gravity, it was not going up but down. Soon, She was taken to an open place again, and the footsteps of several people were particularly obvious here. Shiryu was really curious now. Where did these people plan to take them? But at this moment, there was a violent shaking from the ground, and Shiryu shook and fell to the ground, and happened to fall next to Qianqian. The shaking became more and more intense. She heard 770's tone a little anxious. What happened? Did someone attack here? Impossible. When we came here, we made sure there was no tracking. 520 refuted without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, another violent shaking came, and then Shiryu heard a shrill alarm. While the three were talking, she had a golden light in her eyes, and the metal handcuffs on her wrists opened with a click. Shiryu grabbed the hood off, held Xiaoyuyan's hand and fell back. The wall behind her cracked without warning, and the two fell in. 770, 880, and 520 were caught off guard. When they came to their senses, the wall had healed. They looked at each other, and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. 770 exclaimed, "Is it the materialization of spiritual power? This is impossible. Regardless of whether it is possible or not, the fact is indeed presented in front of him." The two people who were finally caught opened a hole in the wall, and ran away right under their noses. 520 picked up the energy gun, and was about to shoot at the wall, where the two people disappeared. But 880 grabbed his wrist. "Don't shoot." Before he finished speaking, a more violent shaking came, and the three of them staggered and fell to the ground. At the same time, a terrifying roar roared from the depths of the corridor. The three looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Shiryu put a cushion on Xiaoyuyan. She lay on the ground and took a breath. She said pitifully, "Little pretty girl, can we move? I'm almost crushed to death by you." It's not very heavy to hold her. But why does she feel like a mountain when she's crushing people? Xiaoyuyan still had a mask on his head, and the handcuffs on his wrists. After hearing what Shiryu said, he whispered an apology, and then fumbled to sit aside. Shiryu's eyes flashed with gold. He also removed his handcuffs, and then took off his mask. Seeing that his face was as pale as a piece of paper, he couldn't help frowning. "Are you okay?" Xiaoyuyan shook his head, and looked at the handcuffs that fell on the ground. He was curious and asked, "How did you take them off?" Once this kind of handcuffs are put on, they will not only isolate mental power, but also have an anesthetic effect, making the hands powerless. Even people with SSS-level physical fitness cannot break free by brute force. Shiryu's eyes wandered for a moment, and he said, as a matter of course, "Didn't you hear me tell them that my eldest brother is 13-14? Shiryu opened his mouth and talked nonsense while looking around, but his peripheral vision quietly passed over Qianqian's face, and then he saw his lips curved. Shiryu half knelt in front of Qianqian as if he had discovered a new continent. "Did you just smile?" It's no wonder she was so surprised. Shiryu had never seen Qianqian smile in so many times. He always looked cold and kept people away from him. If you didn't know, you would think he was an ice sculpture moved out of an ice cave. Xiaoyuyan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and pressed his lips lightly. Looking around, "Where is this? This topic change is too boring." Shiryu snorted and pulled him up, and then began to look around. This is a corridor. Very wide, large and high. There is a light on the top of the corridor, shining down from such a high place, making the two people on the ground dim. The corridor was quiet, with bare ground on both sides. More importantly, there was no entrance to this place, and it was sealed all around. Feeling Qianqian's eyes on his face, Shiryu knew what he was thinking with his knees, and explained calmly, "I might have encountered some trap just now, and then the two of us came in, and I don't know if the 3 people will chase us." Don't look at her just now fooling people vigorously. In fact, she is not sure at all. It is estimated that the 3 people are also doing things for others, and they can't make a decision, so they dragged her here. Xiaoyuyan responded in a low voice, and I don't know if he accepted her unreliable statement. Seeing that he didn't ask, Shiryu raised his finger and pointed to the door in front and said, "Do you want to go over and see what's inside? This door is very similar to the central control room they went to before, and I don't know if it is a similar place." After they came in, the violent vibration just now disappeared, and I don't know what happened. And now there is no way out, and going forward seems to be the only direction. Xiaoyuyan walked in front, and the virtual screen in his right eye popped up again, and a series of analyses quickly appeared in front of him. The two walked to the door, and Xiaoyuyan unfolded his intelligence, and virtual tentacles stretched out from his brain and placed on the door. And then several virtual screens popped up. Sure, you saw Xiao Piaoyang index finger fluttering like a butterfly. And the door in front of him opened. She clenched her fist and made a defensive gesture. And the airflow inside dispersed. And a faint fragrance floated out. Sure, you subconsciously frowned. And this fragrance seemed a bit like the fragrance on Xiao Piaoyang's body. It was quiet and dark inside the door. Sure, you tried to look twice, but couldn't see what was inside. Xie Yuyan took out a long strip from the space bag, bit it and threw it in. And the whole space suddenly lit up. The two looked in at the same time. Sure, you took a step back in shock. And Xie Yuyan even lost his composure and whispered, "How is it possible?" Chapter 35. Disappeared? Feng Xiao looked at the location of the intelligent brain on the virtual screen and almost fainted. They had been tossing and turning all night. Chasing and chasing but not catching up with the person. And now the location of the intelligent brain has disappeared. Luo Xiaozi tracked the location through the terminal number. There are two situations when the location of the intelligent brain disappears. One is that the intelligent brain is destroyed. And the other is that the signal is blocked. No matter which one it is, the situation does not look good. Gu Qianqian rubbed his hands and said, "Let's go directly to the headquarters of Heilangsing Express." "Isn't her location blocked there?" Lu Dongan nodded silently. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Sure, you resisted the nausea rising from his stomach and pulled Xie Yuyan, who was about to go in. "Are you crazy? How dare you go into this place casually?" In this huge space, there were tall glass jars one after another. And in the glass jars were things that looked like monsters. They were all humanoid. But some had tentacles. Some had scales. And some were covered with hair. And no one knew what they looked like. Countless tubes covered the ground, connected one by one to the huge glass jars. Xie Yuyan turned his head under Sure You pull. And Sure You realized that his face was so ugly that it was terrible. And it was terrible that it could not be described in words. Sure, you even suspected that he would take out judgment on the spot and destroy this place. Xie Yuyan shook off Sure Yu's hand and walked in hurriedly. He was already injured because of the two manipulations of judgment. And there were messy tubes on the ground. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Sure, you saw his worried look. And hurried over to pull him up, whispering, "What's wrong with you? Even if you are scared, you won't lose your composure like this." "You? Yes. Even if you are scared, you won't lose your composure like this. What's more, the person in front of him is not someone else, but Xie Yuyan, the veteran of the battlefield, the chief commander of the Judgment Corps. He has seen all kinds of horrible scenes, and he can remain calm in the face of the collapse of the mountains on the battlefield. It is unreasonable for him to lose his composure like this now." Xie Yuyan was pulled by her to stand up, and suddenly whispered, "Do you know what these are?" Sure, you heard the depression in his voice, moved his mouth, and before he answered, he heard him say, "There is a joint convention in the universe. No matter which country or organization is absolutely not allowed to conduct genetic modification experiments. And these monsters in front of him have human characteristics. But they are obviously not human." Xie Yuyan closed his eyes. He avoided Sure Yu, took out a long strip of light, broke it and threw it in. And the long strip of light illuminated the control console. Xie Yuyan staggered and walked inside, avoiding the dense tubes on the ground, and soon reached the control console. Sure Yu pursed his lips and followed him, and saw that he controlled the intelligence to let the virtual tentacles stick to the control console. Soon, dense virtual screens popped up from the control console, each of which showed a picture of a monster, and research data below. Sure Yu heard a cold laugh. "I have been researching for 3 years, and I am going crazy. Why do I keep failing? The gene chain extracted from KI has no way to merge with human genes, and various mutations occur. All experimental subjects grow up under the action of drugs, but have no vital signs. This is unreasonable. All my research is theoretically possible. Which step went wrong? KI is also starting to become weak. How could this happen? What should I do?" Xie Yuyan read the 2 paragraphs without emotion. When he read to the end, Sure You heard him sneer. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside. Sure You immediately put away the 2 lamps on the ground and pulled Xie Yuyan to hide in the corner. "Why is the door here open?" Sure You heard someone whispering. "Don't worry about it. We have to move with KI immediately. That thing is out of control. Even He Jia and the others can't stop it. It will be too late if we don't leave now." A female voice responded to him. Sure You looked down at Xie Yuyan. In the darkness, she couldn't see his appearance, but she could feel that he was lowering his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. Shiryu stretched out his hand and poked him. When he raised his head, he touched the ruby earring on his right ear and winked. This was to let him see who it was. Xiaoyan shook his head and raised his index finger to his lips. Shiryu had to give up. He heard that the two people had hurried in and got on the control console. The console was turned on, and the light of the virtual screen shone on the faces of the two people. Shiryu could see clearly that the person operating the console was a man in his 30s, wearing a pair of glasses and a white coat. The woman next to him was holding an energy gun and was alert to the surroundings. Soon, Shiryu found that the wall behind him was shaking. And at this time, the two people opposite looked over here. Shiryu quickly pulled Xiaoyan behind the huge glass jar. At the same time, the wall behind them was opened. And then another huge glass jar was exposed from the wall. There was a cold air spreading, making a puffing sound. And the light on the glass jar also lit up. When Shiryu saw the person in the glass jar, he almost cried out. The boy who was soaked in the unknown liquid was naked, with long silver hair floating, covering the key parts of his body. He lowered his head, and from Shiryu's angle, he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. Shiryu subconsciously glanced at the little pretty girl next to him, who also had silver hair. The faint fragrance floated up again. Shiryu was a little confused whether the fragrance came from the little pretty girl or from somewhere here. At this moment, the woman on the console shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" After she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the energy bullets came over with a few snaps. Shiryu pulled Xiao Piuyang away and shot back. Her movements were fast, and her shooting skills were extremely accurate. The energy gun in the woman's hand was knocked off with a snap, and her wrist was rubbed by the energy bullet, and soon blood flowed out. She cursed in a low voice, and the black mimic exoskeleton covered her whole body. She rushed toward Shiryu and shouted, "Take KI and go first. Be careful." Shiryu whispered a warning and rushed out from behind the glass jar. She held the energy gun and shot at the woman non-stop. The woman wearing the mimic exoskeleton was more than twice as strong and fast as before, and the mimic exoskeleton easily blocked the energy bullets shot at her. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, and two dark golden scimitars appeared in his hands. When the woman made a fist and hammered down at her, she pushed the scimitar that suddenly appeared forward. The woman reacted in time and turned her wrist to avoid being stabbed by the scimitar. But how could Shiryu give her a chance to escape? The woman was fast, and she was even faster. Her 5 fingers turned flexibly, and the scimitar that she had originally held downwards suddenly changed direction, tearing and cutting the woman's wrist, splashing blood. The woman withdrew her hand in pain, and Shiryu had already raised his foot and kicked her in the lower abdomen. The woman immediately flew backwards. Shiryu did not hold back and threw the scimitar in his hand. The woman screamed, and her hands were nailed to the wall by the scimitar, and blood flowed down. It has been only a dozen seconds since the two fought. Seeing this scene, the man in the white coat staggered, and an energy gun was pointed at his temple. Xiaoyan's cold voice rang in his ears. "Who do you belong to? Who asked you to do experiments here?" The man trembled, and saw a head of silver hair in his peripheral vision. His body trembled even more. He immediately grasped the intelligent brain at his wrist. Xiaoyan poked the cold muzzle of the gun at the man's temple. "If you don't want to die, speak to me. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death." The man gritted his teeth tightly, and his cheeks were shaking. I am only responsible for participating in the experiment, and I don't know who the investor behind it is." Xiaoyan moved the energy gun down, and with a bang, an energy bomb passed by the man's ear. The sound caused by the gunshot made the man close his eyes in pain. It was as if his ears were stuffed with a whimpering alarm clock, and his whole face wrinkled in pain. The hot muzzle of the energy gun once again pressed against his temple. This time, Xiaoyan said nothing, but the man knew what he meant. He gritted his teeth and said, "I really don't know. The previous person in charge died when the Zerg invasion broke out. I was just his deputy. After he died, I took over his research according to the orders from above. I really don't know anything." Another shot banged, and the man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open before he finished speaking. Xiaoyan immediately squatted down and unfolded his brain, connecting the virtual tentacles to the man's brain. He had just invaded the man's brain and found that the information on it was being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shiryu saw that he didn't get anything out of the other side. Half crouched beside the woman, stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. You're not dead. Tell me who you are, and I spare your life. How about it? The woman stared at her viciously. She was seriously injured, and could no longer maintain the mimic exoskeleton on her body. After she glared at Shiryu, she suddenly laughed. Shiryu realized that something was wrong and quickly stepped back. The collar on the woman's neck exploded without warning, and her body and head broke into two halves. She fell to the ground with a clang, and there was blood foam around her. Shiryu frowned, quickly came to Qianqian, and whispered, "What happened?" The data was destroyed too quickly, and only a little was intercepted. Qianqian touched the virtual screen with 5 fingers, and then pushed the virtual screen in front of Shiryu. He walked to the glass jar where the silver-haired boy was, and looked up from bottom to top. Shiryu read the words on the virtual screen. Key. Gene level SSS plus. Gene chain is close to perfect. Suspected to be an evolved body of the Zerg royal family. Shiryu widened his eyes, looked at the humanoid monsters in the glass jars next to him, and then looked at the boy with silver hair in the glass jar in front of Qianqian. Shiryu had a string of doubts in front of his head, and just when he wanted to ask Xiaopiaoliang what to do next, the silver-haired boy in the glass jar suddenly moved, raised his head, and opened his eyes. Chapter 36. Feng Xiao and his companions collected the mecha and found that the entire building of Hylian Express headquarters was shaking violently. They didn't know what happened. Feng Xiao's brain screen was jumping, and he said in a deep voice, "The group of spiders are running away madly." And it was a chaotic escape. All the red dots were scattered. There was no organization or purpose, and they ran away desperately. Lu Dongan called Shiryu brain again, but it still didn't connect. What should we do now? For the spiders to run so madly, something abnormal must have happened here. But now they didn't even see Shiryu's shadow, so they definitely couldn't just leave like this. Luo Xiaoxi's eyelids twitched. He suddenly looked up, observed a circle, jumped onto a building next to him, unfolded the brain screen, and virtual tentacles appeared from his brain screen, and then attached to the building. And the building surveillance was immediately called out. The remaining 3 followed closely, and soon saw a blurry picture appear. 3 people wearing black mimic exoskeletons took Shiryu and Qianqian down from the hovercraft. They looked at each other. Even if Qianqian was wearing a hood, his silver hair was too obvious to cover it. They didn't know that he had left the shelter. They were naturally surprised to see him, and Shiryu being captured. The 4 looked down in silence. When they saw the next scene, they twitched their mouths at the same time. Qianqian clenched his fists. "I don't think we really need to worry about her. We can go back the same way. She was caught, and could still eat fruit leisurely. The person who captured her was really miserable." Feng Xiao nodded in agreement. Lu Dongan could hardly disagree. Luo Xiaoxi also put away the intelligent brain with difficulty. A minute later, the 4 stood in front of the elevator, looked at each other strangely, and then walked in. Don't ask. Asking is just curiosity. Shiryu looked at the 2 people looking at each other, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. The appearance of the silver-haired boy was fully revealed, but he looked different from Xiaopiaoliang. There was a hollow pattern between his eyebrows, but it was too far away, so Shiryu could not see what the pattern was. Looking down, there was a pair of mysterious golden pupils, with a mysterious glow flowing in them, which made people unconsciously want to explore what he was thinking. His eyebrows and eyes were not as alienated and sharp as Xiaopiaoliang, but they were also sharp and angular like a knife. His long silver hair was flying in the unknown liquid, adding a different kind of beauty to him for no reason. Suddenly, a transparent catheter was thrown out of the glass jar. It was like a flexible snake, swinging the needle tip into the neck of the silver-haired boy. When the liquid in the transparent catheter was injected, the catheter was swung back again. The boy's brows were suddenly filled with pain. His whole face wrinkled. His body shook violently. The original beauty was crushed, replaced by chaos and suffocation. He struggled painfully, gurgling and exhaling. Shiryu felt a sense of heaviness in her heart for no reason. She looked away with difficulty, but saw that Qianqian had unfolded his intelligence again, and the virtual tentacles were connected to the transparent glass jar. He pursed his lips tightly, and his hand swiped across one virtual screen after another. Shiryu guessed what he wanted to do and blurted out, "Are you crazy? SSS plus, suspected Zerg royal evolution. If it is released easily, who knows what will happen?" Shiryu sometimes feels that she is too cold-blooded, but the fact is that she has experienced the evil of human nature, and is a person who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When she encounters danger, the first thing she considers is how to survive, rather than making decisions that may threaten her life's safety for some soft-heartedness. Qianqian pursed his lips and said something that surprised Shiryu. "I've seen him. He should be dead." With a gurgling sound, the liquid in the transparent glass jar began to be drawn out. When the liquid completely dropped, the glass jar opened, and the boy who was firmly locked in the glass jar slid down. Qianqian took off his coat and supported him. But in an instant, the boy grabbed his throat and pushed him against another transparent glass jar. Shiryu raised the energy gun without hesitation. But Qianqian immediately raised his hand to her, signaling her not to shoot. "Lan Lu. It's me. Do you still remember me?" Qianqian held the boy's hand on his neck and said with difficulty. Shiryu's eyes widened. Little Piao Piao actually knew this suspected Zerg royal evolution? She even called out his name? The boy stopped trying. Qianqian said slowly. "Didn't you leave? Why are you here? Why did it become like this?" Qianqian stared at the boy's unfocused golden pupils and saw a flash of doubt in them. He whispered, "Who captured you? Do you know?" Time passed by. The boy still said nothing. Qianqian kept staring at his eyes. And finally, the golden pupils slowly focused. The boy opened his mouth with difficulty and uttered a barely audible voice, "Xiao Yin." Qianqian immediately held his hand and nodded, "Lan Luo. Do you remember me?" The boy slowly loosened his hand under his sight. But at the moment of letting go, he grabbed Qianqian's collar and threw him out. "No! You are not! You are lying to me! You are all lying to me!" Qianqian was hit by him, and his blood was boiling. He fell to the ground and coughed heavily twice. Shiryu saw the boy lose control, and his transparent nails swung out and became longer, grabbing Qianqian with the sharpness of a steel knife. She secretly shouted that it was not good, and she jumped over in 2 steps. The mimic exoskeleton ring on the little finger of her right hand was immediately activated, and a silver blue light suddenly appeared, with a long sound of clang. The nails on the boy's hands connected with the mimic exoskeleton covering Shiryu's entire hand. The huge force of the shock made Shiryu's body tilted, and a tingling sensation spread from his arm, and he was almost thrown out. She was not a vegetarian. The scimitar in her hand suddenly appeared and slashed towards the boy's jaw. The boy dodged in a panic, but a bloody thread was cut on his jaw, and blood splattered. However, the wound on his jaw that had just been cut recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shiryu smelled the faint fragrance that drifted with the blood, and was stunned for a moment. At this time, a violent vibration sounded outside. The boy was also attracted by the vibration outside. Confusion spread out in his golden pupils, and then he became alert in an instant. Before Shiryu could react, he saw his suddenly long nails retracted, and a pair of extremely beautiful butterfly wings grew from his back. Before she even had time to take a closer look at the boy butterfly wings, the wings slashed in the air, creating a black hole, and the boy immediately went in and disappeared with the hole. Such an anti-physical phenomenon made Shiryu open her mouth for a long time. It was not until Qianqian pulled her up that Shiryu realized that there really was such a boy who appeared and disappeared. Shiryu rubbed her arm that was numb from the shock, looked at Qianqian with a cold face, and asked quietly, "Who is he? What is your relationship with him?" Qianqian's expression suddenly became very complicated. He seemed to not know how to describe his relationship with the other party. Shiryu immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about this when we get back. Let's leave here quickly. I don't know what happened outside. It suddenly shook so hard. But it must be nothing good." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a bang the next second, and the sound of heavy objects hitting the wall made the whole space tremble. Shiryu also shuddered. She grabbed Qianqian's hand, took out the hood she had taken off his head from her space bag, and put it back on him. Before he could react, she used her gold power to tear open the wall. As a result, the smell of blood that hit her almost made her run back. The ground was full of torn corpses. A human figure with tumors all over his body was lying in the corner, chewing something with a crunching sound. Shiryu almost vomited it on the spot. When the two appeared, the monster stopped chewing for a while and turned back stiffly. It had a human face, but its head was full of tumors, and some strange liquids oozed out of the tumors, dripping down with a click. Really? Shiryu's stomach was already churning. Shiryu quickly glanced at this space, grabbed Xiao Piaoliang's hand that was trying to pull down the hood, and golden light gathered in his eyes. The monster had stood up from the corner, with blood on the corner of its mouth, making a sinister horse sound. But before it started to move, a sharp metal blade pierced its exposed heart. Shiryu did not stop at all and continued to drag Qianqian to run. Shiryu did not know what was behind the other wall. Anyway, she would run to the direction farther away from the vibration sound. If the space here was not too small, she would definitely take out the God of War immediately, instead of running for a long time without getting anywhere. Finally, after she tore open another metal wall, she heard a faint voice. What happened here? Why is it shaking non-stop? Tell me or not, or I kill you. Hearing this arrogant voice, there was no doubt that Gu Qianqian was the one. Shiryu suspiciously glanced in the direction of the sound, and really saw a few vague figures. Looking at how badly they're injured, I guess things are going to be a little difficult. How about this? Just tell us where the people you brought with you are, and we let you go. This time it was Lu Dongan who spoke. Shiryu looked at the ceiling speechlessly, pulled off the mask on Xiao Piaoliang's head, and stuffed it into his space bag, pretending that he hadn't done anything just now, and then pulled him towards the others under his cold eyes. Why are you guys here? Shiryu supported himself on the wall with one hand, watching the 4 people blocking the 3 chicks. After seeing the appearance of the 3 chicks clearly, Shiryu blew a whistle impudently. Hey! 770. 880. 520. Why do you look so pitiful? 770. 880 and 520 were still wearing black mimicry exoskeletons, but one of them had a broken hand. One was covered in blood, and another had a steel bar pierced through the abdomen. After blowing the whistle, Shiryu raised his eyebrows at Feng Xiao and others. You guys made them like this? That's awesome. Feng Xiao looked at Shiryu, who was intact and still wanted to tease, and made a silent nod. Lu Dongan stared at Shiryu sinisterly. Gu Qianqian pulled the safety pin of the energy gun. Luo Xiaozi did not follow the crowd, but clicked the virtual screen of the intelligent brain, glanced at Qianqian, and said, the 3 of them are from the 3 members of the Judgment Corps in the shelter. What did the people of the Judgment Corps want to do by bringing Qianqian and Shiryu here? Shiryu glanced at 770, 880 and 520 in surprise, and then gently nudged the waist and abdomen of the pretty girl beside him with his elbow. Your ability to control subordinates is too poor. Your own people want your life? Qianqian looked down at Shiryu's elbow with a cold look, and then said, let's leave here first. What about these 3 people? Shiryu pointed at 770, 880 and 520, whose vital signs were already very weak. Qianqian picked up the energy gun indifferently, and ended their lives in the surprised eyes of several people. Traitors. Die. Shiryu glanced at the stern-looking pretty girl beside him, and felt that his impression of him seemed to be refreshed again. As soon as the few people stepped out of the ground, the entire building of Hylian Express headquarters collapsed instantly. Shiryu grabbed Qianqian's waist and took him into the cockpit of the God of War amid the shouts of wow from others. The building collapsed, and a huge tentacle poked out from the ground. This flesh-colored tentacle had many tumors on it. Like the monster just now, the tumors also oozed disgusting liquid. It drilled out from the ground and revealed its fat abdomen, with huge round sharp teeth on the top of its abdomen. Its sharp teeth kept biting, making a violent clicking sound. At the same time, another huge tentacle was pulled out from under its abdomen. In this way, a total of 6 tentacles were pulled out one after another. It looks like an octopus, but it doesn't have an octopus head. It looks like a bug, but it has tentacles instead of feet. The tumor on the tentacle was swollen, and Shiryu felt vaguely familiar. A flash of light flashed through her mind, and she thought of the tentacle that first poked out of the hole when the butterfly attacked the shelter. Could this monster be the complete appearance of that tentacle? There is no introduction to this monster in the Zerg Atlas. Shiryu controlled the God of War to fly into the sky. The monster's sharp teeth opened, and the black hole of the mouth made a deafening roar. Countless unknown disgusting things spewed out from it. Shiryu's beam sword was almost twisted into pieces to prevent the God of War from being stained with those disgusting things. God of War. In the cockpit, Qianqian had opened his tortoise shell without knowing when. Countless virtual screens in front of him surged. And then he said, it may have been injected with an inducer. It was definitely not this big before. 4 of the 6 tentacles were newly grown. The substance ejected from its mouth contained energy crystals. It seems that someone used energy crystals to feed it, resulting in a mutation. We can't let this thing leave here. When the inducer in its body takes full effect, It will mutate more horribly. By then, no shelter can deal with it. Sure, you hurriedly glanced at Qianqian. It was hard to tell where he knew that this monster was injected with an inducer or was fed to grow up. Soon, the monster danced with 6 tentacles. It did not attack Shiryu. Nor did it attack Feng Xiao, Lu Dongan and Luo Xiaozi. All 6 tentacles attacked Gu Qianqian. This is really abnormal. Gu Qianqian was surrounded by 6 tentacles, and the thrusters of the mecha were driven to the extreme. But this was not his own mecha, but the one he received in the shelter later. Its performance was completely inferior to that of the other mechas. While dodging awkwardly, the weapons carried by the mecha were completely crushed by the tentacles. Just as he was about to be tied up by the tentacles, a sniper bullet shot from a distance and penetrated a tumor of the tentacle. The material inside splashed out, and the tentacle was thrown back in pain. Feng Xiao artillery support had also arrived. Several shells exploded in the air, and the tentacles were flipped over. Then the mecha driven by Luo Xiaozi flashed by and took Gu Qianqian out of danger. The beam sword in the God of War's hand was already ready. Shiryu passed by like a flash of lightning. With a few ripping sounds, the dancing tentacles were cut off one by one. The monster roared violently again in pain. He danced his tentacles frantically, and the tentacles that were originally broken grew out again. The newly grown tentacles are even more disgusting, with more tumors. Fuck. How can this be played? Can it grow longer? Shiryu complained speechlessly, and the monster moved faster. Did you see the red mark at the base of his tentacles? That's his weak spot. Cut it off. The virtual screen in front of Qianqian was surging, and he made an analysis and judgment as quickly as possible. Shiryu grinned and said, Okay. The virtual particle wings behind the God of War vibrated slightly, and Shiryu disappeared before the monster attacked again. She directly opened the public channel again. Brother Ming, cover me. I'm going to cut it. The shells on Feng Xiao mecha were fired, and each one hit the monster's tentacles accurately. He opened the public channel and said coldly, You don't have to come back if you can't get it done in a minute. Lu Dongan fired a few bullets out of the muzzle and also opened the public channel. Isn't it quite capable? You ran alone. Why don't you kill it alone now? Shiryu was made guilty by the cold words of the two people, and secretly turned off the public channel, pretending that nothing had happened just now, and controlled the God of War to turn into a light and shadow and fall straight to the ground under the cover of the two people. Shiryu was not stupid enough to approach this huge monster. She fell to the ground and immediately dismantled the floater on the legs of the God of War. As she jumped and turned over, the 4 floaters shot out silver beams, fiercely cutting at the base of the monster's tentacles. The 4 floaters acted at the same time, and the beam sword in Shiryu's hand was not idle either. While one of the monster's tentacles was cut off, the 2 beam swords flew out like 2 light swords. After the tearing sound, they flew back under Shiryu control. At the same time, the Naka double-wing floater appeared behind the God of War. Shiryu controlled the God of War and completed the docking with the Naka floater under the guidance of Qianqian. Shiryu felt the feeling of the Naka floater on the God of War, and excitement surged in her eyes. She crossed the newly appeared virtual screen in front of her, vibrated the virtual particle wings again, and flew high into the sky. The silver beam shot out from the Naka floater and hit the fat belly of the huge monster straight. The energy beam released from the Naka floater can destroy the defense of the gray light shield and make the torn space cracks disappear and disintegrate, which is more than enough to deal with this monster. The monster roared wildly under the energy beam, but it was too big and clumsy to escape the energy beam. After a burst of dazzling silver light, the monster fell to the ground with a bang, and the sharp teeth that were originally biting closely stopped moving. After the extreme battle, there was extreme silence. The excitement in Shiryu's eyes was restrained, and he turned around to see Xiao Piaoliang kneeling on the ground again, taking out a potion and pouring it into his mouth. He raised his head, his silver hair fluttering, and because he gave his coat to the boy just now, he was wearing a tight military uniform at this moment. The exquisite belt tightened his waist well, showing his thin and skinny figure. Realizing that his gaze was not right, Shiryu blinked guiltily and helped him up. Are you okay? How did he defeat those invaders and take back the lost territory of the Federation when he was so weak? Qianqian did not refuse her help. He took a breath and was about to stand up, but he had no strength and fell straight on Shiryu. Shiryu quickly pulled his arm and put it on his shoulder, but his voice came to his ears. Don't tell others about Lan Luo's matter. You will destroy this place later. Remember? Don't let others know that you have been here. Sure, you saw that he was half dead, and still thinking about this matter. He twitched his mouth speechlessly. Just when he was about to speak, he felt heavy on his body. Xiao Piaoyang fainted. Sure, you had to support him, while sending a message to Feng Xiao and others, asking them to destroy the entire Heilong Express headquarters. Several people took Xie Yuyan back to the vicinity of the shelter secretly. Sure, you then remembered to send a message to Xie Jiangsa. When he opened the smart brain, he saw a bunch of question marks on the screen. Sure, you slid up from the dialogue box speechlessly, and finally found a complete sentence. Brother Xie, what do you mean you can't come back temporarily? Didn't I say that if he doesn't listen, you can knock him out and bring him back? Sure, you lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Piaoyang. He was really brought back unconscious. Xie Yuyan was too big a target. Sure, you didn't dare to bring him into the shelter openly. Instead, he secretly hid near the shelter and waited for Xie Jiangsa to come and pick him up. Several people looked at Xie Yuyan, who was unconscious against the wall, and looked at each other quietly, and then looked at Sure Yu at the same time. Sure Yu felt a little uneasy when they looked at him, but he quickly thought of something and said confidently, What did you take from the Heilong Express headquarters? Don't try to deny it. I saw everything when that monster chased and beat young Master Qian just now. Young Master Qian was the nickname Sure Yu gave to the rich Gu. Several people were blamed by her and felt guilty. Gu Qianqian took out a crystal box from his pocket. When Sure Yu saw the butterfly specimen in the crystal box, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you collecting stamps? Another butterfly specimen? Soon. Sure Yu felt that this butterfly specimen looked familiar. Its wings were exactly the same as the wings that grew on the back of the boy. Sure Yu lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Piaoyang, who was still unconscious. He held the butterfly specimen up to the light. There were bits of gold scattered on the golden wings with light green. He didn't know what they were, but they looked particularly beautiful under the sunlight. Sure Yu tilted his head and asked, Where did you get it from? I took it when the 3 people ran away just now. I just took it. Qian Dashao tried to explain. I almost took your life. Sure Yu replied without hesitation. Gu Qianqian was hit in the face by her words. Okay. He shut up. He shouldn't talk. Is it okay to give me this butterfly specimen? Sure Yu shook the crystal box. Gu Qianqian nodded pitifully. After a while, Xie Jiangsa came hurriedly. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the few people squatting together. When he saw the unconscious Xie Yuyan, he said in disbelief, Did you really knock him out and bring him back? Sure Yu looked around, neither answering yes nor no, and soon put his hands on his waist and said confidently, I brought the person back to you. Remember to give him the pudding? Xie Jiangsa saw that Sure Yu was still thinking about the pudding, and was amused by her for a moment. He said yes and helped Xie Yuyan up. Sure Yu hesitated for a moment, and did not give them the butterfly specimen. She always felt that this butterfly specimen was related to the disappeared boy, and the other party might come to her again. Anyway, Xiao Piaoyang couldn't leave Hai launching for a while, so it would be better to give it to him in person when he woke up, and ask him what happened today. But Sure Yu didn't expect that after the separation. The next meeting would be 2 years later. When the group returned to the shelter, Xie Jiangsa found a lot of undercovers, and cleaned them up with bloody means. Some of the core members of the Judgment Corps were dispatched by Xie Yuyan to the Aquamarine Star. 10 SSS-class mechas slaughtered the entire Aquamarine Star Zerg nest, and found a black hole. After destroying the hole, the Zerg seemed to know that a disaster was coming. All the small ones hid, and the large ones made a final death counterattack. The shelter and the space station were finally able to travel back and forth. After Xie Yuyan woke up, he was busy all the time. Sure Yu was always on a mission, and had no time to meet him. Just as the Judgment Corps continued to deal with the Zerg on Aquamarine Star, a message came from the front line. The head of the Republic of Toes was assassinated when he signed a peace agreement with the Federation at the Lilvaya Fortress. General Helis, the highest military leader of the Republic of Toes, declared war on the Federation. Xie Yuyan was leaving. Since he led the Judgment Corps to recapture the Lilvaya Fortress, he has been in overall management of the Lilvaya Fortress, and has never made any mistakes. Now he is on the Aquamarine Star. But the head of the Republic of Toyas was assassinated in the Lilvaya Fortress, which inevitably makes people associate it with conspiracy. If the federal parliament wants to investigate, Xie Yuyan will inevitably be held accountable. Sure Yu followed everyone in the shelter to see them off. He was a little worried at first, but he heard in the crowd, Commander Xie, This time you have to beat the scum of the Republic of Toys. Don't be polite. We support you. That's right. Commander Xia. They must have had an internal conflict among themselves. And they want to put the blame on us. Let them see that this pot is not easy to put on. Sure, you saw Xiao Piaoliang wave to the crowd and walked into the shuttle, wearing the beautiful dark red military uniform and silky silver hair. The shuttle set sail, and Xie Jiangsa and other core members of the Judgment Corps drove mechas to escort it on both sides. Sure, you waved along with the crowd. And suddenly her eyes widened as if she had thought of something. She jumped up and pointed at the shuttle, which had turned into a small black dot, and said angrily, "Fuck. Little beauty. You haven't given me my pudding yet." Chapter 37. Dear dreaming of being a salted fish. Your last relief payment of 1,500 federal coins has been received. Please check. In addition, please go to the relief station within 3 days to collect your last relief supplies. On the dilapidated small bed board. The salted fish revived. Sure, you. With 2 heavy dark circles under her eyes. Said dryly, "I have checked." After saying that, she laid down again without waiting for a response. Hearing the gentle female voice sound again, Sure, you grabbed the quilt to cover his head. But suddenly, there was a banging sound outside. Sure, you opened the door angrily with 2 dark circles under her eyes. When she saw Gu Qianqian red and furry lion head, she rolled her eyes. "What are you doing so early in the morning? If you want my life, please pass the knife. What's your ability to torture me?" Gu Qianqian saw her floating back to the bed, like a wandering soul, and lying down. He had to follow her in speechlessly. Pulled a chair and sat beside the bed, muttering, "What did you do last night? Your eyes are so dark." The cylindrical thing on the bed flipped and ignored him. Gu Qianqian knew that she was not asleep, and crossed his arms and said, "The little doctor and others have left one after another. And I am leaving too." 2 years ago, when Xie Yuyan left, the powerful Zerg of Aquamarine Star were almost dealt with by the core members of the Judgment Legion. And then it was a period of major reorganization. It took about a year for the entire Aquamarine Star to return to its previous appearance. But the Zerg did not completely disappear. Small Zerg hid and would come out from time to make trouble. But the threat was not great, and they were quickly dealt with every time they appeared. The government of Aquamarine Star also set up a clearing team, which regularly monitors the movements of the Zerg and conducts clearing operations. The number of Zerg has been decreasing over the past 2 years, and has basically disappeared. Feng Xiao was the first to leave Aquamarine Star, and was caught by his family. Sure, you thought he was joking about running away from home, but she didn't expect that he really ran away from home. She laughed very loudly at that time. Lu Dongan was the second to leave. He had excellent grades, and was recommended to the first military academy of the Federation in advance. This guy has always had a clear goal. But I don't know why he refused the invitations of several major military academies to transfer him to the affiliated middle school. Luo Xiaozi went home and didn't say what he would do next. He was always mysterious, only saying that we would see each other again if we were destined to. As for Gu Qianqian, he was supposed to leave with Gu Mingzhan more than a year ago, but he insisted on staying on Aquamarine Star, and he has been staying until now. And Sure Yu is annoyed by him. Sure Yu poked her head out of the quilt with hazy eyes, stared at Gu Qianqian for 2 seconds, and said ruthlessly, "Get out of here." Gu Qianqian pulled her quilt away. "I'm not kidding you. My dad gave me an ultimatum. If I don't go back, I won't go back in the future. I guess he will arrange for me to go to military school after I go back. What are your plans for the future? Where do you want to study?" Sure Yu was dizzy for a moment, and said vaguely, "Do you want to drop out of school? What kind of school? Is it not good to be a salted fish?" Gu Qianqian groaned, crossed his arms and looked down at Sure Yu. "If I remember correctly, your last relief money should have arrived. Do you want to starve to death by dropping out of school, after being stabbed in the heart with a knife?" Sure Yu sat up holding the quilt and said casually, "Then go to the first Federal Military Academy." After saying that, she yawned and fell back, as if she sat up just to say the sentence. Anyway, with her passing grades in every subject, it is absolutely impossible for her to enter the first military academy of the Federation. Sure Yu heard Gu Qianqian say something in a daze, but she didn't hear what he said clearly. She only knew that there was no movement in the room after he said that. She probably left. So she slept peacefully. 3 days later, Sure Yu was holding the last relief item she got from the relief station. looking at the admission notice issued to her by the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. And her eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets. She had seen Lu Dongan admission notice, with gold-plated text, the totem badge of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation, and the dragon flying and phoenix dancing signature of the principal. My goodness. Except for the different names of the admitted people. The two admission notices are exactly the same. Yu scratched her head and tried to figure out what was going on. Her smart brain communication suddenly rang. It was Lin Xie. Yu answered the call with a frown on his face, and said weakly, Major Lin? What can I do for you? Lin Xie was promoted from captain to major, and so was Wen Ruoyan. Most of the officers who survived the Zerg invasion were promoted after the Order of the Blue Sea Star was restored. The two also applied for a position at Vogue Middle School as mecha teachers. After class every day, Yu and many students were dragged to the training room for training, and the time for slacking off was greatly reduced. Yu rolled his eyes at this, but his resistance was ineffective. Lin Xie had never been used to Yu's lazy appearance, but after training for so long, this salted fish was crooked from the root and could not be trained back at all. He looked away, as if he didn't want to see Yu, but still said, You have received the admission letter, right? The 1st Military Academy of the Federation will start in 2 months. I have already bought you a ticket for the Interstellar spaceship, and I have applied for a student loan. You just need to go there. Lin Xie had just finished speaking when Yu's smart brain gave a prompt. A small box popped up in the lower right corner of the communication between the two people, prompting that Yu would take an interstellar spaceship to the Four-Season Star where the 1st Military Academy of the Federation was located in 2 days. A huge question mark popped up in front of Yu's forehead. She pushed her face against the virtual screen, widened her eyes and asked, What's going on? What admission notice? Why am I going to study at the 1st Military Academy of the Federation? Lin Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he said slowly, I have a few admission quotas for the 7 major military academies. I asked Xiao Gu to ask you a few days ago. Didn't you say you were going to the 1st Military Academy of the Federation? Yu's eyes widened even more. She carefully recalled the last time Gu Qianqian came. The night before, she was caught by Lin Xie to clean up a small Zerg nest and came back very late. When Gu Qianqian came, her mind was in a mess, and she didn't pay attention to what he said at all. Yu bared his teeth, moved his face away from the virtual screen, cleared his throat and said, Major, look at me. I have arranged everything for you. If you don't want to go, come to the Aquamarine garrison now and report as an adult. Yu was interrupted by Lin Xie before he finished speaking. The last 3 words adult were even more meaningful. Yu closed his eyes in pain and ended the communication with no desire to live. The world of adults is so complicated. She is still a baby. 2 days later, Yu carried a space bag and entered the Aquamarine Star Interstellar port under the smiling eyes of Lin Xie and Wen Ruoyan. To be honest, these two probably didn't come to see her off, but to watch her and prevent her from sneaking away. Yu waved with her back to them, but Lin Xie suddenly ran over and grabbed her space bag and said, I guess you will go to the capital star in the future. If you have a chance, help me go see someone and give her a bouquet of flowers. I send you the address. Yu said obediently, and leaned her head over to gossip. Is it the person you have a crush on? Lin Xie pushed her head away. What are you thinking about, kid? Yu quickly moved her head back before his hand reached out, and said leisurely, You don't go to Cinda yourself, but you want me to go, and you don't allow me to guess? Lin Xie smiled and kicked her, and Yu quickly screamed and ran inside with the space bag. Lin Xie was laughing, and suddenly he felt a little sad. He sighed, and when Ruoyan came to him and patted his shoulder, When your wings are strong, you have to fly. Can you still protect it like an old hen? When Ruoyan has been tossing Yu a lot in the past 2 years. They both saw that she had talent, but she was alone at a young age and was unwilling to work hard, so they had to force her to prevent such a good seedling from being covered in dust. Why does she need my protection? Lin Xie couldn't help laughing again, watching Yu sitting in the waiting room and starting to fumble around in the space bag. His smile grew. Let's go. She's smarter than anyone. After laughing, Lin Xie couldn't help muttering, It's that broken brain. When can it be replaced? Which girl is as stingy as her? Yu sneezed heavily and rubbed her nose, wondering who was saying bad things about her behind her back. She stretched out her fingers to count and found that she couldn't count. So she gave up. She happily took out a pudding and was about to eat it. But her hand shook, and the pudding fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Shiryu was about to squat down to pick it up. But a hand helped her pick up the pudding first. That hand was very beautiful. With long fingers, nothing on it, and nails trimmed just right. Looking round in full. He had a watch on his wrist with a gold dial. Shiryu looked up as he picked up the pudding, and saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiling at her with narrowed eyes. His appearance was not outstanding, but the soft lines of his face, and the elegant temperament made him seem to be in another world even in the noisy crowd. Here you go. The man's voice was gentle, and it was easy to make people like him. He looked about 30 years old, and was dressed meticulously. Thank you. Shiryu took the pudding. The man smiled at her, stood up, said goodbye, and left with the people behind him. Shiryu leaned back in the chair, watching the backs of the two people leaving. She always felt that the man seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him for a while. So she simply put this doubt behind her and ate the pudding happily. Speaking of beauty, Xiao Piaoyang hands are more beautiful. Xiao Piaoyang is good in every way. But she forgot her pudding, Shiryu thought, and took a bite of the pudding viciously. Soon, the interstellar spaceship from Aquamarine Star to Four Seasons Star docked. Shiryu followed the crowd inside and saw the man again. However, this time, there was not only one person, but several men in suits following him. She remembered. The new presidential election is about to begin. This person is Lu Shiwang, a representative of the civilian faction, who is the weakest of the three candidates. The reason why Shiryu remembered him is that he proposed to greatly improve the welfare system of the Federation and provide orphans and the disabled with sufficient living resources. Shiryu had a good impression of him, but she didn't expect to see him in person, and couldn't help but look at him twice more. I don't know if her sight is more obvious. The man who always wears white gloves beside Lu Shiwang glanced at her with a vigilant look. Shiryu realized that she might have caused misunderstandings, and immediately retracted her sight. From the Aquamarine Star to the Four Seasons Star, you need to travel through a wormhole, and the journey takes about 23 hours. Lin Xia booked a separate room for Shiryu. She lay in the room for most of the day before getting up and preparing to go to the restaurant for dinner. The interstellar spacecraft provides free dinner. The treatment is excellent, and there is dessert after dinner. Shiryu will not admit that she got up from the bed to have dessert after dinner. Shiryu walked in the corridor and saw the beautiful Milky Way outside the huge French window. She couldn't help but look at it a few more times. To be honest, it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful Milky Way, and the first time she had taken an interstellar spaceship after traveling here for so long. Shiryu looked at it for a while, and suddenly found a young couple standing by the French window. The two leaned against each other, and were being affectionate, and their movements were getting bolder and bolder. Shiryu rolled her eyes speechlessly, and was about to look away. But the girl suddenly looked over, and glared at her fiercely. What are you looking at? Ugly. Shiryu shocked. Shiryu was about to speak, and the boy hugging the girl turned around and looked at her. His eyes lit up, and he whistled, with a very obvious teasing meaning. Shiryu curved his lips, and walked towards the two of them. In the girl's angry eyes, and the boy's shining eyes, he punched them hard. With a bang, the person fell to the ground. Shiryu clapped his hands, ignored the boy who was covering his eyes, and shouting wildly behind him, and went to the restaurant happily. Shiryu happily filled her stomach, and waited with a spoon for the robot to serve the latest pudding produced by the Sweetberry Group. She scooped up a mouthful of the soft pudding, and was about to put it into her mouth, when the spaceship suddenly shook, and the pudding in her spoon flew out. Shiryu's eyes widened, and at the same time, a shrill alarm sounded in the restaurant. Attention all passengers! Attention all passengers! LS-3526 spaceship encountered an unknown attack. Chapter 38. The situation of the interstellar spaceship is not as simple as being attacked. Someone has already invaded the interstellar spaceship. After the alarm sounded, the restaurant was broken into. A group of armed men pointed energy guns directly at everyone in the restaurant. Shiryu hurriedly scooped up the small pudding and put it into his mouth in a panic. After wolfing down the small pudding, he raised his hands in surrender and hid in the crowd. Shiryu slowly moved himself behind the crowd. Someone also moved over next to him. The two accidentally bumped into each other. Shiryu looked up and met Lu Shiwang's eyes. The formal coat on the other person disappeared at some point, replaced by a casual suit. He also wore a baseball cap on his head, covering half of his face, and his glasses were taken off. Looking at it this way, He seemed like an ordinary tourist. It was impossible to tell that he was a member of parliament who was running for the head of state. The people around him also changed their clothes. Lu Xiwang also noticed Yu and gave her a gentle smile, then quietly raised his index finger to his lips and blinked at her, as if he knew that she had guessed his identity and agreed to keep a little secret with her. Yu made a zipper gesture at his lips. She had received relief money and relief supplies for so many years, but she was grateful to others. Counselor Lu Xiwang was a good person like Gu Mingzhan. Yu also smiled at him, but suddenly thought that the people who attacked the interstellar spacecraft might have come for Lu Xiwang. But before she had time to think more, a man wearing a gray and black mimic exoskeleton walked in from outside. There was a red skull painted on the right arm of his mimic exoskeleton. The combination of black and red was very shocking at first glance. Yu heard the people around Lu Xiwang whisper to him, "It's the skeleton pirates." No matter what era, there are always desperate criminals. The skeleton pirates were a pirate group active in the Federation and its surrounding countries 3 years ago. They were rampant and cunning. The Federation sent legions to encircle and suppress them several times, but they escaped. The last time they were active in the Federation was 3 years ago. That time they hijacked the starship of the current head of state, which was disguised as an ordinary starship and sailing in space. They were destroyed and crippled by the head of state's escort fleet. Most of the core members were killed or injured, and finally fled to the Republic of Toys. The Republic of Toys has always been at odds with the Federation and privately sheltered the skeleton pirates. The head of state Qianqian launched a universal interrogation to force the Republic of Toys to hand over the skeleton pirates. The Republic of Toys firmly stated that there was no skeleton pirates in the country. After that, the skeleton pirates did disappear, and the matter was left unresolved. Yu, of course, didn't know this. She squatted down obediently with her head in her hands. She saw tourists being pushed into the restaurant one after another. The tables and other furnishings in the restaurant were all folded and shrunk. The originally crowded space became empty, but it was soon filled with people pushed in by the skeleton pirates. About 10 minutes later, no one was pushed in, but the armed men surrounded the restaurant with energy guns. The man wearing a gray-black mimic exoskeleton opened a virtual screen. He pushed the virtual screen high up, covering the entire restaurant, and picked up a communicator. Yu was a little surprised what he was doing. "Soon," he said in a mechanical and unpleasant voice, "Shenxiyun, Sheningji's son. Where are you?" His voice spread throughout the restaurants, and spread throughout the entire starship along all the communication channels in the starship. Everyone knew that the current head of the Federation was Sheningji. Many people in the restaurant who heard the 3 words Sheningji quickly recalled the entanglement between the head and the skeleton pirates. Naturally, no one in the restaurant responded to him. The man in the gray-black mimetic exoskeleton didn't mind. He looked up at the virtual screen he had pushed up high, smiled and said in a mechanical voice, "Federation audience? Can you see clearly? Are there any of your relatives and friends here?" He was broadcasting live. Everyone realized this. The man continued, 3 years ago, Sheningji took the lives of my brothers. Now, I want his son's life. I don't want to involve more people. As long as Mr. Shen comes out himself, I can let the other people in the interstellar spaceship leave safely. But if he doesn't come out, then I will kill one person every 10 minutes until he comes out. If he doesn't come out in the end, then I'm sorry. Everyone on this interstellar spaceship will be buried with him." After saying that, he chuckled twice, grabbed the tourist closest to him, pointed the energy gun at his temple, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After a heavy bang, the passenger he pulled up fell to the ground. His head was smashed by the energy bomb, and blood gushed out, dyeing the gray-black mimetic exoskeleton on the man's body red. It happened too quickly and too suddenly, and the scene was extremely bloody. The passengers in the restaurant screamed in fear, and the entire restaurant was chaotic and noisy. The man didn't seem to like the scene. He fired a shot at the wall, and the loud noise stopped all the screams. "Don't scream, my passengers. As long as your dear and respectable son of the head of state comes out, you won't have to die." The mechanical voice was extremely unpleasant, like an invitation from a devil in hell. He tempted, "Look around you. Maybe the person next to you is him. As long as you push him out, you will be safe. Be careful. If you push the wrong person by mistake." He smiled meaningfully, but it made everyone shudder. Yu frowned and understood what the other party meant. Not only did he hijack the interstellar spaceship, but he also broadcast live, which was basically putting the current head of state on fire. If his son didn't come out, even if he and everyone else were buried in the interstellar spaceship, the head of state's reputation would definitely fall from a high place, and he would definitely not be able to be the next head of state. But if his son came out, it would be a dead end. His father's reputation would be saved, but his own life would be gone. I wonder if Mr. Shen has such awareness. No matter which way things go today, the loser in the end will only be the head of state Shenji. Either his reputation will be greatly damaged, and he will lose the competition for the next head of state, or he will lose his son. No matter which choice, it is not up to him to decide. Time passed by, and no one came out. Sure, you suddenly noticed that the person squatting in front of him looked familiar, and was still shaking. Although others were shaking, they were not shaking as hard as him. Sure, you quietly tilted her head, and found that she had really seen this boy. The boy who was flirting with the girl in front of the French window. At this time, the man spoke again. Mr. Shen? Haven't you thought about it yet? Your father is the head of the Federation. Can you bear to see so many people in the Federation lose their lives because of you? The boy in front of him was shaking even more. And sure, you suddenly had a terrible guess in his heart. Could this playboy-like boy be the son of the head of state? But no one could verify her guess now. 2/3 of the 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. The man seemed to be a little impatient. He looked at the crowd for a while, walked to the middle, grabbed a little girl of 6 or 7 years old, and kicked away the mother who tried to hug the girl. The girl was dragged in front of the crowd by him. His rude and vicious behavior made the girl, who was already very frightened, burst into tears. Sure, you pursed his lips. The man wiped the tears from the girl's eyes, and said madly, "Look at this little girl. She is so beautiful. Let's kill her next. Okay? What a pity. How old is she? 6 or 7 years old." As the man said, he turned the energy gun, and gently pressed the muzzle against the girl's temple. Sure, you gently touched the mimic exoskeleton at the little finger, and accumulated power under his feet. But someone stood up faster than her. "Stop!" Lu Shiwan suddenly stood up, and the people around him were caught off guard, their eyes full of shock and anxiety. The man stood up, took away the energy gun against the little girl's temple, and looked at Lu Shiwan. "Are you Shen Xian?" Lu Shiwan took off his cap, and everyone saw his appearance clearly. Soon someone recognized him, and the man obviously recognized him too. "Lu Shiwan?" He asked 3 words, but sure, you inexplicably heard some excitement in his voice. It was Lu Shiwan, not Shen Xian. What was he excited about? Lu Shiwan nodded and said, "I am Lu Shiwan. Can I exchange with this girl? She is only a child of 6 or 7 years old." No one thought he would say that, and everyone watching the live broadcast went crazy. Lu Shiwan did not wait for the man to respond, nor was he afraid that he would suddenly take action. He slowly walked out of the crowd, walked to the little girl, wiped her tears, and pushed her to her mother. Lu Shiwan took out his glasses from his pocket and put them on, smiling slightly. "I believe that every citizen of the Federation is not afraid of life and death. Shen Xian may not be on this interstellar spaceship. You may not be able to find him by doing this, but it will only implicate many innocent people." As soon as he finished speaking, the man pointed the energy gun at his temple. "Impossible. We found his boarding information." "Then why didn't you find out what he looks like? Just check one by one. Why make so much trouble?" Lu Shiwan refuted the man's words almost as soon as he finished speaking. He was not afraid of the energy gun pointing at his temple at all, and continued, "In fact, looking for him is just your excuse. Right? You broadcast live to the entire Federation to see that you want to put the head of state on the fire. If I'm not mistaken, this interstellar spaceship should have deviated from its original route. Outside the window of the restaurant is still a beautiful Milky Way. The unknown and mysterious beauty is intoxicating." Lu Shiwan looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and said, "You probably don't know that the skeleton pirates have long been extinct when they tried to pass through the Livia fortress to the Republic of Toys. In fact, what you want is not Shen Xian, but everyone on this interstellar spaceship." It was a calm affirmative sentence. The man movement holding the energy gun trembled, as if to confirm what Lu Shiwan said. Lu Shiwan smiled lightly, and in the tense atmosphere, he completely tore the mask of the so-called skeleton pirates. "You let everyone focus on Shen Xian and the head of state, thinking that the skeleton pirates came to seek revenge, so as to cover up the real purpose." Lu Shiwan asked lightly, "Look, the wormhole is open. Where are we going to jump to?" when the interstellar spaceship entered the wormhole. Sure, you had only one thought in his mind. How the hell did he see so much? Chapter 39. Since the Toes Republic declared war on the Federation 2 years ago, the border between the two countries has been restless, with occasional conflicts, but large-scale battles have never broken out. Many countries in the universe have focused their attention on this, and the Federation is broadcasting the frontline situation in real time. Even Shiryu, who has a village network, can occasionally see news of the war between the two countries on the Star Network. In recent months, the friction between the two countries has escalated. 16 days ago, Qianqian commanded the expeditionary force to capture the Brooks Fortress on the border of the Toes Republic, which is no less important to the Federation than the Lilvia Fortress. This victory boosted the morale of the Federation Expeditionary Force, and the commander-in-chief of the Brooks Fortress of the Toes Republic was captured alive. In this battle, the Supreme Commander of the Federation, First Marshal Qianqian, called out to the Supreme Commander of the Toes Republic's military, Helles, saying that as long as Helles is willing to cede the Winter Galaxy, the Federation will return the Brooks Fortress, and firmly stated that the assassination of the head of the Toes Republic has nothing to do with the Federation, and is willing to cooperate in the investigation of the culprit who assassinated the head of the Toes Republic. The Winter Galaxy is at the junction of the Toes Republic and the Federation, but it is the territory of the Toes Republic and one of the resource galaxies of the Toes Republic. Qianqian wants Helles to cede the Winter Galaxy, and his purpose is obvious. Helles is a radical war advocate. How could he cede the important resource-producing galaxy of the country to the Federation? He refused the dialogue with Qianqian without hesitation, and began to mobilize most of the troops of the Toes Republic. This morning, a large-scale conflict broke out again between the Federation and the Toes Republic. The interstellar battlefield was scorched, and all the mechas and starships were bloodthirsty. The two armies were fighting fiercely, but a wormhole suddenly tore open in the center of the battlefield. The two warring parties were caught off guard and thought it was the other side's reinforcement. In the blink of an eye, many shells hit the interstellar spaceship directly, and the entire interstellar spaceship shook. Soon, the top commanders of both sides found that something was wrong. The interstellar spaceship was marked with the logo of the Federation Civil Aviation. In the Federal Central Command battleship, Qianqian pulled over the virtual screen and checked the Civil Aviation logo. All the things that the LS-3526 interstellar spaceship experienced today popped up from his brain. Qianqian swept through all the news and opened the public channel without hesitation. I am Qianqian, the highest commander of the Federation. Now I will inform the whole army that an unknown organization has abducted ordinary people of the Federation into the war zone. Please stop the war immediately. Repeat. I am Qianqian, the highest commander of the Federation. As soon as Qianqian's voice came out, the Federal Central Battleship immediately released a ceasefire signal flare. But even so, the shells that hit the interstellar spaceship had already put it in danger. The entire interstellar spaceship was shaking. The fear of being infinitely close to death made everyone in the restaurant scream. They all knew their situation from the public channel. This is the front line. It is the war zone. The militants were also unable to stand steadily in the shaking interstellar spaceship. Lu Shiwang lay on the ground when the interstellar spaceship began to shake. Several of his bodyguards had jumped out of the crowd. Their mimic exoskeletons covered their entire bodies. One of them directly faced the man wearing a gray-black mimic exoskeleton and kicked the energy gun in his hand away. The man quickly reacted. He did not want to fight. After a brief fight with Lu Shiwang's bodyguard, he retreated without hesitation and left the restaurant directly. Lu Shiwang's bodyguard wanted to chase him out, but found that the door could not be opened no matter what. It was deadlocked outside. Shiryu did not stand there. She easily knocked down several people. At this time, another voice suddenly came from the public channel. Qianqian, listen to me. If you don't hand over the murderer of my father within 3 hours, I will activate the spacecraft self-destruction program. I advise you not to act rashly. I am now in the central control room of the spacecraft. As long as the spacecraft moves abnormally, I will drag everyone to death with me. It was the man wearing a gray-black mimic exoskeleton just now. It's Alan Heshia. Just when Shiryu was puzzled by the man's words, Lu Shiwang's voice sounded in her ears. Shiryu turned her head to look at him, and then heard him continue. 2 years ago, the head of the Republic of Toys, Kyle Heshia, was assassinated in the Lilvia Fortress, and his only son Alan Heshia, who was traveling with him, disappeared. And then Helles declared war on the Federation. It seems that he hijacked the interstellar spacecraft to the front line and wanted to use everyone to threaten Commander Xie. This is no wonder. Sure, you heard a meaningful meaning in the two words no wonder. Lu Shiwang added, we are now in the battle zone between the two armies. If we are not careful, we may be crushed to pieces. Alan Hixia has obviously gone crazy and does not care about the public opinion of the universe. Helios is probably happy to see this happen and will not let Commander Xie rescue us easily. Do you know what to do next? Under the flying gunfire in the distance, a layer of light appeared under Lu Shiwang's gold-rimmed glasses. Sure, you shook his head honestly, and then touched his chin pretending to be deep. Why don't you take me with you to escape? Your bodyguard seems to be very powerful, and he should have a mecha. Can you take me with you? Lu Shiwang didn't expect her to react like this. He raised his eyebrows, and a very interested light appeared in his eyes. If I abandon everyone and run away, how can I have the face to compete for the head of state? Everyone, including you and me, must leave this battlefield safely. Lu Shiwang said with a firm look. Sure, you looked at him twice more, and then heard him say, now it depends on what Commander Xie will do. The Federation did not kill Hixia, and it is impossible to hand over the murderer anyway. This is an affirmative statement. Sure, you thought so too. No matter what the cause of Hixia's death was, the Federation would never hand over the murderer. The peace agreement signed with the Republic of Toes 2 years ago was promoted by the Federation after Helios declared war on the Federation. Many experts analyzed that this was a conspiracy of internal strife in the Republic of Toes. The assassination of Hixia in the Livia fortress could completely put the blame on the Federation. Helios became the person who completely controlled the discourse power of the Republic of Toes and was the biggest beneficiary. The public channel fell into silence after Alan Hixia made such an unreasonable request. But it was obvious that many people in the restaurant had lost their minds. There were countless people shouting and crying, and the whole restaurant was in chaos. Knowing that there was a war in your country is a completely different feeling from experiencing the war in person. Lu Shiwang pushed his glasses, stood up and clapped his hands. Please calm down. We are safe now. Although we are on the front line, Commander Xie is not far from us. He must have a way to get us out. Don't panic and don't give up hope. His voice was gentle and soft, like a warm breeze blowing through people's hearts. And the 3 words Commander Xie and his words gave the passengers a shot of heart. Yes, Commander Xie already knows their situation and will definitely rescue them. Listening to the crying sound gradually getting smaller, Lu Shiwang continued to comfort them softly. Sure, Yue looked up at him, feeling a little unhappy for some reason. Xiao Piaoyan will definitely rescue everyone. Is he omnipotent? But at this time, it is obvious that only such words can calm the situation. And Lu Shiwang is not wrong to say so. The Federation and the Republic of Toyas have temporarily ceased fighting, but no mecha or starship has returned, and everyone's eyes are focused on the interstellar spaceship that suddenly appeared. All channels were broadcasting the situation on the battlefield frantically, and Alan Hixia's behavior was criticized and abused. Xie Yuyan's eyes were calm. He browsed the list of all the passengers on the LS-3526 interstellar spacecraft that had just been transmitted to his brain, and suddenly paused on a name. He quickly looked away and opened the star navigation map. Today, the Federation and the Republic of Toyas had a conflict outside the Winter Galaxy. The interstellar spacecraft is now very close to the Winter Galaxy. It is still sailing forward. At this speed, it will be close to the gravitational range of the Winter Star in 10 minutes. Xie Yuyan's 5 fingers gently swept on the virtual screen, and soon called up the preparation status of the LS-3526 interstellar spacecraft before departure, and deduced the possible situation at present. Xie Yuyan lowered his eyes and sent a message to Xie Jiangsa. Then he opened the public channel again. Alan Hixia. I am Xie Yuyan. This is the Winter Galaxy, and the fastest round trip from Livia Fortress is 3.5 hours. I want to discuss your father's matter with you face to face. Xie Yuyan repeated calmly, and after he finished speaking, he glanced at the fleet of the Republic of Toyas, which was staring at him on the simulated sand table. Sure, you listened to the public channel, and was wondering if Xiao Piaoyan wanted to buy time, when he saw Lu Shiwang's glasses beside him light up again, and a smile on his lips. It's worthy of him. Sure, you was confused. Lu Shiwang turned on the smart brain, and there was a red triangular exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the smart brain, which meant that communication was not possible on the current channel. Before everyone crossed the border, The smart brain needed to apply for communication approval from the other country's border before it could be used normally, since interstellar spacecraft may often encounter danger when sailing throughout the universe. They are equipped with full channel communication whether at home or abroad. If the smart brain doesn't work, why turn it on? Lu Shiwang certainly knew that the smart brain didn't work. He unfolded a map, zoomed in, pointed at one of the galaxies and said, "This is the Winter Galaxy. We are probably at this location." He specifically mentioned the Winter Galaxy and the range. According to calculations, we are very close to the Winter Galaxy. Sure, you blinked and looked at Lu Shiwang ignorantly. Then what? Lu Shiwang was silent for a while and said, "The winter stone produced in the Winter Galaxy has a great characteristic. They will release interference, causing the machinery without anti-interference system to malfunction, including the self-destruction system of the starship. The range of action of the winter stone is very large. As long as the starship is affected by the gravity of the winter star, it will be affected by the interference released by the winter stone." After speaking, Lu Shiwang added, "This is common sense." "Sure you, eh?" She felt a little bit of connotation. She cleared her throat and said, "Does he want the starship to get close to the Winter Galaxy? But we can't control the starship. And before we do anything, the madman will activate the self-destruction system first. Yes, it is very likely that the entire starship is under Alan's surveillance. And he will notice when we leave this restaurant. Commander Xie will not fail to think of it. So he doesn't ask us to do it now, but to do it when the starship fails." Sure, you didn't understand it very well, but understood one thing. Lu Shiwang is as smart as Xiao Puliang. She smiled and patted Lu Shiwang on the shoulder. "Brother, my life depends on you and your bodyguard." Lu Shiwang bodyguard's eyes passed over Sure Yu hand on Lu Shiwang's shoulder, pursed his lips, and quickly looked away. Alan Hixia did not respond to Xie Yuyin words. It was obvious that he did not want to talk to Xie Yuyin. Perhaps he knew that Commander Xie, who was invincible on the battlefield, was not someone he could deal with. He might be led astray by just a few words. Time passed by minute. Xie Jiangsa drove the chasing wind, secretly turned on the particle virtualization mode to enter the stealth state, and approached the interstellar spaceship very carefully. Xie Yuyin seemed unwilling to give up. He opened the public channel again and said, "Alan Hixia." At the same time, Xie Jiangsa threw out the beam sword and destroyed the left engine of the interstellar spaceship without hesitation. There was a loud explosion. Without the propulsion of the left engine, the entire spaceship quickly shifted to the left. At this moment, Lu Shiwang shouted, "Do it!" His bodyguard immediately fired several shots at the door of the restaurant. The door of the restaurant bounced open, and Sure Yu quickly flipped out first, as if the person who just wanted Lu Shiwang to take her away was not her. Lu Shiwang looked at her disappearing figure and narrowed his eyes slightly. A bodyguard came to him and whispered, "Member, the spaceship is out of order and will soon be attracted by the gravity of Winter Star. If it is not handled properly, it will crash directly into Winter Star." Lu Shiwang sighed. Yes, what made Xie Yuyin dare to take such a big risk and make such a decision? Chapter 40. The spacecraft has begun to lose balance under the gravity of Winter Star and enter the atmosphere of Winter Star at a very fast speed. Sure Yu did not go to find Alan Hixia. Not because he did not want to, but because he was too late and there was no absolute need. Now that the interstellar spacecraft has failed, Alan Hixia can no longer threaten Xie Yuyin with the lives of the people of the Federation. He is now a tiger with teeth pulled out, full of anger but no threat. Lu Shiwang and his bodyguards are in the restaurant. Even if Alan Hixia returns, he will not be able to get any benefit from him. The most urgent task is to prevent the interstellar spacecraft from crashing under the gravity of Winter Star. Sure Yu has put on the mimic exoskeleton. She got the mimic exoskeleton ring from Xie Jiangsa. She has used it only a few times, and she has only used it to deal with the silver-haired boy. This time, she had to use it. Without the mimic exoskeleton, she could not drive the mecha in space. The system of the interstellar spacecraft has almost completely failed. The gates leading to the hatch are falling down one by one. Sure Yu dares to guarantee that free fall from a high altitude is not as exciting as this. Her eyes flashed with golden light. Before the last gate fell, she slid sideways from under the gate and successfully reached the hatch of the interstellar spacecraft. Sure Yu was about to take out the god of war, and suddenly she smelled a faint smell of blood. She frowned and looked over, and saw a pool of blood beside the pile of debris in front of the hatch. Sure Yu took 2 steps to the side, and the scene she saw made her gasp. It is not an exaggeration to say that the man wearing the gray-black mimic exoskeleton was torn into pieces. His body was shattered, and his head and neck were only connected by a layer of skin, and his limbs were twisted together in an extremely terrifying way. His mimic exoskeleton was not removed, and it was obvious that he died in an instant. The speed at which his mental power weakened was not even enough to force the mimic exoskeleton to be removed. Is this person Alan Hesia? Who did it? Sure, you didn't have time to think too much. She turned on her brain, took a few photos in a hurry while holding back her nausea, and half crouched down to take a piece of paper from her space bag, quickly dipped it in blood, and put it in a box. The large space in front of the hatch could barely accommodate Ares. Sure, you got into the cockpit of Ares, who was curled up in a ball with grievance, and took out the beam sword to destroy the hatch. The moment the hatch was destroyed, the starship was depressurized. Sure, you felt the feeling of entering space for the first time. Her body floated for a while, and the light feeling of weightlessness made her feel a little unreal. Sure, you drove Ares out of the starship. Fortunately, the starship failed and all the gates were closed. Otherwise, everyone would die of lack of oxygen after the depressurization. The Winterstar space station is now in a mess. The commander-in-chief of the space station has no idea whether to participate in the rescue or let the interstellar spaceship fall to Winterstar. He asked his superiors for orders, but the command center only gave him 4 words: wait for orders. The interstellar spaceship has already fallen into the atmosphere, and it is still waiting for orders? At this time, the federal mecha troops are also approaching Winterstar quickly, and the Winterstar space station finally received an order: intercept the federal mecha troops and never allow them to enter Winterstar. The commander-in-chief of the Winterstar space station stood up from his position when he saw this order, and the people around him looked at him in a panic. What does it mean? Do you want the interstellar spaceship to crash into Winterstar? There are civilians on board. The person holding them hostage is the son of the deceased head of the Toyas Republic. If the interstellar spaceship crashes, the Toyas Republic will be completely pushed into a disadvantageous situation and condemned by the public opinion of the entire universe. What are those people in the command center thinking? But orders are orders on the battlefield. No matter what the commander-in-chief of the Winterstar space station thinks, he must execute the orders issued by the command center. Xie Yuyan stared at the projection of the interstellar spaceship on the simulated sand table. Xie Jiangsa had already entered the atmosphere with the interstellar spaceship. It was impossible to prevent the interstellar spaceship from crashing with just the wind chasing. And all the mechas of the Judgment Corps that he had just transferred were blocked by the fleet of the Toyas Republic. It was almost impossible to get rid of the encirclement of the Toyas Republic fleet and enter the atmosphere of Winterstar in a short time. Xie Yuyan couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, a silver-blue light passed through the surface of the atmosphere of the aquamarine star. Before Xie Yuyan could see the situation on the simulated sand table, a virtual screen popped up in front of him. Xiao, Commander Xie, what should we do next? You don't want me to push the interstellar spaceship out alone, do you? My god of war. No matter how powerful he is not so awesome. The god of war has a separate communication channel, which sure you just discovered, and can use the military channel of the Federation, which surprised her a little. Sure, you not only has a strong understanding of his own IQ, but also has strong confidence in Xiao Piaoliang IQ. Xiao Piaoliang must know that she is on this interstellar spaceship, and what he just said is to convey information. Sure, you was very arrogant and thought that he was sending her a message, and she didn't want to admit that she was illiterate. So, Xiao Piaoliang must want her to turn the tide. Sure, you was very excited and soon realized a problem: pushing a completely powerless interstellar spaceship out of the gravitational range of a planet. Did Xiao Piaoliang think this was a TV series? The girl's voice was still as unserious as ever, and her face was hidden under the mimic exoskeleton. Xie Yuyan couldn't see her current appearance, but he could imagine her expression at the moment. Xie Yuyan's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and in the surprised eyes of everyone in the combat command room, he said, "You follow the interstellar spaceship into the atmosphere of the Winterstar, and when you descend to an altitude of 20 kilometers from the surface, use Naka's anti-propulsion system to land the interstellar spaceship on the surface, and Juefeng will be with you." It turned out that she thought the opposite. Sure, you responded cheerfully, and was about to close the communication when he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head from the dense virtual screen, raised 4 fingers, and said angrily, "I want 400 puddings this time. You can't default on your debt." Before Xie Yuyan could reply, The communication was closed with a swoosh. And on the simulated sand table, the silver blue light spot turned into a stream of light and entered the atmosphere of Winter Star first. Qianqian looked at the two mechas that entered the atmosphere of Winter Star one after another, and his tense shoulders collapsed a little. His expression remained unchanged, and he immediately issued a series of orders. In the past 2 years, under Lin Xie training, Shiryu physical and mental strength have gradually stabilized. She has not tested the specific physical and mental levels, but the God of War has unlocked the SS level driving mode. 2 years ago, Shiryu fainted before he could return the Naka floater to Qianqian at the headquarters of Hylian Express. So he had to put the Naka floater into the mecha ring of Ares. Qianqian left in a hurry, and did not ask her for the Naka floater. It has been in Shiryu's hand all the time. He did not expect it to come in handy at this time. After Shiryu entered the atmosphere, he immediately took out the Naka floater and put it on Ares. The Naka floater is a war weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities. When the propulsion mode is fully turned on, it can even exceed the speed of the SSS-class battleship at full speed, which shows how powerful the propulsion is. Ares and Juifeng entered the atmosphere of Winter Star one after another. Shiryu was calculating how long it would take for the interstellar spacecraft to reach the height of 20 kilometers mentioned by Xiao Pielyong. And suddenly several red dots popped up on her simulation sand table. It's a missile. Or a missile aimed at an interstellar spaceship. Are the people of the Republic of Toes crazy? They actually launched missiles at civil aviation. Shiryu immediately swung out her beam sword and destroyed all the missiles before they approached. And at this time Xie Jiangsa connected her communication. The surface forces of Winter Star are continuously launching missiles. According to the current situation, even if the two of us can stabilize the interstellar spaceship, there is no way to make the interstellar spaceship land smoothly on the surface of Winter Star. Lanzer's performance is better than my chasing wind. You stay here to resist the missiles. I go. You're too slow. Before Xie Jiangsa finished speaking, Shiryu had already turned into a stream of light with a beam sword and disappeared. The God of War equipped with the Naka floater reached a terrifying speed, but in the blink of an eye she fell from the sky, and the beam sword in her hand was swung out, and the beam swirled, destroying several artillery launchers in an instant. The 6 floaters on the legs of the God of War all disintegrated, and they rushed towards each artillery launcher. While destroying the artillery launcher, Shiryu opened the public channel. She pulled out a virtual screen and pressed a few times. A voice that pinched her throat and lowered her voice to pretend to be deep, like a clown, came from the public channel. Military leaders of the Republic of Toyas, you are too shameless. You have held our Federation civil aviation hostage to threaten our commander-in-chief. And you want to accuse the Federation of unwarranted crimes. Now that the civil aviation has fallen into the Winter Star, you don't help to rescue people, and you even launched missiles. I condemn you on behalf of the entire universe. I heard that there are live broadcasts on the battlefield. Friends, tell the citizens of your country quickly that they must not travel to the Republic of Toyas for business in the future. Their lives are not guaranteed. Of course, there are live broadcasts on the battlefield. Because the Brooks Fortress was captured by the Federation 16 days ago, a large number of war correspondents poured into the front line. Once a conflict breaks out, reporters from various countries will go to watch the battle like sharks that smell blood. Today, there was friction between the Federation and the Toes Republic near the Winter Galaxy. Many war correspondents have arrived. Then the news that the Federation civil aviation was hijacked by Alan Heisha and taken to the front line swept like a tornado. And almost the eyes of the entire universe were focused here. After Alan Heisha's identity was exposed, Helles, the highest military leader of the Republic of Toyas, immediately denied his identity. After the interstellar spaceship crashed into the Winter Star, he said it was a conspiracy of the Federation and ordered the surface armed forces of the Winter Star to shoot down the interstellar spaceship. Everyone knew that Helles was doing this, but they had to admit that his behavior had barely pulled a fig leaf on him to a certain extent. The person who held the civil aviation hostage could be anyone, but it could not be someone from the Republic of Toyas. It didn't matter whether it was a civil aviation hostage or not. What mattered was that as long as the interstellar spaceship was labeled as a conspiracy of the Federation and destroyed, even if it was later found out that the people on board were ordinary civilians. So what? In an extraordinary period, there was no trust between the two countries, and it was understandable that the Republic of Toyas made a wrong judgment for a while. Helles was shameless and clear. Shiryu's funny voice came out from the public channel, and also from every broadcast channel. Helles was so angry that his face turned blue. And Xie Yuyan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Sure, you destroyed the last missile launcher. Seeing that the starship had fallen to a height of less than 20 kilometers. She cried out, and hurriedly drove the Ares to fly high. Juefeng had also been equipped with the Naka floater. The two mechas pushed the starship at the same time. But the starship was huge in mass. And the acceleration when it fell from the atmosphere reached a terrifying number. The virtual screen in front of her, you was scrolling wildly. Even with the support of two Naka floaters. The two of them would never be able to make the starship land smoothly on the ground. Sure, you pursed her lips tightly, and opened the public channel again. Please pay attention to all passengers in the spaceship. Wait until the starship lands safely on the ground. Everyone should leave the starship immediately. After saying that, sure, you let go of the hand that pushed the starship. Threw out two beam swords. And cut the beam swords at the starship without hesitation. Since the mass is too heavy, it's better to reduce it. A sharp and violent tearing sound was heard. And the beam sword and Sure You hand directly sawed off most of the starship. Between the friction between metal and metal, there was a flash of fire. Xie Jiangsa looked at her actions in shock. But she shouted back, I shout 123. Let's work together. To the left, it was the same funny voice. But it was full of calmness and coldness. In the universe, everyone looked at the scene on the virtual screen in shock, witnessing the birth of a miracle called Winter Rescue. Chapter 41. The interstellar spacecraft successfully made an emergency landing on the surface of Winter Star. But the announcement made by the Republic of Toyas made the entire Federation boil over. The Republic of Toyas will implement wartime humanitarian protection for all passengers of the Federation civil aviation that made an emergency landing on Winter Star. But when and how the passengers will return to the Federation requires more detailed communication and discussion with the Federation. The Federation Star Network exploded directly. HLSVD what you call humanitarian protection in wartime is just to treat them as prisoners and use them to threaten us. Tuya Sime Ma, you wanted to shoot down the interstellar spacecraft before. But now that you can't shoot it down, you plan to use it as a bargaining chip. Right? Fuck. I carry my mecha to the front line right away. The Federation must win. I don't know how everyone is doing now. Counselor Lu Shiwang. Major General Xie Jiangsa. And that unknown pilot. I'm so worried about them. Tuya Si will definitely keep a close eye on them. I'm so angry. That pilot is really awesome. She can be regarded as turning the tide alone. I'm also worried about her. She is so powerful. What if Tuya Si wants to nip the danger in the bud? The discussion about the Winter Galaxy on the Star Network is getting more and more intense. Almost to the point of public excitement. But even so, the Federation still can't do anything about the Republic of Toyas. Helles frantically tested the edge of the Covenant of Universal Life. But he just couldn't cross the line. Even if the Federation was angry. After he announced the wartime humanitarian protection of the Federation people, it could only negotiate with the Republic of Toyas according to the process. But the negotiation could not be completed in 1 or 2 days. And things were constantly fermenting. Xie Yuyan had just finished a joint meeting. He pinched his eyebrows, took out a potion from the space bag and drank it. And then, he was more energetic. Seeing this, Qianqian, the second commander of the Judgment Corps, couldn't help but say, Major General, you haven't closed your eyes for 2 days. Go inside and rest for a while. Otherwise your body can't stand it. Knowing that everyone in the interstellar spacecraft was safe except for those who were hurt by Alan Heshia at the beginning, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the subsequent negotiation issues undoubtedly gave everyone a headache. Helles' purpose was very clear. He wanted to take back the Brooks Fortress. The military had been arguing about this for a long time. And there was no conclusion. Xie Yuyan shook his head. I'm fine. You go out first. I just sit for a while. Qianqian obviously wanted to talk more. But Xie Yuyan looked at him indifferently. So he had to purse his lips and leave the command room. Xie Yuyan has absolute say in the Judgment Corps. The core members of the Judgment Corps all subconsciously obey him and never disobey his orders. Even in private. Xie Yuyan lowered his eyebrows and was about to open his smart brain when a message box popped up. It was Xie Liqing communication request. Xie Yuyan connected the communication and calmly called Marshal. Xie Liqing did not speak immediately, but looked at him for a long time across the virtual screen before saying, Who is driving that mecha? He spoke calmly, as if he was just asking a very ordinary question. Does my father think I know? Xie Yuyan's eyebrows were distant. And he was not afraid that Xia Liqin would be angry because of his words. Your Naka is on her. And you still dare to quibble with me? Xia Liqin asked with his eyes closed. The Naka floater is a strategic weapon of the Federation. Only a handful of them have been manufactured. And even fewer people have them. When the Federation and the Republic of Toyas clashed on the Winter Star, the highest commander was Xia Yuyan. Xia Liqin only received the news later. In wartime, it is taboo to change generals in the middle of a battle. It was not until the matter was over that Xia Liqin inquired about the matter. Xia Liqin watched the video broadcast on the Star Network many times. And he was sure that the mecha was the Lancer that disappeared that year. Xia Liqin sneered. Several people from Leicester were seriously injured. And when Ru died, you told me it was because of the Zerg. So why don't you tell me how your Naka got on that mecha? Xia Yuyan still looked calm. But he curled his lips under Xia Liqin's sneer. And whispered in his scrutinizing eyes, Didn't father want Winter Star? I did this for today. The young man who looked like a teenager of 17 or 18 years old gradually revealed his arrogance. He still looked cold and distant. But his tone was extremely arrogant. I will take down Winter Star. Father, just wait. He didn't say it clearly. And it was even very vague. But Xia Liqin subconsciously followed his vague thoughts. He squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Yuyan carefully. And finally laughed. You'd better not lie to me. After that, Xia Liqin ended the communication. Came indifferently and left indifferently. The virtual screen disappeared. And Xia Yuyan's slightly tense back relaxed. The smile on his lips disappeared. And a hint of worry flashed across his eyes. When Lancel appeared on the battlefield, Xia Yuyan knew that the matter of Hyalon Star could not be concealed. He thought of ways to deal with it. But he denied them all. Xia Liqin had been the first marshal of the Federation for decades. And it was impossible for him to be easily fooled by a few words. In this case, he had to use a more powerful method to solve his obsession with Lancel. Sure, you didn't know that there was a big umbrella behind her. She sneezed heavily, exhaled a breath of hot air into her palms, and rubbed her arms. Winter Star really deserves the name of winter. It's so cold that ice chips are about to fall off. Sure, you felt like she was going to turn into an ice stick after only 2 days here. She gathered her clothes and sneezed heavily again. Just at this time, a cup of hot water was handed to her. Sure, you looked up and saw Lu Shiwang smiling at her. Have a few sips. Sure, you quickly said thank you. Grabbed the cup and gulped down the hot water in it. When her stomach was warmed up, she sighed comfortably and said loudly, Counselor Lu, you are such a good person. Lu Shiwang laughed and said in a teasing tone, Thank you for the good person card. I hope you can vote for me in the election of the head of state. Sure, you agreed readily. Xie Jiangsa glanced at the two of them, frowned, and Su. A light bulb lit up beside his head. He took out a pudding from his space bag, spun it around on his fingertips, walked over and smiled politely at Lu Shiwang, and said coldly, Hey, I have a little pudding. Does anyone want to eat it? Sure, you grabbed the hem of his military uniform and said with full energy, Major General Xie, you are the best man in the world. My stomach is empty now. Can I get a pudding to fill my stomach? You really know how to give out good guy cards. Xie Jiangsa said with disdain. Sure, you immediately understood. Major General Xie is the most handsome man in the Federation. I declare that from now on, I will be the president of your Universal Fan Club. Xie Jiangsa was amused by her, threw the pudding in his hand to her, and then leaned close to her ear and whispered a warning, Behave yourself. Don't attract bees and butterflies outside, or I will strangle you to death. Strangle warning is online. Sure, you eyes widened, grabbed the pudding and made a chest-hugging gesture, then raised 4 fingers. I swear, I'm innocent. Xie Jiangsa smiled and hummed. And as if he thought of something, he took out a military jacket from the space bag and threw it to Shiryu, to keep you warm. No need to return it. Shiryu hugged the military jacket and smelled a faint fragrance from it. How come this fragrance is exactly the same as the one on Xiao Piaoyang's body? Shiryu blinked and looked at Xie Jiangsa, who had already leaned on a chair to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Shiwang watched the two people interacting, and saw Shiryu put on his coat, with a smile on his face, and turned to rest. Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa were the focus of the Republic of Toyas. After everyone in the interstellar spaceship was safely evacuated, they were surrounded by the ground forces of the Republic of Toyas. Considering the safety of all passengers on the interstellar spaceship, Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa disarmed their mechas and had restriction bracelets on their hands, so they could not use the mimic exoskeleton or the mecha. The restriction bracelet was just a decoration for Shiryu. And it didn't matter whether she wore it or not. Since the people of the Republic of Toyas thought she was safe wearing it, they would give them enough sense of security. The two were detained here for a while. And Lu Shiwang was also sent here to be detained with the two of them. Shiryu squatted in the corner with her coat wrapped around her, thinking that Lin Xie and Wen Ruoyan must have known that she was abducted to the front line. But they would definitely not worry about it. Xiao Piuyang is very good at fighting. But I don't know how the negotiation will go. However, he would rather let the interstellar spacecraft make an emergency landing in the Winter Galaxy and become a prisoner of the Toyas Republic than let everyone lose their lives. And he would definitely bring everyone back safely. Xiao Piuyang is an excellent leader. Shiryu held her chin and sighed, "My 400 little puddings." After sighing, she ate the little puddings that Xie Jiangsa had just given her. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside, and another person was pushed in. The boy looked very embarrassed, with a large purple circle on his right eye. He staggered and fell to the ground, then stood up angrily and yelled at the person who pushed it in, "How dare you do this to me? I will make sure you guys pay when I get back." Shiryu raised his eyebrows and whistled when he saw him. "Hey, young master. Why are you also locked up here?" Xie Jiangsa opened his eyes and frowned, wondering, "Shen Xiyun?" Shiryu raised his eyebrows a little higher. "So you are really Shen Xiyun? Do you know him?" Xie Jiangsa turned around and asked. When the interstellar spaceship was hijacked, the Federation happened to have a conflict with the Republic of Toyas. Xie Jiangsa didn't know that Alan Hixia had broadcast live to the entire Federation. Shiryu pondered for a while and said objectively, "A coward." Shen Xiyun was immediately angry. "What qualifications do you have to say about me? It's not your life that others want. What if I don't stand up? Their target is not me. Listen to this. Has Lu Shiwang really brainwashed you? If you are not their target, why would they hijack the interstellar spacecraft from Aquamarine Star? Aquamarine Star is the heartland of the Federation. And the Zerg invasion broke out 2 years ago. Do you know how difficult it is to hijack an interstellar spacecraft from the port of Aquamarine Star?" Shiryu words made Shen Xiyun stunned. And Lu Shiwang also looked at her twice more. Shen Xiyun subconsciously looked at Lu Shiwang. And Lu Shiwang helplessly turned his head. When the two countries are at war, once the prestige of the head of state is shaken, it will be very disadvantageous to the Federation. That's why he said that Alan Hixia's real target was not Shen Xiyun. But in fact Shen Xiyun was one of their targets. And their target had been successfully achieved. "Okay, young master. Sit down quickly." Shiryu pointed to the chair by the wall. The people of the Republic of Toyas were too stingy. It would be fine if they didn't arrange a room for each person. But they didn't even have a bed. She had no place to lie down. Xie Jiangsa listened on the side and pieced together a lot of things. He simply pulled a chair and sat next to Shiryu to find out the whole story. The two people were mumbling here. And Shen Xiyun became more and more angry. He was a little bit of a playboy. But he was not a fool. He knew that although his life was saved this time, the trouble left was not small. The 4 people were locked up for another whole day. During this period, except for the people who sent the nutrient solution to prevent them from starving to death, they didn't even see a fly. Shiryu was bored to death. If there was a bed, she could hibernate until the Federation sent someone to pick her up. But this place was dry and cold, and there was no bed. She couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until the 4th night that Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa were taken away from the room. The 4 people were obviously detained together, but only the 2 of them were taken away. Lu Shiwang had some bad guesses in his heart. Shiryu gave him a reassuring look, and was sent to a hovercraft with Xie Jiangsa. Winter Star is a resource star, and is located on the front line. The population density here is not high, and it can even be said to be sparse. Most of the people living here are laborers sent from various star systems of the Republic of Toyas to mine resources. And the rest are the border garrisons of the Republic of Toyas. The man in charge of escorting them was a man in his 30s with a cold face. He had a mustache and looked difficult to get along with. Shiryu's eyes swept over the man military rank and said obediently, "Colonel, where are we going?" The man raised his eyelids and glanced at her, but did not answer. Shiryu was a dangerous person in the eyes of the Winter Star garrison. The silver-blue mecha that fell from the sky that day has been a shadow in the hearts of many Winter Star garrisons. Who would have thought that the driver of that terrifying mecha was such a young girl? The Judgment Corps has always been a thorn in the hearts of other countries in the universe. Xie Jiangsa became famous in his early years, and there is no less research information about him than Xie Yuyan. but the girl who suddenly appeared in the silver-blue mecha. The man looked through all the things he investigated over the years, but could not find any information about her. There is also no relevant information about the silver-blue mecha. The man thought. A glimmer passed through his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the girl who tried to look out the window. The Federation was able to change its decline so quickly and rise in the universe. The Judgment Corps is an important part, but more importantly, the Federation's mecha technology ranks among the top in the universe. At present, the country recognized by the universe as the most advanced in mecha technology is the Qianqian Empire, followed by the Federation. In recent years, some people even compare the Federation's mecha technology with that of the Qianqian Empire. The mecha technology of the Republic of Toyas has basically stagnated. At the annual Mecha Summit, it can only watch other countries display new mechas. Whenever there is a war, strategic weapons can only be purchased from other countries, and its throat is strangled. If the Republic of Toyas can. The man lowered his eyes, and the hovercraft soon arrived at the destination. Xie Jiangsa and Sure Yu were pushed down from the hovercraft. The two looked at the tall metal door. One frowned, and the other had excitement in his eyes. Xie Jiangsa certainly couldn't be excited. After disarming the mecha, he had guessed about his future situation, and what was about to happen seemed to verify his guess. His face turned ugly. The tall metal door opened, and there was no light in the dark passage, which seemed to lead to hell. Sure Yu and Xie Jiangsa were pushed in, and soon entered an elevator, all the way to an underground square. The man raised his right hand, and the people following him immediately raised their energy guns and pointed them at the two. Sure Yu blinked. Colonel, what are you doing? Killing someone means paying with your life. Colonel Bader smiled and said, I just want to ask you two for a favor. Xie Jiangsa looked at him coldly, but Colonel Bader was not afraid and continued, I know that the people of the Judgment Corps are not afraid of life and death, but you have to consider the civilians outside. They are still looking forward to going home. Sure Yu fiddled with the restriction bracelet on her wrist, and Colonel Bader walked towards her with a smile and untied the restriction bracelet on her right hand. He was not afraid that Sure Yu would suddenly attack him, so he walked to the empty underground square with his back to her, spread his hands, and his face was excited. Now, please take out the mecha. Chapter 42. Sure Yu let Colonel Bader perform in front of him, and rubbed his right wrist, which was a little uncomfortable after wearing the restriction bracelet for a few days. Colonel Bader opened his eyes, and saw Sure Yu blowing a little air on his wrist, completely treating him as air. His mustache trembled, and he took out the energy gun with wide eyes, and pointed it at Sure Yu. I asked you to take out the mecha. The higher the level of the mecha, the more private it is. Some even cannot be used by others after being unbound. All the mechas of the Judgment Legion are like this. Once the owner dies, the mecha ring will lock itself. If it wasn't so troublesome, why would Bader bring the two here? He could just chop off their hands and take the mecha ring. Sure you knew this from Xiao Piaoliang before, and now he is even more fearless. She was not afraid of Colonel Bader's energy gun, but touched her stomach and said pitifully, Colonel, we haven't eaten properly for 4 or 5 days, and our mental power is a bit exhausted. The mecha consumes a lot of mental power. I can't take it out now. Why don't you make us something delicious to eat first, and take out the mecha after I recover some mental power? Sure you put on a harmless look, but the words she said made people want to roll their eyes. How could Colonel Bader be coerced by her and hit her temple with the energy gun? Before he threatened, Sure Yu lifted up her military jacket and hugged it to her waist to make sure it wouldn't fall to the ground before she sat down. Colonel, I'm scared of so many energy guns pointing at me. My mental strength has shrunk a little, and now I can't take out the mecha. She patted the floor beside her and said to Xie Jiangsa, Major General Xie, come, sit down for a while. Your energy consumption is probably greater than mine. Are you dizzy and hungry now? I see that you don't look very good. You must be too hungry. Xie Jiangsa really didn't expect Sure Yu to have such a reaction in such a situation. He was stunned for a moment, and soon thought of the reason why she was so fearless. He curled his lips and sat down beside her. When two like-minded people get together, there will inevitably be a bloody storm. Xie Jiangsa fiddled with the restriction bracelet on his wrist and cried out, I didn't feel it until you said it. But now I'm so hungry. I haven't had a good meal for so long on the front line. I missed the special roast duck on the Capital Star. Have you ever eaten it? After returning to the Capital Star, I let Yu Yan treat you to a meal. Sure Yu shook his head, but his eyes were shining. The two chatted about local delicacies, as if no one else was around. Colonel Bud was almost furious. He poked the energy gun at Shiryu temple and warned in a low voice, "If you don't take out the mecha, I will kill you." Shiryu immediately put his head close to the muzzle of his energy gun, "Then hurry up. I've stayed in this damn place long enough. It's cold and dry. And there's not even a bed for me. I might as well be a ghost." The veins on Colonel Bad's forehead popped. And he changed his mind and threatened again, "If you don't take out the mecha, I will kill those civilians one by one." His tone was sinister, as if telling Shiryu that he was not joking. The Federation put itself in a disadvantageous position for a few civilians, which was extremely stupid in Colonel Bad's eyes. And the two people in front of him surrendered for the sake of those civilians, which was even more stupid. Using civilians to threaten is a tried and tested method. Colonel Bad thought there would be no problem this time. But he heard a cold snort. Shiryu rolled her eyes at him, took out a small pudding and ate it slowly, mumbling as she ate, "I don't want to live anymore. Why should I care about other people? Just kill them one by one. And remember to shoot me at the end. Don't be polite to me." Shiryu bit the pudding, thought about it, took out another one, and reluctantly handed it to Xie Jiangsa. "Major General Xie, you can also have one. Life is so difficult. Only the sweet little pudding can save us." Xie Jiangsa immediately followed her words and echoed, "If we die, the Federation will be able to attack the Winter Galaxy with all its strength. At that time, in addition to Fort Brooks, the territory of our Federation will become larger." Thinking about it this way, it seems that the two of us died for a good reason. The Republic of Toyas can now restrain the Federation only by relying on the civilians, who made an emergency landing on the Winter Star. Once the civilians are in trouble, the Republic of Toyas will lose its biggest support. And who in the Federation will talk nonsense with him? Colonel Bader's face turned ugly. He was so angry that his hand holding the energy bomb was shaking. But he had to admit that what the two said was right. Threats are threats. But the Republic of Toyas did not dare to really take action. Shiryu also knew that she couldn't push people too hard. She swallowed the pudding in one gulp, threw the cup back casually, and then looked up at Colonel Bader. "Colonel, why make it so complicated when a good meal can solve the problem?" Shiryu took the initiative to pass the steps over. Colonel Bader stared at her in silence for a few seconds, and finally asked someone to prepare dinner with a gloomy face. Shiryu immediately smiled with white teeth. "That's right. Isn't it good to solve the problem peacefully? It's so scary to have to fight and kill people and take their lives." Colonel Bader gritted his teeth and warned, "You'd better not play tricks on me." Shiryu raised his index finger and waved it, then lowered his head and whispered to Xie Jiangsa about which food was delicious. The two of them talked about irrelevant things, and talked about the food of the Federation from all over the world. Colonel Bader didn't understand the customs of the Federation at all. He listened to it with veins on his forehead. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, and snorted angrily and left this place temporarily, leaving others to watch over the two of them. After Colonel Bader left, Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa looked at each other and continued to talk about other things. Others were also annoyed by what they heard. But the two of them just couldn't stop talking. When they said they were tired, they took out water from their space bags, drank it, and continued to talk. It wasn't enough to talk. They started to quarrel. And they even started to fight. The punches were so real that the people around were confused. They reacted and rushed to stop the fight. But they didn't stop the fight. They felt a pain in their necks and lost consciousness. But in the blink of an eye, the 20 or so people who were guarding the two fell to the ground. At the same time, dense alarms sounded in the underground square. The restriction bracelet in Xie Jiangsa's hand fell to the ground with a click. And the mimic exoskeletons on the two people were activated at the same time. They avoided the bullets from the wall in a few bounces, picked up the energy gun on the ground with their backhands, and all the muzzles on the wall were destroyed by the two people. Just as Xie Jiangsa was about to pull Shiryu up, Shiryu grabbed his wrist and walked to the other side of the corridor. "We finally got here. If we don't do something big, how can we live up to the warm hospitality of the Republic of Toyas?" Shiryu had a sinister smile on his face. "They dared to bring us here, so their armed forces must be strong. If we go out now, we will be forced back in 9 out of 10 cases, and finally surrender. They want to study our mecha here. Does it mean that they are also studying other mechas here?" Xie Jiangsa's eyes lit up when he heard her say that, and he patted her on the shoulder. "You are worthy of being the one that my family and Yin like. Your little head is quite flexible." Shiryu rolled her eyes and didn't bother to argue with him. She turned sideways to avoid the bullets from the front, swung the mimic exoskeleton scimitar, and turned back flexibly. There was only a scream, and the few people who blocked her were killed instantly. The alarm sounded more and more shrill, and more people poured into the underground building. Xie Jiangsa suddenly pulled Shiryu into a corner, picked up a corpse, swept the virtual screen of the intelligent brain, and connected his intelligent brain with the other parties. Although his talent in intrusion system was not as amazing as Xie Yuyan, he was at least an outstanding graduate of the first military academy of the Federation. It was no problem to complete some simple intrusions, and the confidentiality level of the other party's intelligent brain was not high at all. Soon, the topographic map of this underground building was displayed in front of the two. Seeing one of the places, Xie Jiangsa's eyes lit up. This place is really a good place like you said. Let's go! Let's go down to the bottom floor. Sure, you didn't ask him what he found. The two of them went straight to one of the elevators. Sure, you pressed the elevator. The moment the door opened, a man in a white coat holding a large black box opened his eyes in horror. Sure, you immediately blew a whistle, raised her gun, and killed the 4 bodyguards around him. Then raised her energy gun and pointed it at the man temple, snatching the big black box that he was holding tightly in his hand. When she got the big black box, Sure, you obviously noticed that the other party's pupil shook, as if something extremely important was taken away by her. Sure, you was immediately very interested in the big black box, but it was obvious that now was not the best time to check the big black box. She stuffed the big black box into the space bag, and her index finger gently bent at the trigger. The man in the white coat immediately screamed in fear, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am the younger brother of General Helis, the highest military leader of the Toes Republic. As long as you don't kill me, I can guarantee your safety and leave here." Really? Sure, you glanced at the man suspiciously. The man immediately opened his brain and showed his ID to Shiryu, stammering, "Really? Really? This is my ID. My brother has loved me since I was a child. He will never ignore me. I am valuable. Very valuable." Shiryu narrowed her eyes. She liked such valuable people who knew they were valuable. "Xie Major General, let's go. With this gentleman here, our personal safety should be no problem." Colonel Bader was almost crazy. He never thought that 2 controlled people could make such a big noise. He almost transferred all the active troops on Winter Star, looking at the people slowly coming out of the underground base. Colonel Bader aimed all the guns at them. But at this time, the strange voice appeared again in the public channel. Federal Soldier Y1121 notifies the entire garrison of the Winter Star of the Toes Republic. Now I and another federal soldier are carrying out wartime humanitarian protection for Mr. Kuwait, the younger brother of General Helis, the highest military leader of the Toes Republic. Please do not fire to avoid hurting others and yourself. Repeat. Federal Soldier Y1121 notifies the entire garrison of the Winter Star of the Toes Republic. Colonel Bud is crazy. Chapter 43. In the Federal Central Command battleship, the monitor who had been monitoring the public channel of Winter Star stood up from his chair out of control. His behavior made several commanders standing in front of the simulation sand table, who were discussing the next countermeasures, turn their heads. Qianqian frowned and looked over, asking, "What happened? Why did he lose control so much?" The monitor glanced at the virtual screen, and quickly turned back and said, "Commander Shen, Commander-in-Chief, I just monitored a conversation on the public channel of Winter Star," the monitor said. His face was a little strange, as if he wanted to laugh, but he was inexplicably a little serious, and also a little happy. Such a complicated expression made Xie Yuyan a little curious. He said, "What happened?" The monitor thought for a while, and said, "It is impossible to judge whether it is true or false. Otherwise I will play it, and you can listen to it yourself." Xie Yuyan's curiosity was aroused again, and the monitor played that conversation. The communication channel made a crackling sound, and after the noise, the voice inside began to become clear. A funny voice appeared. She cleared her throat, pretending to be serious, and said, "Repeat." Federation Soldier Y1121 notified the entire garrison of the Winter Star of the Toes Republic that I and another Federation soldier are now carrying out wartime humanitarian protection for Mr. Kuwait, the younger brother of General Helis, the highest military leader of the Toes Republic. Please do not fire to avoid hurting others and yourself. After this paragraph was played, the entire combat command room looked over, and Xie Yuyan's eyes also showed a brilliance. He immediately ordered, "Immediately let all fleets stand by and prepare to pick up the 2 Federation soldiers returning from the Winter Star." Immediately connect to Heli's communication. I want to negotiate with him now. Qianqian did not doubt the authenticity of this communication. And Y1121 was the best proof. The sorrow that had been hidden in Qianqian's heart for the past few days was swept away. He made a series of decisions in an instant. One after another. Orders were issued from the Federation Center Command battleship. And the fleet that had been stationed outside the Winter Star system began to operate. The other commanders were full of doubts. But out of absolute obedience to him, they received his orders and immediately carried out the fleet dispatch. It was not only the Federation fleet that heard this conversation. Su Jianqing was surprised and shocked and listened to this short conversation over and over again for more than 10 times. He kept repeating Y1121 in his mouth. His expression was excited. His whole face turned red. And his eyes were full of excitement. The Federation Star Network was boiling. The kind of boiling pot. A voice suddenly came out of the Y1121 Star Talk, which had been silent for almost 2 years. Brothers and sisters are cute. Our Y God is back. The first hot search on the Jilu Star Network. All the Y fans who had been lurking on the Y1121 Star Talk began to bubble up crazily. Goddamn wartime humanitarian protection, ha ha. If I don't make a sound, I will make a big splash. HLS. Your house has been stolen. Ha ha. Y God is awesome, XSWL. What is this called? Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Y God is awesome. I'm blowing it up. Fuck. I just want to know how Y1121 got to Winter Star. I must marry Y God. If you don't accept it, draw your sword, that grass in front. How can't you think slyly? That silver-blue mecha. I was guessing which pilot was so awesome before. It turned out to be my Y God. She is worthy of being my Y God. I love her. HLSBD chess. I just want to know what HLS Lao Gubi is thinking now. Ha ha. Sure, you turned the energy gun in his hand and stuffed it into the space bag. He jumped into the cockpit of the God of War. Xie Jiangsa, holding Kuwait's collar, also entered the cockpit of the Wind Chaser. 2 mechas suddenly appeared, and all the guns were immediately facing over. Colonel Bader had a gloomy face. His expression was uncertain, and a dark light flashed in his eyes, as if he was making an important decision. Just when he had gritted his teeth and made a decision. Sure, you uploaded Kuwait's appearance and identity ID to the public channel of Winter Star, confirming his identity. Colonel Bader's order was stuck in his throat, and his face was uglier than the bottom of a pot. At this time, sure, you open the public channel again, Colonel. Don't get excited and give wrong orders and fire randomly. Mr. Kuwait is in good condition now. He is alive and kicking. And it won't be a problem to live another 100 or 80 years. Xie Jiangsa tied Kuwait up like a dumpling, and listened to sure you words on the public channel that blocked Colonel Bader's retreat. And the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. To be honest, he has made countless achievements on the front line over the years. But he has never experienced such an exciting thing as today, which makes people excited and refreshed. However, he quickly calmed down and sent a private message to Shiryu, but is a man who will do anything to achieve his goal. Now that we have Kuwait hostage, if Heli's has any reservations, the situation will soon be reversed. He will not sit idly by and watch this happen. There is a great possibility that he will cut off the source of the trouble and not care about Kuwait's life or death. Colonel Bader is Heli's confidant. Although his military rank is not high, he has a lot of say in Winter Star. In the federal investigation, he participated in a secret plan of Heli's and has great power in his hands. Sure, you understood what Xie Jiangsa meant. She narrowed her eyes and had some calculations in her heart. Colonel Bader was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He calmed down a little when his subordinates asked him whether he would tell Heli's about what happened here. He rejected it without hesitation and then sent instructions to the space station. After the message was sent, Colonel Bader said in a calm voice, "Since it is a protection, please hand over Mr. Kuwait to us. We can guarantee Mr. Kuwait's safety." In a little while, just a little while, he waited for the other party to respond. But the words spoken by the funny voice almost made him angry to death. "Colonel, what did you say? My channel reception function is not very good. I can't hear what you are saying." "Oh, I heard it. You mean to let us go, right? That's great. Don't worry. I will definitely ensure Mr. Kuwait's personal safety." After saying that, Shiryu directly unfolded the virtual particle wings of the God of War and shouted to Xie Jiangsa to go. This old thief must be stalling for time. We will leave immediately. The two mechas passed by like a gust of wind. And Colonel Bader's eyes widened and shouted without hesitation, "Shoot them down immediately. At any cost." His voice spread throughout the Winter Star garrison. Some people hesitated a little. But Colonel Bader shouted angrily, "No matter what the consequences are, I will bear them. And they will never be allowed to leave Winter Star." His roar was deafening. And no one hesitated anymore. The mecha troops on Winter Star, who had been on standby for a long time, immediately attacked. All the guns were aimed at the two mechas, and countless shells were fired. The commander-in-chief of the space station, who received the order from Colonel Bader, had a sullen face. His rank was higher than the other party. But Colonel Bader belonged to the Special Forces under General Hellis, and had the right to temporarily deploy during wartime. He had to obey the order given by Colonel Bader now. The orbital particle cannon of the space station began to charge. The orbital particle cannon was also a strategic level weapon, and its power was not inferior to Naka. It took 10 minutes from charging to firing. Once it hit the target, even the SSS-class battleship would be defeated in an instant. This was the last line of defense and deterrence of Winter Star. And now, such a terrifying weapon was to be launched at the surface of Winter Star. The commander-in-chief of the Winter Star space station gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to give orders. The attack of the shells was too dense. Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa had no time to take out Naka. They could only rely on the performance of the mecha to forcefully break through the atmosphere of Winter Star, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the two leaving. The silver-blue mecha and the silver-red mecha passed through the air like two beams of light. Shiryu looked at the bright Winter Star space station in the sky. Her eyes narrowed and connected to Xie Jiangsa's communication. "You take Kuwait and go first. I'm going to do something big. Remember not to let the Winter Star space station do anything bad." After that, Shiryu threw out two beam swords and turned back to kill. Her movements were too fast, and Xie Jiangsa wanted to chase her. But thinking of her words, he had to grit his teeth and said, "It's best to come back safely. Otherwise I will strangle you to death." Shiryu was driving the god of war and staggered, and was almost hit by a shell. "Can you not strangle to death at every turn?" She narrowly avoided a shell and cut it open, snorted twice and said, "This little broken place can't keep me. Remember to prepare 200 puddings for me." After that, she turned off the communication. The virtual particle wings behind the god of war trembled, and the silver-blue mecha disappeared like light and shadow. The two mechas were extremely high performance and fast. When Shiryu blocked them from behind, Xie Jiangsa's pressure was greatly reduced, and he began to break through the atmosphere of Winter Star. Shiryu felt that Jue Feng was getting farther and farther behind her, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The figure of the god of war under the night sky was erratic. She threw out the beam sword, and a large number of shells were cut in half and exploded in the air. She jumped and turned, just touching the swirling beam sword, and in the blink of an eye, she was close to the ground again. When the mecha troops rushed over, Shiryu did not want to fight at all. She immediately distanced herself from the mecha troops, and suddenly approached when the other side fired shells. Most of the shells that were originally tracking her hit the mecha troops of Winter Star. Listening to the rumbling explosions in her ears, Shiryu once again controlled the god of war to vibrate the virtual particle wings behind her. The silver-blue mecha suddenly appeared in the sky. A particle sniper rifle appeared in her hand at some point. Colonel Bader, who was roaring wildly in the garrison, only felt a terrifying breath locking him. A silver beam shot out from the muzzle of the sniper rifle, and Colonel Bud's pupils dilated, and his body functions were stimulated to the extreme. At the moment when he was about to be hit by the particle beam, the mecha driven by Colonel Bud narrowly turned sideways and brushed past the particle beam. The fear of being infinitely close to the god of death made him immediately break out in cold sweat on his forehead. The luck of escaping death made his heart beat again. But the next moment, the silver-blue mecha flew over like a phantom and landed in front of him. Colonel Bud's pupil shook, and he heard the whisper of the god of death from hell in the last second of his life. "Colonel, goodbye." Chapter 44. Colonel Bader must die. This was the decision Shiryu made when she decided to leave Winter Star with Xie Jiangsa first. Colonel Bader would do anything to achieve his goal. Even though Kuwait was in their hands, he could order them to die together, which shows that he would not be coerced. Once she and Xie Jiangsa left Winter Star, no one knew what Colonel Bader would do in a rage, and the safety of the civilians still staying on Winter Star could not be guaranteed. Only by leaving Winter Star leaderless, Xie Yuyan would have the opportunity to bargain with Hellis during this gap. Shiryu retreated immediately after he succeeded. The Winter Star garrison was in chaos after Colonel Bader's mecha exploded. Even if someone wanted to stop her from leaving, they could not do anything at all. They could only watch the silver-blue mecha disappear into a stream of light. The orbital particle cannon in the space station has been fully charged, and it can be fired immediately as long as the target is locked. The commander-in-chief of the space station sat in the command room with a calm face, watching the scene presented in the simulated sandbox, waiting for the opportunity to kill the prey with one blow. But at this moment, the alarm of the space station suddenly sounded, and several mechas suddenly appeared near the orbital particle cannon. The streamlined design, vibrating virtual particle wings, and the totems representing power and protection on the shoulder blades of the mechas all showed that they were mechas of the Federal Judgment Corps. The silver beams were thrown out in their hands, cutting straight into the orbit of the orbital particle cannon with the speed of terror and power. The commander-in-chief of the Winter Star space station stood up angrily and shouted, "Stop them! Stop them immediately! Who is responsible for radar monitoring? The enemy has arrived at the doorstep, and you haven't discovered it yet?" he roared. And the mecha troops patrolling outside the space station immediately rushed to the place where the Judgment Corps appeared. But before they arrived, several more mechas suddenly appeared and blocked their way, and threw out beam swords without hesitation to kill them. The orbit of the orbital particle cannon began to vibrate. Once the orbit was destroyed, the particle cannon would deviate from its original trajectory, and would not be able to lock onto the target. Qianqian drove the chasing wind infinitely close to the space station. He soon noticed what the Judgment Legion was doing. He took out Naka without hesitation, turned his back, and successfully let the Naka floater be carried on the chasing wind. As Naka fell down under gravity, this action made him sweat on his forehead. The pressure on the chasing wind, who was carrying the Naka floater, was greatly reduced. He immediately turned on the propulsion system of the Naka floater, turned around and descended, grabbed the arm of the God of War, who was chasing from behind, and rushed out of the Winter Star at a very fast speed. The commander-in-chief of the Winter Star space station saw the situation was one-sided, and knew that he could not defend against the Judgment Legion's full-scale attack. He hardened his heart, and did not care that the orbital particle cannon had deviated from its original trajectory under the destruction of the Judgment Legion. Just as he was about to press the launch button, a virtual screen suddenly popped up in front of him, and Helisa's face appeared on the virtual screen. "Let them leave." Helise ended the communication with just 5 short words, without a beginning or an end. The commander-in-chief of the Winter Star space station didn't even see his face clearly. He was stunned. When he came to his senses, Xuefeng had already taken Ares out of the gravity range of Winter Star. When Shiryu first boarded the Federation battleship, she was exhausted and her feet were limp when she came out of the Ares cockpit. She put away Ares and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Even though her physical fitness has greatly improved in the past 2 years, such a high-intensity battle still makes her a little unbearable. Shiryu is not only a little exhausted, but also dizzy, obviously due to excessive use of mental power. She can feel that many people's eyes are on her. Some are curious, some are surprised, and some are exploring. After a while, Shiryu felt someone soft beside her. She tilted her head and saw that it was Xie Jiangsa. His condition was not much better. His face was covered with sweat. His hair was soaked and stuck to his forehead. Shiryu pulled the corner of her mouth to him, and just when she wanted to express her happiness of escaping death, she found that her throat was dry, and she could no longer speak. Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps came hurriedly. Shiryu really didn't have the strength to raise her head, so she knelt down to catch her breath. A few seconds later, a pair of black military boots came into her sight. "Are you all right?" Xie Yuyan's cold voice sounded, and it was rare that there was a little worry. Shiryu raised her head with effort. Xiao Piaoliang still looked like she was 17 or 18 years old, too young to be true. Her long silver hair was tied high behind her head, and tied with a dark red hairband, which hung down and stuck to the side of his neck. Shiryu tilted her head and smiled. "Tofu. It's still warm." She was always like this, not serious when she should be serious. Xie Yuyan rarely wanted to argue with her. He stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Shiryu. His eyes were distant, but he said, "Get up. I have someone take you to rest. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Piaoliang offered her hand. Shiryu grabbed Xiao Piaoliang's hand and stood up shakily in the surprised eyes of everyone in the cabin. Grinning, "We still have a tacit understanding," she said vaguely, closed her eyes and fainted. Xie Yuyan subconsciously held her shoulders to help her up, and hurriedly said, "Where is the military doctor? Hurry up and bring the stretcher over. Check them immediately." Xie Jiangsa rolled her eyes when he heard him at a door, and slowly stood up from the ground. "I'm fine. The combat intensity is not as high as hers. It's best to give her a full body check." Sure, you sleep can be said to be very dark. And when she woke up, the soreness all over her body made her almost close her eyes and faint again. Her body seemed to be completely crushed and squeezed, and then pressed flat. And her bones were sore. Sure, you grumbled and grabbed the quilt, thinking about taking a nap. A soft female voice sounded in her ear. "Don't sleep if you wake up. Get up and drink this potion." Sure, you fluttered her eyelids and opened her eyes to see a mature woman in a white coat with chestnut wavy hair sitting beside her bed, looking at her with her chin in her hand. She looked charming and aggressive. Not like a doctor, but like a charming enchantress. Catherine immediately shook the potion in her hand when she saw Shiryu open her eyes. Shiryu got up from the bed with difficulty, looked around, and asked curiously, "Doctor sister, where is this?" She seemed to have come out of Winter Star before. And then fainted in Xiao Piaoyang's arms? Shiryu eyes lit up, and Catherine said, "My name is Catherine. This is Judgment, the battleship commanded by Xia. Don't you remember?" Catherine handed the potion to Shiryu mouth while speaking. "Drink this potion. Your body is still recovering." Shiryu drank the potion obediently, and the door of the ward opened when he was halfway through. Xie Jiangsa walked in from outside and saw Shiryu, who had woken up. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Finally woke up? You have been sleeping for 3 days. 3 days? Shiryu's cheeks were bulging and his eyes were wide open after drinking the potion. "How is Winter Star? Is that Kuwait useful?" Shiryu took the potion and asked impatiently. When she asked this, Xie Jiangsa couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. To be honest, when he came out of Winter Star, he never thought that what Shiryu said was a big deal was actually sending Bard to the west. The Winter Star garrison was also messed up by her, and Helis personally came forward to barely stabilize the situation. Yu Yen has been negotiating with Helis. The negotiations are going smoothly at present, but it is definitely impossible to exchange people back within a few days. Seeing the two people start talking, Catherine took the empty medicine bottle in Shiryu's hand and left the ward. Xia Yuyan felt that Helis' attitude was too easy to soften, which was very abnormal. In his impression, Helis was an extremely strong person. Even if he loved his younger brother Kuwait very much, he would not be so easily controlled by him. Xia Yuyan always felt that he had missed a link somewhere, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong. He sat alone in the command room and thought about the whole thing from the beginning. Just as he calmed down, the smart brain communication rang. Xia Yuyan opened the smart brain and saw Mingxiang Dangxianyu requesting to communicate with him. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that this was Shiryu terminal ID. 10 minutes later, Shiryu followed Xie Jiangsa to the command room. Along the way, she received a lot of attention. Question marks on her forehead one after another. Turning to look at Xie Jiangsa, she found that the corners of his mouth were upturned, and he didn't know what happy things he was thinking. Entering the command room, isolated from all kinds of gazes along the way, Shiryu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he wanted to smile and say hello to Xiao Piaoyang, he saw him frowning and looking at her. The military jacket on her body. She felt a little cold, so she put on the military jacket. "Is there something wrong?" Shiryu looked at Xie Jiangsa twice, then looked at Xiao Piaoyang twice, and then looked down at the military uniform on her body. Only then did she find that there was a small letter Y embroidered on the cuff of the military uniform. Xiao Piaoyang military uniform also had it on the cuff, but Xie Jiangsa's didn't. "Are you bored?" Xie Jiangsa was trying to hold back his laughter when Xie Yuyan said 4 words to him. Xie Jiangsa coughed twice and said, "No. You know the temperature of Winter Star." She was shivering from the cold. "My clothes are for my future wife, so I gave yours to her. Who knew she would wear them today? It's just a piece of clothing. Let's talk business. Shall we?" Xie Jiangsa tried to change the subject. Shiryu suddenly felt that the military uniform on her body seemed to be warmer. She smiled with white teeth. "I wash it and return it to you." After saying that, she pretended to close her eyes, and the smile on her face became more intense. Xie Yuyan crow-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and after a long time, she said, "It's up to you." Xie Jiangsa suppressed his smile and nudged Shiryu's arm with his elbow. "Let's talk business." Take out the big black box you took from Kuwait. During the time when Shiryu was unconscious, Xie Jiangsa had told Xie Yuyan about their experiences on Winter Star, and also checked Kuwait's life. Kuwait is a mecha master. He once represented the Republic of Toyas to participate in the Universal Mecha Summit. 5 years ago, he published a relatively eye-catching mecha design, which was considered a great progress for the Republic of Toyas. After that, he has been silent, and his reputation is not great, so not many people pay attention to him. Kuwait is Heleza's younger brother. He appeared in the underground base of Winter Star, and was holding a big black box in such a critical situation. The thing he was holding must be extraordinary. Shiryu immediately took out the big black box from the space bag. The box was very large. 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and half a meter high. She felt it was very heavy when she carried it. But the situation was critical, and she didn't have time to think too much. Shiryu put the big black box on the ground and was about to open it when Xie Yuyan grabbed her arm and said, "Put on the mimic exoskeleton and then open it." No one knew what was inside. Xie Jiangsa simply pushed them both aside. "I do it. You two stand further away." Xie Yuyan nodded, pulled Shiryu to the side, gently touched the ring on his index finger, and a light green light enveloped the two of them. It was the first time for Shiryu to stand in the turtle shell, and he looked curiously at the honeycomb-shaped gray light shield composed of countless hexagons. Over there, Xie Jiangsa put on the mimic exoskeleton and carefully opened the big black box. The moment the box was opened, a light flowed out from inside, and Shiryu opened his mouth slightly. Chapter 45. The ice blue light poured out from the big black box, and soon illuminated the entire command room. A regular rectangular ice blue ore lay quietly in the big black box. The light in the command room shone on the ice blue ore, and its light quickly converged, like a dignified and elegant lady who was restrained and reserved. Shiryu had never seen such a beautiful ore, and couldn't help but take a few more glances, and found that the surface of the ice blue ore seemed to be flowing with water, full of vitality and vigor. What a magical ore! Shiryu was amazed in her heart. But she heard Xie Yuyan exclamation, "Blue titanium." Shiryu knew both of the two words separately, but when they were put together, a question mark popped up on her forehead, and she turned her head curiously and asked, "What is blue titanium?" Xie Yuyan's tone was not as calm as usual, and his expression was extremely complicated. After hearing Shiryu's doubts, he pursed his lips and said, "Blue titanium is a rare ore and also a top-grade material for making mechas. Your Lanzel is an SSS plus level mecha after adding blue titanium." Shiryu's eyes widened. She has always known that Ares is awesome, and guessed that Ares is an SSS level mecha. But now Xiao Piaoliang told her that Ares is actually an SSS plus level mecha. Shiryu looked at the incredibly beautiful blue titanium in the big black box, and then thought about the awesome Ares. It is hard to imagine that such a beautiful ore makes Ares so powerful. Xie Yuyan put away the gray light shield and walked to the blue titanium. The virtual screen at his right eye popped up, and the virtual tentacles of the intelligent brain gently touched the surface of the blue titanium. A series of analyses about this piece of blue titanium immediately appeared in front of him. Shiryu and Xie Jiangsa both came to his side, and soon heard him say, "This is a piece of top-quality blue titanium. Judging from the quality and quantity, it is completely possible to build a mecha stronger than Lancer. If it is manufactured according to Lancer standards, it is conservatively estimated that 3 can be manufactured." Xie Jiangsa knew blue titanium, but he didn't have much idea about the amount of blue titanium added to the mecha. He couldn't help but take a breath when he heard him say this. "Are you sure? Such a small piece." He was not questioning Xie Yuyan, but was just expressing shock. Xie Yuyan nodded seriously. The blue titanium used to make Lancer was only half the size of this one, and the quality was not as good as this one. Xie Jiangsa's eyes flashed with complex emotions, and he couldn't help but say, "Hasn't the planet that produced blue titanium been destroyed? Where did Kuwait get the blue titanium from?" Xie Yuyan's analysis on the virtual screen continued. About a minute later, he said, "This piece of blue titanium is not naturally formed, but extracted later." Xie Yuyan's slender 5 fingers jumped on the virtual screen. After comparing the data one group at a time, he whispered, "The Republic of Toyas is very likely to have mastered the technology to extract blue titanium." Xie Yuyan's mood at the moment was extremely complicated. It turned out that he was not the only one who had such a plan. Shiryu frowned and asked in confusion, "Even if there is extraction technology, How can we extract it without the original ore? It's winter stone. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. About 5 years ago, someone detected a trace amount of blue titanium from winter stone. Because it was too little. So little that it was insignificant. The entire winter stone vein might not be able to extract 50 grams of blue titanium. So the matter was left unresolved. It seems that the people of the Republic of Toyas have never given up extracting blue titanium. They not only mastered the technology of extracting blue titanium, but also the quality of the extraction is very high. This piece of top-quality blue titanium is proof of this. No wonder Heli's attitude softened so quickly. It is very likely that Kuwait is the one who has mastered the technology of extracting blue titanium. Maybe more than that. Kuwait is also very talented in designing mechas. Blue titanium alone is not enough. If there is no way to apply blue titanium to mecha manufacturing, it is just a treasure mountain. Since Kuwait has extracted such a large amount of blue titanium, it must mean that the Republic of Toyas is ready to use blue titanium in mecha manufacturing. Before this, the Federation had discovered that Heli's had a secret mission. But unfortunately, after a long search, it could not find out what this secret mission was. It was only known that it was related to the Winter Star. Sure, you listened to the 50 grams, and then looked at the large piece of blue titanium in the big black box, and couldn't help muttering, how much winter stone did they extract? Xiaoyan shook his head, and he closed the big black box again, covering the beautiful light of the blue titanium. He wanted to lift the big black box, but it was too heavy. His eyelashes trembled, and he simply didn't force himself, and whispered, keep this piece of blue titanium, and never let others know it is in your hand. Sure, you opened his eyes wide, looked at the closed big black box, and then looked at Xiao Piaoliang, and stammered, why give it to me? I don't need it. And I took it from Kuwait. Kuwait must know it is in my hand. Even if he thinks I gave it to you, and it's not with you, he will eventually suspect me. Sure, you said that he had a clear mind. No one will know. Xiaoyan's tone was calm, as if he was stating a fact. Sure, you still shook her head like a rattle. Although she was still a salted fish, she knew that there were only a few SSS plus level mechas in the entire universe. Such a large piece of blue titanium would definitely be a hot potato in her hands. She couldn't protect it, and she wasn't greedy. Xiaoyan looked at her. His eyebrows were calm, and there seemed to be a galaxy flowing in his dark pupils. Beautiful, deep and mysterious. Sure, Yu's scalp was numb when he looked at her, and she was about to nod her head, but she heard him say, it can't be in my hands. At least now. My brother, and I can't hold it. Sure, you frowned, not understanding what he meant. But soon, she thought of the attack from the aquamarine. Xiao Piaoliang is not surrounded by iron buckets. The higher the position, the more involved he is. If others know that he is blue titanium that can make SSS plus level plus mecha, it is hard to say whether he can hold it in his hands. Sure, you pursed his lips. I will solve Kuwait. Xiaoyan's tone was light. Sure, you suddenly looked up at him. And after hearing the promise-like words, I will solve Kuwait, he nodded in a daze. When she saw Xiao Piaoliang curled her lips, she suddenly realized what she had promised. Thank you. Sure, you wanted to bargain for a few small puddings, but suddenly heard him say thank you. His brain was stuck for a while, and he said, then I will give you 400 small puddings. Pa! You still want to give me another 400 small puddings? Sure, you held his chin and looked at the long string of zeros on the balance of the intelligent brain. He counted them happily once and again. Xiao Piaoliang is generous. She gave so many at once. Not to mention 400 small puddings. Even 40,000 small puddings are not a problem. You can ask for more after you spend them all. It's like an unlimited ATM. Put away the smile on your face. Your saliva is about to flow out. Xie Jiangsa rolled his eyes at Shiryu speechlessly. Shiryu immediately pursed his lips and said, Major General Xie, can you pay attention to your image? If your female fans see you now, the house will collapse. Xie Jiangsa sneered. I have you as the president of the Huanyu fan club. After sneering, he said seriously, the shuttle is ready. Shinshin will take you to 4 Seasons Star safely. Remember to be good after you go back, and don't cause trouble everywhere. Okay. Okay. Are you a nani? How many times have you said it? I'm leaving. See you later. Shiryu waved his hand and got on the shuttle. Graduate from the military academy earlier. If your grades are acceptable, I will make an exception and admit you to the judgment corps. Xie Jiangsa shouted behind her. Don't. Please don't. Just let me be a salted fish in peace. Listening to Shiryu voice getting farther and farther away. Xie Jiangsa couldn't help laughing. Still being a salted fish? Daydreaming? Shinshin walked to his side and said, Adjutant Xie. During the time I'm away, please tell the Commander-in-Chief to have a good rest. He always doesn't listen to advice. Xie Jiangsa patted his shoulder and said earnestly, In fact, you are the mother. After saying that, he immediately cleared his throat and said, Don't worry. I will keep an eye on him. Be careful along the way. Xie Jiangsa whispered a few words in the ear of Shinshin, who had a stiff face. Shinshin nodded seriously, and the stiffness on his face slowly faded. The shuttle took off quickly. The hatch closed, and Xie Yuyan slowly walked to Xie Jiangsa. Are you worried? Xie Jiangsa tilted his head and asked him. Xie Yuyan didn't say anything, but there were waves in his eyes. After a while, he said, She is too young. Xie Jiangsa couldn't help laughing. Come on. Look at what she did on Winter Star. Which one is not mature and experienced? I didn't react so quickly. After that, he patted Xie Yuyan's shoulder and said, She is very reliable. Isn't she? They are all helpless. But she is free. Although she is young, she is cunning. Xie Yuyan was silent. Seeing that he couldn't say a word, Xie Jiangsa sighed, hooked his shoulder and walked back. You should worry less. You protect her like an old hen all day long. Are you going to be her mother? No. Xie Jiangsa was refuted just after he finished speaking. This was the first time. Before he could even be surprised, his hand on Xie Yuyan's shoulder was pulled down. I have something else to do. If you are bored, why not go to the training room to practice shooting? You talk a lot. Xie Jiangsa raised his eyebrows instantly. Just as he was about to show his brother's authority, a call came into his brain, and Xie Jiangsa instantly restrained all his emotions. Xie Yuyan glanced at him, nodded slightly, and went to the interrogation room. Kuwait couldn't tell how long he had been here. The longer he stayed, the more panic he felt. He tried to communicate with the person who sent him the nutrient solution, but the other party ignored him. He also made a fuss to see the highest commander of the Federation, but no one paid attention to him. This was the first time Kuwait was afraid of such a confined space. He was not a timid person, but when he thought that he couldn't continue what he wanted to do, his panic grew. Kuwait's lips trembled, and he muttered something in his mouth. Suddenly he heard a drip, and the door of the room where he was locked was opened, and the lights came on. He hadn't seen the light for a long time, and his eyes were not used to it. He closed his eyes immediately. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that appeared in his sight was a pair of black military boots, and above the military boots was a dark red military uniform. Kuwait slowly raised his head, and the silver hair in his sight made his breathing tense in an instant. Xie Yuyan. Who in the whole universe doesn't know the name of Xie Yuyan of the Federal Judgment Corps? Who doesn't know that he always looks like a teenager of 17 or 18 years old? As if he will never grow up? He is young. So young that it shocks everyone. Kuwait watched someone bring a chair, and this unbelievably beautiful boy sat down in front of him. Another chair was brought over and placed next to him. Soon, he heard the boy's cold and distant voice, Mr. Kuwait, please sit down. Kuwait slowly moved up from the ground. He and Xie Yuyan faced each other, saw each other's faces clearly, and met the pair of dark and deep eyes. The boy slightly bent his 5 fingers and knocked on the table. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. Mr. Kuwait, are you interested in making a deal with me? Kuwait immediately opened his eyes wide, as if a person who fell into the sea suddenly grabbed a piece of driftwood. He immediately said, What do you want me to do? The other party seemed very satisfied with his reaction and whispered in his eager eyes. Kuwait's pupils dilated, and then a surge of excitement surged. Chapter 46. How is it? Xie Jiangsa hurried into the command room. Xie Yuyan nodded and said, It is indeed Alan Hesia. What appeared on his virtual screen was a blood test report. Before Shiryu left, he told Xie Yuyan about the bloody scene he saw in the interstellar spacecraft and gave him the blood sample he had saved. Xie Jiangsa frowned. It seems that Alan Hesia was able to enter the heart of the Federation quietly. Someone is really helping him. The head of the Republic of Toyas was assassinated in the Lilvaya fortress. At that time, the scene was in chaos, and no one noticed when Alan Hesia disappeared. When they reacted, he disappeared. They searched the entire Lilvaya fortress, but couldn't find him. Both he and Xie Yuyan guessed that Alan Hixia might have sneaked back to the Republic of Toys. But he has been missing for the past 2 years. Xie Jiangsa even guessed that he was secretly solved by Helles after returning to the Republic of Toys. This hijacking of the interstellar spaceship was too smooth. How did Alan Hixia know that Shen Xiyun would take the LS-3526 interstellar spaceship from Aquamarine to Four Seasons at that time? From the development of the incident, he almost successfully invaded the LS-3526 interstellar spaceship and broadcast live, defeating Shen Yingji. If he just wanted to force the Federation to hand over the murderer who assassinated Kyle Hixia, why would he go to the trouble of broadcasting live? Could it be that he thought he was still a member of the Toy's Republic and wanted to disrupt the Federation's situation before he made a desperate move? He is using him. Xie Yuyan bit his 5 fingers and gently tapped them on the table. Alan Hixia died in such a miserable way that it was obvious that the person who killed him showed no mercy. The interstellar spaceship exploded after it made an emergency landing on Winter Star. Apart from these photos and the blood, no one knew that Alan Hixia was dead and died so miserably. Could it be someone from the Republic of Toys? Alan Hixia's actions at the time were completely putting the Republic of Toys on the fire. As long as he died and his body was not intact, who could prove that it was Alan Hixia who hijacked the interstellar spaceship? Maybe they could even turn the tables and say it was a conspiracy of the Federation. Xie Jiangsa pulled the corner of his mouth as he spoke. According to Helles' shamelessness, he could really say that. After all, Winter Star was in chaos now, and Kuwait was in the hands of the Federation. The situation turned around and finally fell to the Federation. Xie Yuyan tapped the table lightly with his 5 fingers, shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. In fact, the greater possibility is that someone who helped Alan Hixia killed and silenced him." Xie Jiangsa frowned and was about to speak, but Xie Yuyan's brain suddenly rang with a series of gold coins. He raised his eyebrows and heard a sentence. "Major General Xie Yuyan, your personal account XXXX spent 6,666 federal coins. Please confirm whether it is operated by yourself." Xie Jiangsa's eyebrows raised a little higher, and Xie Yuyan said calmly, "Confirmation," and then turned off the prompt sound of the brain. "What did you spend the money on?" Before Xie Jiangsa asked, Xie Yuyan stood up and said, "In 10 minutes, the congressional resolution will begin. We will talk about Alan Hixia later." Xie Jiangsa crossed his arms and watched Xie Yuyan leave. Why did he feel that his back was a little uneasy? Sure, you arrived at the Four Seasons Star smoothly. After saying goodbye to the mother-like Commander Shen, she planned to report to the 1st Federal Military Academy in advance. Before that, she wanted to report to Lin Xia that she was safe, but her brain could only be used on the planet and did not have the function of interstellar communication. Sure, you thought about the long balance in the smart brain and walked into a shopping mall with her chest puffed out, intending to change a smart brain. She is rich now. She helped Xiao Piaoyang through life and death several times, and she felt at ease spending Xiao Piaoyang money. Sure, you was dressed too ordinary, so she received a lot of attention after entering the mall. Xian Yu said she was not afraid of this. She is rich. Sure, you entered a smart brain store with a clear goal, looking at the dazzling array of smart bracelets in the counter. She looked here and there, and felt that she had nowhere to look. Suddenly, sure, you saw a simple white bracelet designed with the totem of the Judgment Legion. The symbolic totem of the Judgment Legion is composed of red flame thorns and the Sword of Judgment. 2 red flame thorns are clustered on both sides with the sword and scabbard of judgment in the middle. There is a crown representing power under the sword and scabbard. This simple totem is a symbol of strength and protection. There were not many people in the store. Sure, you stopped in front of the intelligent computer. A small flying robot immediately flew over and said in a soft voice, "This customer. You have a good eye. This intelligent computer is a peripheral intelligent computer jointly issued by Gu Group and Judgment Corps. It is limited to 666 units in the whole Federation. This is the last one." When sure you heard the words Gu Group, it was hard not to think of the second young master Gu who spent money like water. She cleared her throat and said, "How much is this smart computer?" "It is limited to the whole Federation." "Is it very expensive?" Otherwise, she should look at other models of smart computers. "I want that smart computer." Before the little robot answered, a voice rushed out from behind and said hurriedly, Sure, you turned around and saw a boy about 17 or 18 years old wearing ripped jeans rushing in from outside. And then he'd break suddenly in front of the counter. The boy panted, pulled the retractable hand of the little robot, and repeated, "I want the peripheral smart computer of the Judgment Legion." He completely treated Shiryu as heir. The light on the little robot lit up and said, "I'm very sorry. Customer." The customer next to me came first. Our store follows the principle of order of purchase. Please wait. The boy then turned his eyes to Shiryu. He looked her up and down, then frowned and said, "Give me this smart computer, and I give you half the price of the smart computer." Oh my god. This sounds a bit familiar. If she remembered correctly, Qianqian seemed to like buying things like this before, and Shiryu used to ignore him. After all, in this kind of situation, one person is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. And now she has become the one who is going to be beaten. Qianyu didn't want to cause trouble, but Qianyu has money now. Shiryu immediately put his hands on his waist and said, "I want this smart computer." The little robot responded happily, "Okay. Customer. This smart computer is priced at 6,666 federal coins. Please show your payment code." Shiryu. Fuck. Is a broken smart computer so expensive? The boy looked at Shiryu's expression and raised his eyebrows. His slightly ugly face because of her non-cooperation eased. He hugged his chest and raised his chin and said, "You can't afford it. Why do you have to pretend?" Qianyu also wants to save face. And Qianyu has money now. Shiryu did not show the payment code of the smart computer, but threw out the account and password that Xiao Piaoliang had thrown to her before, and put the smart computer on his wrist under the stunned look of the boy. Seeing that Shiryu was about to bind the smart brain, the boy couldn't hold back and immediately said, "Can't you change one? Otherwise, as long as you give me this smart brain, you can pick any smart brain in this store." "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" Shiryu bound the smart brain without hesitation. The boy was so angry that his hair stood up. At this time, a message popped up from the smart brain. Before Shiryu could turn on the private mode, the content on it was read by the boy. Federal 1st Military Academy, Shiryu. There are 3 hours left before the freshmen of the Federal 1st Military Academy report. Please arrive at the Military Academy registration office as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, freshmen who report late will be punished by credit deduction. Shiryu, Why did you report today? Shiryu immediately took out the admission notice and looked at it. In the small words at the bottom, he saw the registration date. Shiryu almost rolled her eyes. Why is the registration time 1.5 months earlier than the start of school? No wonder Lin Xia hurriedly bought her a ticket for the Interstellar spaceship to Four Seasons Star. She was surprised before. Are you a freshman this year? The boy touched his chin, glanced at the admission notice, and said, "From the deep blue galaxy?" This year, the 7 major military academies have added a lot of admission quotas. All for high school students with outstanding performance in the deep blue galaxy. There are no mental and physical restrictions. As long as the grades are qualified, they can be admitted to the 7 major military academies. The boy's words were quite interesting. Shiryu looked over and said, "How do you know? Are you a student of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation?" The boy immediately smiled with white teeth. Yes. The boy's smile was really a bit creepy. Shiryu instinctively felt that something was wrong. The other party had already grabbed her wrist and said, "Hurry up and report. Your military school life will definitely be exciting." Shiryu staggered when he pulled her. And then he pulled her onto a royal blue hover car and rushed all the way to the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. Shiryu was confused the whole time. It seems that she and this boy just had a grudge, and now they can go to the 1st Military Academy of the Federation hand in hand to report? Shiryu was dragged to the reporting office. Before she could react, she heard the boy said, "Register her. She is a freshman in the mecha department. Please assign her to mecha class 1. Isn't it that you can choose which class to be assigned to?" Shiryu watched the girl at the reporting office quickly respond and registered her. Then she received an ID card on her smart brain. All her actions in the 1st Military Academy of the Federation must be approved by this ID card. The boy quickly helped her to arrange accommodation. Before Shiryu had time to see which dormitory she was assigned to, she was patted on the shoulder by the boy. She turned her head and met his sinister expression. "Sister, every freshman must take a practical test when entering school. As an assistant teacher of the mecha department class 1, I am responsible for testing every student in the class. Let's go. Let's go fight." Chapter 47. The school spirit of the 1st Federal Military Academy has always been the most casual among the 7 military academies. Students can skip classes, be absent from class, and freely choose classes as long as the class is not full when enrolling. But there is one thing that is the strictest among the 7 military academies. There is no make-up exam. Students who fail the course have no chance to start over. If they do not have enough credits at the end of the school year, they will be expelled directly. Therefore, the first Federal Military Academy only has graduates and dropouts, but no graduates. It is precisely because of this system that the number of students in the first Federal Military Academy has always been the smallest among the 7 military academies. But at the same time, the quality of students in the first Federal Military Academy has always been the highest among the 7 military academies. The school spirit of almost zero restraint has made the self-discipline of students who successfully graduate from the first Federal Military Academy reach a terrifying level. Once they graduate and enter the military, they have always been promoted faster than graduates from other military academies. And such a strict graduation system also makes students who dare to choose to apply for the first Federal Military Academy extremely confident in themselves. Such people are arrogant. Therefore, every year when new students enter the school, the first Federal Military Academy will arrange for assistants to conduct practical tests on the new students. It is called a practical test. But to put it bluntly, it is to dampen their enthusiasm. Bailey Su is a sophomore student in the mecha department of the first Federal Military Academy. He was beaten to the ground by his senior last year. Since then, his biggest wish is to become this year's freshman assistant. It has almost become the obsession of every sophomore student of the first Federal Military Academy to beat this year's freshman to the ground. Therefore, every year, everyone is scrambling for the freshman assistant position and trying their best to accumulate credits. Because the appointment of freshman assistants is ranked according to credits. Here we have to mention the credit system of the first Federal Military Academy. The first Federal Military Academy deducts credits severely, and there are many ways to obtain credits. Among them, exams account for the majority of credits, and the ranking of confrontations within each academy will also issue credits from high to low. Bailey Su brought Shiryu to the confrontation field of the mecha department. This place is very large, and there are mechas fighting in each confrontation field, all of which are actual combat. Shiryu looked at the battle in the venue curiously. Just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, Bailey Su saw her inexplicably naive appearance, and his chest swelled inexplicably. The slight unhappiness of having his intelligent brain stolen was quickly replaced by this swelling. A freshman who had just entered school. Even if he had participated in the battle between the Zerg and the Deep Blue Galaxy, his actual combat experience could not be comparable to that of him, who had studied in the Federal Military Academy for a year. Bailey Su was obviously not an unknown character. After he came in, many people greeted him. And when they saw Shiryu looking around beside him, they immediately understood. Bailey, are you bringing your schoolmate here for a practical test so soon? A short-haired boy came from the side and winked at Bailey Su. Bailey Su pretended to be deep and hummed, and the short-haired boy immediately opened his brain. Register first. Junior sister. According to the process, we need to ask you a few questions. Just answer them truthfully. Shiryu turned his eyes back from the confrontation field and nodded obediently. The short-haired boy, Qianqian, saw Shiryu's ignorant face, and secretly said pitiful in his heart, but pretended to be serious and said, "Have you had experience in driving a mecha before?" Shiryu nodded. "How long have you been driving?" Shiryu tilted his head and thought, 2 years. It's not too long or too short. It seems that the test level can be adjusted higher. What about the physical and mental levels? Qianqian continued to ask. Shiryu was a little hesitant. She didn't know what her physical and mental strength were. She had planned to take the test after going to the first Federal Military Academy, but she was delayed all the way and came here directly. After thinking about it, it seemed that the level didn't matter. So she simply said, SS level. The God of War driving mode was only turned on to SS level, so her mental and physical strength were probably also SS level. Qianqian asked several more questions, and Shiryu answered them obediently. And then the two took her to a simulation cabin. A question mark appeared on Shiryu's forehead. And then he heard Qianqian say, "The practical test for freshmen is conducted through the simulation cabin. The simulation cabin can reduce the difficulty of mecha driving, and also prevent freshmen from not being strong enough and not being able to respond in actual combat, causing accidents." After that, Qianqian pointed to the other side of the confrontation field. The battle of each simulation cabin will be projected on the confrontation field, and everyone can see it. Shiryu turned his head and saw a high platform over there. There was a 3D projection on the high platform. There were two mechas fighting, one of which was completely killed. However, because it was a simulated driving, the consumption of mental power was not high, and it was not fatal. The mecha that was killed kept trying to stand up and fight back, but it had no chance to fight back. Can simulated driving measure accurate strength? It's really meaningless to be able to get up after being beaten to pieces. Who will give such an opportunity on the battlefield? Sure, you thought this was too fancy. She preferred to face and knock down the opponent directly, rather than to fight and kill him meaninglessly, and then get up and kill him again. I've already lost. Wouldn't it be better to admit defeat clearly? How could the two know what she was thinking? Bailey Su crossed his arms and said, "Of course, there will be some deviations. After all, the strength of mecha driving has been weakened. I also want to test my true strength without simulating the cockpit. It's over there." Bailey Su raised his chin towards one side of the confrontation field. Sure, you followed his line of sight, and saw that the confrontation field on this side was even more horrible. Some people couldn't even keep the balance of the mecha in the battle. They were beaten to the ground and couldn't get up after a confrontation. The battle ended too quickly. Sure, you eyes lit up. That's right. The battle needs to be resolved so quickly. She's been tired all day and wants to go back to the dormitory and lie down. Sure, you immediately pointed to the training ground over there and said, "The simulation cabin is too troublesome. Let's just use the mecha to fight. Let's finish early and go back to sleep early." Her voice was not small, and there were many people around. After hearing her words, many people turned around to look at her, and then laughed softly, obviously thinking that she was overestimating her ability. Bailey Su raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure? If you don't use the simulation cabin, you can't use your own mecha to fight. Otherwise you can't collect data. The mechas in the military academy are all configured completely according to military mechas. The driving difficulty is higher than that of ordinary mechas. You may not be able to adapt to it. Configured according to military mechas?" Sure, you frowned. Military mechas are indeed quite shabby. The burden on mental strength and physical strength is completely several times that of the god of war. Bailey Su saw Shiryu frowning, thinking that she was going to give up, and immediately put on the aura of a senior student and said, "Let's use the simulation cabin. Direct combat may be too difficult for you. Where is the mecha?" Shiryu interrupted him very bluntly. Seeing that she was determined to die, Bailey Su stopped persuading her and stretched out his hand to Jiang Jun beside him. "Give me an SS-class mecha." Jiang Jun was a little bit dissatisfied, but Shiryu gave him the feeling that she was too arrogant. He had seen such arrogance in many freshmen. After thinking about it, he simply stopped stopping her. Anyway, she was not the only one who wanted direct combat. Jiang Jun took out an SS-class mecha ring from his space bag and handed it to Shiryu. "You can use it by connecting with mental power. No need to bind." Shiryu nodded and put the mecha ring on her left index finger. Bailey Su and Jiang Jun noticed the mecha ring on her right index finger at the same time. The ordinary silver ring naturally could not attract much attention from them, and the two quickly looked away. Bailey Su took Shiryu to one of the confrontation fields, and immediately attracted the attention of others. Bailey Su can be regarded as a celebrity in the mecha department. He is rich, handsome, and strong. Although he is only a sophomore, there are many people in the senior grades who admire him. He appeared in the confrontation field with a strange face without a school uniform. It was clearly the beginning of this year's freshman strength test. Many people were attracted and gathered around this confrontation field. Shiryu took out the mecha and entered the cockpit first. Bailey Su saw her neat movements, raised his eyebrows, and entered the mecha cockpit. He took the mecha with the same configuration as Shiryu, but he was actually the driver of an SSS-class mecha. Shiryu had driven A-class and S-class military mechas, but not SS-class ones. However, with her previous driving experience, she quickly adapted to the SS-class military mecha. SS-class military mechas are equipped with more weapons, but because they are fighting on the training ground, many weapons are locked, such as the shells on the body, which are not allowed to be used in the indoor confrontation field. Otherwise, the entire confrontation field will be blown away. Shiryu took out the most plain and unpretentious broadsword and opened the public channel. "I'm ready. Can we start?" If he hadn't seen that Bailey Su's mecha was still motionless, Shiryu would have chopped it up with the knife. Bailey Su was slightly surprised when she heard Shiryu's voice. He was indeed giving her mecha time, but he didn't expect her to adapt so quickly. Soon he frowned, thinking that Shiryu was too arrogant. "You can start the battle when you are ready." Before Bailey Su finished speaking, Shiryu had already driven the mecha and rushed towards him with a broadsword. The speed was so fast that he said hack on the spot and barely avoided the broadsword. Before he finished saying fuck, the mecha was kicked hard in the abdomen. Such a fast attack connection made Bailey Sue kicked hard and flew backwards. However, with just 2 simple moves, the people watching the game from the sidelines opened their mouths in surprise. Fuck. What's going on? Didn't they say freshmen? Can freshmen adapt to military mechas so quickly? Who knows? Bailey Sue was beaten by her as soon as they met. Bailey Sue was a leader in the first military academy of the Federation. After being kicked, he quickly reacted. He gritted his teeth and turned sideways, narrowly avoiding the big knife that was chopped again. He took out the big knife on his mecha and caught Shiryu attack. But how could Shiryu attack be so easy to catch? Her most powerful attack was never a single attack, but an almost seamless attack connection. After the big knife attack was caught, Shiryu threw the big shield on the mecha towards Bailey Sue, and when the opponent tried to dodge, he kicked him on the wrist again. Bailey Sue felt his arm go numb, and the sword in the mech's hand fell down. He subconsciously dodged to the side, avoiding the mech that bent its knees and pushed towards his abdomen. He rolled awkwardly on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Shiryu, holding 2 swords on his left and right, attacked him again. Fuck. This is a freshman? At this time, the God of Killer holding 2 swords was still on the public channel, innocently and simply wondering, Senior, can I complete the actual combat test by suppressing you like this? Fuck. Bailey Sue vomited. Chapter 48. Bailey Sue was enraged. The last time he was beaten so badly was during the combat test for freshman year. He started to use mecha at the age of 15, and entered the first military academy of the Federation at the age of 18. He was full of pride at that time, but was beaten by the senior. He was so angry that he worked hard and trained madly. It took him a month to tie with the senior who had beaten him to the ground, and it took him another half a month to defeat the senior. He was not proud and complacent because of this. He was determined to be the one who beat the freshman. He didn't know how much his strength had improved in the past year. He thought he could finally realize his wish for a year. But the first freshman he beat this year beat him in return. Bailey Sue gritted his teeth, and could almost imagine his miserable end of being laughed at by others. Being laughed at was secondary. Bailey Sue really couldn't accept that he was so weak. He jumped up from the ground, and the big shield on the mecha immediately slid over to block the 2 knives that Shiryu chopped at him. At the same time, he pulled out a short knife from his waist with his free hand and attacked Shiryu's waist and abdomen. Shiryu raised her eyebrows, lowered her knees with strength, and immediately retreated. Her public channel was still open, so she simply said, Senior, you are obviously very powerful. What were you doing just now? Let me have a few moves. Don't let me finish the fight quickly. I have to go back to sleep. Shiryu reorganized the attack while speaking, and the big knife in his hand chopped at Bailey Sue more fiercely and fiercely. Bailey Sue had just won a small game, but he was almost vomiting blood because of her words. What do you mean by let me have a few moves? He takes every battle very seriously. Okay? Bailey Sue calmed down. His weapon was taken away by Shiryu, and the other weapons were locked and could not be used. At present, he only had a large shield and a short knife. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. We must take the weapon back. The knife and shield met, and the harsh sound of swishing spread across the confrontation field. More and more people gathered around, and everyone was stunned, realizing that Bailey Sue wanted to use the shield to attack his elbow. Shiryu grinned, followed his strength, and shook his hand away. And the big knife flew out. Bailey Sue's eyes lit up, and he thought he had found an opportunity. But the next moment, the other big knife in Shiryu's hand changed direction under her flexible 5 fingers and stabbed towards his cockpit fiercely. There was a cry of surprise outside the confrontation field. Shiryu turned on the thrusters of the mecha, and the big knife in front of the cockpit changed direction and crossed the head of the mecha upwards. At the same time, the other hand of the mecha bent up, and the elbow hit Bailey Sue's mecha fiercely. The conversion of several actions was only in the blink of an eye. After everyone exclaimed, Bailey Sue had fallen to the ground. His cockpit was stepped on by Shiryu, and the mecha's big knife was across his neck. The battle was over. Shiryu thought for a moment and said politely, Senior, thank you. If she could move the foot on the cockpit a little further, it would be more polite. Bailey Sue lost to the freshman. This news spread like a gust of wind throughout the First Federal Military Academy. And the forum of the First Federal Military Academy went crazy. The video of the two people's confrontation went viral on the forum. For this reason, many people made special comments. For example, the current affairs of the First Federal Military Academy campus. Liani Current Affairs v. Welcome to watch today's Liani Current Affairs. Regarding the battle between a freshman and Bailisu that was widely circulated in the school today. Liani Current Affairs will analyze the actual situation for you today. Liani Current Affairs v. According to the videos circulated on the forum, we can clearly see that Bailisu was stunned. It is estimated that no one expected that this freshman had such strong strength. Bailisu was obviously in a relaxed state. He didn't even hold his weapon properly when the confrontation began. Liani Current Affairs v. Everyone. Look here again. This freshman obviously adapted to the military mecha very quickly. And her reaction speed was extremely fast. According to the calculation of Liani Current Affairs staff, her reaction speed obviously reached the fast SSS level. Liani Current Affairs v. The schoolgirl's actual combat experience is obviously sufficient. She never makes unnecessary movements. From the beginning, to directly taking Bailisu's weapon later, and then ending the battle. It is obviously organized, purposeful and planned. Liani Current Affairs v. Bailisu's performance in this battle is really not good. But he quickly adjusted his state. However, the loss of his weapon at the beginning has put him at a disadvantage. Later, the only opportunity he found was used by the schoolgirl to completely end the battle. Liani Current Affairs analysis is well organized. And the discussion on the forum of the First Federal Military Academy is even more heated. Some people think that Bailisu is not worthy of his reputation. But a freshman lost so miserably. Some people think that Bailisu lost because he underestimated his opponent at the beginning. Otherwise, it would not have been so bad. Some people think that the freshman who suddenly appeared is still powerful. The video is on the forum. Just a little bit of immersion will tell you whether you have the ability to defeat this freshman. People always care about the results. Although Bailisu had tried hard in the middle, he still failed in the end. The words new student were nailed to his head. Soon, Shiryu background was uncovered. A recommended student of the Deep Blue Galaxy Aquamarine Star. The simple recommended identity made the federal forum even crazier. Everyone seemed to have found the reason why Shiryu was so powerful. The Zerg invasion broke out in the Deep Blue Galaxy. The eyes of the entire Federation were focused on the Deep Blue Galaxy. And the Deep Blue Galaxy did have a group of outstanding people. For example, the mysterious Y1121. The true face of Y God is the obsession of many people. Those who have heard her voice know that she is not very old. And they all guess whether she is a military school student. Unfortunately, Y God did not show up at all. And disappeared after the Zerg was solved. Just a few days ago, Y God appeared on the front line of Winter Star. And many people were excited about it. And they also guessed that Y God should be a soldier who had been enlisted. The forum of the First Military Academy of the Federation has set off a wave of heated discussions about God Y. And at this moment a voice came out. God Y is the most awesome, by the way. The voice of this freshman seems to be a bit like God Y. Do you think she could be God Y? His idea was quickly denied. Dream of becoming the god of the First Military Academy. God Y just showed up on the front line a few days ago. And he must still be on the front line now. I want to marry Y1121. I don't think so either. God Y is so awesome. Why does he still come to school? Isn't this a waste of time? After discussing it over and over on the forum, it is felt that the possibility of Shiryu being Y1121 is very small. The front line is still in a stalemate. And the people on the interstellar spacecraft have not returned to the Federation safely. God Y must still be on the front line at this time. Everyone thought so firmly. And they all expressed that they still wanted to see God Y's home-stealing operation. The building is crooked. Shiryu was lying in the dormitory. When she arrived at the dormitory, she found out that Bailisu had arranged a luxury dormitory package for her. A large flat. Not only with a separate bedroom, guest room, super large living room, but also a kitchen. Shiryu thought that she might not be here to study at the military academy, but to go on vacation. However, when the tuition and dormitory bills were notified to her brain, she almost popped her eyes out of her sockets. The tuition was in real federal currency, but the accommodation fee was in credits. Bailisu arranged for her to stay for a year, which cost her 300 credits. Shiryu almost fainted on the spot. You should know that the credits required for admission to the first military academy of the Federation are only 100 points, including the exams of various subjects that account for the majority. Sure, you took a breath and opened her brain to read the credit rules pitifully. The various exams of the first military academy of the Federation accounted for the majority of the credits. The reason for this is that most of the candidates can only rely on exams to obtain credits. In addition to exams, each department of the first military academy of the Federation has a points ranking every month. The points ranking rule of the mecha department is that the mechas will challenge those who are ranked higher than themselves, and the lower ranked people will replace the higher ranked people. The top 50 on the last day of each month will get credits. 50 credits for the first place, 30 credits for the top 10, 15 credits for the top 25, and 50 credits for the top 50. You know, there are 6,000 students in the entire mecha department, and there are not enough places. However, there are rewards for the points ranking. You can get 1 credit if you win more than 20 games in a month. Most people can get this 1 credit, and you can get 4 credits in a semester. Sure, you felt that she could drop out on the spot. 300 points. She would have to stay in the points ranking for 6 months to pay it off. She should drop out. No. Go and strangle Bailey Sue to death before dropping out. Sure, you grabbed a pillow to cover her head, and the doorbell suddenly rang. She answered the communication on the door with no hope of life, and saw Gu Qianqian big face, and immediately came out of the room like a wandering soul. Gu Qianqian looked at this large flat in amazement and gave you a thumbs up. Have you finally learned to enjoy life? It seems that this trip to Winterstar has changed your concept a lot. I go and apply for a dormitory like this. Sure, you hugged a pillow and lay on the sofa, giving him a resentful look. Feng Xiao followed in from outside and explained to Gu Qianqian, "Don't do that. If I remember correctly, this kind of dormitory requires 300 credits per school year." After that, Feng Xiao glanced at Yu. "I didn't realize that you were willing to spend 300 credits. Have you thought about how to make it back? You need another 100 credits for further study. A total of 400 credits. Sure, you felt like his heart was stabbed hard. Gu Qianqian was already screaming, 300 credits? You are worthy of you. I think I forget it. Anyway, your place is big enough. Why don't I move in? Go away. You can stay here, but you pay for 150 credits. Gu Qianqian immediately shook his head like a rattle. We are who we are. Do we have to be so clear? Do you have the nerve to do that? Sure, you rolled his eyes at him and looked at Feng Xiao. Didn't you run away from home and get caught and brought back home? Feng Xiao gritted his teeth when he heard the words run away from home. Mr. Qian said you were going to study at the first military academy of the Federation. And Mr. Lu is here too. So I might as well come with you, since it's the same to study anywhere. When are you going to get a new AI? If it weren't for Mr. Qian, I wouldn't have known you were going to study at the first military academy of the Federation. Sure, you stretched out his right hand and lifted his eyelids with a look of dejection. Add the communication yourself. Gu Qianqian saw her. The smart bracelet started to make a fuss again, and squatted next to her. Fuck. If I remember correctly, this smart bracelet cost 6,666 federal coins. Did you rob a bank? I didn't rob a bank. I robbed a person. After Yu finished speaking, he immediately coughed twice and changed the subject. Why are you two here? Gu Qianqian narrowed his eyes, and his suspicious eyes swept across her face. Finally, he snorted and added her communication and said, I heard about your glorious deeds today, and I can't help but come and see what kind of supernatural powers this freshman, who has turned the school forum upside down as soon as he entered school has. What forum? The village network probed. You don't know? Feng Xiao pressed the soft sofa. It's really comfortable. Worthy of the price of 300 credits. Gu Qianqian immediately gave Yu a lot of scientific knowledge. Yu simply followed her instructions and entered the forum of the First Federal Military Academy. Looking at the red post floating at the top of the forum, she clicked in and saw the video of her fighting with Bailey Sue during the day. Yu watched it with relish. This was her first time watching a video of herself fighting with others. Soon she frowned. Gu Qianqian wanted to ask her what was wrong, but heard her mumbling softly. If we start from this side now, it shouldn't take 5 minutes. The battle can be over in 3 minutes. This way I can return to the dormitory 2 minutes earlier. Well, I should pay attention next time. Gu Qianqian, Feng Xiao, What the hell is this? It's already shocking to be able to kill Bailey Sue, who has adjusted his state within 5 minutes. She actually dared to say 3 minutes? If Bailey Sue was here, I'm afraid she would be angry to death on the spot. Gu Qianqian couldn't stand it anymore. So he pulled her up and said, "Let's go eat. Military training will start tomorrow. Have a good meal tonight. I guess we have a miserable life in the next month and a half." Shiryu was pulled up by him. But a question mark popped up on her forehead. Military training? Gu Qianqian was really impressed by the village network. While pulling her out, he said, "Military training for freshmen. Every year, freshmen will start military training more than a month in advance. On the day of the official start of school, the 7 major military academies will have a joint military exercise, which is considered to be a test of the waters, and also to show the level of freshmen in each class of the 7 major military academies to the outside world." Sure, you really knew nothing. Feng Shao also followed up with the popular science. If you can win the first place in the joint military exercise of the 7 major military academies, you will be rewarded with credits. When you heard the word credits, her eyes immediately lit up. How much is the reward? She was afraid that if she dropped out of school and returned to Hailan Star, Lin Xia and Wen Ruan would pick up knives and chop her, and Xiao Piaoyang would probably take her directly to the front line as a free thug. Forget it. Let's just earn credits. Feng Shao shook his head and said, "There is no exact number. How much will be given depends on the performance of the graduates." Okay. Sure, you stepped on the floating pedal and followed the two to the cafeteria. She is now very famous, and the rate of turning heads along the way is simply too high. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, they saw Lu Dongan and Luo Xiaozi, who had already prepared their meals. Sure, Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his paw and waved, "Student master." Luo. Long time no see. Lu Dongan pointed to the seat in front of him, and Sure Yu immediately sat over obediently. The tray-type robot quickly flew over. After the 3 of them ordered their meals, the robot flew away again, and in less than a minute, the 3 of them were served their meals. Hearing Sure Yu addressed to her, Luo Xiaozi's eyes twitched uncontrollably. "Can you please stop calling me that?" Sure Yu simply flew over and said "can't," and kept calling her Luo like a contrarian. If Luo Xiaozi hadn't been defeated, he would have fought her for 300 rounds. Seeing that she was very angry, Sure Yu bit a piece of pork ribs and said, Okay, I won't call you anymore. Why are you here at the first military academy of the Federation? I thought I would never see you again." Luo Xiaozi left mysteriously at the time, and said something like, "See you again, if we are destined to meet again. I got the recommendation letter from Major Lin, and I heard from him that you all came to the first Federal Military Academy. So I decided to come too." The 5 people sat in a circle and whispered. They all knew that she was on a happy trip to Winter Star for a few days, but no one asked her why she came back from the front line so soon. Y1121 is probably a thorn in the side of the Republic of Toyas now. The 4 of them are afraid that after Sure Yu's identity is exposed, the Republic of Toyas will directly send someone to assassinate her. After whispering for a while, a person sat next to Sure Yu. She turned around and saw Bailey Sue with a dark face. She raised her eyebrows. "Hey, Bailey Sr., why are you sitting here? Do you still want to fight with me?" Sure Yu snorted twice. 300 credits. Salted fish holding a grudge? Bailey Sue's face darkened a little. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tomorrow is the freshman military training. You are so leisurely." Sure Yu bit another piece of ribs, and said vaguely while eating, "The painful days are coming. Of course we have to enjoy ourselves while we can. Senior, do you have anything to remind me? For example, what are the precautions for military training? Who is the instructor of our class? And what is the content of military training?" Bailey Sue was very depressed, but he just didn't listen. After Sure Yu asked a few questions, he started to talk nonsense, saying everything he should and shouldn't say. After that, Sure Yu slapped him on the shoulder. "Thank you for your advice, Senior. I will be gentler next time and try to make you struggle for 4 minutes." Bailey Sue's eyes were wide open. Sure Yu raised his index finger and bent it in front of him. "Senior, you can't be ungrateful. I just watched our battle video and found that I can finish the battle within 3 minutes. Look, now I will give you 1 more minute to struggle. You will definitely win." Fuck. Bailey Sue wanted to perform the knife-rolling salted fish live. Chapter 49. After dinner, Bailey Sue took a group of people to collect school uniforms and necessary supplies. and told him not to get up late the next day, and then waved his paw and left. While it was still early, Gu Qianqian took Lu Dongan and Lu Xiaozi to visit Shiryu luxurious dormitory, leaving a lot of admiring eyes. Shiryu kicked them out and was about to go to sleep when the smart brain rang. It was a communication from Lin Xie. During the day, Shiryu connected his communication. He didn't know what he was busy with and didn't answer it. He just sent him a message that he had arrived safely at Four Seasons Star and completed the report. Shiryu leaned on the comfortable big bed that he spent 300 credits on and started the communication. Lin Xie soon saw the layout of Shiryu dormitory, raised his eyebrows and said, "Is the dormitory comfortable? Isn't this a bit wrong?" Shiryu narrowed his eyes. "Major, how do you know I'm in the dormitory now?" Lin Xie touched his chin and smiled. "I am also a graduate of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Of course, I know the dormitory layout of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Is the 300 credits worth it?" Shiryu felt even more wrong. She put her head in front of the virtual screen. "Major, shouldn't you explain it?" Lin Xie immediately laughed. "I heard that you want to be a salted fish. How can a person be a salted fish? After you left, I realized that the loose school spirit of the 1st Federal Military Academy was not suitable for you. I regretted not sending you to the most serious school spirit of the Sika Military Academy. So I thought of a way. You know, I have a lot of old classmates. So I changed your ordinary dormitory into a luxurious dormitory. Let you spend your military school life comfortably. Am I good to you?" "God damn, she is good," Shiryu said with great sorrow. "Major, when did I say I wanted to be a lazy fish? I have always been a hard-working and motivated child. Do you think this dormitory can be refunded? Let's go and get the 300 credits back?" Lin Xie raised a finger and shook it. "Since you don't want to be a lazy fish, isn't it easier to deal with? I have calculated that as long as you work hard and study hard, 300 credits will be a piece of cake for you. The 1st Military Academy of the Federation is open for 9 months a year. You only need to be the first in the mecha department for 6 months. And you still have 3 months of lazy fish time." "Shiryu, thank you." Lin Xie is very frank. Ren said something impolite, and before ending the call, he reminded her, "For you, I have risked my reputation. Remember not to embarrass me." The military training of the freshmen of the 7 major military academies is broadcast live on the entire network. You'd better not do anything to me. Your admission notice is filled with my name. I don't want to be famous throughout the Federation. Shiryu was heartbroken again. "Major, do you think I look like someone who would cause trouble? I will definitely follow the military training rules." Lin Xie sneered at her and hung up the call with a snap. Shiryu lay down peacefully. Misunderstood Senior Bailey. She said that Senior Bailey didn't look very smart, and didn't seem like someone who could think of such a way to torment her. It turned out that someone was stealing the house behind her. Wow! Even salted fish can't escape the teammate rule of pigs. Salted fish hugged the quilt and lay down. The next morning, all the freshmen gathered. Shiryu bit a tube of nutrient solution and stepped on the floating pedal to the gathering site. Seeing the flag of the 1st grade class of the mecha department, she rushed over and ran into the team at the last second. Bailey Su took her to the 1st row. Shiryu smiled awkwardly. She really didn't mean to be late. It was just that the 1st Military Academy of the Federation was too big. She accidentally navigated too far. On the first day of military training, the chief instructor gave a long speech. Shiryu was drowsy and nodded. There was a drone in the sky taking aerial photos. The opening ceremony of the freshman military training was broadcast live on the channel of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. Many people paid attention to it. The drone was flying in the sky, and the camera clearly passed in front of rows of teams. In order to show the spirit of each class, it would stay in front of the team for a while. Shiryu's eyelids drooped from time to time. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her. She stood up and looked up to see Bailey Su looking at her with an indescribable expression. Shiryu frowned in confusion and saw a palm-sized small flying robot parked in front of her. She reached out and poked the drone, and the drone's camera shook. Lin Xie, who was watching the freshman opening ceremony of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation, covered his face and wanted to rush into the virtual screen to drag Shiryu out and beat her up. He just told her not to make trouble last night. Well, now I'm afraid that everyone in the Federation will know her. She is probably the only one who dares to stand in the first row at the freshman opening ceremony while drowsy. Shiryu didn't know that she had been seen by countless viewers while slacking off. After receiving Bailey Su's warning look, She obediently withdrew her hand. When she saw the drone flying high, she felt that something was wrong. Just at this time, the chief instructor finished his speech, and she immediately put the little something wrong behind her. She just listened to some of it vaguely, and the summary was that the freshman's military training would go to an island on the Four-Seasons Star, and the military training would be carried out on the island for 1.5 months. Before going, each student needs to undergo physical and mental tests, and then be equipped with mechas. It was finally time for the physical and mental tests. Shiryu cheered up and stood in the first place. Of course, she was also the first to start the physical and mental tests. The test instrument was a helmet, which would automatically capture the mental fluctuations of the person being tested after being worn on the head. It was not the first time that Shiryu wore this kind of helmet. She kept looking up, and then heard Bailey Sue's voice registering. "Are your physical and mental strength SS level? How come it's S level now?" Just after he finished speaking, Bailey Sue felt something was wrong again. The test results on the virtual screen were still fluctuating upward in a small arc. As we all know, after a person reaches the age of 18, the mental level will stabilize within a fixed value. Shiryu mental test results are obviously still increasing upward. Shiryu current mental power threshold is very close to the SS level. If it increases a little, it will reach the minimum threshold of the SS level. When Shiryu heard the S level, he blinked in surprise. "I don't know either." Bailey Sue asked again, "Just an adult?" "Mental power will indeed fluctuate slightly soon after adulthood." Shiryu nodded. Bailey Sue lowered his head to take notes, and soon completed the mental power and physical fitness tests for all 150 freshmen in the first class of mecha. Among them, there are 4 people with SSS level physical and mental fitness, and the rest are SS level and S level, without A level. This is also the admission threshold of the first military academy of the Federation. Students whose mental and physical fitness do not reach S level need to take special recruitment exams to enter unless they are recommended. There are obviously no such 2 types of students in the first freshman class of the mecha department. Among the 4 people, Lu Dongan, Feng Xiao, and Gu Qianqian accounted for 3, and the other one was a tall, dark-skinned young man with a short haircut. As for Luo Xiaozi, his physical fitness and mental strength are both A level. He applied for the command department and was not in the same class with the 4 people. The number of SSS level students in the first class of the first year of the mecha department is at least 4. And the most is in the 10th class of the first year, with 7 people, and the other classes of 5 to 6. Shiryu counted on his fingers and found that there were less than 60 freshmen in the mecha department who had SS level physical fitness and mental strength, which accounted for less than 4% of the 1,500 freshmen. Those who would apply for the first military academy of the Federation are all the best in the middle schools of various galaxies. This data has been selected from the best gyms. If you look at it in general, this data is simply too low. According to previous statistics, the number of SSS level students in the mecha department has always been the highest, and some departments can't even pick one. Shiryu wondered how he could only have S level mental strength, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking about it, so he simply threw it to the back of his mind. Anyway, no matter how high her mental power level is, the God of War can automatically adjust the driving mode, which does not affect her combat effectiveness. Moreover, after so many years of mecha development, countless cases have shown that mental power and physical fitness levels do not represent everything, and practical experience is far more useful than the so-called level. A high mental power level only represents higher potential, and can drive a mecha with better performance made of better materials. But not all good materials require mental power. Although some mechas are not of high level, their performance is extremely outstanding. The current 7th Marshal of the Federation, Wen Renma, only has SS level mental power, but his mecha MO is of SSS plus level, and MO is a special case among SSS plus level mechas. Mecha materials. Among the materials used to make Mo's mecha, there is a rare SS level material called dark gold, which greatly improves the performance of his mecha, and the combat effectiveness he exerts when driving MO is even beyond the SSS level. Therefore, his mecha is not ranked according to the strict level, but is listed in the SSS plus level mecha list by the Universe Mecha Association. Simply put, high-level mental power is only a sufficient but not necessary condition for super combat power. But relatively speaking, high-level mental power will be more likely to have super combat power. Some people even made an assumption that if the 7th Marshal Wen Renmo has SSS-level mental power, no one in the entire universe can be his opponent. But this is just an assumption. Shiryu was stared at by the 3 people around him, and yawned and said, "Why are you looking at me like this? Why don't you think about what the next military training is?" She had listened to Bailey Sue for a long time yesterday. But today she was told that this year's freshman military training is different from previous years, and the content of the military training will not be disclosed before arriving on the island. Feng Xiao bit his fingers and flicked the hair on Shiryu's head, saying, "No matter what the content of the military training is, it won't delay you from lying dead. Tell me, how come your mental power is only S level?" Don't say that Shiryu was a little surprised to know this result. The 3 of them almost popped their eyes out of their eye sockets when they knew it. Others don't know how awesome the God of War is, but they have seen it with their own eyes. Could it be that it is a specially built mecha like the 7th Marshal? The secrets of this salted fish in front of him seemed to be more than the most mysterious Torquus star belt in the Federation. Shiryu spread his hands. Salted fish doesn't know either. Several people muttered here for a while, and then a broadcast came from the hovercraft. 10 minutes later, all the classes of all departments were disrupted, and freshmen were thrown parachutes one by one and kicked off the hovercraft at different locations. The chief instructor opened the loudspeaker to announce the start of the freshmen's military training, and said that this military training was divided into 3 stages, and the rules of the first stage had been sent to everyone's brain. Shiryu parachuted down into a valley, and the rushing waterfall brought a refreshing breath to her face, which made her inhale. It had been a long time since she smelled such fresh and clean air. It was comfortable. After washing her face with the water from the waterfall, Shiryu slowly opened the military training rules. She read the rules in a hurry, raised her eyebrows, whistled at the empty valley, and then happily found a tree fork to climb up and lie down. No hurry. Take a nap first. Chapter 50. Shiryu fell asleep without panic. But the other freshmen, who saw the rules of the first stage of military training, were more confused than each other. It is a one-on-one competition system, but it is not a traditional one-on-one competition. Each freshman has a drone following him. After landing on the island, he will have 10 basic points. 2 people who meet each other on the island must decide the winner through mecha confrontation. The winner can get half of the loser's points, and the number of points is rounded to an integer. The first stage of the confrontation lasts for 10 days. In the first 9 days, each freshman must try his best to find opponents to gain points. Freshmen who fight less than 20 games during the entire military training will be penalized by deducting credits. On the 10th day, the chief instructor will announce the location of the flag of the first military academy of the Federation. The person who gets the flag needs to guard the flag for a day, and this flag is worth 500 points. It can be said that the flag can make the last person jump to the top of the scoreboard to a certain extent. After the game starts, each freshman can see a scoreboard on his brain, so as to know his ranking and the ranking of others. In the last 3 days of the game, everyone's position will be marked as a red dot on the map. Once the 2 sides are 100 meters apart, everyone can immediately find each other, but they don't know who the other is. In order to encourage the enthusiasm of freshmen, after the first phase of freshman military training, the first Federal Military Academy will issue credits according to the ranking on the scoreboard. It is similar to the points ranking rules within the department, but it is easier to get credits for freshman military training. The first place is still 50 credits. The top 10 35 credits. The top 50 25 credits. The top 118 credits. The top 210 credits. The top 505 credits. The top 1003 credits. And the rest can get 1 credit as long as they keep 10 basic points or complete more than 20 confrontations. The credit benefits are very generous. The freshman military training is for the whole school, and there is no division between departments. Freshmen outside the mecha department cried loudly, but it was useless. Everyone was put on the island for only 10 minutes, and the scores on the scoreboard began to change. The first military academy of the Federation broadcasts its freshman training live. As one of the top 7 military academies in the Federation, there are countless people following the first military academy on the Star Internet. The names of freshmen are all listed on the direct channel of the first military academy of the Federation. The audience can subscribe to the live broadcast of freshmen they want to watch according to the changes in the standings. After the live broadcast started, Lin Xia immediately subscribed to Shiryu live broadcast. When he saw the salted fish sleeping on the tree, he almost fainted on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that the intelligent brain completely blocked external communications during the freshman's military training, he would definitely send a communication to wake up the salted fish. Other freshmen are racing against time. Why can she sleep so leisurely on the tree? Does she know that time is money? She still owes 300 credits. Lin Xie is disappointed. He shouldn't expect a salted fish to turn over by itself. Wenfan's biggest dream is to be admitted to the first military academy of the Federation. But the competition in the first military academy of the Federation is so fierce every year that it is frightening. After making the greatest efforts, he still missed the admission quota of the first military academy of the Federation, and finally had to apply for an ordinary military academy outside the 7 major military academies. His military academy has not started the registration of freshmen yet, and the military training of freshmen in the first military academy of the Federation has just begun. He can't wait to follow the live broadcast of the military training of freshmen in the first military academy of the Federation. Seeing several familiar names on the scoreboard, Wenfan felt a little sad. Some of them were his middle school classmates, and some were famous people in middle school who were directly recommended to the first military academy of the Federation without even taking the exam. He followed the live broadcast rooms of his classmates one by one, and then scrolled down boredly. There were thousands of students with dazzling names. He clicked on one at random, thinking that this student was also working hard to get points like other students. But the scene presented in the live broadcast made him stunned. The live broadcast room was quiet, apart from the sound of the waterfall hitting the rocks. There were only the birds singing in the quiet forest. He looked around in the live broadcast circle and finally found a person on the branch of the tree, leaning against the dark blue military uniform of the 1st Federal Military Academy. She was lying on the branch like a sloth. Wenfan was stunned and thought she had an accident. He hurriedly wanted to call customer service to ask what happened to the freshman. At this moment, the person lying on the tree moved and raised his hands hanging from the branch. It seemed that he was stretching. Soon, she climbed up from the branch, leaned against the branch with misty eyes, yawned, and then squinted at the sky. Wenfan was already stunned. She was just sleeping? When Wenfan was hesitating, he suddenly heard a low murmur from the live broadcast. It's really comfortable to sleep without anyone disturbing you. Wenfan, eh? After a short silence, Wenfan was angry. He couldn't believe that this freshman was secretly sleeping at such an important time of military training. Did she know how lucky it was to be able to study at the first military academy in the Federation? Wenfan was so angry that his chest heaved, staring at the girl in the live broadcast room who yawned, climbed down the tree, and began to look around. No, he couldn't be so arbitrary and think that the other party was lazy. No one would not cherish the opportunity to study at the first military academy in the Federation. Maybe she had some difficulties, or she had experienced a fierce battle before, so she needed to rest. Wenfan convinced himself, quickly looked at the name of the freshman in the live broadcast room, and then searched on the scoreboard. 10 points. It was the most basic 10 points, and the number of confrontations was 0. Wenfan remained calm and looked at the time. The freshman military training had already started for 8 hours. It was almost dusk now. Could it be that she had been sleeping since she entered the island? Wenfan held his breath and stroked his chest, gritted his teeth, and warned himself not to speculate so arbitrarily. Although she might not have encountered an opponent, she might have encountered other dangers on the island, such as wild beasts. Thinking so, Wenfan looked at the girl's clothes and found that her school uniform was shiny except for a few wrinkles. He couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. But at this moment, the girl moved. After looking around, she narrowed her eyes slightly, jumped onto the tree quickly, and shuttled between the branches. Her movements were not slow and very rhythmic. Wenfan's eyes lit up. He really misunderstood. But the next second, his eyes were filled with anger. The girl didn't find her opponent at all, or was on guard against something. She jumped onto a tree, held a fresh and plump fruit, turned her wrist, and picked the fruit off. She casually wiped the fruit on her school uniform, and then bit it off with a snap. The live camera was too clear, and Wenfan could even see the juice that suddenly splashed out when the fruit flesh was crushed by her. The girl bit off a piece of fruit flesh, chewed it twice, and her face was suddenly filled with happiness. A fruit was solved with a snap. Wenfan was angry. Why could she eat fruit so leisurely in such a tense situation? Wenfan watched her solve 3 fruits, and then picked other fruits from the branches and stuffed them into the space bag. This should be to reserve food for the next few days. When Fan tried to calm himself down and see what she would do next. After eating the fruit, the girl jumped down from the tree like a flexible monkey. It must be said that her movements were very agile and graceful. As light as a leaf. She soon returned to the edge of the waterfall. When Fan gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to rush out of the live broadcast room and expose her on the Star Network, he continued to observe her next behavior. Finally, he saw the girl open the smart brain. Is it finally time to see the scoreboard? When Fan took a breath and couldn't help getting nervous. But when he saw that the girl didn't look at the scoreboard at all, but opened the balance of the smart brain account, happily counting the long string of zeros, repeatedly counting for more than 10 times. And then the smart brain turned off and fell on the boulder under the waterfall with a snap. She casually picked up a piece of dogtail grass beside the boulder and bit it in her mouth. When Fan heard her muttering softly, 10 days. So long. I miss my little pudding. I seem to be a little sleepy again. When Fan, fuck. I want to expose her. This kind of person is not worthy of studying at the first military academy of the Federation. When Fan's eyes turned red with anger, he angrily quit the live broadcast room, logged into the Star Network, and went directly to the first military academy of the Federation Freshman Star Talk, and frantically edited a 5,000-word-long essay. Tally Tao. A freshman who slept crazily during the freshman military training. As soon as this long essay was published, it immediately attracted countless attention. Sure you didn't know that countless people had already poured into her live broadcast room. She sat up from the boulder and curiously looked at the flying robot floating above her head. What is this thing used for? Sure you realized it later, and it seemed to be written in the rules. But the rules were too long, and she was too lazy to read it again. She thought it was probably a monitor for the instructor to check the students. She thought about it, smiled, and waved her claws at the drone. Anyway, she first brushed up the impression points with the instructor. The live broadcast room exploded directly. Liani Woody, what the? Is she saying hello to us? My brother Yin is the most handsome. I just checked the previous screen recording. And I really slept for 8 hours. So arrogant. Liani is a bad school. I said that Liani's lazy school spirit is not good. The freshmen did not have unified training and started the competition-style military training directly. It's just a fight between chickens. Look at this. They don't even have the most basic qualities of military school students. Liani haters give me guns. Look at my name upstairs. This is not the first time I see you. Is it fun to always criticize Liani? I know you are a die-hard fan of national defense. Okay. Can you watch the freshman military training of your military school peacefully? Why are you showing off your presence here? Not every freshman is like her. Besides, this is only the first day. What can you see? Peacemaker, don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. What do you think she wants to do? In the live broadcast room, the girl spit out the dogtail grass in her mouth, took out a military jacket from the space bag and covered herself with it, and closed her eyes again. Night falls. It's time to go to bed.